1 month before the end of the world, Lin Qingqing's biological mother died unexpectedly, leaving her in endless grief. As if fate felt that this was not enough, it dealt her another cruel blow. The doctor's cold diagnosis declared that she had a terminal illness and had only 1 year to live. Just as she was trying to digest all this, a more cruel reality set in. Her closest father, the one who had promised to be with her forever, ruthlessly abandoned her. Isolated and helpless, Lin Qingqing could only drag her weak body and face this life that was destined to be short and bitter alone. After the apocalypse broke out, zombies swept in like a tide, pushing her life into a desperate situation. Every day of survival was like a life-and-death struggle. Finally, on a cold night, hunger and cold dragged her into the abyss. However, when Lin Qingqing opened her eyes again, the familiar ceiling and quiet air made her feel dazed. She was shocked to find that she had returned to the day before the apocalypse broke out. In the room, Lin Qingqing tentatively moved her hands and feet and found that her body was no longer stiff and her flexibility was almost back to normal. She slowly stood up, took out the medicine box, and prepared to treat the wound on her left wrist. But when she saw her wrist, she was stunned. Huh! Why did the wound become shallower? Lin Qingqing raised her left hand and looked carefully at the brighter light. After cleaning the blood stains, her wrist was white and slender, and it seemed that it could be broken with a little force. But the originally hideous wound was now only 2 shallow blood scabs. What's going on? She looked at her hands over and over. Her skin was white and delicate, her joints were distinct, and the veins on the back of her hands were faintly visible. She felt a little strange. Is this my hand? Lin Qingqing murmured to herself while touching her palm. The scar left by being scalded by boiling water when she was naughty as a child had been with her for more than 10 years, but now it was gone without a trace. She checked her whole body in confusion and finally came to the conclusion. No! There is not a single scar. This is impossible! Then she rushed to the mirror and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she saw the familiar face in it. The person in the mirror is still her. She has shoulder-length black hair, porcelain white skin, curved eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and soft lip lines. Her originally charming facial features now exude a cold and menacing power because of a pair of sharp phoenix eyes. Her eyes are deep and dark, and people can't look away at first glance. Fortunately, she is still herself. She finally survived, and she doesn't want to change her body. But even her own body was not in good condition. Although her skin was fair and smooth, her cheeks were sunken, and she looked like a bag of bones. Lin Qingqing found the scale and was stunned when she saw the number, 44. I'm 1.75 meters tall, how can I weigh only 88 kilograms? She stared at herself in the mirror, wondering if she had been sucked of her blood by a goblin last night. If she painted her face black, she would be scarier than the zombies downstairs. Gurgle, the feeling of hunger in her stomach interrupted her thoughts. Lin Qingqing took 2 deep breaths, forced herself to calm down, and decided to fill her stomach first. She walked into the kitchen, boiled water and cooked dumplings, which were frozen foods she bought before the end of the world. Before the pot was even boiled, her stomach was rumbling like a drum. After they were cooked, she ate one bowl after another until she had eaten 2 whole bags of frozen dumplings, and the feeling of emptiness in her body disappeared. She had never been so hungry before, and she was amazed at how delicious the quick frozen dumplings were. But then she looked at the little food left. Most of it was snacks like chocolate and biscuits, and she ate nearly a third of it in this meal. The reality of food shortage made her silent. Compared with how to survive for another year, the most pressing issue now is how to fill her stomach. If I really turn into a glutton, I might as well turn into a zombie. At least I won't be hungry. Thinking of the uncertainty of the future, her good mood was wiped out. However, Lin Qingqing was always calm and quickly adjusted her mentality. She reorganized the remaining food and divided it into 9 portions according to the amount she had eaten in the past, which was just enough for 3 days. After thinking for a while, she reduced the daily portion to 2 meals to extend the food supply time as much as possible. After distributing the food, she began to stock up on water. Worried that the tap water would be cut off at any time, she filled bottles and cans with water, and even the ice tray in the freezer. After finishing everything, Lin Qingqing slumped on the sofa and took a long time to think about the more pressing issue: zombies. While the internet is still connected, let's take a look at the outside world. She turned on her phone, and all the major websites and forums were filled with zombie-related information. There were fears, complaints, and excitement, all flooding the air. She skipped over the messy messages and went directly to China's official news website, where she quickly found the 3 top messages. The first piece of news was released at 0:15 this morning. The content was brief but shocking. A major disaster concerning the survival of all mankind broke out in the early hours of this morning. The incident happened suddenly and the specific cause is still unclear. Please try to stay at home and avoid going out. Local governments are stepping up rescue efforts. Please wait patiently. Although the message was short, it calmed people's panic to a certain extent. As the traditional Chinese New Year is approaching, most families have already prepared sufficient New Year's goods. In addition, due to people's long-standing habit of hoarding food, daily necessities are temporarily safe. The disaster broke out in the early morning when most people were still asleep, so the overall order had not yet collapsed. Most people chose to stay at home, eat stored food, and wait for rescue. In this regard, the Chinese are in a fortunate situation. If it were on the other side of the world, in some countries at noon, they would have already fallen into chaos, or even staged a national battle royale. Later, the authorities released a second piece of news, a popular science article about zombies. Zombies, also known as irrational mutants, have degraded vision but extremely sharp hearing and smell. They move stiffly and slowly, and like to eat fresh flesh and blood. If the skin is scratched or bitten, the person will be infected with the zombie virus, and the infected person will become a new zombie. The time from infection to onset varies from person to person. It may be instantaneous or may take more than 8 hours. It is presumably related to the individual's constitution and the degree of infection. The zombie's weak point is the head. Only by destroying its brain can it be truly killed. Citizens are requested to avoid going out and keep quiet. Such information made most people give up the idea of actively looking for zombies and choose to stay at home rationally. The third message is more soothing in nature, encouraging the public to unite and overcome difficulties together, and emphasizing that the government and scientific researchers are actively studying response plans. Lin Qingqing browsed other websites and forums and found that the content was similar. Apart from official information, most of the content was from netizens venting their emotions or speculating about the end of the world. Some people have compiled doomsday theories, based on movies, TV shows, and novels, while others claim to have awakened special powers and can tear zombies apart with their bare hands and fly in the clouds. Superpowers? Isn't that something from movies and novels? Can it happen in real life? Lin Qingqing sneered. She touched her hands and didn't feel anything special. Her 5 senses were normal. Her strength was not great, and her magic was even more unreal. However, she hesitated for a moment. But I did die once and came back to life. Is this considered a supernatural power? With mixed emotions that she couldn't identify, she decided to put aside the topic of superpowers for the time being. She lay quietly, on the one hand to avoid making any noise, and on the other hand to save energy. She looked at the ceiling, her heart in turmoil. Someone on the internet said that in just one night, 2/3 of the human race had turned into zombies, and there was no pattern to the mutation. Regardless of gender, age, or physical condition, everyone had only a 1/3 chance of survival. If all the leaders of Qingqing turn into zombies, who will save us? This extreme assumption made her sit up. After thinking for a while, she realized that waiting for rescue was not a foolproof solution. Even if rescue comes in time, there is no guarantee of safety afterwards. You can only rely on yourself for a sense of security. It is unrealistic to rely on others. After making up her mind, Lin Qingqing turned on her phone and frantically searched for various survival skills while the internet was still available: wilderness survival, women's self-defense, close combat, first aid knowledge, simple tool making. She downloaded all the useful documents and videos as if she was preparing for an exam, and she spent the whole day organizing and summarizing these materials. One only regrets not having studied enough when the time comes. Lin Qingqing sighed with a wry smile. As an ordinary person who has lived in a peaceful era since childhood, she now has to survive in the end times, and her inner uneasiness becomes more and more intense. Time is running out. She counted the food at home, which was only enough to last for 5 days. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing began to make a study plan. Physical training was the basis, but more importantly, it was necessary to find a weapon that was handy. She searched the house and found kitchen knives, wrenches, clotheslines, mop handles, and even a folding shovel she bought on Arbor Day from the toolbox. Once she had the shovel assembled, she fashioned a makeshift spear out of a fruit knife and a clothesline, before eventually settling on a few carving knives to carry with her. The meticulous preparations made her feel a little relieved. As someone who has lived alone for many years, she has long been accustomed to planning everything in advance and making full use of all the resources around her. At night, Lin Qingqing lay on the bed. The room was pitch black. It was so quiet outside the window that it seemed as if the mute button was pressed. The whole city seemed to be out of touch with reality, and time seemed to slow down. The day's experiences kept replaying in her mind, reminding her that the end was really coming. There was no room for escape. She tried to calm herself down, closed her eyes, and silently thought about tomorrow's plan. Her tired body finally couldn't hold on any longer, and she gradually fell into a dream. The next morning, Lin Qingqing got up very early. She sat on the bed for a while, finally convincing herself to accept the fact that the end of the world had come. After washing her face, she casually held a piece of breakfast bread in her mouth and leaned against the window, trying to adapt herself to the disgusting appearance of the zombies as quickly as possible. Outside the window, the community garden was eerily quiet, with a few zombies swaying around on the lawn. The gate was still closed, the yard was empty, no one was seen, and the chirping of birds disappeared without a trace. Lin Qingqing subconsciously slowed down her breathing and scanned every corner carefully. Just as her eyes passed the corner of the building opposite, she suddenly saw an unexpected scene. The curtains of the house on the far left opposite were wide open. A man and a woman stood by the window, looking like a couple or lovers. Yesterday, she had seen their intimate figures, but today was completely different. The two seemed to be arguing. At first, they were just arguing, but their voices gradually became louder and their actions became more and more intense, and finally they even started fighting. Well, it turns out that fighting between humans is much more interesting than fighting between zombies. Lin Qingqing watched with interest. The man was not tall, but had obvious muscular lines, while the woman had her hair loose and was holding something unknown in her hand, which she kept hitting the man in the face. "Tsk tisk so brutal!" She narrowed her eyes and continued to watch the two people fighting each other. However, just when she was wondering who would give in first, the situation suddenly got out of control. The man suddenly jumped up, grabbed the woman by the neck and pushed her against the window. The woman struggled and slapped the man's arms and shoulders, kicking, but the man did not loosen his strength at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, as if he was strangling not a living person but a fragile little animal. This sudden change made Lin Qingqing stunned, and the bread in her mouth had already fallen to the ground. She could only watch the woman's struggle gradually become weaker until her hands and feet became limp. "Asshole! This man is really serious!" Lin Qingqing's face turned cold, and she cursed in a low voice. "What kind of deep hatred does he have to be so cruel to his own woman?" She stared at the man, only to see him reach out his hand to feel the woman's breathing. After a moment's pause, he suddenly took a few steps back, as if he realized something. Then he punched the wall, then rushed forward, opened the window, picked up the woman's body, and threw her head down without hesitation. Bang! The corpse fell heavily on the steps, and the splashing blood attracted the surrounding zombies to quickly gather around. The man upstairs watched coldly until the corpse was eaten up. Then he looked around cautiously, shrank back, closed the curtains, and disappeared behind the window. Lin Qingqing froze and felt cold all over. "Perverted killer!" She gritted her teeth and whispered. "Killing people, throwing bodies away, the movements are so smooth, as if he has practiced it countless times." The image of the man calmly watching the zombies eating the corpse emerged in her mind, and a chill ran straight to her head. So, this is the real doomsday. When the doomsday comes, it is not only the zombies that mutate, but also the human heart. Compared with those irrational zombies, the cruelty and madness of their own kind are the most terrifying existence. Lin Qingqing tightened her sleeves, trying to dispel the chill in her body. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and began to do basic physical exercises. Although the intensity was not high, she was glad that her condition was better than expected, and even her appetite had recovered a little. After finishing the training, she leaned against the window and thought. Her eyes turned to the door of the neighbor next door. The young couple usually liked to cook, and they should have stored a lot of food at home, but there was also a zombie in the house. Without enough food and a strong body, how can I survive in the apocalypse? She finally made up her mind and decided to destroy the zombies next door. After all, this step had to be taken sooner or later. However, when she tried to pry open the anti-theft lock with tools, she found that reality was not as simple as she imagined. The door lock was so stubborn that she felt frustrated. Just as she was hesitating whether to give up, a low growl of a zombie suddenly came from the house, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Is it approaching the living room? Lin Qingqing suddenly had an idea, and a bold plan emerged before her eyes. Let the zombies break out of the door by themselves. She quickly returned home and began to prepare. As soon as she got home, Lin Qingqing first put on a sturdy leather jacket as inner armor, and then put on a thick down jacket. After wearing leather pants, she put on sweatpants, providing layers of protection. She moved her body a few times, and after making sure it did not affect her movements, she put on 2 more pieces of clothing. He wore a pair of thick-soled sports shoes on his feet, and a helmet, and gloves also came in handy. The equipment that comes with electric vehicles has now become the best protective tools. It's a bit stuffy, but I can still bear it. After being fully armed, the next step is to choose weapons. The kitchen knife is sharp, but it is too light and short to be handy. The clothes drying rack with a sharp knife is very powerful, but it is too long and heavy to be used in the corridor or indoors. She finally chose a folding shovel, wielded it a few times, and felt that it felt perfect. Good, the size and weight are just right. It can be used for poking, slapping and chopping. This is it. After nodding with satisfaction, Lin Qingqing took a few deep breaths and came to the neighbor's door again with a folding shovel. She put her ear close to the door, and after confirming that the zombie was still active in the living room, she tapped the door gently with a shovel to try to attract its attention. According to official popular science, after the zombies transform, their vision is severely degraded, but their hearing and sense of smell are extremely sensitive. A living person standing by the door, coupled with the temptation of knocking, will definitely attract it. Dang, dang, dang! The sound of a shovel hitting the door echoed in the quiet corridor. The zombies in the room growled, obviously being summoned. It moved forward in a straight line, stumbling over furniture and slamming into the security door. Bang! 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 The security door trembled under the impact of the zombies, and dust fell. Lin Qingqing could feel the inhuman force through the door. Her heart was beating fast, and the sound of the door banging seemed to be intertwined with her heartbeat, indistinguishable from each other. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it also seemed to pass in an instant. The door panel finally shook. Here it comes! Lin Qingqing's heart was beating like a drum, her face was pale, and her breathing was rapid. The tension made her body stiff, as if she was being controlled and unable to move. What should I do? Her mind went blank and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. At this moment, a cold feeling ran through her head to her feet, like a basin of ice water poured down on her, instantly waking her up. It felt like she had been injected with a sedative, or a mysterious force instantly opened up her yin and du meridians, causing her mind to work rapidly, and she quickly simulated various response plans in her mind. There was a click from the door, and the anti-theft lock finally broke open. A dry, black hand suddenly stretched out from the crack in the door. Lin Qingqing pursed her lips tightly, concentrated her mind, held the folding shovel tightly in both hands, and chopped down hard at the hand according to the route she had practiced in her mind. Clang! The zombie's wrist was extremely hard, and although the shovel was sharp, it failed to cut it off. But this completely enraged it. Under the huge force, the door panel was lifted up, and a crooked head poked out from the wide gap in the door. His face was pale, his cloudy eyes almost protruded from his sockets, half of his hair was torn off, revealing his bloody scalp, his mouth was opened incredibly wide, and his chest and chin were stained with black, sticky blood. Lin Qingqing's stomach churned, but she didn't have time to be afraid. She immediately kicked the door. Bang! The crumbling door panel hit the zombie directly, temporarily blocking its attack. While it was adjusting its posture, Lin Qingqing raised the folding shovel and chopped accurately at the zombie's neck. With one blow, the zombie staggered back. She took advantage of the situation and rushed into the house, turned the shovel and swept it across the zombie's face. Bang! The zombie retreated again. She didn't give it any chance to breathe, and chased after it, swinging the folding shovel, hitting it one after another, using her full strength. Although the zombies were powerful, they had no ability to think, and could only passively take the beating. Was broken when she hit the door before, so Lin Qingqing seized the opportunity, went around to the left, and concentrated her attack. After an unknown amount of time of crazy chopping, the zombie finally fell to the ground. Lin Qingqing panted heavily, and finally used all her strength to stab the folding shovel into its head like a flag. After confirming that the zombies could no longer move, she let out a long breath. Her hands were numb from exerting too much force, and her cotton coat was torn by the zombies, revealing its down. After the tension, she felt exhausted, but fortunately she was not injured. After a short rest, Lin Qingqing began to look around her neighbor's house. The layout of the room was similar to her own, with brand new furniture. Although it was a mess, it was obviously a newly renovated wedding room. Game discs, fruit snacks, and a few cans of beer were scattered on the coffee table in the living room. She went straight to the kitchen to look for supplies. The young couple had obviously stockpiled a lot of things: 2 bags of rice, flour, eggs, vegetables, fruits, frozen meat, bacon and sausages filled one corner. In contrast, her kitchen was completely empty. Lin Qingqing was not picky and moved all the supplies she could use back to her home. She even took away the beer, drinks, and snacks in the living room. These New Year's goods were originally prepared for the new year, but they all became her supplies. Looking at the bountiful harvest, she smiled with satisfaction. With these supplies, she could last at least a month. Finally, she propped up the knockdown door panel and placed it over the door opening to block out the danger from outside. The next morning, in the living room, Lin Qingqing sat cross-legged on the floor, holding a medical record in her hand with a complicated look in her eyes. Lin Qingqing, female, 28 years old, was diagnosed with advanced lymphoma. This is her past medical record. The doctor's diagnosis made her feel that she had little time left to live, less than a year. She had originally prepared to die with the disease, but contrary to her wishes, she was resurrected. Not only that, she had clearly felt unusual changes in her body over the past 2 days. The pain and weakness she had felt before no longer troubled her. Even after killing the zombies next door and moving a bunch of supplies yesterday, she didn't feel tired at all. It was like she had a new body, not strong, but unusually healthy. Thinking of the zombies outside, Lin Qingqing boldly guessed, this might be an evolution of mankind. The losers turned into zombies, while the winners, like her, possessed extraordinary physiques. She didn't know if other people had similar changes, but if her terminally ill body could recover, normal people might be even stronger. Combined with her pre-apocalyptic speculation about superpowers, she began to doubt her performance in killing zombies yesterday. Lin Qingqing knew that she was not an athlete. Although she was calm and rational, she was still not able to adjust herself quickly when the zombies attacked her and find the zombies' weaknesses in the shortest possible time to kill them. Thinking back to that wonderful state at that time, every time I revisited it, it seemed as if an inexplicable pleasure surged into my heart. Could it be that my ability is to calm myself down quickly and have a super strong fighting consciousness? This sounds too incredible. Although she had never had a similar experience before, she had a hunch that this state was very abnormal and was most likely related to supernatural powers. While exercising, Lin Qingqing carefully pondered these changes. With limited space at home, she could only do some basic exercises to improve her strength and endurance. Surprisingly, she could now do the movements that she had not been able to do before. In addition, Lin Qingqing received sufficient supplies from her neighbors, so she no longer had to cut back on her clothes and diet. She exercised every day, and her body needed a lot of nutrition, so she adjusted her diet to the best state. Maybe after this doomsday, I can really get rid of the shadow of the disease, Lin Qingqing prayed silently. Such peaceful days lasted for more than 10 days. In a blink of an eye, the end of the world had come for half a month. Lin Qingqing's body became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, from 88 caddies to 105 caddies. Although still thin, his strength was no less than that of an ordinary adult man. Until today, she was completely sure that she had gotten rid of the disease and became a healthy person. She pinched her fingers excitedly. Although she didn't awaken any special abilities, she was very satisfied that her body had recovered. During this period, Lin Qingqing stayed at home, and the community was relatively quiet. After the internet was disconnected on the 5th day of the apocalypse, she had no news from the outside world. The rescue promised by the government was delayed, and the survivors gradually lost their patience and were ready to take action. 2 weeks after the apocalypse, the survivors in the community began trying to go out of their homes and contact the outside world. Lin Qingqing witnessed a young man challenging a zombie with a kitchen knife. After a long struggle, the zombie lost its head and the young man broke his arm. Seeing this, she realized that although the zombies moved slowly, their bodies were tough. If the weapon was not handy and the attack angle was not accurate, it would be difficult to kill them with one blow. Some people also began to pry open neighbors' doors, loot supplies, and even threaten residents for extortion. Although these conflicts have not yet intensified, they make Lin Qingqing feel more threatened. For safety reasons, she began to act more carefully, avoiding making any noise, packing and hiding her supplies, and making rice and flour into portable food. She no longer turned on the lights at night, and always kept weapons with her in case of an emergency. With sufficient supplies, she decided to continue to survive and wait for a brighter time. Today is the great cold, and the snow in the early morning covered the entire community. After training, Lin Qingqing held a cup of hot water and leaned against the window, staring at the snow. Such a snow scene is rare in the south. In the past, everyone would have rushed out to roll around and take pictures, but now, this beautiful scenery can only be appreciated through the window. Oh, she sighed softly and subconsciously raised the cup, only to find that the water was completely cold and there was a layer of ice floating on the surface of the cup. Is it so cold today? She noticed that the window glass was also covered with frost, but only on the half she was leaning against. Details that she had not noticed in the past made her begin to doubt her body. Can you see the snow scenery and bring the snow to your own home? Although she wanted to laugh, she felt in her heart that things were not that simple. Over the next 2 days, Lin Qingqing discovered more abnormalities. She began to reject fire and felt extremely uncomfortable when near an open flame. At night I always dream of walking in the snow. Faced with zombies or even tragedies, he remains calm. Lin Qingqing realized that it might not be the world that was becoming strange, but herself. However, she could not explain these changes yet, so she could only continue to observe, hoping to uncover the truth one day. 3 days later, on the 25th day after the apocalypse, the residents living downstairs from Lin Qingqing were robbed. The situation is not good. This group of people is more ferocious than the previous ones. Lin Qingqing stood by the window and could vaguely hear the sounds of smashing and smashing coming from downstairs, mixed with women's crying and men's roars. The commotion downstairs lasted for a long time, and when it subsided, she heard a vague zombie roar again. Someone turned into a zombie? How could this happen? Lin Qingqing's heart tightened. She had always thought that as long as she was not bitten by a zombie, she would not turn into a zombie, but the situation before her obviously overturned her perception. She wanted to know what happened downstairs, but she was afraid of the brutality of these people and did not dare to act rashly. Realizing that downstairs was no longer safe, she decided to find a way out for herself. Lin Qingqing looked at the remaining supplies and secretly hated herself for not having the space golden finger, like in the novels that could carry all the supplies away at any time. She was reluctant to leave these supplies, but now was not a good time to leave. She paced around the room anxiously, and suddenly an idea came to her mind and she thought of a place. She lives on the top floor, in the corner of the building, and the developer gave her a small attic as a gift. The attic is hidden under the top decoration of the building, and it is almost impossible to see what is inside from the outside. Because the attic space was small and inconspicuous, she simply closed it off, but left a secret door on purpose. This place is just right for this. Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up and she immediately took action. The entrance to the small attic was hidden above the guest bedroom closet. She stepped on a chair to pry open the partition and cleaned out the years of dust, revealing a cold little space. The attic had only a small rusted skylight, which was poorly ventilated, but barely suitable for temporary hiding. Lin Qingqing cleaned up the attic with satisfaction, moved the food and items that could be used as weapons into the attic one by one, and stuffed quilts in to barely fill up all the space. Then, she tidied the room to make it look like the owner had already left. After everything was arranged, she breathed a sigh of relief and felt confident. Although she had a way out, she still lived in the same room, but was more cautious than before. She even slept in her clothes at night, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Perhaps it was because she felt at ease after finding a way out that Lin Qingqing slept well that night for the first time ever. However, she had the dream of ice and snow again. This time, she dreamed that she was lying at the bottom of a frozen lake, surrounded by clear and transparent water, with no fish or shrimp, no aquatic plants, only endless tranquility. From a god's perspective, her body was frozen into an ice sculpture, floating in the lake, surrounded by tiny ice crystals. Although the environment was cold, she felt unusually comfortable, as if those ice crystals were part of her. It's so comfortable. Lin Qingqing tried to open her eyes and looked at the ice crystals around her that glowed with a light blue light. She didn't feel suffocated, but felt safe and secure, as if she was back in her mother's arms. Just as she was enjoying the tranquility, the lake suddenly shook violently, and a huge black fish appeared out of nowhere in the distance. The fish was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, with bloodshot eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, and rushed straight towards her. Lin Qingqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and in desperation she closed her eyes and raised her hands to resist. At this moment, the surrounding ice crystals quickly gathered together and turned into an arc-shaped ice shield blocking in front of him. Bang! The black fish slammed into the ice shield but failed, so it turned around and continued its attack. After several consecutive collisions, it still couldn't break the shield. Lin Qingqing realized that she couldn't just passively take a beating. As she thought about it, the ice crystals dispersed and condensed into a sharp ice crystal trident. Holding the trident, Lin Qingqing dodged the black fish's attack and struck back, leaving a deep bloody mark on the black fish's body with the trident. The black fish was furious and attacked more fiercely, but Lin Qingqing gradually gained the upper hand with the help of the trident. After a fierce battle, the lake was turbulent, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Finally, Lin Qingqing seized the black fish's weakness and pierced its eyes with the trident. The black fish finally turned into starlight and dissipated. Lin Qingqing was also swept away by the fish's tail and fell heavily to the bottom of the lake, her consciousness gradually becoming blurred. When she was on the verge of coma, she vaguely heard 2 voices, one gently persuading her to sleep, and the other anxiously calling her to wake up. Just as she was trying to distinguish the voices, a harsh sound of metal friction suddenly sounded, and her dream collapsed. Lin Qingqing woke up suddenly, sweating profusely, her chest heaving violently. That was the piece of metal that she had quietly placed under the door during the day. If someone pried the door from the outside, the metal piece would scrape against the floor, making a harsh sound. At this moment, the sound of prying the door open was interrupted by this unexpected harsh sound. The people outside were obviously startled and paused for a long time. Only after making sure that no one showed up did he carefully push the door open and step lightly into the house. Lin Qingqing, who was awakened, immediately came back from her dream. Without thinking about the dream, she quickly stood up, walked quietly to the back of the bedroom door, and held her breath against the door to listen to what was going on outside. Her nerves were tense, she was holding a knife tightly in her hand, blue veins were looming, and her palms were even covered in cold sweat. By listening carefully, she judged that only one person had entered. The man first circled the living room carefully, then tentatively glanced at the open master bedroom on the left, and hesitated for a moment in front of the guest bedroom and bathroom door on the right, and finally gave up. Lin Qingqing was thinking about whether to hide in the small attic, but she heard the little thief whispering to himself in a relaxed tone. I have been watching for several days, and there is no one in this house. TSK, he looks quite rich, I don't know. How much food is left? As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the kitchen, complaining as he walked. Brother Mangzi is too cautious. He has to gather a team before coming. What can we get if there are too many people? As soon as he finished speaking, he spat in dissatisfaction. Lin Qingqing felt a pang of fear in her heart. It seemed that this house had been targeted for a long time. Fortunately, she was cautious before, which made the thief mistakenly think that no one was at home, otherwise a group of people would probably rush in tomorrow. The young thief was young but very courageous. Seeing that no one was in the house, he simply turned on the chandelier in the living room and searched slowly while humming a little tune. Unfortunately, after searching around, he found nothing. Seeing that the house was clean and there was no trophy at all, the little thief was so angry that he cursed. Damn it! I thought no one lived here. But it turns out they ran away a long time ago. I worked for nothing. He vented his anger everywhere, kicking over chairs, slapping the wall, and swearing. Lin Qingqing hid behind the door and rejoiced. Fortunately, I cleaned up all the things yesterday, otherwise this little thief would have looted them all. Just as Lin Qingqing was secretly praying that the thief would leave quickly, the other party suddenly stopped moving as if possessed, and muttered, "Why is this room so cold? Is the air conditioner not turned off?" He took out a cigarette, and just as he was about to light it, he snapped his fingers. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened. She saw a cluster of flames suddenly appear on his fingertips, and he lit the cigarette casually. The flame was bright and real, no different from ordinary flames, but it appeared out of thin air. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but gasp. Is this a supernatural power? Fire magic? She suppressed her amazement and tried to recall the thief's actions just now. There were no spells, no complicated gestures, it seemed to be just the control of the mind. After finishing his cigarette, the thief felt bored, turned off the light, closed the door, and left slowly. Lin Qingqing waited for a while, making sure there was no movement outside. Then she got up and went to the living room to check the door lock. Just as she approached the door, Lin Qingqing suddenly discovered that the thief had returned. The two of them bumped into each other unexpectedly. The two looked at each other for a second, and were both frightened and took a step back, alertly taking a defensive posture. The thief was terrified. He was so busy venting his anger that he forgot to search the bedroom. He suddenly decided to make a surprise attack, but he didn't expect that the real owner was actually at home. This made him break out in a cold sweat. If he had been stabbed in the back just now, wouldn't he have been dead? Lin Qingqing gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, a chill emanating from her body and a cold look in her eyes. Seeing this, the thief quickly took out a fruit knife, and at the same time, a ball of fire ignited in the palm of his right hand again. He raised his chin proudly. See? This is not something that ordinary people can do. Today I will open your eyes. Lin Qingqing's heart tightened, and she stared coldly at the blazing flames, with a hint of fear in her eyes. The little thief was very proud, waving his flaming fist and shouting, "Flaming fist! Flaming fist! Don't hide if you can!" Lin Qingqing was confused at first by the ridiculous shouting, but as the thief's movements became more intense, she calmed down instantly and seized the opportunity to swing her knife and cut a bloody mark on the other's arm. The thief felt the pain and became angry. He waved a fruit knife and rushed towards Lin Qingqing. His flaming fist was even more powerful and went straight to Lin Qingqing's face. At the critical moment, Lin Qingqing suddenly grabbed the opponent's flaming fist with her left hand, endured the burning pain, and kicked the thief's lower body fiercely, shouting angrily, "Come on, let's hurt each other!" The thief didn't expect the woman to react so quickly. The kick was so fast and fierce that he dropped the knife in pain. He covered his crotch with his hands, screamed, and rolled to the ground. Lin Qingqing panted, stepped forward quickly and kicked the fruit knife on the ground, then quickly took 2 steps back, staring at him vigilantly. After confirming that the other party had lost the ability to resist, she lowered her head to check her left hand. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but gasp. Not only was her left hand intact, but it was also covered with a layer of silver white, which looked like a layer of frost, but strangely, she didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. "What is this?" She walked to the living room involuntarily and turned on the light to take a closer look. The silvery white texture seemed to blend into her skin, looking extremely mysterious. Could it be, this is a superpower? Huge surprise came like a tide, and Lin Qingqing's heart was beating wildly. However, this was not the time to get excited. She suppressed her emotions and turned to walk towards the little thief who was still wailing on the ground. The little thief was not very old, with messy red hair and some stains on the top of his head. He curled up into a ball and looked very miserable. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment, then coldly drew out the knife and put it on the thief's neck. "Tell me, who are you? Where are you from? How many people with special abilities do you have, and what are their abilities?" Feeling the coldness on his neck, the little thief shuddered and begged for mercy. Lady, sister, spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Don't use the knife." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured out everything he knew like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. It turned out that the little thief was named Bao Hui, a technical school student, who happened to be playing at his cousin Zhou Meng's house before the end of the world. Zhou Mang lives on the floor above Lin Qingqing and works in a decoration company. After the doomsday broke out, Bao Hui, Zhou Mang and his sister-in-law first hid at home to eat the stored food, but the food soon ran out, so they set their sights on other residents in the community. At first, they knocked on doors from house to house, begging for food in a half-threatening and half-begging manner, but as time went on, the residents' food stores gradually ran out, so they turned to open robbery. Zhou Mang was bold and careful, and he quickly brought together a group of people, extorting money from every household in the name of killing zombies and collecting protection fees. What about your special abilities? What are their specific attributes? How did you awaken them? Lin Qingqing asked coldly. Bao Hui licked his lips and answered carefully. My brother and I both have fire abilities. On the second day after the apocalypse, we began to feel hot all over, like we had a fever. Then we took a nap and woke up the next day. What's wrong with your brother? Tell me clearly. Lin Qingqing narrowed her eyes, obviously realizing that he was hiding something. Bao Hui stammered. It's just, he had a quarrel with my sister-in-law. He was in a very bad temper, as if he had taken gunpowder. He hesitated to speak, obviously not wanting to say more. Lin Qingqing frowned and asked coldly. Who is more powerful, you or your brother? Bao Hui said hurriedly. Of course it's my brother. I can only attach the flame to my fist, but my brother knows how to cast a fireball. A fireball can burn a zombie to death. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing's face darkened. Obviously, the threat posed by people with special abilities is far greater than that of ordinary people. Who else has superpowers? What types? Who's the most powerful? Bao Hui obviously didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly answered. There is also Brother Feng, who is so strong that he can break a solid wood table with his bare hands. Brother Qian is covered with metal, and even a knife can't pierce through it. He is our human shield. As for the others, one can let go, and the other can run fast, but they are not as good as me. Lin Qingqing sneered. That's all? Bao Hui added timidly. Sister, do you have ice-type abilities? Come with us. You are so powerful, my brother will definitely treat you well. Besides stealing things, you are also responsible for finding women for your brother? Does your sister-in-law agree? Lin Qingqing's tone was as cold as ice. Well, can that be compared with you? Bao Hui smiled awkwardly and rolled his eyes. Lin Qingqing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Suddenly she thought of the noise downstairs last night and asked in a deep voice. Did you guys do that downstairs last night? How did the zombies come? Bao Hui's face changed, and he stammered. That man didn't know what was good for him. His mother turned into a zombie, and my brother was kind enough to help him clean up, but he didn't appreciate it. In the end, he died and turned into a zombie. Lin Qingqing asked coldly. You'd better tell the truth. Bao Hui panicked and confessed quickly. Actually, Brother Qian fell in love with his sister. The sister is pretty, and he refused to let her go. He injured Brother Qian's hand, and then we. Before Bao Hui finished speaking, Lin Qingqing's face was as cold as ice, and the cold air emanating from her body made frost on the blade. She finally understood that these people were not only greedy, but also cold-blooded and ruthless. Bao Hui was furious when he saw this. Don't be ungrateful. If you dare to touch me today, my brother will make you pay. After saying that, he pushed Lin Qingqing away and tried to escape. Lin Qingqing subconsciously threw the knife in her hand, and the tip of the knife drew a cold arc and hit Bao Hui in the back. He struggled twice and fell to the ground. The result was too unexpected. Lin Qingqing was completely panicked. She crawled over to check on the thief. Dead? She turned over the thief's body with trembling hands and probed his breath with her fingers. No breath, really dead. Lin Qingqing suddenly retracted her fingers, staring at the pair of eyes that were still open, her heart beating like a drum. She subconsciously licked her cracked lips and muttered to herself. I just killed someone. The moment she reacted, her stomach churned. Looking at the blood flowing, Lin Qingqing retched a few times, gritted her teeth to hold back the acid that was rising, and quickly dragged the thief's body back. In the midst of the thrill, she was surprisingly calm. The thief once said that people would become zombies after death. The first priority now was to dispose of the corpse. Looking around, her mind was working quickly. Lin Qingqing's heartbeat became faster and faster as she felt the body in her hands getting colder. She gritted her teeth and was about to strike first when she suddenly remembered the news about the murder of his wife and the dumping of her body. That's a good idea! Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly made up her mind. She dragged the thief's body and moved laboriously towards the window. She remembered observing during the day that there was a lawn outside the living room window, and there were several zombies wandering not far from the lawn. It was only early morning, and the zombies' eating speed was enough to deal with the corpses before dawn. Thinking of this, she quickly opened the window and dragged the body onto the windowsill. She first pulled out the knife stuck in the body's back, then took off the bright and eye-catching coat. She held her breath, waited for the right moment, and pushed the body down. The strong smell of blood quickly attracted nearby zombies. Watching them gather and start eating, Lin Qingqing covered her mouth, quickly retreated back into the room, closed the windows and drew the curtains, all in one go. It was not until she collapsed on the ground that she realized her hands and feet were shaking violently. Today was really exciting. I got superpowers and accidentally killed someone, she murmured. After a short rest, her emotions gradually calmed down, and her heart was surprisingly calm. This calm and indifferent feeling was incredible even to her. But there was no time to lose, she had to clean up the scene before dawn. When everything returned to normal, the sky gradually brightened. Fortunately, she was the only resident on this floor, otherwise she would have considered running away after hearing the noise last night. Thinking that the thief and his accomplices might be eyeing this place, she guessed that the thief last night might have acted privately, and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Thinking of her newly awakened superpowers and the pile of supplies on the roof, she weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to stay. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Qingqing went up to the attic and sealed the partition. In order to keep the air circulating, she carefully pried open the rusty little window in the attic. Although the window was small, it was just enough for her to get out, allowing her to escape from the roof to the ventilation duct on the other side. With the escape route decided, Lin Qingqing wrapped herself in a quilt and began to think about her supernatural powers. The thief said that they awakened their special powers on the second day of the apocalypse, but she was nearly a month late. It might be individual differences, or it might be that she was too weak before. However, it was good to have special powers, which added a layer of security for her survival. Combining last night's dream with her own supernatural state, Lin Qingqing was convinced that her supernatural power was related to ice. She recalled the signs when she killed zombies before, and all the signs pointed to this. I thought it was a combat awareness or something, but it turned out to be an ice ability, which is not bad. Lin Qingqing smiled self-deprecatingly. Last night's dream was particularly strange. She vaguely felt that it was that dream that made her completely awaken her supernatural powers. The big black fish and the two familiar voices that appeared in the dream could not be shaken off, as if they were hiding a mystery. She speculated that the use of superpowers has a lot to do with emotions and personality. Just like what the thief said, when they awaken, their bodies become hot and their tempers become bad, but she has a calm personality, so she awakened the ice superpower. After waking up, she even felt that she was calm to the point of being indifferent. The accidental murder last night also verified this point. From coping to calming down, she acted too rationally. Although superpowers are good, will they have too much influence on people? Lin Qingqing was a little worried. Although she was not sociable, she didn't want to become emotionless. But it was useless to think too much now. The key was to survive. If I meet other people with special abilities in the future, we can communicate with them. She made up her mind secretly and stopped hesitating. Closing her eyes, she began to experience the existence of superpowers. She believed that superpowers were a special manifestation of the human spiritual world, and using superpowers was to use thoughts to guide energy into a form that she could control. Recalling her previous state, she imitated the thief and gathered energy in her palm. After a while, white frost covered her palm and finally condensed into an irregular small ice cube. She looked at the ice cube that was only the size of a child's fist and sighed. It's so weak. What can these ice cubes do? Can they be eaten? If it succeeded, at least she would not lack water to drink in the future, which was a big deal in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing picked up a piece of ice, mustered up the courage to open her mouth. I took a bite and the ice cube didn't move at all. It's so hard, she complained, feeling that the ice could be used as a brick. She imagined a scene where she would condense a brick to hit a zombie. Well, it's not very pretty, the picture quality is poor, refuse to imagine. She shook the ice in her hand. The ice was not only hard, but also so cold that it emitted white steam, as if it had its own cooling effect in the middle of winter. Lin Qingqing's mind moved, and she condensed a small ice cube the size of a longan and threw it directly into her mouth. After holding it in my mouth for a while, I found that this ice was nothing special. It was hard to melt and tasteless, and was not much different from ordinary ice cubes. However, it was reliable as an emergency water source. Another use! Lin Qingqing was in a good mood and continued to try other possibilities. After repeated experiments, she concluded 2 possible ways to enhance her abilities. The first is to improve mental strength, just like a wizard in a game increases his magic points. The stronger the mental strength, the more efficient the mind is in mobilizing energy, and the longer the combat endurance is. But the question is, how to enhance mental strength? The only thing she is sure of is that improving physical fitness will slightly increase mental strength, but this is a passive improvement, and the extent is limited. As for active improvement, she only knows that the Buddhist and Taoist meditation methods may work. When it comes to meditation, Lin Qingqing has some basics. Her mother was a lay Buddhist and once took her to a Taoist temple to practice meditation for a period of time. She still remembers that when she was having nightmares and couldn't sleep, the master of the temple taught her a meditation formula to empty her mind and adjust her mood. I can give it a try when I have time, she decided secretly. The second method is much more practical, improving control. Under the same mental strength, the more sophisticated the mind's control of energy, the stronger the combat power. In addition to relying on natural talent, the improvement of control can only be achieved through diligent practice. Conserving the source and opening the flow. I have no idea how to open the flow, so let's start with conserving the source. Lin Qingqing thought of the little thief's brother Zhou Meng. He could condense flames into fire bombs and shoot them out, and it was obvious that he had better control. Thinking about the characteristics of ice abilities and their future development potential, Lin Qingqing's heart warmed up, as if a window to a new world had opened before her eyes. The next morning, the sun shone through the small attic window and onto the wall. The mottled light added a touch of warmth to the cold little house, making it look like an ordinary morning before doomsday. But Lin Qingqing knew that this was not a dream. She closed her eyes to recover her mental strength while being alert that Zhou Meng and his gang might come to her house at any time. She knew that the building had been occupied by the enemy, and it was very risky to escape rashly. There were zombies everywhere outside, and supplies were scarce, so staying in the house and deceiving them was the best option. So she quickly packed a backpack and put the necessary items and weapons in it. Thanks to her ice ability, which saved space for water, she was able to bring a few more tools and medicines. Then she quietly hid the backpack in an inconspicuous corner of the roof, returned to the attic, and waited quietly. Not long after, there was a hurried knock on the door downstairs. Wheezy! Open the door quickly! Bang, bang, bang! Zhou Meng's voice was filled with anger. After knocking for a while, seeing no one answered, he shouted impatiently. Old Wang, break the door open! After a shout, a strong man pushed open the wooden door, which was not strong to begin with. A group of people rushed in, but found nothing. Brother Meng, no one's here! Wheezy is not here! Who said there was no one here? The room is so clean and there's not a speck of dust on the table. Who would believe it? Zhou Meng frowned. Just as he was about to lead his men away, someone suddenly exclaimed, Brother Meng, look! Is that Wheezy? Following the sound, Zhou Meng rushed to the window and saw a tuft of eye-catching red hair among the scattered body parts downstairs, which was clearly the mark of his brother. Anger instantly ignited him, and he roared in the house to vent his anger. Who did it? Come out, come out! Lin Qingqing in the attic held her breath, fearing exposure. She smelled a burning smell and secretly said that it was not good, guessing that Zhou Meng was releasing fire power. Realizing that the situation was not good, she decisively slipped out of the window, intending to avoid these dangerous elements first. Downstairs, someone suggested, Brother Meng, by Shiyan's ability can find someone, let her try. Then, a thin girl was pushed in front of Zhou Meng. She was the weak girl they had robbed yesterday. Because she had awakened the ability to sense the location of living people, she was forcibly kept. Bai Xiaoyun lowered his head and closed his eyes to sense. At the moment he closed his eyes, a figure flashed by quickly under his conscious sight. On the rooftop. Bai Xiaoyun's body stiffened for a moment. She was not wrong, there was indeed someone on the roof just now. Although the person had left her sight and ran in another direction, as long as she nodded, these people would definitely catch that person. Should I tell you or not? Bai Xiaoyun was extremely conflicted. She clenched her fists, and struggle and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Why was I caught and controlled while that person was able to escape? These people are all crazy. If we can't find the person, I will be the only one who will be tortured. Thinking back to his dead brother, and his own miserable experience, Bai Xiaoyun's eyes turned red, and the last bit of hesitation completely disappeared. After a moment, she opened her eyes, nodded slowly, and said with trembling lips, "Someone is on the roof." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mang rushed forward and grabbed Bai Xiaoyun by the collar, his eyes wide open as loud as bells, his voice almost roaring. "What? Say it again!" "There's someone on the rooftop." Bai Xiaoyun was lifted off the ground. She was so scared that she was shaking all over and her voice changed. "Brother Mang, calm down!" A hand with a metallic sheen firmly grasped Zhou Mang's wrist. The person who tried to dissuade him was none other than Lao Qian. "Since we have a clue, let's go and catch him. When we catch him, Brother Mang can do whatever he wants with him." Old Qian's name is Qian Mao, and he is a gold-type supernatural being. Seeing that Bai Xiaoyun was almost frightened to death, he hurriedly comforted Zhou Mang. Although he disdained Zhou Mang's temper, he knew that he was not strong enough, so he could only persuade him kindly. What's more, Bai Xiaoyun was still his person on the surface. "Brother Mang, don't worry. That kid can run away, but he can't escape the temple. With Xiaoyun here, he can't hide. Yes, there are zombies everywhere outside, he definitely wouldn't dare to run far." Everyone echoed. Seeing this, Qian Mao added, "We will definitely avenge Wheezy." Zhou Mang's anger gradually subsided, he loosened his hand, threw Bai Xiaoyun to the ground, and said coldly, "Go!" Bai Xiaoyun fell to the ground, shivered and got up, staggering behind the team, not even bothering to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. At the same time, Lin Qingqing on the rooftop had already run down the 10th floor from the other side passage, completely unaware that she had exposed her whereabouts. She was thinking about finding a place to hide first, and then returning to the attic after the storm had passed. Zhou Mang and his party took the elevator downstairs. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a gray shadow flash past the corner of the building. "There! That's the man!" Bai Xiaoyun panted and pointed at Lin Qingqing tremblingly. A few sharp-eyed people had already noticed the figure, and when they found out it was a woman, they couldn't help but get excited. To these people, Bai Xiaoyun was Lao Qian's person, and had supernatural powers, so they dared not easily touch her. But Lin Qingqing was different, her enemies were not bound by these rules. "Chase!" Zhou Mang gave an order, and several people acted quickly, appearing to be more anxious than Zhou Mang himself. When Lin Qingqing heard the shout, her heart was alarmed. She didn't have time to think and ran away. The lush greenery in the community provided her with cover, but the 7 or 8 men chasing behind her were faster, cursing as they surrounded her. "Bitch, stop!" Zhou Mang's roar came from behind. Hearing Zhou Mang's angry roar behind her, Lin Qingqing's heart tightened and she gritted her teeth and tried her best to speed up her pace. After nearly a month of recuperation, her health improved a little, but the frantic running at this moment made her lungs seem to have become a dilapidated bellows, and she was wheezing and painful. As for the zombies, she could no longer care about them. Fortunately, they moved slowly, so as long as they were not surrounded, they would not be in danger for the time being. But Lin Qingqing knew that her physical strength could not compare with Zhou Mang and others who were chasing her relentlessly, so she had to get rid of them as soon as possible. Just as she was trying to think of how to shake off the pursuers, her heart suddenly skipped a beat and a strong sense of uneasiness surged into her heart. Almost subconsciously, she turned her head to avoid the pursuers. The next second, a ball of flame the size of a ping-pong ball flew past her ear, emitting a scorching breath and even singed a few strands of hair. The smell of burning made Lin Qingqing realize instantly that this was definitely not an ordinary flame. This was exactly the fireball technique, that the thief mentioned before. It seemed that Zhou Meng could indeed launch supernatural flames. Realizing the threat behind her, Lin Qingqing began to deliberately move to areas with more lush vegetation, trying to use the complex environment to increase the difficulty of being tracked by the other party. Seeing someone trying to outflank her in front of her, she decisively changed direction, climbed over a low bush, bypassed the pavilion behind the bush, followed a winding flower corridor, went straight through the fitness area, and finally rushed into a residential building. The upstairs floor was a dead end, and her goal was clear the parking lot on the underground first floor. At the flower corridor, Zhou Meng chased there but found that he had lost the trace of Lin Qingqing. He could not help but curse angrily. Where did that stinky woman go? Qian Mao and others who followed him also looked unhappy. At the end of the flower corridor was a tall flower tree and bamboo forest, with 2 residential buildings facing each other from a distance, and several small paths leading in all directions, making it look particularly quiet. Where is Bai Xiaoyun? Bring her to me! Zhou Meng roared. Soon, 2 men came over, carrying the limp Bai Xiaoyun, and threw her at Zhou Meng's feet. Bai Xiaoyun's physical strength was already weak, and at this moment he looked like he had been fished out of the water. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to utter complete sentences. Seeing her half-dead appearance, Zhou Meng's eyes flashed with anger, and he almost wanted to kick her, but in the end he forced himself to suppress the impulse and took Lao Qian's face into consideration. Find that woman for me! Zhou Meng roared, his voice full of pressure. Bai Xiaoyun trembled all over, not daring to look him in the eye. She lowered her head and released her supernatural powers. More than 10 seconds of silence almost exhausted Zhou Meng's patience. Just as he raised his fist, Bai Xiaoyun pointed to a building on the right and said in a trembling voice, She went in! How dare you fool me! Zhou Meng didn't believe what she said, and raised his sandbag-sized fist directly to Bai Xiaoyun's face. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyun hurriedly curled up into a ball with her head in her hands, and added quickly, I haven't finished yet! She is on the underground first floor! She is really on the underground first floor! Don't hit me! Zhou Meng's fist was blocked by Qian Mao. Qian Mao said in a deep voice, Brother Meng, arresting people is the most important thing. Humph! This is the second time. Zhou Meng snorted coldly, glanced at Qian Mao unhappily, and then turned around and ordered his men. Take this woman and catch that stinky woman first. Qian Mao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had temporarily stopped. He and another of his men carried Bai Xiaoyun and followed the team into the apartment building. As they walked, Qian Mao warned Bai Xiaoyun in a low voice. Don't play tricks again. If you do it again, no one will be able to protect you. I'll deal with you when we get back. Hearing the low threat in her ear, Bai Xiaoyun trembled and nodded mechanically. Her eyes were full of fear, but she did not dare to resist at all. She did have selfish motives. She had deliberately delayed time, pretended to be unable to run and fell behind, and even the shout downstairs was deliberate to remind that person. Bai Xiaoyun's heart was filled with hatred. She hated Zhou Meng, Qian Mao, and those who colluded with them. She even felt a little happy that Bao Hui was dead. The man who could kill Zhou Meng's brother showed that he was very capable. The hatred between her and Zhou Meng made her wish that Zhou Meng would die in this confrontation. At this time, Lin Qingqing was leaning against the car, breathing heavily. Her body was too weak, and such a short run made her legs weak. The choice to enter the underground first floor from here was a deliberate decision. The deep path outside was enough to confuse the enemy, and the various areas of the parking lot were connected, making it an excellent hiding place. Moreover, she still had the car keys in her hand, so she could drive away at any time if the situation was not right. This was her last resort. What a pity for those supplies! Lin Qingqing frowned, thinking with a little regret. In order to make it easier to escape, she only brought 3 days' worth of food with her. She had originally planned to hide for a while before going back, but now it seemed impossible. Zhou Meng and his men would obviously not give up, and she did not dare to risk showing up. After taking a few breaths, she was about to get up and look for her car when she heard a noise at the stairs. A group of people appeared from the doorway. It was Zhou Meng and his group. Lin Qingqing was startled and quickly shrank back, holding her breath. How is it possible? How did they find this place so quickly? She frowned in confusion. Logically, these people should be dispersed, so why are they all gathered in the parking lot? Unless they already knew she was here. This thought made her heart sink, but now was not the time to dwell on it. The ground was more difficult to search than the parking lot, and the possibility of her being exposed was greatly increased. Lin Qingqing stuck her head out and took advantage of the car to glance at Zhou Meng and his group. Among the 11 men, there was a weak woman who was being held up. There's another woman? Was she arrested? Lin Qingqing looked through the car window a few more times, but she didn't expect the other party to suddenly turn her head and meet her eyes. She averted her eyes sharply, thinking, "This woman is really perceptive. Forget it. I can't even save myself, so why should I care about others?" Lin Qingqing sighed secretly, and quickly gave up the idea of saving others. At this time, Zhou Meng and others were looking around. Lin Qingqing quickly tried to find a way to get away while they were still together. She glanced around, stretched out her right hand, and a lump of ice appeared in her palm. She held her breath, carefully walked around to the other end of the car, avoiding the sight of Zhou Meng and others, and threw the lump of ice deep into the parking lot. Bang! A hard lump of ice hit a car and an alarm sounded. The sharp and piercing warning sound echoed in the empty parking lot, instantly attracting all attention. Even a few wandering zombies were attracted by the sound. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Qingqing retreated quickly and cautiously. In addition, with the car covering their way, Zhou Meng and others did not notice her trace for a while. However, Zhou Meng was not someone who could be easily deceived. In his rage, he remained calm. After a brief pause, he quickly reacted and directed the 4 men to search in opposite directions, while he led the rest of the men to the source of the alarm. Lin Qingqing didn't know that it was her decisive action that prevented Bai Xiaoyun from having the opportunity to use his supernatural powers. Seeing Zhou Meng's arrangement, she cursed him inwardly as old fox, but she could only endure it. In order to avoid being discovered by the 4 men, she moved to a hidden place and stayed put for the time being. The 4 followers sent out search separately, and one of them was walking towards the direction where she was hiding. Lin Qingqing knew that she could not delay any longer. Although Zhou Meng had a few zombies to hold him back, they would not last long. She had to act immediately. With a change of mind, she repeated her old trick, raising her hand and throwing out 2 ice balls, which flew in different directions. Sure enough, after the 2 followers looked at each other, they quickly searched towards the source of the sound. However, this action, although secretive, still aroused the vigilance of the person closest to her. He approached suspiciously. Lin Qingqing squatted down, shaking an ice block half the size of a basketball in her hand, crouched around the car, and quietly approached the man's back. She held the ice block tightly and swung it down with force. Bang! After a dull sound, the man fell to the ground without even having time to warn. Xiao Zhang! The sound of the falling ground attracted the attention of another henchman. He turned around and saw a pair of feet beside the wheel. He immediately understood. He shouted, "Here! The person is here!" Lin Qingqing cursed inwardly, her whereabouts exposed, quickly threw away the bloody ice cube, picked up her backpack and turned to run. The henchman who shouted also caught up immediately. The distance between the two was only more than 20 meters. Lin Qingqing knew that she could not outrun the other person, but her car was very close. While running, Lin Qingqing took out the car keys and unlocked the car with the remote control. The car lights in the distance flashed. She rushed to the car door, opened it, and jumped in. She inserted the key and stepped on the accelerator. Her movements were smooth and seamless. After awakening her superpowers, she never failed to remain calm at critical moments. Just as the car started, the henchman had already chased to the car and tried to stop it with his hands. However, Lin Qingqing didn't give him a chance. She stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The oncoming car made the other party instinctively dodge sideways. The white car almost brushed his body and whizzed past. "Fuck, this crazy woman!" The man, who was sweating coldly, punched and cursed, but he was just a water-based supernatural being, and the only one who could catch up with Lin Qingqing, Xiao Zhang, had already fallen to the ground. From the time Lin Qingqing was discovered to the time she successfully escaped, it was only a few seconds. Even if Zhou Meng and others rushed over at full speed, they were unable to stop her. "Ah!" Zhou Meng roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot as he watched Lin Qingqing drive the car through the fence of the community and drive away. He clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and flames burst out of his body, scattering in all directions, as if he was about to lose control. "Bitch! One day I will kill you!" No words were enough to vent his anger. He was like crazy. Seeing this, people around retreated one after another, fearing that they would be affected. Bai Xiaoyun was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Qingqing would dare to drive out of the community alone. "There are so many zombies outside, how dare she?" Bai Xiaoyun realized that she was probably finished. With Zhou Meng's temper, he would definitely vent his anger on her, not only her, but also Qian Mao, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, and anyone who had hindered him from chasing the murderer would not be spared. She subconsciously looked at Qian Mao, who was standing beside her. His expression was equally ugly. Obviously, he also realized this. Chapter 14: Living Alone. Lin Qingqing was forced to leave the residential area where she originally lived. She had just awakened her special powers and didn't know how to use them very well. The food she had stored was only enough for 3 days. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was penniless. There were a few zombies wandering around the roads around the community, but the traffic was still relatively smooth. Hearing the sound of the car engine, the zombies around all moved towards this side. Lin Qingqing didn't dare to stop. With the energy in her heart from her previous escape, she stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the main road in one breath. There were shops on both sides of the road, and most of the zombies gathered on the sidewalk. Lin Qingqing drove all the way and drove into a nearby park. Fortunately, the doomsday broke out at night, and there was no one in the park except for 2 zombies in security uniforms at the entrance. After parking the car on a lawn and looking at the quiet and empty park, Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. She needed rest so badly. Her body had not been well recovered to begin with, and she had been running for her life all morning, fighting wits and courage with Zhou Meng and his group, and finally driving away. During the whole process, she was in a state of tension. Now I can finally take a break. As soon as she relaxed, she felt weak and sore all over. Lin Qingqing reluctantly ate something, then locked the car door and took a nap with peace of mind. About 20 minutes later, she opened her eyes. The wild was too dangerous. If she wasn't really too tired, she wouldn't have closed her eyes to rest. After resting, Lin Qingqing felt much better. The physical fitness of people after the apocalypse has improved a lot, especially those who have awakened their superpowers. In the morning, she and Zhou Meng and a few others were running in the community at a speed almost as fast as athletes in a 100-meter race. Those who had not awakened their special powers were all left behind by them. If she hadn't been lucky enough to awaken her superpowers the day before, she would have definitely fallen into Zhou Meng's hands, and her life or death would have been out of her control. Thinking of the nasty words that group of people had cursed behind her back, Lin Qingqing's face darkened. She pinched her fingers, knowing in her heart that the feud was settled, they would not let her go, and she would definitely not let them go if she had the chance. Rubbing his brows, Lin Qingqing tapped the steering wheel and began to think about his own survival. China is very prosperous. Although Jincheng, where she lives, is not as good as first and second-tier cities, it is also one of the most prosperous satellite cities around Rongqing. Shops and restaurants can be seen everywhere on the street. Lin Qingqing passed by several of them just now and found that no one had visited them, so there was no shortage of food and daily supplies for the time being. The most important thing now is to have a safe place to stay. In fact, the most ideal place is a place where there is no one when the doomsday comes and no one goes there after the doomsday, such as an elementary school or kindergarten. There just happened to be a public kindergarten not far from their community, and the children there did not live on campus. It was estimated that except for a few teachers on duty, no one would stay in such a place when the doomsday came. And the most convenient thing is that there are many small shops and restaurants on the street outside the kindergarten, which is a ready-made gathering place for supplies. After making the decision, Lin Qingqing drove to the gate of the kindergarten. Looking inside through the door, there was a zombie in the message room on the left, and another one at the door of the guard room on the right. But this zombie didn't look very neat, its entire arm was missing, and its legs looked like they were about to break. Lin Qingqing parked the car on the side of the road, took her folding shovel, put on her bag, and carefully climbed in from the corner of the gate. The zombie in the message room couldn't get out and could only bang on the door, while the other zombie with a lame leg dragged his feet and walked slowly towards her. Lin Qingqing, who had killed zombies before, had some experience. She pursed her lips, tightly gripped the folding shovel in her hand, accelerated forward, and hit the lame zombie on the neck with the shovel. Her strength was much greater than before. With this shovel, the zombie's head tilted to one side, but it was not dead yet. Lin Qingqing continued to swing the shovel, went around the zombie, and hit it on the back of the neck again. This time, the crooked head finally fell off. When the zombie fell to the ground, its mouth was still opening and closing. Lin Qingqing found it disgusting, so she used the shovel to shovel its head and body aside. Her shovel was a little deformed after killing 2 zombies, so she had to find a new weapon. Lin Qingqing in the message room didn't intend to care about it. She turned around with a shovel and went to the guard room first. This guard room is larger than the message room on the other side. In addition to the reception room outside, there is also a small room inside, which should be for the security guard to rest. Judging from the layout, there should be 2 people left behind, but for some reason there is only 1 zombie outside. After searching inside and outside, Lin Qingqing found a baton and an explosion-proof shield, as well as a lot of tools such as shovels and hammers, but the place where the fire axe was originally placed was empty. This reminded her of the lame leg and broken arm of the previous zombie. Lin Qingqing felt that the other person was most likely still alive, and the zombie at the door might have been injured by him with the fire axe. The fire axe is a good tool for chopping zombies. Lin Qingqing took a look at the place where the fire axe was placed and shook her head regretfully. In addition to these scattered items, she also found several buckets of instant noodles and bottles of energy drinks in the cabinet in the guard room. After moving all these into her car, Lin Qingqing planned to continue exploring the kindergarten. Since this is where she's staying, she has to make sure the surroundings are safe first. This kindergarten is not too big, and the yard is very neat and square. After taking a look at the 4-story teaching building on the left, Lin Qingqing finally chose to explore the cafeteria on the right first. The cafeteria is not as big as the teaching building and has only 2 floors. Both doors on the first floor are locked from the outside. Lin Qingqing couldn't open them, so she turned around and went up to the 2nd floor first. There was a window on the 2nd floor that could be opened. Lin Qingqing removed the screen and climbed in. It's very clean inside, and everything from the countertops to the cabinets are made of stainless steel. She searched everywhere, but there were no vegetables or meat. She probably thought the canteen only used fresh ingredients delivered that day. There were a lot of rice, flour and seasonings, and the fire could be used normally, which made it convenient for her to cook for herself. On the other side, the 4-story teaching building is where children usually go to class and play. There is nothing special about it. Every classroom was locked, and the toy tables and chairs inside were neatly arranged. Lin Qingqing scanned them one by one and found no signs of human activity. Just as she had expected, there was no one in the kindergarten. She went downstairs, pried open the door, and got her car in first. If nothing unexpected happened, she would stay here until she was no longer able to protect herself. There was nothing she could use in the teaching building, so Lin Qingqing planned to live directly in the cafeteria. I moved a few quilts out of the room where the children took naps and spread them on the large stainless steel workbench on the 2nd floor. They could be used as beds without any problem. Lin Qingqing pried open the door on the 1st floor and found that there was not much difference between the inside and the 2nd floor. It was just that the 2nd floor was probably used for making Western pastries, so it was relatively cleaner. Not wanting to cook today, she opened a bucket of instant noodles, poured in hot water, and waited quietly while holding the bucket. Zhou Mang and his people are already the bullies of the neighborhood. It is impossible for them to leave just to pursue me and seek revenge, so as long as I deliberately avoid them, I will be safe. But how did they find me before? Lin Qingqing couldn't figure it out. They didn't see me kill the thief with their own eyes, and the 2 sides didn't even meet. How could they be sure that I was the murderer? She hadn't figured it out until she finished a bowl of instant noodles, so she just forgot about it. With a safe environment, Lin Qingqing was finally able to calm down and practice her supernatural powers. She started with the most basic method of condensing ice. At the beginning, the ice lumps slowly changed shape under the control of telekinesis, stretching and lengthening until one end became a pointed cone. Although it doesn't look very good, its lethality is much stronger than ice lumps. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but laugh when she thought about how she had hit people with lumps of ice. Continuing to carve the ice cone, Lin Qingqing planned to try to make it as sharp as a knife blade. However, this process was not easy. She tried it over and over again. Each time, she stopped when her mental strength was almost exhausted. She sat cross-legged and used meditation instead of rest. The quiet atmosphere makes it easy for people to enter a state of meditation, and Lin Qingqing discovered that meditating after exhausting her mental energy felt more effective than simply sleeping and resting. In addition, if she trained after meditation, her mind would become more agile and focused. It seems that meditation can indeed speed up the recovery of mental strength. Lin Qingqing was a little excited. She felt like she had picked up a golden finger, which made her sigh that she was finally lucky. Thinking that after the end of the world, not only will her body be in good health, but she will also have superpowers, Lin Qingqing feels particularly happy. Even the most boring practice no longer seems boring to her. Instead, she finds it more and more interesting. Anyway, there is food in the kitchen, so it doesn't matter if she doesn't go out. Practicing and studying superpowers has become her biggest interest. Everything is going on in an orderly manner in the boring practice. It seems that I have reached the limit, so what should I do next? That day, Lin Qingqing looked at the 12 identical ice blades in front of her, stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. In just 1 week, she had completed the second transformation of the ice cone, turning the rough ice cone into a thin ice blade. This ice blade was only the size of a palm, and its shape was a bit like a willow leaf fine knife, which was both light and sharp. But the number reached its limit of 12, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't add another one. Maybe my abilities are not strong enough. I don't know if they will increase in the future. Lin Qingqing muttered to herself while playing with the ice blade. She didn't worry about things she couldn't do and turned to develop other functions. Ice is not only sharp but also very hard. Looking at the explosion-proof shield found in the guard room, Lin Qingqing had a new idea. She planned to turn the ice into a defensive shield. This idea was not aimless. The ice shield had also appeared in the dream of fighting the black fish. With a rough idea in mind, the ice shield was quickly completed. It looked similar to the one in the dream, except that its area was much smaller and could only block half of the body. This ice shield wastes my superpowers. After condensing it, I have no energy left to do anything else. Moreover, the ice shield is very heavy. Unless you stay where you are, it will be a burden to hold in your hand. Lin Qingqing smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. She didn't want to keep passively taking the beating, so she finally changed the half-person high ice shield into an ice armor that could attach to the surface of the body to resist damage. Although it couldn't cover the whole body, it was enough to be a life-saving measure at a critical moment. Alas, I don't know when she will be able to use her supernatural powers as freely as in my dreams. She didn't know how other people with special abilities used their special abilities, so she had to figure it out on her own. Fortunately, she had downloaded a lot of videos on how to use weapons, and although they were just basic knowledge, at least she had a correct direction to refer to. Now that she has the ice armor and the ice blade, she will start to study how to launch the ice blade and hit the target from a distance. Lin Qingqing first drew a target on the wall on the first floor, then condensed an ice blade and tried to throw it out like a real flying knife. However, after 2 days of practice, she discovered a problem. Due to the material of the ice-throwing knife, she could only hit targets within 5 meters. If the distance was farther, the lethality would be seriously insufficient. Looking at the bullseye 10 meters away, Lin Qingqing suddenly thought of the fireball that Zhou Mang had fired when he was chasing her. Although the fireball was only the size of a ping-pong ball, it could hit whatever he pointed at, which was much better than throwing a flying knife. Hey! So stupid! Lin Qingqing slapped her forehead hard and cursed inwardly. I'm a psychic, why do I always think about doing it myself? Zhou Meng's fireball was definitely not thrown with bare hands, why didn't I think of it before? Unfortunately, she was so busy escaping at the time that she didn't notice how Zhou Meng did it. But she believed that she would find the trick if she tried more. She stopped practicing flying knives and spent the next few days studying only one problem, which was how to control the ice blade with her mind. The ice blade was originally condensed by her supernatural power. When she tried to attach her mental power to it, she found that the communication was unimpeded, as if the ice blade was a part of her. Looking at the ice blade floating in the air, Lin Qingqing almost jumped up in excitement. She had seen the power of Zhou Meng's fireball, but she didn't know how powerful her ice blade was. Once again he came to the target he had drawn before. This time, without the help of external force, the ice blade was able to accurately hit the center of the bullseye from 10 meters away. In addition, she could control the ice blade to change direction in the air, just like the fireball that Zhou Mang had used to attack her. The 40th day of the apocalypse. The number of ice blades that Lin Qingqing can manipulate at the same time increases day by day, from 1 to 4 to 8. These 8 are the limit, and Lin Qingqing is ready to use them as a trump card. She has been in this kindergarten for half a month till today. Although she has no worries about food and drink, it is not a good idea to stay there forever. I haven't received any news from the outside world for a long time, and I don't know what's happening to humans and zombies now. With a certain ability to protect herself, Lin Qingqing began to consider where to go next. There are many zombies in big cities, but there are definitely many living people as well, so if you want to get information, you have to find someone first. Before leaving, Lin Qingqing made herself a handy weapon. She found a cleaver in the kitchen that was as long as her forearm. It should be used by the chef to chop bones. The knife was strong and sharp, much better than a household kitchen knife. Lin Qingqing found a whetstone and sharpened the knife again, then found a half-meter-long steel pipe to replace the wooden handle of the meat cleaver. With the new weapon, the previously deformed folding shovel was gloriously retired. Lin Qingqing nodded with satisfaction, loaded the remaining supplies into the car, and drove away from this safe place. In fact, as long as no one found out, she could continue to live here in semi-seclusion and enjoy a carefree life, but the fear and anxiety brought by the doomsday always lingered in her heart. Not to mention that they had previously formed a mortal feud with Zhou Mang and his gang, so if they met again in the future, it would definitely be a fight to the death. In order to live a better life in the future, Lin Qingqing finally chose to leave her comfort zone and take the initiative to adapt to this doomsday world. She didn't want her life to be threatened by people like Zhou Mang anymore. Instead of hiding in fear all day long, it would be better to keep the initiative firmly in her own hands. The end of the world is indeed a disaster for all mankind, but for Lin Qingqing it is a rebirth, a new beginning. Now when she saw those ugly zombies on the roadside, she was no longer afraid. She even had the mood to guess what they looked like when they were alive, what their identities were, and how they died. The end of the world came at midnight, and these zombies either escaped later or had not returned home before. The middle-aged people in formal attire are definitely office workers working overtime. Those with uniquely dyed hair and clothes full of holes are either street artists or hooligans, and apart from them, most of them are security guards in uniform. Without the previous fear of zombies, when seeing them again now, Lin Qingqing is able to completely separate herself from these former companions. From the moment you turn into zombies, you as human beings were already dead. Now you are two completely different species. It is not an exaggeration to even say that you are natural enemies. Lin Qingqing felt that it was meaningless to pursue the zombies' identities and pasts. In her mind, zombies were just a symbol. In order to survive, she would no longer have any psychological burden or pressure when killing zombies in the future. She wanted to live, and she wanted to live well. Chapter 16. Meeting the Same Kind. The car turned another corner to avoid the zombies and finally arrived at a gas station, which was her first destination. This was the gas station closest to her home. She had come here often before the apocalypse. At this moment, there were many cars parked in the gas station in a haphazard manner. Lin Qingqing could only park her car on the side of the road, lock the door, and approach carefully with her weapon in hand. There must be zombies here, probably more than one, but they have all been killed now. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she looked at the zombie corpses on the ground. The person who killed the zombies was clean and efficient, and almost always killed them with one strike. It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. "Who's there?" Just as she was studying the zombie corpse, a loud huk came from behind a gas pump. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing quickly turned around, holding the weapon tightly in her right hand, and her left hand was ready to release her supernatural power at any time. "I just came to fill up the tank of gas." Lin Qingqing also responded loudly in the direction where the voice came from, stating her purpose and that she had no ill intentions. The man seemed to be observing her, and after a long while he poked his head out from behind a gas pump. "Are you alone?" It seemed unbelievable that the other person was just a single young woman, and her voice was full of doubt. At this time, Lin Qingqing also saw the appearance of the man behind the gas pump. He was wearing a neat camouflage uniform, had dark skin, an upright posture, and looked like a soldier. "You are alone too?" Lin Qingqing asked knowingly. If he had killed all the zombies in the gas station, then he was so careful probably because he was alone. "Yes, I'm here to cheer too." It seemed that just as she had judged, the man walked out from the shadow of the gas pump and didn't seem to want to conflict with her. When the other party showed up, Lin Qingqing saw that he actually had a gun in his hand. She couldn't help but tense up all over, not daring to imagine whether she would be killed by the other party's gun if she had shown any lack of cooperation or had the intention to kill in advance. "Are you a soldier? This is a gas station." Lin Qingqing glanced at the gun in the other person's hand, reminding him that this was not a place where he could shoot casually. "Oh, sorry, where are you from? Why are you alone?" Perhaps realizing that Lin Qingqing was indeed not in any danger, he put the gun away. Although the other party did not acknowledge his identity, as long as they could communicate, Lin Qingqing relaxed a little. "I left Furong Community half a month ago. In order to find supplies, I hid in a kindergarten for half a month and just left today." Putting aside her superpowers and the conflict with Zhou Meng and others, there was nothing else to hide, so Lin Qingqing roughly talked about her experiences after the apocalypse. "You are also from Furong Community?" Although he looked calm, he was actually quite young, and the look of surprise on his face was obvious. Looking at the other party's strange expression, Lin Qingqing asked calmly, "What happened to Furong Community?" "Oh, nothing. We are going to bring a few people back to the base later. They are also from your Furong Community." "What's the meaning?" "I originally thought that the other party was alone like her, but I didn't expect that he actually had a team. It's like this. Our team was originally sent by Rongqing Base to Jingcheng to carry out a mission. On the way back, when we passed by Furong Community, we saw several people being besieged by zombies. They said they were from Furong Community and wanted to follow us to Rongqing Base, so the captain agreed." Lin Qingqing was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there was someone else in the community besides her who was willing to take the risk to come out. But it is normal to think about it. Only 1/3 of people will survive the doomsday, and the residents should have sufficient supplies. However, with the violent oppression of Zhou Meng and his group, in the long run, some people will definitely choose to resist because they are unwilling to accept it. If you don't want to succumb to Zhou Meng's tyranny, you can only take the risk and leave the community. "Then can I come with you?" Lin Qingqing made a decision after a quick thought. Hearing the young man calling ordinary people masses, Lin Qingqing was almost certain that he was a soldier. Perhaps the Chinese people have a natural liking for soldiers, and since they spoke politely and frankly, Lin Qingqing decided to follow them to the base to see for herself, believing that there must be the news she wanted to know there. The other party agreed to her request without a second thought. Since the captain has already decided to take the people back, it would be convenient to take one more person with him, the man thought. What's more, since this girl dared to survive alone outside for such a long time, she must be a brave and capable person. "Okay, after filling up the gas, just drive and follow me." Lin Qingqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that he agreed, and thought that this young soldier was quite easy to talk to. "By the way, my name is Lin Qingqing, what should I call you?" "Just call me Xiao Lu." Xiao Lu touched the back of his head and grinned. With Xiao Lu's help, Lin Qingqing quickly filled the car with gas. Xiao Lu was driving a pickup truck. This time he came out alone just to find fuel, so his trunk was full of oil drums. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing thought about it and prepared a bucket of oil for herself. Xiao Lu looked like he was used to it. He drove in front and led the way, while Lin Qingqing followed slowly behind. The two drove a short distance and finally stopped at an intersection that Lin Qingqing was very familiar with. Looking at the extremely familiar community gate at the end of the road, Lin Qingqing was speechless. "I didn't expect to come back after going around in a circle." "Report to the captain, the mission has been successfully completed." Xiao Lu got out of the car and came to a military jeep. At this time, Lin Qingqing had also seen the situation of this team clearly. There were 12 people in 3 vehicles, a military jeep, a military truck, and the other was the pickup truck that Xiao Lu drove back. Moreover, these people have similar temperaments, are young and capable, and cooperate with each other very well, so their identities are not difficult to guess. It's really a team of soldiers. Lin Qingqing felt more at ease. But what are they doing parked in front of their own house? Lin Qingqing found Xiao Lu, who had just finished reporting his work, and asked curiously, "What are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone?" "Well, the people who were originally going to go with us said they had to go back to pick up their families first. So that's how it is." Lin Qingqing had no choice but to wait. Perhaps seeing that she was bored, the young soldier Xiao Lu took the initiative to introduce her to the situation of the Rongqing base. Our Rongqing base was established half a month after the Doomsday, about 50 kilometers northeast of Rongqing. It was originally a villa and high-end residential area under construction, surrounded by farmland and villas. There are many people on a large land, and after the base was built, about 300,000 survivors gradually migrated from surrounding towns. "What about the superpowers?" Lin Qingqing asked after thinking for a while. "There are probably around 7,000 or 8,000 people with superpowers." "So much?" "Not many. Compared to the population base of 300,000, it's really not that many. Most of these psychics are level 1, and only the captains of each psychic team can reach the level 2. And only a small number of them can be used in combat. Some of the others are in logistics services, and most of them are not much different from ordinary people with better physical fitness." The young soldier probably thought that Lin Qingqing was just an ordinary person, so he didn't tell her the details of the psychic. But what Lin Qingqing wanted to know most was things related to superpowers, so she didn't think about hiding her superpowers and asked directly, "Young comrade, do you know how superpowers are divided into levels?" Xiao Lu didn't expect her to ask this question and was a little surprised. When he was about to answer, another low voice suddenly came from behind him. "Little girl, are you a superpower?" Although it was a question, the tone was very affirmative. "Team leader." When Xiao Lu saw the person coming, he stood up straight instantly. "Hello, Miss Lin, I am Captain Xiao Pengfei." Lin Qingqing turned around and saw a middle-aged man with dark skin and a resolute face. He was wearing the same camouflage uniform as Xiao Lu. He had an upright posture, and there was an almost rigid sense of standardization in his every move. "Hello, Captain Xiao." Lin Qingqing greeted him with a smile. "I am indeed a person with superpowers, but I have just awakened not long ago. I don't know how to use them yet, and I don't know how to practice." After saying this, she smiled shyly. As soon as these words came out, not only Xiao Lu, but everyone else turned to look at her. This girl is also a superpower? Why did they encounter so many superpowers on this trip? Chapter 17, All Out. Lin Qingqing didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, the residents of Furong community that Captain Xiao and his team had met before were led by a person with special abilities. They came out to carry out a mission this time, and they made an exception and brought these people along because of the psychic. Just as Xiao Lu said, there were indeed not many psychics who could fight in the base, and the leader, an Earth-type psychic named Shi Kai, was a pretty good prospect, so when he said he wanted to go back to pick up his relatives and friends, Xiao Pengfei agreed. This is also a good opportunity for Xiao Lu to go find some fuel. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Lu came back, he brought another person with special abilities with him, who was also from Furong community. What a coincidence. "What is your ability?" Xiao Pengfei asked curiously. "Can you please introduce your ability?" "I am a gold-type ability user, and I have just reached the 2nd level. Level 2? I didn't realize that Captain Xiao was actually a level 2 psychic. He must have several level 1 psychics under his command." Lin Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Xiao Lu and the others. "I should be an ice element, but I can only condense a few ice cubes." As she said this, she stretched out her right hand, and an ice brick quietly appeared in her palm. Xiao Pengfei looked at the ice and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This girl's ice-condensing speed was so fast that she was almost catching up with the 2nd level. If she had just awakened not long ago, as she said, it meant that her talent was really high. "It seems that your current level is probably in the late 1st stage. The most obvious difference between energy users who reach the 2nd stage is that they can use their powers for long-range attacks, like this." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and a thin metal spike appeared from the tips of 2 fingers. He then shot it towards a zombie crawling on the ground by the roadside, directly piercing the zombie's head. Awesome! Captain Zhao's metal cone looked even smaller than her ice blade. She didn't expect it to be so lethal. She wondered if her ice blade could kill with one strike like that. What about a level 3 psychic? What is it like? Level 2 is already very strong. I wonder what a level 3 psychic looks like. Level 3 psychics? Currently, level 2 psychics are considered rare. It is said that someone in the capital base has reached level 3, but we don't know the details. Little girl, don't aim too high. Many people can't even reach level 2. Being treated as a little girl again, Lin Qingqing secretly shook her head and found it a little funny. This Captain Xiao looked no more than 10 years older than herself, so how could he call her a little girl so smoothly? Then how did you reach the second level, Captain Xiao? Lin Qingqing put on a curious face. Little girls also have their advantages. She can easily let people down by pretending to be innocent and cute. Your question is very crucial. I wouldn't tell him if it were someone else. Seeing that Lin Qingqing was smart, courageous and talented, Xiao Pengfei felt attracted to her and told her about his own experiences. To upgrade your superpowers, you must meet 2 requirements. The first is to exercise control over your superpowers. For this, besides talent, it's just about practicing hard. There's nothing much to say. Everyone has their own training habits. The second point is to improve your mental strength. Although mental strength can grow slowly over time, if you have superpower potions as an aid, the growth rate of mental strength will be greatly increased. Supernatural potion? There is such a thing? Of course there is. This potion is extracted from the crystal cores generated in the zombies' heads. It can be exchanged in various large bases. Of course, it must be exchanged with crystal cores. So that's how it is. No wonder Zhou Mang and his friends would kill zombies in the community whenever they had nothing to do. It must be for the crystal cores. Thinking of Zhou Mang, Lin Qingqing suddenly felt that something was wrong with him. According to Captain Xiao, he should have reached the second level long ago. But she accidentally reached the second level through meditation. It was unlikely that Zhou Mang had similar kung fu formulas, right? Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing asked carefully, "Can the crystal core be eaten directly?" After asking, she also told Zhou Mang about her doubts. Eat it directly? Which idiot came up with this idea? Not to mention that the thing grew out of the zombie's head, so it should be possible to eat it. The energy contained in it is violent and chaotic. I don't know if people will get hurt if they eat it, but it will definitely affect their mind in the future. And if the crystal core can be eaten directly, why go through so much effort to research the potion? This time, before Xiao Pengfei could say anything, another little soldier with a lively personality began to explain for him. So that's how it is. No wonder Zhou Mang has such a bad temper, like a barrel of explosives that can be ignited at any time. It must be because he ate the crystal core. Lin Qingqing thought of her house that had been set on fire, and Zhou Mang's furious and madly cursing look when he drove away, and seemed to be lost in thought. As they were talking, private cars suddenly rushed out of the gate of the community at the end of the road one after another. They stopped by the roadside, half surrounding Captain Zhao's convoy, and everyone looked at the dozen or so soldiers excitedly, as if they were looking at a savior. At this time, a young man got off the leading car. He walked up to Captain Xiao with some apology and said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't know that so many people would be willing to follow Captain Xiao away." Although he was apologizing in his words, his expression revealed a hint of pride. This young man was Shirkai. When he was rescued, he could see that Captain Xiao admired him very much. He not only gave him some advice but also promised to take him to Rongqing base. Shirkai was of course excited to be able to go with Captain Xiao. He had been bullied by Zhou Mang and his gang for so long, and Shirkai had been unhappy for a long time, until one day he awakened his special powers. After all, he was young and energetic. After becoming a superpower, Shirkai would certainly not choose to look at Zhou Mang's face anymore, so he gathered a few childhood friends and classmates to form a team. Their behavior was completely opposite to Zhou Mang's. They would rather take risks to find supplies themselves than rob their neighbors. Of course, they will not help others kill zombies, but encourage everyone to do it themselves. Most of the people who agree with their ideas are young people. They think they can make a name for themselves in the apocalypse. Gradually, Shirkai and his group also have some say among some residents of Furong community. So when he met Captain Xiao and his team this time, Shirkai spread the news under the pretext of meeting relatives and friends. When everyone heard that they were soldiers, they automatically regarded them as a rescue team sent by the government. Sure Kai didn't explain. He felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had seen how Captain Xiao and his men killed zombies, one at a time, very fiercely. And they all have guns, so it doesn't matter whether you take one or a group, right? Looking at the grateful eyes of his neighbors, Sure Kai felt a little proud. I am such an excellent young man, much better than those beasts like Zhou Mei. He thought he had done a good thing, and Captain Xiao would definitely give him this face. I just didn't expect there would be so many people, so I said sorry awkwardly. After hearing his explanation, Xiao Pengfei's face instantly turned dark. His team only had 12 people, and their mission to Jincheng this time was just to find out the situation here. He knew there were still many residents here, and he would report the specific situation to his superiors after returning, and then ask a professional rescue team to rescue people. But I didn't expect that on the way back. I just saved a promising young man out of compassion, but that person ended up creating such a large group of people for me. The most infuriating thing was that he couldn't just ignore it. These people surrounded them in a circle, looking at them with hopeful eyes. For a moment, Xiao Pengfei really couldn't say no. Since we're all here, let's go together. We'll lead the way, and you all follow behind. Be careful not to fall behind. He nodded to Sure Kai and got into the jeep. Chapter 18, Meeting Zhou Meng again. Seeing his cold attitude, everyone was confused for a moment. Didn't they say rescue was coming? Why are there only so few people? What's wrong with having few people? They are the People's Liberation Army and they have guns. That's right. Even if we can't get on the military vehicle, following behind is also pretty good. Yes, the PLA comrades will definitely not ignore us if we encounter danger. Listening to everyone's discussions, Sure Kai belatedly realized that it was indeed a bit presumptuous of him to bring so many people out without saying hello. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment, and was soon drowned out by the gratitude and compliments from others. From just now until now, Lin Qingqing has been observing everyone quietly. When Sure Kai came to talk to Captain Xiao, Lin Qingqing recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the young man who was fighting with zombies downstairs with a kitchen knife and finally broke his arm? It turns out that he also has superpowers. These residents all looked familiar, but no one recognized her except Zhou Meng. Lin Qingqing narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhou Meng at the end of the team. Looking at Zhou Meng's vicious eyes, Lin Qingqing turned her head calmly, turned around without saying a word and caught up with Xiao Pengfei in front. Captain Xiao, please wait a moment, I would like to ask you for a favor. Hearing the clear female voice behind him, Xiao Pengfei remembered that he was chatting with this girl before. Seeing the man stop, before he could speak, Lin Qingqing quickly stated her request. Can I take your car? You see, I'm alone. In return, I will give all the supplies in this car to the team for distribution, and I can also provide information about the people with special abilities in the community. To be honest, I ran away alone because I had a grudge against them. Some of them are particularly difficult to deal with, and they killed many people. Since the moment she saw Zhou Meng again, Lin Qingqing had made up her mind, so her purpose was very clear, which was to use the information of Zhou Meng and others and a whole truck of supplies in exchange for Xiao Pengfei's protection. Xiao Pengfei didn't expect that this young girl could say such words. This made him look at her with admiration. She was bold, smart, and decisive, and what was even more rare was that she had good talent. Compared to her, Sure Kai seemed much more mediocre. Xiao Pengfei's mood instantly became much better, and he quickly refused her supplies. This is not a big problem, just come and you can keep the supplies for yourself. In his opinion, how much supplies could a little girl have? At most, some food and daily necessities. He would not take away her food rations for such a small request. No, I can't carry so much, Lin Qingqing said as she opened the trunk for them to see. There were more than 20 bags of rice and flour, each weighing 20 kilograms, which she brought out from the kindergarten kitchen. Xiao Pengfei was even more surprised this time. He finally understood that this girl was probably already prepared when she decided to go back to the base with them. Who wouldn't be tempted by so much rice and flour? Even if she went to the base, she, a young girl, probably wouldn't be able to keep so many things, so she had no choice but to hand them over to the base. Lin Qingqing really thought the same as he did. They were all seeking asylum anyway. If she was given to Xiao Pengfei now, not only would he be able to protect her safety on the road, but Captain Xiao would also remember her. If she was handed over to the base, no one would know who she was. What's more, Lin Qingqing values her own strength more than food. Captain Xiao is a senior second-level psychic. If she could get some guidance from him, she would definitely benefit a lot. Based on the principle of not bothering two people with the same matter, Lin Qingqing plans to hold on to Xiao Pengfei's thigh tightly in the future. For the sake of strength and safety, she certainly wouldn't be reluctant to part with these supplies. In the end, Xiao Pengfei only accepted rice and flour, and did not take any other food or other things. Lin Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. She carried her bag, left the car to Xiao Lu, and got into the jeep. They did not shy away from the transaction, and of course Zhou Meng saw it. He was far away, and although he didn't know what Lin Qingqing and Xiao Pengfei said, when he saw this woman actually got into the jeep, he knew that he couldn't touch her for the time being. She is indeed a nymphomaniac. Zhou Meng spat fiercely, his eyes so vicious that they seemed to be dripping with poison. In addition to Lin Qingqing, he also hated Shirkai to death. When Shirkai brought the news, many residents were excitedly packing up their supplies and driving to look for him. But Zhou Meng didn't think this was good news at all. He used to be a local tyrant in the community, and lived a very comfortable life. He didn't want to go to any survivor base. Moreover, there were soldiers escorting him along the way. How could these people listen to him? Those soldiers had guns and there were safe bases outside for them to go to, so he didn't dare to stop them from leaving. How do you really think that those soldiers can protect them? How naive! Zhou Meng sneered. Most of these residents have stayed in the community since the beginning of the doomsday, and have never gone out. Although they are usually exploited by Zhou Meng and others, they are also under their protection. Many of them had never even killed a zombie, and had no idea how cruel the outside world was. They thought that by following the PLA comrades to the base they would be able to escape Zhou Meng's exploitation and live a normal life. A few people understand but they won't say it, just like Shirkai. He used to often advise everyone to be self-reliant, but he wouldn't teach people how to do it step by step. His and Zhou Meng's diametrically opposite styles divided the residents in the community into two factions. Although Zhou Meng's men still accounted for the majority, Shirkai's side were all capable young people. So it was reasonable for Zhou Meng to hate him. This time, Shirkai went all out and took away almost all the residents. Zhou Meng had already regarded him as his number one enemy besides Lin Qingqing, and he would not give up until he killed him. The murderous aura that suddenly erupted from Zhou Meng made by Xiaoyun, who was sitting behind him, shiver. Of course she also saw Lin Qingqing. Ever since they let this woman run away last time, no one's life has been easy, especially her and Qian Mao. So when she saw Zhou Meng angry, she trembled reflexively. Qian Mao was also sitting next to her at this time, but he was different from Bai Xiaoyun. When he saw Lin Qingqing again, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He glanced vaguely at Zhou Meng in front of him, and a plan gradually formed in his mind. The convoy moved forward steadily, followed by a string of private cars. They lined up and followed the military vehicles carefully. No one dared to make a mistake at this time. In addition to those private cars, a few people who did not have cars got directly on the two military trucks. Zhou Meng and his group also drove 3 cars and followed at the end of the team. Apart from a few soldiers stopping from time to time to clean up the cars and scattered zombies in the middle of the road, there were no other accidents along the way. With Captain Xiao, who was at the second level of the gold element, these were not considered big troubles, so everyone's journey was relatively smooth. As promised, Lin Qingqing provided them with the identities and supernatural information of Zhou Meng and others. Xiao Pengfei and others observed carefully and found that these people did reveal a sense of arrogance, especially the one named Zhou Meng, who had a murderous look in his eyes and must have killed more than one person. Although killing and being killed are common things in the apocalypse, people with obvious violent tendencies still need special attention. It was inconvenient along the way, so Captain Xiao made plans early in the morning to report the situation of these people as soon as he returned to the base, and let the base strictly control them. In exchange for Lin Qingqing's favor, Xiao Pengfei told her everything about her problems. Lin Qingqing also took the opportunity to ask a few questions she had always wanted to know. Chapter 19, Staying in the Wild. Through conversation with Captain Xiao, Lin Qingqing learned about the classification of psychics, the types and functions of psychic potions, and the origin of crystal cores. Seeing Lin Qingqing's curious expression, Xiao Pengfei was not stingy and took out a few crystal cores for Lin Qingqing to take a closer look. Lin Qingqing was a little scared at first. After all, this thing grew out of a zombie's head. If it was before today, even if she knew that this was something like currency after the apocalypse, she would not have the courage to dig the crystal cores out of the zombies' brains. But this morning she had just prepared herself mentally to see zombies as alien species that were opposed to humans. With this understanding, smashing their heads to dig out the crystal cores seemed acceptable. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing calmed down a lot. She took the 5 crystal cores from Xiao Pengfei and looked at them carefully. The crystal core is only the size of a fingernail, hexagonal and flat, hard, and its material cannot be seen. There are 5 colors: dark red, dark green, dark blue, khaki, and dark brown, which correspond to the 5 most basic attributes of fire, wood, water, gold, and earth. Of course, in addition to these 5, there are 5 more variant attributes. Lin Qingqing's ice attribute belongs to the variant attribute. Xiao Pengfei did not have an ice crystal core in his hand. According to him, crystal cores with mutant attributes such as ice, thunder, and wind were rare, just like the mutants with mutant attributes. Even more difficult to see are the 2 attributes of light and darkness, which are much rarer than the other 3. This was the first time Lin Qingqing heard that there were so many attributes. She asked Xiao Pengfei curiously, "Are there any people with mutant attributes in Rongqing base?" "Of course there is. That person is also of the ice type, and at the 2nd level, very powerful. Anyone who is described as awesome by Captain Xiao must be really awesome." According to Captain Xiao, Lin Qingqing herself was also at the 2nd level, but her ice blade was far inferior to Captain Zhao's golden cone. Lin Qingqing thought of the meditation technique. Captain Xiao and his men all upgraded with supernatural potions, and Zhou Meng might have eaten crystal cores. She didn't even know what a crystal core was before, but she also reached the 2nd level. This must be the effect of practicing meditation. It seems that there is more than one way to upgrade superpowers in this world, but Lin Qingqing is almost certain that she can upgrade faster than anyone else by practicing meditation. Among all the people with superpowers she knew, all of them awakened earlier than her. Even Shi Kai, who had no superpowers at the beginning, awakened his superpowers earlier than her. But he is still at the 1st level now, while I have already been promoted to the 2nd level. I didn't expect that such a meditation formula with only 10 sentences before the doomsday would become the biggest golden finger after the doomsday. Lin Qingqing carefully hid the excitement in her heart. Just now, for a moment, she really wanted to share the meditation mantra with Captain Xiao, but she didn't dare. What if Captain Xiao couldn't help but share it, and the news leaked out, and she was controlled? Would she be taken away for research? She didn't dare to gamble. "Captain Xiao, thank you for telling me so much." Lin Qingqing thanked him sincerely. "It's nothing. I just told you in advance what you should know. When you get to the base, just ask and someone will tell you." Compared to Shi Kai, Xiao Pengfei is more optimistic about Lin Qingqing now. Lin Qingqing is a mutated ice-type mutant who is talented and smart. The most rare thing is that she is neither arrogant nor impatient. In time, as long as she is alive, she will surely be a powerful psychic. He was now teaching her this knowledge and protecting her along the way, which could be considered as making good friends in advance. Lin Qingqing really took Xiao Pengfei's favor to heart. After the apocalypse, there were not many good and upright people like Captain Xiao. Survival was not easy. Not to mention maintaining the same moral standards as before, it was not easy to maintain a neutral heart. It was indeed her luck to meet Captain Xiao when she knew nothing at the beginning. During the conversation, the convoy had already left Jincheng. Originally, they could reach their destination as quickly as possible by crossing Rongqing, but in the doomsday, Rongqing had obviously become the most impossible area to cross. It is precisely because Jincheng is located in the opposite direction of Rongqing base that Xiao Pengfei and his advanced reconnaissance team were not sent out until now. With so many people following him, Xiao Pengfei did not dare to be careless. To be safe, he decided to go through the nearby Qing County and bypass Rongqing to return to the base. The extension of the route meant that they had to stay outdoors tonight, so Captain Xiao sent Xiao Lu to explore the way ahead as usual. Xiao Lu was a speed-type mutant who was smart and had good marksmanship, so he was the perfect scout. Lin Qingqing didn't know how they contacted each other. Xiao Lu didn't come back until the sun was about to set. Captain Xiao led the convoy to a farmhouse built in the suburbs. Xiao Lu was standing at the door waiting for them. Although she was very curious, Lin Qingqing resisted the urge to ask. She got out of the car with Captain Xiao and followed him closely. Even when he assigned the team members the task of cleaning the farmyard, Lin Qingqing volunteered to follow him. The residents of Furong community were very curious about why there was a young girl following this group of soldiers, and it seemed that she had a good relationship with the captain. Everyone was gossiping about their relationship, and Zhou Mang had a look of gnashing teeth on his face. This bitch has hooked up with someone who has a backer. He was originally quite excited to see Lin Qingqing again, but he didn't expect that Lin Qingqing resolutely got into Xiao Pingfei's car and stayed inseparable from these soldiers. He didn't have any chance to find her along the way. Seeing that they would soon reach Rongqing base if they continued like this, Zhou Mang knew that tonight might be his last chance. But Lin Qingqing could certainly think of what he could think of, so she deliberately stayed with Captain Xiao and others. At this moment, she was following Xiao Lu and others into the farmhouse to clean up the zombies. This farmhouse is built at the foot of a hill and is divided into two courtyards, front and back. The front yard is smaller with a small flower bed and a 3-story private room, with parking lots on both sides. Lin Qingqing followed the two team members into the 3rd floor. Except for the lobby at the entrance, there were private rooms on both sides and upstairs. If nothing unexpected happened, they would stay here tonight. The weapon is still the meat cleaver with a long handle. Although it looks a bit ugly, it is surprisingly easy to use. The sharp blade can cut off half of a zombie's neck with one stroke. The other two team members ignored her when they saw that she could protect herself. Lin Qingqing stopped after killing a zombie. She wanted to see how other people killed zombies. These soldiers were very skilled, and their methods of killing zombies were clean and neat, combining supernatural powers with cold weapons, which was labor-saving and efficient. For example, in addition to Xiao Pingfei, there were 2 other soldiers of the gold element. They were only level 1, and after attaching the gold element's supernatural power to their weapons, the weapons immediately became much sharper, and killing zombies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. As for the remaining 3 people, one is a fire type, and the other is covered with big muscles, obviously a strength type enhancer. There was another person who was different from the others. He did not use a saber, but a very retro tang straight sword. He walked lightly, and every move he made revealed a simple and ancient charm, not like modern moves. That's our brother Lin. He learned swordsmanship before joining the army. It is said that it was inherited from his ancestors. Isn't he handsome? A young soldier nearby looked at Lin Qingqing staring at Lin Fei without blinking and said with pride. While saying this, I sighed in my heart, it's good to be handsome. A face is enough to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Does he have superpowers? Lin Qingqing asked curiously. As for superpowers, I can't say for sure. You can ask him in person. Oh, by the way, brother Lin is 26 this year and single. The last "oh" is roundabout and mixed with some strange meanings. Did this little warrior misunderstand something? She was really just interested in the other person's special abilities. Although she had to admit that he did look good and was very handsome in a fight. Chapter 20 New Weapons. Lin Qingqing found it a little funny, but seeing that the young soldier had no ill intentions, she raised her eyebrows and said, I'm 28 years old, you have to call me sister. Ah? Seeing the dumbfounded look on the young soldier's face, Lin Qingqing smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, Come on, little brother! After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to go somewhere else. The young soldier was left standing there scratching his head. That's impossible. He looks to be in his early 20s. Do all psychics look young? Being interrupted like this, he forgot about the little thoughts he had before. Lin Qingqing ignored the little soldier's hesitation. The zombies on the 3rd floor had been almost dealt with by several team members. If she wanted to kill the zombies, she could only go to the backyard. The backyard of this farmhouse is much larger than the front yard. There is a small vegetable garden where fresh seasonal vegetables are grown, and there are 2 or 3 fruit trees, but it is hard to tell what varieties they are at the moment. There used to be a small pond in the corner of the backyard, with many cages beside the pond, which should have contained chickens, ducks, fish, and other animals, but they are all gone now. In addition, the kitchen and public toilet are also here. Lin Qingqing rushed forward and chopped down a zombie wearing an apron in the vegetable garden, but in her mind she was thinking about what Xiao Pingfei had said before. Except for the gold-based superpowers, other energy-based superpowers are not suitable for attaching weapons, unless the weapons are made of metals with special properties for superpowers. Otherwise, ordinary metals cannot withstand the long-term attachment of superpower energy. My ice-type ability can't attach to ordinary weapons, so it can only attack from a distance, right? Lin Qingqing frowned. In fact, there is another way, which is to use ice power to condense it directly into a weapon, just like the trident in the dream. The knife used by that guy just now was pretty good. Lin Qingqing had a flash of inspiration in her mind. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, then stretched out her hands, imagining the beautiful Tang sword she had just seen. A cold breath surged, and after a moment, a sword more than 2 feet long slowly appeared in her hands. After picking up the knife and swinging it vigorously, and adjusting the length and weight, Lin Qingqing was finally satisfied. Ice is great, you can make any weapon or tool you want yourself. Lin Qingqing couldn't let go of the ice knife. I didn't expect it to be so useful. As expected, it was condensed with her own supernatural powers. This ice blade fits her very well, as if it was tailor-made for her. Using the ice knife to chop down a zombie, Lin Qingqing looked at the blade. Although there was a little damage, it was not a big deal. The blade shook, a burst of cold air passed, and the blade was restored to its original state. Killing zombies like this can greatly save energy, and you don't even have to worry about the loss of weapons. It's very convenient. Now that I have an ice knife that suits me better, the long-handled meat cleaver seems a bit useless. As long as she had superpowers, she would never lack weapons. Lin Qingqing decisively gave up the somewhat heavy meat cleaver. She no longer had to carry weapons at all times, which greatly reduced her burden. She was looking for zombies in the backyard to experiment with her new weapon, and Zhou Mang saw all this and became even more furious. Destroying a beautiful and powerful woman can make him more excited than simply killing an enemy. At this moment, even Zhou Mang himself can't tell whether it is hatred or perverted desire in his heart. Thinking of Qian Mao's suggestion before, Zhou Mang licked his lips with his scarlet tongue. Qian Mao is not a good guy either. Although his strength is not very good, his brain is flexible enough. Zhou Mang has killed many people after the doomsday. While others are having a hard time surviving, he is becoming more and more comfortable. What doomsday? It should be heaven. At this moment, Lin Qingqing felt a sinister gaze that stuck to her like a maggot. No one except Zhou Mang would look at her like this. Lin Qingqing's heart trembled, and she immediately put away her knife and returned to the team. Zhou Mang didn't find a chance to attack all along the way, he will definitely not let it go tonight. Lin Qingqing was a little nervous, but she was not afraid. She was now able to fight Zhou Mang, and was no longer the person who was forced to run for her life. She was not afraid of a one-on-one fight. If the other party attacked together, Captain Xiao would not stand idly by. Lin Qingqing felt a little relieved and calmly went to Xiao Pingfei and others to discuss countermeasures. Compared to Zhou Mang, Xiao Pingfei is definitely on Lin Qingqing's side. As a soldier, what he hates most is people who rely on their supernatural powers to do evil everywhere. Hearing that Zhou Mang might take action at night, Xiao Pingfei arranged Lin Qingqing's room at the innermost one, and the 4 rooms next to hers were all occupied by their own people. Xiao Pingfei's group of 12 people, plus Lin Qingqing, occupied 5 rooms. The others didn't dare to say anything and consciously looked for companions to live with. In this way, the 36 private rooms on the 3 floors were filled with hundreds of people. Originally, Shi Kai wanted to rely on his relationship with Captain Xiao to arrange for his girlfriend and sister to move into Lin Qingqing's room, but they both refused. Are you kidding? There might be a fierce fight tonight. How can we involve irrelevant people? They meant well, but Shi Kai couldn't understand. He looked at Lin Qingqing with disapproval and said, Miss, this is an extraordinary period. We don't have enough rooms. Don't you think it's too much for you to occupy one alone? Really? I didn't think so. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes secretly. They did this just to guard against Zhou Mang, but they couldn't say this to him openly. I just hope this kid can be more sensible and stop looking for trouble, otherwise it will not be good for both parties. But Shi Kai obviously didn't think so. He just felt that Lin Qingqing was getting special treatment. As residents of the same Furong community, and having met Captain Xiao and going to the Rongqing base with them, they should both receive the same treatment. And I am a person with special abilities. Is it just because the other party is a woman with some looks? Shi Kai was not convinced. He did not follow Captain Xiao to clean up the zombies before, but waited until the other party had cleaned up everything before bringing his family in. So he didn't know that Lin Qingqing was actually also a psychic. When his suggestion was dismissed so casually by Lin Qingqing, Shi Kai felt as if a mountain had been lifted off his shoulders. Even his gratitude and awe toward Xiao Pengfei disappeared without a trace because of this differential treatment. Okay, I, Shi Kai, finally see clearly today that there is no justice in this world. Today I am not as skilled as others, but one day I will. It's getting late, go to bed early, we will set off at dawn tomorrow. Before he could finish, Xiao Pengfei interrupted him, asking if he could sleep if he continued to argue like this. His team members had worked hard all day and were very tired. They had no time to listen to these repetitive words. Shi Kai was interrupted and choked. He subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he saw Xiao Pengfei's gloomy face, he dared not say anything. Lin Qingqing originally thought that she would hear something cruel like, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young and poor. But unfortunately this is not a TV series, and not every young person has the opportunity and courage to say such words. Shi Kai felt a little scared by Xiao Pengfei's look. Just when he was about to go back, he turned back unwillingly and said to Lin Qingqing, people have to rely on themselves to go further. There is no way out by clinging to men. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Qingqing. Am I being implied? Ha ha. Lin Qingqing was so angry that she laughed, and Xiao Pengfei's already gloomy face became even darker than before. This guy must be mentally ill. He must have been blind. How could he think this was a promising young man? Chapter 21, A Madman. After sending Shi Kai away, Lin Qingqing returned to her room. Her room was actually very small and was just a tea room before doomsday. There was a long wooden sofa with soft cushions in the room, a small glass coffee table in front of it, and a row of water boilers against the wall. Lin Qingqing ate something casually, and then lay down on the sofa with her clothes on. It was a bit hard, but she probably wouldn't be able to sleep for much longer tonight. She didn't know when Zhou Mang and the others would take action, so Lin Qingqing took a nap. When it was late at night and there was still no movement outside, she simply got up and meditated. Outside, Xiao Pengfei arranged the team members to keep watch in groups of 3. It happened to be the third group that Xiao Lu was in, and they had just switched shifts with the previous group. The 3 of them first patrolled the yard downstairs and did not find any suspicious movements. In fact, this farmhouse is very safe in terms of its geographical location. It is built next to the national highway and backed by a small hill. The nearest neighbor is a hot spring hotel 5 kilometers away. The people who usually come here are just diners, and the only permanent residents are the boss's family and a few waiters. Generally speaking, there is no danger here at night. Hey, Brother Lin, since our captain is so optimistic about Miss Lin, why doesn't he just lock that group of people up? A young soldier poked the young man with a knife and asked curiously. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. We are soldiers, how can we detain civilians at will? Besides, those people are not easy to deal with, how can they surrender? What he didn't finish saying was, instead of giving them an unjustified warning, it would be better to give them a chance to reveal their true colors, and then they would have sufficient reasons to execute these people on the spot. I'm afraid that's what the captain and Miss Lin are planning. The young soldier was still young and had a simple mind. Before the end of the world, he was still a rookie. The half-reason given by Lin Fei easily convinced him. The two were chatting when suddenly Xiao Lu, who was on the lookout, exclaimed, Something's happening! There is no moon tonight, and it is pitch black all around, with only a few stars emitting faint light in the sky. The soldiers all had good eyesight, and following the direction Xiao Lu pointed, Lin Fei and the others indeed saw the grass in the distance shaking violently. Lin Fei was the oldest and the team leader of the 3 of them. He waved his hand and asked the young soldier to go upstairs to inform the other team members, then turned on a high-intensity flashlight and swept it in the direction of the swaying grass. Who? Come out! He shouted loudly, but after waiting for a moment, the grass shook even more violently, but no one answered. It may not be a human, hurry! Sound the alarm! Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately took out his gun and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The loud gunshots were particularly startling in the quiet late night. Lin Qingqing immediately jumped up, opened the curtains and looked in the direction where the gunshots came from. It was pitch black outside and she couldn't see anything clearly. At this time, there were knocks on the door. Ms. Lin, there is something happening outside. It was Xiao Pengfei's voice. Lin Qingqing immediately opened the door and asked, Captain Xiao, what's going on outside? It's not clear yet, it's very likely a zombie. Zombies? She originally thought it was Zhou Meng, but she didn't expect it to be a zombie. Why are the zombies here? Where is Zhou Meng? Lin Qingqing said as she put on her bag. At this time, the corridor was already full of people. Everyone was awakened by the gunshot, and before they could figure out the cause, the situation was already in chaos. Xiao Pengfei didn't have time to answer Lin Qingqing's question, and hurriedly arranged for his team members to organize and calm the panicked crowd. Everyone go back to your rooms and don't go out. With someone in charge, everyone quickly calmed down. At this moment, a terrified scream came from the second floor. Fire! Help! On fire? What to do? Everyone, run! For a moment, the crowd that had just calmed down began to flee in panic again. Lin Qingqing and her family lived on the third floor, but the fire started on the second floor, and the room where the fire occurred was right under her feet. There was no need to think too much about it. This was definitely Zhou Meng's work. She thought the other party would choose to assassinate her, but she didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Zhou Meng didn't care about human life at all. What a lunatic! He must still be staring at her in the dark. Lin Qingqing was tense all over. She followed the crowd closely, planning to go out first. If it was just a fire, it would be simple and everyone would just have to leave quickly. However, misfortunes never come alone. After finally getting downstairs, they were greeted by a large group of zombies. This wave of zombies came extremely suddenly. Except for Xiao Pengfei and a few others, no one expected that there were so many zombies waiting for them outside. For a while, screams and cries were heard one after another, and everyone was fleeing in panic. Some people successfully found shelter, while others fainted due to extreme fright. No one expected to encounter such danger on the way to the survivor base. The smooth journey and the reliable team of soldiers made them forget the cruelty of the doomsday. In the panic, some people lost their companions, some lost their children, and some even drove directly into a pile of zombies. The bitten people turned into zombies and attacked other people. There were too many people and the scene was too chaotic. Even if Xiao Pengfei and his companions had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was useless. Only then did Lin Qingqing realize that Zhou Meng's real purpose in setting the fire was not to burn her to death, but to force them all downstairs. The zombies were his ultimate means. She didn't know where this man got so many zombies, nor did she know where he was hiding now. But at this moment Lin Qingqing couldn't care less about so many things. She condensed an ice knife and followed everyone to kill outside. The zombies are slow, but there is still hope as long as they rush out. Xiao Pengfei led several team members to clear the way in front. They had guns and quickly repelled the first wave of zombies. In fact, these hundreds of zombies cannot threaten the safety of Xiao Pengfei's team members. They are all experienced fighters and are capable of breaking out from the siege of this small group of zombies. But the problem is that there are more than 100 ordinary people behind them. They are weak and have no special powers. The fear of zombies alone is enough to make them panic. But Xiao Pengfei just couldn't leave them behind. This is exactly where Zhou Meng's brilliance lies. He is a despicable man, but others are not. So many ordinary people are enough to restrain Xiao Pengfei and the other 12. Looking at the people screaming in the flames and the zombies, Zhou Meng's face was twisted and excited. Die, all of you die! He regarded all the residents in the community as his private property. From the moment everyone chose to follow Xiao Pengfei and leave yesterday, Zhou Meng regarded them as traitors. Originally he only planned to kill Lin Qingqing, but now he doesn't want to let anyone go. This damned bastard! He glanced at Lin Qingqing. And this little beast! He looked at Shirkai again. None of you can escape! Chapter 22, Your enemy is me! Lin Qingqing, who was fighting, suddenly felt a chill on her back, and that annoying and disgusting gaze appeared again. She took a deep breath, then suddenly turned around and ran towards the burning third floor. This 3-story building has doors in the front and back, and the back door leads to the backyard. After rushing into the fire, she wrapped her vital parts with ice armor and then rushed straight to the backyard. The fire could not cause any damage to her who was of the ice element, let alone to Zhou Mang who was of the fire element. This was the battlefield that Lin Qingqing had specially chosen, and she believed that Zhou Mang would definitely follow. Sure enough, as soon as she turned around, she saw Zhou Mang leisurely walking through the doorway that was blazing with flames. After a while, no one came in, and there were only 2 of them left in the backyard. The 3-story building on fire behind them became a natural barrier. None of Zhou Mang's brothers could come in, and Xiao Pengfei probably didn't even know he was here. One-on-one, then let's settle all the new and old grudges together. You stinky bitch, no one can save you now! Zhou Mang licked his scarlet lips and said excitedly. I am your enemy, why do you want to implicate so many innocent people? Lin Qingqing stared at him intently and asked. They all deserve to die, and you deserve to die even more. Zhou Mang did not answer her question, his answer was a fireball coming towards her. You deserve to die, you lunatic! Lin Qingqing quickly dodged the sudden fireball and cursed while holding the ice knife tightly. Although they were both at the 2nd level, she knew that her ability level was definitely not as high as Zhou Mang's. Lin Qingqing knew the gap between the 2 sides, so she continued to use her ice blades and ice armor to block the damage from the fireballs while calculating the remaining abilities of the 2. Ice and fire counteract each other, and the chances of winning a head-on fight with him are not great. Thinking of his hot temper, Lin Qingqing plans to add fuel to the fire to provoke him. Since I'm already crazy, I might as well go a little crazier. As for the consequences of angering Zhou Mang, she glanced obliquely at the small fish pond in the corner of the yard, which was still half full of water. At worst, just hide in the water. Feeling a little relieved, Lin Qingqing began to think about Zhou Mang's weaknesses. He was cruel and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye, but he was extremely obsessed with the death of his cousin. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing had an idea. Your brother told me about you. What? Zhou Mang was stunned when he heard his cousin, and the fireball he was about to launch stopped. He told me about your superpowers and said you have methods to improve them. Impossible! What could he know? Zhou Mang didn't believe it, but he was still shocked. Seeing that it worked, Lin Qingqing didn't give him time to think about it. She looked into Zhou Mang's eyes and continued to speak word by word. It's impossible. He came to my house and asked for some supplies. I saw that he was just a student, so I treated him to a meal. He told me that there is such a simple method to improve your superpowers and you used it yourself without telling him. He is very disappointed in you and said that as a cousin, you are not as nice to him as Brother Qian and Brother Feng. Bullshit, Huizi is not that kind of person. I am his brother, and I can only protect him if I am capable. That's not right. You lied to me. I am going to kill you today to avenge Huizi. Zhou Mang didn't believe it, so Lin Qingqing continued. Then do you know how he died? He was killed by you. You keep saying that you want to avenge your brother, but do you know that it wasn't me who killed your brother? It was you. You found a way to upgrade your superpowers, but you were reluctant to give him even a crystal core. He drank some wine at my house that day, and on an impulse he went to kill zombies for the crystal cores. Although he died at the hands of zombies, it was all because of you. You are the culprit. Nonsense, shut up. Don't deny it. You didn't even let your wife go, let alone your cousin. In a flash, Lin Qingqing thought of the woman who was strangled to death on the opposite building, and Zhou Mang's figure gradually overlapped with that man. Shut up! Shut up! You stinky bitch, you're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mang felt as if a sore spot had been hit. He didn't bother to figure out whether what Lin Qingqing said was true or false. He just wanted to kill this woman who kept talking and provoking him. The fireballs in his hand flew towards Lin Qingqing like crazy. These fireballs were already the size of tennis balls. Lin Qingqing didn't know how many crystal cores he had swallowed to have his current strength, but she knew that Zhou Mang was now completely crazy. When ordinary people fight, they have to at least estimate the number and accuracy of superpowers, but Zhou Mang doesn't care about that at all. He throws fireballs one after another as if they are free. There were originally many vegetables and trees planted in the backyard, as well as a bamboo grape trellis, but now they were all ignited by the scattered sparks. Lin Qingqing had no choice but to continue retreating. She hid in a panic, with many burns and abrasions on her body. Almost there! She only used ice blades and ice armor to resist when she couldn't dodge. The energy consumption was much smaller than Zhou Mang's, while Zhou Mang consumed most of his energy by firing dozens of fireballs in a row. Perhaps because he couldn't hit the opponent's vital points, Zhou Mang fired 5 fireballs in a row for the last time. Can't dodge! Lin Qingqing's eyes flashed, and then 9 ice blades suddenly appeared around her, instantly splitting into 2 waves. 4 of them drew an arc and attacked Zhou Mang's chest, legs and neck, while the remaining 5 ice blades left after images and crashed into the fireball in the air one by one. Bang puff! The ice blade and fireball collided with each other, turning into a ball of sparks and broken ice, and dissipated. The collision of superpowers ended, and both of them took 2 steps back at the same time. You can also remotely control superpowers? A sinister voice sounded. Although all his fireballs were blocked, Zhou Mang was not angry. Instead, he looked Lin Qingqing up and down as if he had seen something strange. No wonder you dared to challenge me. Tell me, how did you do it? He had experimented and found out that only by devouring crystal cores with the same properties could he achieve the effect of improving his supernatural powers. This was also the reason why he did not give the crystal cores to his own brother. Less than 1/5 of the crystal cores he harvested were fire-type crystal cores, and since both of them were fire-type, there were simply not enough to go around. As for ice crystal cores, he had never seen any before, which showed that the drop rate was extremely low, so the method used by this woman must be different from his. I have good talent. Lin Qingqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said without thinking. Bullshit! Don't try to fool me. Tell me. If you tell me the method to improve your superpowers, I will leave you an intact corpse. How about that? Not so good. Who cares if the body is intact after death? Lin Qingqing thought to herself, cursing, pervert, inwardly. Can you let me go if I tell you? She asked tentatively. Tell me what you want and I'll consider it. Zhou Mang paused, then said in a very sinister voice. Lin Qingqing pretended not to hear his gnashing of teeth, and then said slowly. Then let me tell you, you can't tell anyone else, the method I used to improve my superpowers was taught by Captain Xiao. Having said this, she deliberately paused for a moment, and while Zhou Mang's attention was drawn to her words, she flipped her left hand, and 2 cold lights flashed, and then she disappeared into the darkness. Zhou Mang didn't expect that she would be so easy to talk to. If it was the soldier who said that, it would be possible. What is it? He asked anxiously. That's it, Lin Qingqing said softly. You deserve to know. After saying that, she suddenly shot out an ice blade and took the lead in attacking. Chapter 23, Heavy Losses. At the same time, Lin Qingqing held the ice knife in her right hand and rushed towards Zhou Mang with the flying ice blade. At this time, Zhou Mang also realized that he had been fooled. After being provoked again and again by Lin Qingqing, his anger instantly swept away his reason. He didn't want to know anything now. He only had one thought in his mind. Kill her! He had to chop her into pieces and burn her into ashes to relieve the resentment in his heart. Looking at the ice blade coming towards him, Zhou Mang did not use a fireball to block it, but directly raised his fist with flames attached. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, at this moment, the ice blade in front of them suddenly split into 2. One blade headed towards Zhou Mang's fist, while the other turned a corner and shot straight towards Zhou Mang's eyes. With a clang sound, the ice blade shattered, and Zhou Mang's fist was cut by the broken ice blade, leaving several wounds, and the blood instantly dyed his fist red. Almost at the same time, he subconsciously turned his head away, and just missed the second ice blade that suddenly appeared. However, although he tried his best to avoid his eyes, half of his left ear was cut off by the ice blade. Zhou Mang was in so much pain that his eyes were about to burst. He didn't care about his bleeding ear. He clenched his left fist and punched Lin Qingqing with a flamboyant flame. Lin Qingqing dodged to the side, turned her wrist, and swung the ice knife in her hand horizontally towards Zhou Mang's neck. Just as the sharp blade of the ice knife was about to cut through the swollen artery, a wall of fire suddenly appeared between the 2 of them. Lin Qingqing's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly stopped, changing the direction of the knife in her hand, blocking in front of her, and sweeping towards the wall of fire. Although she reacted urgently and avoided the burning of the wall of fire, she still didn't have time to dodge Zhou Meng's whistling fist. She could only barely turn her body to let the fist land on her right shoulder. Suddenly, there was a sound of bones breaking in the shoulder. Lin Qingqing vomited blood and flew backwards instantly. But Zhou Meng was not at ease either. With a muffled groan, he lowered his head to look at his abdomen. It was an ice blade that Lin Qingqing had ambushed in the dark before. With darkness as cover, a small ice blade that had been hidden for a long time finally played its role. Zhou Meng was completely unprepared, and the ice blade penetrated his chest and abdomen. The cold ice energy corroded his body. At this moment, it seemed as if all the blood in his body had frozen. Before he finished his words, another ice blade attacked and also penetrated into Zhou Meng's body. This was the second ice blade that Lin Qingqing buried in the dark, and it was also her final attack. At this time, her superpowers had been used up. Originally, she only had 12 ice blades. Fortunately, with the guidance of Captain Xiao, her superpowers had improved a lot in the past 2 days, so she had 2 more ice blades. Zhou Meng didn't expect that after hunting geese all day, he would be pecked in the eye by a goose today. He fell to the ground unwillingly, looking at Lin Qingqing, who was sitting on the ground coughing up blood, and raised his arm with difficulty. The next moment, a fierce light suddenly burst out in his eyes. With all his might, he fired the last 2 fireballs at Lin Qingqing, and Lin Qingqing was filled with astonishment when she saw the 2 fireballs whizzing towards her. Without thinking too much, she rolled on the ground to avoid the first fireball, and then dived into the small fish pond without thinking. Puff! The fireball fell into the water with her, and its scorching temperature was so dangerous that people could feel it even through the water. In a hurry, Lin Qingqing suddenly remembered the icy lake that had appeared in her dream. She waved her hand subconsciously, and a thin arc-shaped shield instantly gathered in front of her, finally blocking the fireball whose power had been reduced by half. Saved! Huh! Lin Qingqing suddenly surfaced, gasping for breath. She climbed out of the pond with great effort, and immediately looked in the direction where Zhou Meng fell. No, we can't let him turn into a zombie! Lin Qingqing struggled to pick up the ice knife that had fallen to the side, and moved step by step to Zhou Meng's body. Seeing him dying with his eyes open, Lin Qingqing closed her eyes, then raised the ice knife with her left hand and ruthlessly cut his neck. Snap! The ice blade broke and a bloody head rolled out. The 3-story building behind him was still burning. At this time, Xiao Pengfei and others in the front yard had already broken out with the surviving residents. It was not until dawn that all the survivors were evacuated to a safe area. Of the more than 100 residents who had left Furong community, only about 30 are left. Most of them died in the disaster, and even the military team lost a member. The team member was bitten by an ordinary person who had just turned into a zombie behind him, and Xiao Pengfei ended his life with great pain. Although the base has now developed medicines that can improve physical fitness and enhance superpowers, there is still no way to prevent people bitten by zombies from turning into zombies. The soldiers in their team were all elites, brothers who shared life and death and had gone through so many dangers, but they did not expect that they would die in a small farmhouse. How's the head count going? Who's missing? Xiao Pengfei lit a cigarette. The person he was asking was definitely not an ordinary person. Xiao Lu knew it best. He counted the people he knew one by one. Not counting us, there are a total of 36 people alive. Shi Kai is still alive, but her sister is dead. Miss Lin has not been found either, and Zhou Meng's group is all gone. Xiao Lu's tone was also heavy. They all knew what the disaster was, but no one expected that group of people would be so crazy. When Shi Kai heard that the fire and the zombies were most likely the work of Zhou Meng, he was stunned. Is it because I brought everyone out that Zhou Meng was unhappy with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengfei glanced at him and said nothing. Maybe this was indeed the reason, but it was definitely not the main one. The fundamental motive might still lie with Miss Lin. That girl is probably in danger. Xiao Pengfei sighed. Shi Kai couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard what he said. He didn't know the reason and simply thought that Xiao Pengfei was reluctant to part with such a beautiful woman. For fear of further complications, Xiao Pengfei and his team did not dare to delay any longer and headed towards the Rongqing base at full speed overnight. Just in front of them, on another road, 3 cars were also rushing to Rongqing base. There were a total of 11 people on board, 6 of whom were people with special abilities. Compared to the miserable state of Xiao Pengfei and his group, this group of people could be described as leisurely. The cars were filled with supplies, and the leader was Jian Mao. Lin Qingqing knew nothing about these things. She simply treated her wounds and then took advantage of the fire from the 3-story building to temporarily block the zombies in the front yard. She climbed over the wall of the backyard, followed a path, and hid in the woods behind the farmhouse. The hillside here is steep and the trees are dense, so zombies can't get through at all. This is a good opportunity for her to rest up. Without superpowers, she has no ability to protect herself, and she feels uneasy without the ability to protect herself. Lin Qingqing climbed up a tree and prepared to go find Xiao Pengfei after she recovered. By then, under the watchful eyes of the public, even if Zhou Mang had accomplices, they would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 24, Jean Chain. She originally planned to take a nap, but after not sleeping all night and being injured, the double fatigue made her fall into a deep dream as soon as she closed her eyes. This time she dreamed of a white world. "Where is this?" Lin Qingqing in the dream asked loudly, but no one answered her. All around was gray and white, with nothing else. She tried to walk in different directions, but still found nothing. This vast white space seemed to have no end. Just when she was confused, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of her. It was a beam of light that shot straight up into the sky. The bright light stood out particularly in the gray-white space. The beam of light seemed to be a sign or a signal. Lin Qingqing ran towards the direction of the light without hesitation. Only when she got close to it did she see clearly what was inside the beam of light. This was a straight chain, 3 times as thick as her, with both ends connecting the sky and the earth. She stood under the chain, looking so small that she felt like she was looking at a tall tower. The first section alone was taller than her entire body. She raised her head and counted. There were 9 sections of this sky-high chain from bottom to top. Except for the first paragraph, which is in a lit state, the above 8 paragraphs are all in a gray state. There is a node between each section, and the 8 nodes are like locks, or checkpoints that block the light's way up. The last section directly connects to the boundless sky, with no end in sight. "What on earth is this?" Lin Qingqing subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it, but by the time she reacted, her hand was already on the chain. The lit chain was a transparent ice blue color, and felt cold to the touch, with a hint of chill. When she touched it, the chain trembled slightly as if it had life. "It seems to like me very much." As if to confirm her thoughts, the chain rubbed against the palm of her hand. "It can sense my thoughts." Moved again. "You're not in my body, are you?" This time the chain trembled more violently, as if it was happy that she could see it. Lin Qingqing was shocked by her own thoughts and took 2 steps back unconsciously. The first dream awakened her superpowers, so could this dream also have some meaning? Lin Qingqing calmed down and carefully looked at this magical chain that had its own thoughts. The entire chain is actually made up of 2 parallel strands, which are connected to each other and spiral upwards. Suddenly, she felt that the pattern of this chain was particularly familiar. "This spiraling deconstruction is like... Yes, just like the double helix structure of DNA. If you look closely, they are exactly the same, it's just that this one has been magnified countless times." She stretched out her hand again, and the familiar cold touch was exactly the same as her ice knife and ice blade. Lin Qingqing suddenly had an idea. Could this be my DNA gene chain? She intuitively felt that her guess was correct. If this is a hint from the dream, what is it trying to tell me? If you look closely, you can see that the node at the top of the first chain is also in a lit state, and this state has already begun to climb beyond the node toward the second chain. If this chain represents my superpower, then does the first section and the first node that are lit up mean that I have now been upgraded from level 1 to level 2? There are 9 sections of the chain in total. Does that mean that superpowers also have 9 levels in total? Now she has just been upgraded to level 2. Lin Qingqing made a bold guess. What's above the 9th level? She looked up at the top of the chain, which represented the 9th level. The final point was hidden in a grayish-white cloud. Lin Qingqing stared at the cloud above her head, feeling that there must be something above it. Just as she was thinking about whether to climb up the chain to find out what was going on, her body suddenly fell from the air. As the dream collapsed, Lin Qingqing opened her eyes. It was already bright outside, and she didn't have time to think about her dream, so she quickly climbed down the tree. When she arrived outside the courtyard wall of the farmhouse, Lin Qingqing discovered that the fire on the third floor had been extinguished at some point. There were signs of burning everywhere, and there were many zombies wandering in the front yard, but there was no living person. Have Captain Xiao and the others already left? No way! Realizing that she was the only one left here, Lin Qingqing was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, the zombie closest to her sensed the presence of a living person and staggered towards her. Lin Qingqing looked at the naked zombie with disdain, condensed 2 ice blades from a distance, and stabbed them into the zombie's eye sockets with a puff. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground attracted the attention of 2 zombies again. Lin Qingqing looked back and frowned. Why are you naked again? And not only these 3, but more than half of the remaining zombies, including the corpses on the ground, were naked. Did they run naked together when they were alive? Lin Qingqing was amused by her own thoughts. After she chopped down 2 zombies again, a small card on the zombie's wrist caught her attention. What is this? Mutant Garden Hot Spring Villa, number 1026. She recognized the handwriting on the small sign. The number behind it should be the number of a room or storage cabinet. Oh! Mutant Garden Hot Spring Villa. The zombies came from the Hot Spring Villa. Lin Qingqing remembered that when Xiaolu reported the situation yesterday, he said that there was indeed a hot spring villa not far from here. It seems that these zombies must have crawled out of the hot spring pool. No wonder they are naked. Lin Qingqing looked at the group of zombies still wandering around the farmhouse and thought, since they were all lured out of the hot spring villa by Zhou Meng, wouldn't it be a good opportunity for me to go to the villa now? There is always a way out. Lin Qingqing put on her bag, looked at the direction, and walked towards the direction where the zombies came from before. There was no one on the road, and she was the only one walking on the wide road. Occasionally she would encounter 1 or 2 lost zombies, and she would easily take care of them all. Together with the ones she had killed before, she had obtained 6 crystal cores. Unfortunately, they were all of the basic 5 elements attributes, and there was not a single special one. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Crystal cores with mutated properties are really rare. Fortunately, I have the meditation technique. I wonder how Captain Xiao and the others are doing. They don't think I'm dead, do they? This is a difficult problem as I don't know the way to Rongqing Base. But it seems that there is no need to go to Rongqing Base. Captain Xiao and others have to take missions to exchange potions at the base. I don't need potions myself, and I don't have a team to do the mission. Lin Qingqing subconsciously ruled out the idea of joining a team. In her opinion, staying with a few strangers all the time was not as free as being alone. Moreover, he is already a 2nd-level psychic, so he can kill zombies and find supplies by himself without any help from others. If that's the case, then is there any point in going to Rongqing Base? Lin Qingqing was a little confused. After the doomsday, she had been struggling for survival and strength. But now that she had the strength, survival should not be a problem. So what was her goal? She thought all the way as she walked. The 5-kilometer journey was enough for her to recall her previous experiences several times. At this moment, she thought of the chain in her dream again. She stopped and looked up at the clouds in the sky, as if there really was a chain reaching straight to the sky. What is at the end of the chain? Is there another world above those clouds? I really want to go up and take a look. Lin Qingqing blinked, and suddenly such an impulse emerged in her heart. If you want to see it, go and see it. Go to the clouds at the end of the chain and see it. Chapter 25 Hot Spring Villa. Peony Garden Hot Spring Villa. Here we are. Looking at the huge sign in front of her, Lin Qingqing knew she had found the right place. She couldn't wait to step into the door. What she wanted to do most now was to take a good bath. Last night she was forced to jump into the fish pond. The water for breeding fish was so dirty and smelly that she hadn't known how long it had been there. She spent the whole night in that smelly, sticky clothes. Today, the clothes were exposed to the sun and turned into a hard shell. Lin Qingqing felt that she was no different from a smelly salted fish. However, she couldn't take a hot spring bath at the hot spring resort. Lin Qingqing still remembered those naked zombies running around. She glanced regretfully in the direction of the bath, sighing. She didn't want to take a bath in a hot spring pool that had been used by zombies. At this time, all the movable zombies in the entire hot spring villa had been lured away, and the rest were either locked in the rooms or stuck in certain places and unable to move. Lin Qingqing randomly found an unoccupied room, then dropped her backpack and rushed directly into the bathroom. She didn't mind the lack of hot water. As an ice-type mutant, cold showers had no effect on her other than being uncomfortable. After washing, she put on the clean bathrobe prepared for guests in the closet in the room and planned to go out to find some clothes for herself to change. Generally, holiday villas like this will have a laundry room and sometimes provide dry cleaning services for guests. Lin Qingqing found the laundry room, where there were 3 waiters who had turned into zombies. After getting rid of them effortlessly, she began to look for clothes that she could wear. Most of the uniforms here are for employees, and most of the uniforms for female employees are skirts. She didn't think about it, and directly found 2 sets of black long-sleeved trousers worn by security guards. Then she found a few women's windbreakers and sweaters on another shelf. She didn't mind the men's sweatshirt jackets either, as they were all washed anyway. After changing out of her empty bathrobe, Lin Qingqing returned to her room and ate something. After eating, she fell onto the soft big bed. Actually, life alone is not that hard. Such a big hot spring resort is much more comfortable than that kindergarten. She felt that she could easily spend a month or so here by herself. The snacks and instant noodles she found in every corner would be enough for her to eat for a long time, not to mention the comfortable bed and bath water. After locking the door, she had a good sleep. There was no need to worry about any danger or enemies here, so Lin Qingqing slept soundly. When she opened the door again, it was already noon. The room was well soundproofed, and the empty corridor was quiet, but Lin Qingqing knew that there were zombies in many rooms. As long as she got close to the door, she could hear the sound of the zombies banging against the door. Although her life was not threatened, Lin Qingqing did not like having so many zombies as neighbors. Besides, zombies are also corpses, and they definitely won't taste good after a while. Since you are no longer human, I will send you to where you should go. As she said that, she turned back to the room, took out a mask from her bag, and prepared to clean the entire hot spring villa. The front desk had the keys and door cards for all the rooms in the villa. Lin Qingqing opened each room one by one with an ice knife. She locked the rooms that were empty and cleared out the rooms where zombies were. She spent the whole afternoon cleaning 3 floors. She piled the zombies' bodies in the yard, poured oil on them, and set them on fire. She stood not far away and watched quietly until the flame burned out, then she returned to her room carrying a small bag of crystal cores. We'll do the rest tomorrow. Stretching, Lin Qingqing sat on the bed and began to meditate. Ever since she had the dream about the chain last night, the supernatural chain seemed to have grown in her mind. As long as she wanted to see it, she could enter that white space of consciousness by closing her eyes. Captain Xiao had never told her anything about the supernatural chains, but Lin Qingqing felt that everyone should have them. Maybe Captain Xiao thinks he knows. Lin Qingqing was not sure. Perhaps it was because of her poor physical condition. Her superpowers awakened later than others, and this chain only appeared after she entered the 2nd level for a while. If I were to tell others in person that there is such a thing in my head, I would probably be regarded as a monster. Lin Qingqing felt that if she were Captain Xiao, she would definitely not be able to say it. If everyone had it, there was no need to say it. But what if she was the only one who had it? Then it would be right not to say it, otherwise she would definitely be taken away for dissection. After figuring it out, Lin Qingqing stopped worrying about it. To be honest, in her opinion, the purpose of this chain was not only to tell herself that there were 9 levels of superpowers, but also to serve as an experience bar. She doesn't believe that other people don't have such experience notes. Lin Qingqing's consciousness exited the white space and she began to meditate quietly. The days that followed were simple but fulfilling. In addition to searching for food every day, clearing out zombies also became her regular daily activity. In less than half a month, she had cleared out all the zombies in the corners of the entire hot spring villa. During this period, she tried various methods to kill zombies, such as burning, hitting with sticks, smashing with hammers, etc. In the end, I found that for ordinary people, blunt weapons are the most useful. Although sharp weapons are also useful, they require certain skills. If you don't find the right angle and position, the weapon will easily get stuck in the zombie's bones. Zombies are not like humans. They can't be killed with one blow. No matter how many times you chop them, it's useless. Of course, the fastest and most convenient way for Lin Qingqing is to stab directly into the zombie's eye sockets. This part has no defense, and can directly hit the inside of the head. So during this period of time, she mastered the use of the ice blade to perfection, and was able to hit the vital points even at the most tricky angles. Not only that, the number of ice blades also increased to 18, and the supernatural chains in his mind also rose a little. 55th day after the end of the world. The raging flames rose in the yard as usual. Watching the last zombie turn into ashes in the flames, Lin Qingqing turned around and this time did not go back to the room, but got into a black SUV. All the zombies in Nidan Garden Hot Spring Villa have been cleared out, and she plans to leave. She found the car in the parking lot. It was a well-known high-end commercial vehicle from the Lightning brand. It was 90% new, comfortable inside, spacious, yet unpretentious in appearance. It should be the car of some wealthy boss. Tourists who come to this hot spring resort all drive, so there are quite a few vehicles in the parking lot. Lin Qingqing drove the car she liked the most, but she also drove other cars. Each vehicle was searched thoroughly, and even the gas in the tank was drained and filled up in her SUV, with the remainder loaded up and placed in the trunk for later use. In addition to these, there were food, blankets, and medicines in the back seat, which were all brought out from the hot spring villa. It can be said that she had searched the entire hot spring villa from top to bottom. In addition, there is a suitcase under the passenger seat, which is full of crystal cores. Captain Xiao once said that in addition to being used to make supernatural potions, crystal cores are also the main currency in circulation in major bases. Although she doesn't need the potions, the crystal cores can be exchanged for supplies in the base, so Lin Qingqing didn't let go of any of them when clearing out the zombies. These were all her possessions. The black SUV slowly drove out of the hot spring villa, but she had to go somewhere else before leaving. Chapter 26. See Qing and see you. The same 5-kilometer distance was much faster by car than by walking, and Lin Qingqing returned to the farmhouse where she had spent the night. There are many zombies here. In addition to the more than 200 zombies that Zhou Mang had let out from the hot spring villa, there are nearly 100 zombies who are residents of Furong community who came to stay overnight. Only a few people survived that night, and most of them died here. She came here for two purposes. One was to clean up the zombies, and the other was to see if the group of people who were with Zhou Mang were dead. This is not it, and this is not it either. The residents of Furong community have only recently turned into zombies, and their previous appearance can still be vaguely identified through their clothes and appearance. Lin Qingqing cleaned them up one by one, but unfortunately she didn't see the people who had chased her. Except for Zhou Mang, who died in the backyard, they were not among the corpses. They are all alive? Lin Qingqing was a little confused. She remembered the appearance of those people clearly, and it was impossible for her to be wrong. Or were they all taken away by Captain Xiao? But this doesn't make sense. Captain Xiao knew clearly that it was all done by Zhou Mang and his group that night. Moreover, so many people died. It was impossible for him to bring such a group of dangerous people back to the base. Is there something else here that I don't know? She didn't have the chance to see what the final outcome of that night was, but she believed that with Captain Zhao's strength, their team would definitely survive to the end. I just don't know whether Zhou Mang's accomplices chose to surrender to Captain Xiao or flee far away. Next time if you meet Captain Xiao, you must remind him to be careful. Lin Qingqing recalled the faces of those people again, and memorized them all firmly in her mind. As usual, after burning the last zombie, she put out the fire and drove away. Since you plan to survive alone, it doesn't matter where you go. Lin Qingqing drove around casually, cleaning up and burning any zombies she saw. At night, she would find a place to sleep and rest. If she really couldn't find a place to stay overnight, it would be quite comfortable to spend the night in the car. 5 days passed like this, and she finally saw a living person again. Today is the 60th day since the end of the world. It is just dawn in the morning and there is thick fog in the air. Normally, no one would choose to go out at this time. But today was different. On the wide road, a jeep was chasing the off-road vehicle in front of it. Just at a bend, the driver of the jeep suddenly accelerated, caught up with it, and hit the rear of the off-road vehicle with a bang. "See you, are you done yet?" At this time, the SUV in front stopped, and the driver stuck his head out. His wretched little eyes widened and even his mustache curled up in anger. "Put my sister down!" The man driving the jeep was a young man, about 1.80 meters tall, with bulging muscles visible under his half-rolled shirt sleeves. "Your sister came with me voluntarily, and I paid her, too." The wretched little eyes were not afraid of the young man at all. "Qingqing, get down here!" The young man ignored Xiao Yan and shouted loudly at the back seat of the off-road vehicle. The girl in the back seat was startled when her name was called. She hurriedly got out of the car, leaning against the door and saying, "Brother, I'm just going to do a mission with Brother Chu." "Is that a task you can do?" Seeing his sister get out of the car obediently, the young man lowered his voice unconsciously. "I'm just going to help, and then we'll talk." Seeing her brother glaring at her, the girl quickly swallowed back the words, "Rich reward." "That's right. How could we let Sister Qingqing lead the way? If it weren't for the fact that 2 water-type psychics were required for this mission, I wouldn't want to let Sister Qingqing work so hard," the driver of the off-road vehicle said with a smile. "If there was no danger, then how did Xiao Xian die before?" The young man snorted coldly. He glanced at his sister, and wished he could grab her and beat her up right away. "It was an accident." The look in his wretched little eyes flashed. Xiao Xian was a water-based mutant he had found last time. He thought that together with the other 3 people, they would be enough to kill the zombie, but who knew that the zombie would be so difficult to deal with? "Brother, I will be very careful." The girl raised her hand to guarantee that the reward given by Chu Wei this time was really irresistible, and she only needed to stand by and use her supernatural powers, and did not have to kill the zombies herself. "That's a level 2 zombie." The young man was so angry that he jumped up and down when he saw that his sister was still unwilling to give up. "What's wrong with level 2? We guys are no rookies. How can 4 grown men not kill a level 2 zombie?" The wretched little eyes expressed their dissatisfaction. He had been preparing for a long time to kill this level 2 zombie, and had adjusted the personnel configuration several times. Last time there was only Xiao Xian, a water-type zombie, but this time he brought 2 water-type zombies with him, so they will definitely be able to take down that level 2 fire-type zombie. If you get the crystal core of a second-level zombie, you can exchange it for a second-level potion, and with a second-level potion you can upgrade your ability to the second level. When he thought that he would soon become a second-level superpower, he gritted his teeth and said, "Add 10 more crystal cores." "No! Go find someone else." The young man refused without a second thought. "Elder brother." "Shut up!" The girl pouted unhappily when her brother yelled at her, but she didn't dare to talk back. What exactly do you want in exchange for Qingqing to go?" The wretched little eyes were so angry that he couldn't help it. He had finally convinced the simple Qingqing. He was afraid that Siyu would object, so he got up and set out before dawn. However, he was still discovered by this petty-minded man. There is absolutely no way he would give up Qingqing, so he could only bite the bullet and negotiate with Siyu. "No conditions." Seeing that the other party was not moved, his wretched little eyes also became angry. "Siyu, your sister agreed to it herself, and I have paid the deposit. Do you want to break the contract? Do you know the consequences of breaking the contract?" "Elder brother." When Qingqing heard those wretched little eyes say this, she immediately became anxious. Cooperation requires a contract, and those who break the contract will be fined a large amount of crystal cores. This is the rule set by Brother Quinn. Brother Quinn is the boss of their base. Anyone who does not follow his rules will be fined, and those who fail to pay will be kicked out. "I'll pay the fine, but you're not allowed to look for my sister. See you, don't go too far." The wretched little eyes were full of anger. It was none of his business whether the fine was paid or not. What he wanted was Qingqing. "As long as I'm here, no one can take my sister away today." Siyu stepped forward and pulled Qingqing behind him. At this time, the wretched little-eyed guy also got out of the car, holding a long dagger in his hand, looking like he was going to snatch someone from the other party. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a cold female voice suddenly came from not far away. Let's discuss everything properly. Why fight? Who? Who? The wretched little eyes and the young man said in unison that they had never thought that there would be someone else in this desolate place. Chapter 27. See How I Am. The person who was speaking was Lin Qingqing. She parked her car on the side of the road to rest last night. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, she saw such a good show when she woke up early in the morning. The ignorant little girl was coaxed into helping, and her loving brother chased after her and tried to stop her, but the wretched little brother would definitely not let her go in order to achieve his goal. Judging from their conversation, if the wretched little eyes wants to deal with a level 2 zombie, he must ask for help from a water-based psychic. The reason why he found this little girl might be because a superpower named Xiao Xian had died before, so no one went with him? People with water-related abilities are not rare. Since he can't find anyone else, does that mean that the level 2 zombie is very dangerous? Level 2 zombie? I've never seen a level 2 zombie before. Lin Qingqing originally had no intention of getting involved, but she didn't expect that there were level 2 zombies here. She was very curious about what a level 2 zombie that 4 or 5 people couldn't deal with looked like. By this time the sky was bright and the white morning mist had dissipated. The young man with his wretched little eyes saw a black SUV appear on the other side of the road. The car window was half open, and a young woman was leaning her head out slightly, looking at them. The two looked at each other, and for a moment they were not sure whether the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in the morning mist was a human or a fairy. Seeing them in a daze, Lin Qingqing said, "I have been here the whole time, you just didn't see me. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It turns out it's not a fairy." The wretched little eyes muttered something secretly, and it was unclear whether the expression was regretful or something else. "Disgusting!" The young man glared at him fiercely. The wretched little eyes glared back in defiance. The young man ignored him and turned to look at Lin Qingqing. "We are from the Qing County base. Where are you from?" Qing County also has a base? Looking at the appearance of several people, it seems that the base does not seem to be very large, Lin Qingqing thought to herself, and ignored the question calmly. "I'm just a passerby. I heard you guys were discussing killing zombies. Do you need any help? Can you help?" He narrowed his wretched little eyes and looked her up and down carefully. That look was definitely not friendly. "Tell me about it, maybe you need me." Hearing her say this, his wretched little eyes hesitated. If it was any other stranger on the street who suddenly offered to help, he would definitely think that the other person had bad intentions. But since the person who said this was a young single woman, he was not so resistant. What's more, he happened to be caught up by Siyu just now. According to Siyu's temper, he knew that he would definitely not be able to take Qingqing away this time. It's not impossible if this woman is of the water type. After his mind raced, the wretched little eyes were about to ask about the other party's special abilities, when the girl who was originally hidden behind her brother suddenly spoke. "That's a level 2 fire zombie. You can't help it if you're not a water type." The fast-talking girl interrupted him and glared at her unhappily with her filthy little eyes. Realizing that she seemed to have said something wrong, the girl immediately shut her mouth and hid behind her brother. The young man also quickly reached out to protect his sister. He was not afraid of the wretched little eyes, turned to Lin Qingqing and said, "My sister is right, the second-level zombies are indeed difficult to deal with. This lady should think about it more. What are you considering? If someone dares to act alone, he must be a capable person. I dare to take your sister even though she can't kill zombies, let alone this lady." Hearing the brother and sister singing a different tune from him, the wretched little eyes that were originally hesitant immediately dared not hesitate any longer. He has already fought with this level 2 zombie twice. If he delays any longer and someone else gets there first and snatches the crystal core, then his dream of having level 2 superpowers will be over. "I'm not a water type, but I think ice type should be more suitable than water type, right?" That zombie was indeed of the fire type. No wonder they needed a water type mutant. Although Lin Qingqing didn't know how they figured out the zombie's attributes in advance, it didn't stop her from recommending herself. "Ice type? Are you really an ice type?" When he heard that she was not a water type, his wretched little eyes were a little disappointed, but he didn't expect that the second sentence would give him a big surprise. The ice system is of course more suitable than the water system, and it is much more suitable. Lin Qingqing knew that the other party might not believe it, so she condensed a piece of ice and threw it at the wretched little eyes. Would you like to try it? The wretched little man reached out to take the fist-sized ice cube, and the icy breath made him shiver. It's really ice! The wretched little eyes now believed it. Of course he wouldn't taste it, but turned around and threw the ice cubes to the young man. As a fire-type mutant, he didn't like such cold things at all. Hello, my name is Chu Wei, and I'm a fire-type mutant. May I ask your name, young lady? My last name is Lin. Can I help you this time? I can help, of course I can. Miss Lin is too modest. Chu Wei, with his wretched little eyes, nodded quickly, as if he was afraid that the other party would go back on his word. When the young man saw this situation, he knew that his persuasion was useless, so he thought, since both parties were willing, there was no need for him to be a bad guy. It would be enough for him to stop the sister. As for the others, it was none of his business. Then you guys continue to discuss it. I'll take Qingqing back. As for the deposit, I'll return it to you in full when you come back. After Siyu finished speaking, he pulled his sister Qingqing into the car and left without looking back. Chu Wei and Lin Qingqing were both very happy that the brother and sister withdrew. Chu Wei was happy because he had a better choice, and of course he no longer cared about Qingqing. Siyu left cleanly, saving him a lot of trouble. Lin Qingqing was happy because once the water girl left, she was the only option left for the other party. Then how much is Mr. Chu going to pay me? Seeing Siyu's car driving away, Lin Qingqing asked slowly. Huh! Chu Wei didn't expect the other party to suddenly offer a reward. You can't be the same as that little girl from the water department, right? Helping was just her excuse for wanting to get involved. It was impossible for her to really help for nothing. Besides, she was a second-level psychic, although the other party didn't know it. Chu Wei also realized at this time that this woman definitely didn't come to him to work for nothing. He glanced at Lin Qingqing and estimated a suitable price in his mind. He was about to make an offer when Lin Qingqing said, I am an ice-type mutant, so I don't need ordinary crystal cores. Come on, you finish talking. Chu Wei choked. What this woman meant by saying this was that she was clearly asking for an ice crystal core. I thought it was a kind little white rabbit, but who knew it was a spirit? Now that Qingqing is gone, I have no choice. Chu Wei couldn't help but miss the innocent and easy-to-fool Qingqing. That person was a real little white rabbit, but unfortunately she had a brother who was not easy to fool. Chapter 28 Bargaining. I do have 2 ice crystal cores, Chu Wei said carefully. Isn't this a bit far from the reward that little girl gets? 10 crystal cores are enough to exchange for a potion. What can 2 be used for? Ice crystal cores are rare. Even if you have 20 ordinary crystal cores, you may not be able to exchange for them. Ice-type mutants are even rarer. Even if you want to exchange an ice crystal core for an ordinary crystal core, someone has to take it, right? Then add 20 more ordinary crystal cores. Chu Wei gritted his teeth and said that this was already his bottom line, and adding more would offend others. I remember you gave the little girl 10 more pills in order to get her brother to agree. Ms. Lin, you can't be too greedy, Chu Wei warned. But ordinary crystal cores are really of no use to me. Then what do you want? It was only then that Chu Wei realized that this woman had another purpose in helping him. I'm interested in level 2 zombies, Lin Qingqing stated her purpose. This man was a fire-type mutant, so it didn't make sense for him to be so lucky as to run into a level 2 zombie that was also a fire-type zombie. She bet that this person must have some method or information channel to find out the location where the second-level zombies appeared. Hearing Lin Qingqing talking about the second-level zombies, Chu Wei was stunned for a moment and thought, this is another one who overestimates his own abilities. Level 2 zombies are different from those level 1 zombies all over the ground. How can they be so easy to kill? A level 2 zombie cannot be killed by one person alone, Chu Wei said contemptuously. That's my business. Lin Qingqing didn't buy his account. Seeing the other party's stubbornness, Chu Wei's contempt in his heart became stronger. Do you really think you are so great just because you are an ice element? Even if I tell you, you can only go to die. Chu Wei thought about it and wanted to teach this ignorant woman a lesson, so he pretended to be embarrassed and said, I do know the location of another level 2 zombie, and that zombie is most likely an ice type. Oh? What a coincidence! Lin Qingqing looked at him with a smile. It seemed that she guessed right. this man did have information about other level 2 zombies. Actually, I'm not too sure. The last time I encountered that zombie was near an ice lake. The temperature there is much lower than anywhere else, so I guess that it was an ice zombie. Chu Wei's words were full of confidence, and had solid reasons. It seems that the properties of the second-level zombies have a lot to do with the surrounding environment. Lin Qingqing immediately grasped the key point. Yeah, you can say that. Chu Wei nodded. Seeing that the other party was indeed interested, Chu Wei continued. Wait for Miss Lin to help me kill that level 2 fire zombie, and I will tell Miss Lin the location of the other zombie. How about that? Mr. Chu is indeed sincere. Lin Qingqing nodded with a smile, then extended her hand to him. What are you doing? As for the deposit, Mr. Chu, you wouldn't want to get something for nothing, would you? Ms. Lin can keep her word. We've been talking for such a long time, can I still take advantage of your 2 crystal cores for free? Chu Wei was feeling depressed. He reached into his pocket, and then threw 2 crystal cores over. Ms. Lin, after receiving the deposit, you must listen to Chu. Of course, I also want to meet that second-level ice zombie. Let's go! After the transaction was completed, Chu Wei turned around and got into the car. Looking at the direction the off-road vehicle was heading, Lin Qingqing held 2 ice crystal cores, turned the car around and followed. In Chu Wei's car, a thin young man wearing glasses couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother Chu, is that woman really an ice type? Of course it's true. Chu Wei saw with his own eyes that the ice cubes were condensed from Miss Lin's hands. Precisely because it was true, he was able to bargain patiently with Miss Lin. I didn't expect that woman to be so difficult. Chu Wei felt that he had suffered a loss, and he decided that next time he killed zombies, he must let that woman be the first one to take the lead. Has Brother Chu really seen another level 2 zombie? The young man with glasses asked again. Of course it's true. When have I ever told a lie, Brother Chu? The news was indeed true, but Chu Wei never thought of telling the other party the address. In his opinion, it was just bait for fishing. The fish had already taken the bait, so who would still throw bait? As for what would happen after she changed her mind, he was not worried at all. She was just a greedy woman. When the time comes, he would use up all her special powers and see how she could act. Recalling the other person's outstanding appearance, Chu Wei couldn't help licking his lips. That skin was so good, so white and tender. Chu Wei had wild thoughts in his mind, and his obscene expression was seen by the other 3 people in the car, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at each other tacitly, pretending not to know what he was thinking. The 3 of them also felt that Miss Lin was a little too greedy. In the doomsday, single women were already a vulnerable group. If they were not careful, they would be eaten up sooner or later without leaving even a bone. Although Lin Qingqing, who was following behind the SUV, had no idea of Chu Wei's dirty thoughts, she also understood that this man would not be so honest as to tell her the news about the second-level zombies. It's not up to him to tell you when the time comes. Strength is her biggest trump card, so Lin Qingqing is not afraid. The 2 cars drove one after the other for most of the day, and finally stopped together in front of a factory building in the suburbs of Rongqing. Chu Wei got out of the car first and pointed at the factory and introduced it to everyone. This was originally a handmade glass product processing workshop. Before the end of the world, many studios would come here to customize things. There were many handicrafts inside, but not many supplies. Perhaps because Chu Wei was in a good mood, he couldn't help but say a few more words. We have already cleared out the level 1 zombies inside, so there is no danger. The level 2 zombie is in the innermost glass-making factory. Now let me introduce them. This is Lao Yang, a strength-type psychic. The one next to him is Xiao Li, a water-type psychic. And the other is Xiao Hu, a eyesight-enhanced psychic. Xiao Hu is not only a scout, but also our long-range support, he said while patting the bow and arrow on Xiao Hu's back. Lin Qingqing looked at the 3 people carefully. The old Yang that Chu Wei mentioned is a middle-aged man with strong muscles but deep nasolabial folds. The little Li from the water system is the thin young man wearing glasses. Xiao Hu's appearance is the most special. He is very tall, more than 1.9 meters tall, but very thin, with long legs and arms, and even a long horse face. The most striking thing about him is his light brown eyes with very small pupils, which look like an eagle's if you look closely. After introducing the three people, Chu Wei turned around and introduced Lin Qingqing. This is Miss Lin, an ice-type mutant. Hello? Hello, Miss Lin. Miss Lin! Hello? Lin Qingqing ignored the hand that Shaoli extended and replied in a calm tone. Chu Wei didn't care about Lin Qingqing's perfunctory attitude and started introducing the second-level zombies. Only Shaoli withdrew his finger with an embarrassed look. Chapter 29, Second-Level Zombies. You haven't seen a level 2 zombie, so let me tell you about it first. Chu Wei cleared his throat and continued. This second level is very different from the first level. In addition to being more flexible and having stronger defensive capabilities, it can also cover its entire body with flames, just like wearing a flaming armor. No matter what other abilities are used on it except for water, they will have no effect. Zombies have skills? This is the first time Lin Qingqing has heard of this. No wonder Chu Wei was able to determine the attributes of zombies in advance. It turns out that he has seen its skills. Then we can only rely on Shaoli and Miss Lin to attack? Old Yang frowned. That's right. You and I will be responsible for containing it, and Xiao Hu will provide remote support. Do you have any other opinions? Chu Wei said, looking at the four people. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement, and no one had any objection. Several people came to the factory where the second-level zombies were. Before they got close, they heard the roars of the zombies inside. The hoarse sound was like two rusty gears rubbing against each other, and the tortured people just wanted to cover their ears. Lao Yang is a power-type mutant. He was the first to step forward. He used his fist as big as a casserole to punch open the factory door, and then everyone followed him and rushed in. Xiao Hu was at the end. He had just closed the door when he turned around and saw a skinny and charred humanoid creature leaping down from a high shelf and landing 5 meters in front of the crowd. 5 people mean 5 portions of food. When the zombies saw them, instead of hiding, they excitedly staggered in place, as if they were carefully choosing the first target to eat. It's indeed different from a level 1 zombie. Lin Qingqing looked at the ugly naked humanoid monster in front of her, but she was thinking, the first-level zombie can at least clearly see its facial features as a human being, but this second-level zombie has completely lost the characteristics of a normal human except for the number of limbs and head. The skin is red and cracked, the joints are severely deformed, and the body is as dry as a dehydrated mummy. I really don't know how it moves. Take action! Chu Wei was the first to react. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoli couldn't wait to release a water whip, and then shook the whip and attacked the zombie's left rib. There was a dent there, which was exactly where the zombie was injured last time. The zombie howled angrily after being hit by a whip. The familiar water attribute attack seemed to remind it of the pain it had suffered before. After a roar, everyone felt the temperature around them suddenly rise, and even the air around the zombies became distorted. Perhaps the zombies recognized their enemy, and this time they took the initiative to attack. Shaoli was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. At the same time, Chu Wei and Lao Yang's attacks also fell on the zombies. Lao Yang, who is from the strength department, used his fists. He wore a pair of black gloves and his punches were powerful. Chu Wei is a fire type and uses a dagger. His fire type ability can't cause any damage to the second-level zombies, which are also fire type, so he can only use weapons. With the 2 people attacking from the left and right, the zombie that was originally rushing towards Shaoli was successfully intercepted. After Shaoli ran far away, the zombie stopped chasing him and turned around to attack Chu Wei directly. The 2 figures exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Chu Wei's special abilities could not be used, and the dagger could only cause some scratches on the zombie. Although the zombie's attack was disorganized, its tough body caused considerable damage to Chu Wei. What's even more strange is that this time, whether it was Lao Yang or Shaoli, their attacks failed to make the zombie change its target. Even Xiao Hu took the time to shoot a few arrows, but still failed to stop it from attacking Chu Wei. Is it that like attracts like? Chu Wei wanted to exchange the crystal core of the fire zombie for a similar potion, and could it be that the zombie also had a crush on his fire-type body and wanted to eat him to advance? Lin Qingqing made some wild guesses, and when she saw that Chu Wei was almost beaten, she condensed her ice blade and rushed forward. With Lin Qingqing's joining, Chu Wei was able to escape. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, "Bad luck," in his heart. The ice blade condensed by the supernatural power quickly left wounds on the body of the fire zombie. This was the first time that such a high level of damage was inflicted on the zombies, which shocked the others, especially Chu Wei, whose two little eyes glowed green as he looked at Lin Qingqing. Xiaoli was also one of the main attackers. He was unwilling to admit defeat, so he gritted his teeth and used his supernatural powers as if they were free. Lin Qingqing didn't want to compete with him for credit. Seeing that Xiaoli was so brave, she gave up the main attack position and just scouted from the side. The fight lasted for about half an hour, and the zombies were almost completely wounded. Lin Qingqing controlled it very well. She could have cut the zombies' vital points with one blow, but she always, accidentally, cut it off, which not only injured the zombie but also kept it able to move. Just as Xiaoli's supernatural power was about to be exhausted, the zombie became angry. Its eyes instantly turned red, and then a flame quickly spread from its eyes to its entire body. This is the innate skill of the second-level fire zombie flame armor, Chu Wei shouted to remind everyone. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do and he could only place his hopes on Xiaoli and Lin Qingqing. Seeing the zombies using their skills, Lin Qingqing also started to take it seriously. Her original plan was to use this level 2 zombie to reduce the combat effectiveness of Chu Wei and others as much as possible, so that she could take the initiative later. But I didn't expect that the zombie skills would be forced out so quickly. It's obvious that this skill cannot be used casually. With the flame-protected zombies, the attack is nearly twice as fierce as before, and even the defense is greatly improved. Moreover, it no longer keeps its focus on a certain target, but instead starts a random attack mode. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing immediately changed her strategy, turning offense into defense and trying to preserve her strength as much as possible. She was carefully weighing the fighting power between the zombies and Chu Wei and his group, just like the fox distributing meat patties to the piglets, taking a bite on the left and right until she had finished eating all the meat patties in their hands. At this moment, the zombie in the abnormal state was obviously too ferocious, so, at the moment when its claws reached out to Chu Wei, Lin Qingqing seized the opportunity and cut off one of the zombie's arms with one knife. The zombie who suddenly lost his arm lost his balance during the attack, turned around on the spot, and grabbed Chu Wei again with his other hand. This time, Lin Qingqing just happened to be one step slower than the zombie, and the ice knife just grazed the zombie's head, only scratching half of its face. At this time, Xiao Hu's arrow flew over and hit the zombie's arm with a ding sound. The arrow made of bamboo was instantly ignited by the flames on the zombie's body, but this only caused the zombie's claws to shift an inch and did not completely resolve Chu Wei's crisis. Just as the sharp claw was about to tear Chu Wei's neck, Lao Yang's fist appeared at the right time. He originally planned to knock the zombie's arm off balance with a punch and save Chu Wei, but he didn't expect Chu Wei to move on his own. In a hurry, he grabbed Lao Yang's fist and used the force of the fist to pull Lao Yang to the side, pulling him in front of himself and sending him directly under the zombie's claws. Lao Yang never expected that he, who was originally planning to save people, would be betrayed by his companions and lose his life. Although he is a powerful psychic, he is only at level 1 after all. His fists are better than ordinary weapons, but his own defense is no match for the zombie's claws. Just like that, in front of everyone's incredulous eyes, Lao Yang was pierced by a zombie's claw, and died in front of everyone before he could react. Watching Lao Yang fall down, Chu Wei suddenly came to his senses. When he remembered what he had done, he felt a surge of regret. "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" Xiaoli was the first to react. He looked at Chu Wei with horror, as if he still couldn't believe it. And the arrow that Xiao Hu had originally pointed at the zombies subconsciously turned towards Chu Wei the moment Lao Yang was exposed, as if he was the devil who was even more brutal than the second-level zombies. Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows in surprise, then quickly took 2 steps back, her eyes full of vigilance. Feeling the shocked or wary gazes of the crowd, Chu Wei's face turned gloomy and his throat became dry. Then he glared at me and said viciously, "Lao Yang, this was an accident. I thought he was going to attack me, so I subconsciously pulled him. This is self-defense." Chu Wei knew that no one would believe such a far-fetched statement, but he couldn't think of any better reason at the moment. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Let's continue to deal with the zombies and talk about other things later." Looking at the zombies crawling on the ground gnawing on Lao Yang's corpse, the others knew what to do and said nothing more. They just subconsciously distanced themselves from Chu Wei. Humph, what's wrong with a few people dying? As long as he gets the crystal core and upgrades to the second level, who dares to have a problem with him? There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Chu Wei's eyes. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard into the zombie's head. There had been a crack cut by Lin Qingqing there, and Chu Wei stared at the crack intently, as if he wanted to see the crystal core in the zombie's head through the crack. Although Chu Wei's attack was much more fierce this time, without the strength-oriented Lao Yang, everyone still felt the pressure suddenly increased. Especially Xiao Li, his supernatural powers had already been mostly used up, and then Chu Wei's accidental killing of Lao Yang greatly increased the fear and pressure in his heart. His psychological quality was not strong to begin with, and he made frequent mistakes under the double blow. Lin Qingqing and Chu Wei were both affected by his water whip. What do you mean? Chu Wei was hit by the water whip again, and he turned around to question Xiao Li. Accidentally? Xiao Li bit his lip and gave no further explanation. Accidentally? I think you did it on purpose. I was just careless, believe it or not, I'm not you. You. Chu Wei was furious. He didn't expect that even the gentle and good-tempered Xiao Li would dare to contradict him deliberately. The two were distracted by the quarrel, and Lin Qingqing was just paddling silently on the side. The zombie lost its restraint and suddenly chased after Xiao Hu, who had been shooting arrows at it. Xiao Hu was startled and quickly put away his bow and arrow and turned to run. They were chasing each other in the factory, and all kinds of glass products fell to the ground and fragments flew everywhere. Run this way! Chu Wei shouted at him, waving a dagger. While fleeing in a hurry, Xiao Hu was tripped by a fallen iron frame. His leg was injured and blood dripped down his trouser leg. The smell of fresh blood instantly stimulated the zombie to become even more crazy. He quickly got up, not caring about his injured leg, and ran towards his companions. Help! Xiao Hu glanced at Chu Wei and walked past him without thinking. The death of Lao Yang was still vivid in his mind. He was more afraid of Chu Wei pushing him again than the zombies behind him, so he would rather choose Lin Qingqing and Xiao Li, who were farther away from him, than go looking for Chu Wei. Bah! You really don't know what's good for you. At this time, Chu Wei's face looked extremely ugly. He cursed Xiao Hu inwardly and retracted his leg that had already stepped out. Lin Qingqing watched coldly as the three of them became wary and suspicious of each other because of Lao Yang's unexpected death, and the originally tacit combination fell apart. I originally wanted to rely on the second-level zombies to reduce their strength, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Lin Qingqing stared at the zombie that Xiao Hu had brought over, intending to take the opportunity to get rid of it directly. At this moment, the flame armor on the zombie has disappeared, and a piece of its arm has been lost, and its strength is not as good as before. Lin Qingqing seized the opportunity, rushed forward with an ice knife in hand, and chopped off the zombie's head with one blow. At the moment when the zombie's head fell, her blade turned suddenly, pierced into the half-broken face of the zombie and pulled it back. Then she took the zombie's head and retreated a few steps, creating some distance between her and Chu Wei and the others. Several actions were completed in a flash, without any delay. By the time the other three people reacted, the second-level crystal core had already fallen into Lin Qingqing's hands. Ms. Lin, what do you mean? Looking at the crystal core in Lin Qingqing's hand, Chu Wei suddenly became anxious. He had gone through so much trouble and sent another person in, but in the end he still hadn't got the crystal core. How could Chu Wei remain calm? It's not that interesting. We still have a deal to make later. I hope Mr. Chu won't forget it. Lin Qingqing waved the ice knife, and the cracks on the blade immediately recovered. The head of this level 2 zombie was much harder than the level 1 one, and it actually broke 2 cracks on her ice knife with one cut. Looking at the still sharp ice knife in Lin Qingqing's hand, Chu Wei endured it in his heart. How could that be? We agreed to tell you the address immediately after killing the level 2 zombie. Miss Lin, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? I had no choice. Mr. Chu also knows that doing business requires integrity, but... Halfway through her words, Lin Qingqing deliberately glanced at Lao Yang's body on the ground. The obvious meaning is, you even use your own brothers to shield yourself from danger. I don't trust you. You... Chu Wei was very angry about Lin Qingqing's behavior. He originally wanted to find some excuse to cover up the matter, but Lin Qingqing brought it to the surface with just one sentence. Now he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. What's even more infuriating is the attitude of Xiao Hu and Xiao Li. At this moment, one of them looked up at the sky and the other looked down at the ground, and no one spoke out a word to refute. You guys! Chu Wei stared at the three people with vicious eyes, especially Lin Qingqing. Looking at the second-level crystal core in her hand, Chu Wei wished he could skin her alive. Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Chu? What do you want? Chu Wei said with gritted teeth. Take me there in person, and I will return the crystal core to you when we see the level 2 zombie. Sure. I hope Miss Lin will keep her word. Certainly. After Lin Qingqing finished speaking, she put the crystal core into her pocket in front of him. Knowing that he couldn't refuse this time, Chu Wei snorted coldly, turned around and walked out. Xiao Li and Xiao Hu looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. No matter what, the deal between them would not be over until Chu Wei got the crystal core. This Miss Lin is not simple. This was the thought that popped up in the minds of Chu Wei and the other two at the same time. Originally thought to be just prey that came to the door, but it turned out to be an experienced hunter. Even a veteran like Chu Wei, who often comes into contact with all kinds of people, admitted that he really made a mistake this time. He recalled Lin Qingqing's performance before and after, and realized that the other party had not shown anything except an ice skate. Moreover, everyone was somewhat flustered throughout the entire battle, but she was the only one who seemed to be at ease from beginning to end, especially the last blow where she chopped off the zombie's head, which was so fast, accurate, and ruthless. Until now, Chu Wei still has not figured out the true nature of Miss Lin. Chapter 31: Searching for Zombies. The two cars were driving one after the other on a deserted road, and they were getting further and further away, until gradually even the zombies could not be seen. About half an hour later, the off-road vehicle finally stopped by the roadside with a creak. We're here! This is it! Chu Wei said, pointing to a fence on the side of the road. Lin Qingqing looked around and found that the road they were on was flanked by towering hillsides on one side, and on the other side was the direction Chu Wei pointed to. If she guessed correctly, there was a wetland park inside the fence. This park was quite famous before the apocalypse. During the hot summer, a large number of tourists would come here to cool off and escape the heat. However, now is the off-season for tourism, and the park is cold and wet. Logically, there shouldn't be many zombies. You actually found this place. Lin Qingqing felt that Chu Wei was a very powerful person, and he even knew what was happening in such a remote place. This is the side of the park. There is a small door in front. It was a passage used to transport goods before the apocalypse. I came here originally intending to follow this road and to find the warehouse, but I met the zombie at a lake halfway. Chu Wei's introduction was very detailed, and it seemed that he was still planning to follow the same path as last time. The small door was ajar and opened easily with a push. Seeing that he seemed familiar with the place, Lin Qingqing somewhat believed that he had really been there before. At this time, the park was surprisingly quiet, with only the crunch, crunch sound of cars rolling over the road covered with fallen leaves. Chu Wei drove the car very carefully, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Squeak! The car stopped again. Chu Wei got out and said to Lin Qingqing, "We'd better walk the road ahead and be quiet." Lin Qingqing nodded, and followed suit by lightening her footsteps, looking completely trustful. Chu Wei glanced at her without saying anything. He just led the way silently, and no one knew what he was thinking. The wetland park is cold and damp in winter. Thick water vapor fills the air, forming a constantly flowing white fog in the woods. They were walking in the white fog. The damp and cold air around them made people feel very uncomfortable. Even breathing became difficult. Especially for Chu Wei, who had the fire attribute, the environment here seemed to be a natural counter to him. Even his supernatural powers were suppressed a little. In comparison, the other three were much less affected, especially Xiao Li. He was a water-based psychic, and unlike Chu Wei, this place not only had no negative impact on him, but had some positive effects. Being in the white mist, he could feel that his psychic powers were recovering faster. After walking about 500 meters, they arrived near their destination. At this time, everyone could see the lake through the gaps in the woods. This is it. Chu Wei was just about to talk about the zombie when he suddenly heard a girl's scream and cry for help in the distance, followed by the roar of a zombie. Someone! Several people were stunned and quickened their pace at the same time. How come I encounter someone stealing monsters when I go out to fight in the wild? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but complain in her heart. How could anyone come to such a shabby place? Ah, help! There were a few more panic screams coming from the front, and from the sound, there was more than one person. There were very few zombies in the park to begin with, and hearing the screams of these young people, it was very likely that the level 2 zombie was chasing them. The 4 of them ran forward quickly for a few dozen meters and then left the woods. After passing through the last layer of thick fog, the lake in front gradually became clear. On the green path by the lake, a skinny zombie was chasing a group of young people. These young people were of similar age and clothing, 6 in total, half male and half female. 3 boys were running in the front, 2 girls with good physical strength were in the middle, and the other slightly plump girl was slower than the others, so she was the last one. She took steps breathlessly, and was about to be caught by the zombie's sharp claws. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail who was running in front of her suddenly turned around and pulled her in time. With the help of her companions, she ran forward a few steps quickly, but unfortunately her speed slowed down again. Seeing her companions in front of her running farther and farther away, she made up her mind and pushed the girl with ponytail who saved her behind her. It doesn't matter if you can't run first, as long as you can run faster than the last person, you won't die. Life and death are at stake, so what is the meaning of the Tao, what is friendship, all stand aside for her. The girl with ponytail who was pushed to the end was stunned. She screamed, Fei, what are you doing? The plump girl who had already run ahead of her seemed not to hear her question, and ran forward desperately without even looking back. However, she still underestimated the ponytail girl's physical strength and desire to survive. Seeing that she was about to be overtaken again, the slightly plump girl anxiously asked for help from the boys running in front. I don't know what she said to them, but a vine suddenly flew out from the wrist of one of the boys and hit the leg of the girl with ponytail with a snap. This sudden move successfully stopped the girl with the ponytail and made her fall to the back of the team. Before the remaining tall girl could say anything, she and the slightly plump girl were dragged away by the arms by the other 3 boys. The ponytail girl's leg was injured by the whip and she fell to the ground. But she didn't panic, she rolled hard on the ground and barely avoided the zombie's first claw attack, and then used her other uninjured leg to kick the zombie's second claw away. But unfortunately, although she was trying her best to save herself, facing a level 2 zombie, her resistance was still as weak and pitiful as a praying mantis blocking a car. The zombies attacked for the 3rd time, but the girl with ponytail sitting on the ground still did not give up. She raised her hands firmly, put her fingers together, and when she opened them again, 5 shining arcs of electricity appeared at the fingertips of each hand. Then there was a flash of lightning, and the girl's 5 fingers, with a residual shadow, grabbed the zombie's swinging arm. Her eyes were filled with a desperate ruthlessness, like a she-wolf fighting to the death. Zzz, the electric light hit the zombie, flashing a few sparks, and then disappeared. There is no effect at all. How is that possible? Are you going to die? She was unwilling to give up, and the lightning flashed a few more times at her fingertips. At this moment, a silver light flashed across, and with a clang sound, it hit the zombie's sharp claws. The silver light did not stop, and used its sharp claws to flip it over. Then someone lifted the ponytail girl's arm, placed it on a pair of slender shoulders, and took her away. The person who was carrying her was much taller than her. Although he was thin, he was very strong. She was almost dragged all the way. Who is this person? Why is he here? Why did he save me? After the extreme fear, her mind went blank. The arm around her waist hurt her, but she didn't care and could only move her legs desperately by instinct. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: run faster, and make sure not to hurt the person who saved her. Chapter 32. This is not the ice element. It was not until she was thrown into the bushes that the girl with the ponytail finally reacted. She was rescued, and the one who rescued her was another strange girl. Seeing the slender figure confronting the zombies in front of her, the girl with the ponytail felt her heart pounding. No, I have to stay away and not cause any trouble for her. Enduring the pain in her legs, she quickly moved backwards until she hid herself behind a big tree, then she stuck her head out again. Seeing that the prey that was about to be eaten was snatched away by someone, the zombie let out a sharp howl in anger. Lin Qingqing was about to chop at the zombie's opposite with her ice knife when Chu Wei shouted behind her. "Ms. Lin, you have already seen the level 2 zombie. Is it time to end our deal?" When fighting, one is most afraid of being disturbed by others. Chu Wei's sudden shout almost distracted Lin Qingqing. He didn't shout earlier or later, but just when she was about to fight the zombies. His intentions were extremely vicious. "Okay then, Mr. Chu, help me watch this zombie, and I'll get you the crystal core?" Lin Qingqing dodged the zombie's attack and said without turning her head. "Miss Lin, are you trying to drag us all down with you?" Chu Wei didn't believe that Lin Qingqing could kill a level 2 zombie by herself. In his opinion, Miss Lin lured the zombies here in the name of saving people just to get them to help her kill the zombies. This shameless woman. "I just can't spare any time," Lin Qingqing said helplessly. It was not like she couldn't see that Chu Wei had ill intentions. If the zombies stayed where they were, she would of course choose to send Chu Wei and the others away before taking action. But the reality is just so unfortunate. Seeing that the zombies are about to chase the group of people away, how can Lin Qingqing just sit there and wait to die? Although what they saw were zombies chasing people, it was a 1-on-6 situation after all, and there was more than one person with superpowers among these people. What if those young people found a chance to kill the zombies? Wouldn't her efforts be in vain? As for the girl, she is the zombies' prey. If you save her, won't the zombies follow you obediently? Chu Wei thought that Lin Qingqing wanted to ask them for help, but in fact Lin Qingqing didn't expect them at all. The fire crystal core was still on her, and there was a level 2 zombie with such a powerful weapon next to her. Chu Wei and the other two couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. But Lin Qingqing didn't care what they thought, as long as these people were under her nose. If there was any small movement, her ice blade would be enough to kill the 3 unprepared people in one blow. The gap between a second-level psychic and a first-level psychic cannot be made up by numbers. It's like comparing the lethality between a sharpshooter and an ordinary person. It's obvious who is more powerful. Now, this level 2 zombie was her main target. Lin Qingqing fought very seriously. She wanted to end the battle quickly, but the zombie was unwilling to cooperate. Maybe he thought she was too difficult to deal with, so he turned around and went straight to other people. They were all food anyway, so who cares who? Now that the zombies changed their target, Chu Wei, who was closest to them, became the first target. "Fuck, why do you always look for me?" Chu Wei cursed. He was unwilling to help Lin Qingqing. When the zombie suddenly looked at him, he immediately turned around and ran away. When he ran, the zombies paused for a moment and stopped chasing him. With so many people around, they just picked one more, and unfortunately this time they picked Xiaoli. Xiaoli followed Chu Wei's example and turned around and ran, but this time the zombies did not want to let him go. "Does this zombie know how to pinch soft buns?" Xiaoli secretly groaned in his heart. His supernatural powers had not yet recovered, and now even his physical strength was running out. Perhaps the zombie's patience had been exhausted after several consecutive chases. Seeing its prey escaping again, it stopped and let out an angry hiss hiss sound from its throat. Just when everyone was wondering what it was going to do, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed, and the next second Xiaoli, who was still running in front, fell to the ground. Thunder system. Lin Qingqing, who was following the zombie, gasped when she saw this scene. This zombie not only had a rare thunder-type ability, but also had an offensive skill. This is going to be tricky. Behind a big tree that no one noticed, the girl with ponytail looked at the electric arc in the zombie's hand with a complicated expression. No wonder her special ability is useless against zombies. It turns out that the zombies are also of the same thunder type as her, and their level is higher than hers. The girl stared at the zombie, her fingertips tightly grasping the tree trunk. Her expression seemed to be both happy and sad, and she muttered to herself, "Same lightning system, I should have thought of it earlier." On the other side, seeing that the zombies were no longer chasing him, Chu Wei made a circle and secretly ran back. "Why did Xiaoli die?" He looked at the corpse on the ground in surprise, his eyes switching back and forth between the zombies and Lin Qingqing. Chu Wei did not see the zombie release its skills. He was wondering what had happened just now. Was it the zombie that killed Xiaoli, or was it Miss Lin who could not help herself and took action? After thinking about it, he was more inclined to believe that it was Lin Qingqing who did it. Not only is Miss Lin's ability hard to fathom, but even her way of doing things is incomprehensible. Chu Wei looked at her back, his eyes flashing. This kind of person must either befriend her or be eliminated. Level 2 zombies are not much smarter than level 1 zombies except that they are more flexible. Even if they have skills, they will only use them based on instinct. So after having fresh food, the zombies no longer paid attention to Lin Qingqing. This was a good opportunity. While the zombie was eating, Lin Qingqing planned to kill it in one fell swoop. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from behind a big tree in the distance. "Sister, be careful." Lin Qingqing's pupils shrank, and the next second, she heard a clang sound, and a dagger hit a piece of ice armor. Chu Wei's eyes turned from surprise to horror as he looked at Lin Qingqing. He didn't expect that this Miss Lin had been hiding her strength all along. Is this the mutant with superpowers? How can he be so strong? Chu Wei's hand holding the dagger began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at Lin Qingqing in shock and doubt, with only 2 words in his mind. "It's over!" The next moment, 2 ice blades suddenly appeared in his sight. As a familiar hot stream gushed out, Chu Wei fell in a pool of blood before he could regret. "You are too. "Yes, I am a second-level mutant," Lin Qingqing confirmed his guess. "Ice. Level 2. No wonder. Seeing him closing his eyes unwillingly, Lin Qingqing dealt with Chu Wei's body neatly. The fresh smell of blood stimulated the zombie to turn its head again. It seemed to be hesitant about which of the 2 corpses was fresher. At this moment of confusion, Lin Qingqing had already rushed forward again with the ice knife in hand. Seeing that the ice blade was about to chop the zombie, the ponytail girl behind the tree unconsciously clenched her fists. Her eyes swept back and forth between Lin Qingqing and the zombie, and it was unclear who she was worried about. Chapter 33, Thunder Zombie. Perhaps sensing danger, the zombie reluctantly gave up the food in his mouth temporarily. Not being able to eat peacefully made it very irritable, and arcs of electricity were madly thrown towards Lin Qingqing. Lightning skills are different from other ones. Not only are they highly lethal, but they also have a strong paralyzing effect. Lin Qingqing didn't dare to be hit by them at all. During the insurance period, she chose to use ice armor to block everything. Her ice armor was condensed from pure supernatural power. Even if it melted, it was pure water, so it would not conduct electricity. As Lin Qingqing's ice armor shattered one after another, the zombies' bodies were covered with wounds. After enduring a wave of skill bursts from the zombies and seeing the time intervals between their skill releases getting longer and longer, Lin Qingqing began to prepare for a counterattack. Another electric arc struck, and Lin Qingqing quickly condensed ice armor to resist it. The power of this electric arc was much weaker than at the beginning. Taking advantage of the gap between the zombies' skills, Lin Qingqing quickly condensed 2 ice blades and shot them at the zombies' eyes at the same time. There was a soft, clang sound. Although one of the bullets was blocked by the zombie, the other successfully penetrated into the zombie's left eye. The zombie let out a miserable wail and rushed towards Lin Qingqing without hesitation. Lin Qingqing dodged a sharp claw and condensed 2 more ice blades, this time aiming at the zombie's huge, smelly mouth. One successfully entered the mouth and sank into its throat, while the other was blocked outside the mouth by the zombie's teeth and shattered with a pop. After being hit hard twice in a row, the zombie began to scratch around frantically. Lin Qingqing did not panic. She took the opportunity to roll on the ground, leaned over and chopped its knee with a knife. The blow was so accurate and fierce that the zombie staggered and lost balance in an instant, as its lower limbs, which were not very flexible to begin with, and fell to the ground. Lin Qingqing was delighted when she saw this, and rushed forward quickly, stepped on its wrist with one foot, held the ice knife with her backhand, and cut directly into the zombie's head through its right eye, then rotated the blade and crushed its brain. After killing the zombie, Lin Qingqing used an ice knife to pry open its still open mouth and found a purple lightning crystal core. Then she turned and walked towards Chu Wei's body and searched his belongings. After looking around for a few times, she found that there was no one except the girl with ponytail behind the tree. Xiao Hu probably took the opportunity to slip away long ago. Since the zombies started chasing Chu Wei, she hasn't seen Xiao Hu since. This guy is really smart. Lin Qingqing didn't hesitate. She came to the girl she had saved before and asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? How old are you?" The girl seemed a little afraid of her. She opened her mouth nervously for a long time before she could speak clearly. My name is Lei Min, I'm 22 years old, and my home is in H province. After saying that, he looked up at Lin Qingqing, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I am a Thunder-type mutant, and I was a graduate student at Rongqing University before the end of the world. Thunder system? Why is there another Thunder-type? Lin Qingqing subconsciously glanced at the corpse of the zombie behind her. Could it be that these people knew that there was a level 2 Thunder zombie here, so they came here to hunt it? She quickly reviewed the performance of the 6 young men and became uncertain again. They were neatly dressed but had no weapons in their hands. It seemed that they had never fought with the zombie before. Were those people with you before? What were you doing in the park? Lin Qingqing asked again. I am a classmate of the 5 people mentioned above and have been together since the apocalypse. Today I brought them here because my cousin works in this park. She is the administrator here and I wanted to find her, she said as her voice got smaller and smaller. Oh, so you are here to look for someone, no wonder. Did you find it then? Found it, he said, then lowered his head and buried his face in his knees, and continued in a trembling voice. The zombie you just killed was her. Lin Qingqing was really shocked this time. She thought it was just a coincidence, but she never expected that there was such a blood relationship between them. However, the cousin of this girl with Thunder type is also a Thunder type zombie. Is there any necessary connection between them? Both sisters are Thunder type, and she remembers that Zhou Mang and his cousin are also Fire type. Could it be that the attributes of supernatural powers are not random? Is it related to genetics? It seems that it makes sense that the supernatural chain in the mind grows into the shape of DNA, Lin Qingqing guessed wildly. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and came to the zombie again and observed it carefully. The zombie was wearing the park ranger's uniform of dark blue work clothes, but now the clothes had been chopped into tatters by her. Lin Qingqing used an ice knife to lift up its clothes and took a closer look. In addition to the wounds caused by the ice knife, she also found 2 black round holes on its abdomen. There is also a large area of irregular black and red substance around the round hole, which looks particularly obvious against the zombie's purple skin. This hole seems to be caused by a bullet. If the large black and red substance is blood, then these 2 bullet holes may have been caused a long time ago, and may even be fatal. Is it possible that after the doomsday, it did not turn into a zombie, but awakened its Thunder-type ability like its cousin? Although it was killed by a gun, it still retained its previous abilities after turning into a zombie, so it became a Thunder-type zombie. Unfortunately, she had only seen one case, and could not prove that people with special abilities would turn into zombies of the same attributes after death. But what if this was really the case? Will someone take advantage of this law to hunt down people with special abilities in large numbers just to obtain crystal cores with the same properties? If someone really does this, I wonder what kind of chaos the world will be in the future? Lin Qingqing sighed. Secretly suppressing this thought, she called Lei Min, pointed out the 2 bullet holes to her, but did not mention her previous guess. After listening to Lin Qingqing's words, Lei Min was a little emotionally broken. She had always thought that her cousin had turned into a zombie at the beginning of the apocalypse, but she didn't expect that she was killed by someone later. This was even more difficult to accept than thinking that she had turned into a zombie directly. In addition, she had just suffered betrayal from her companions. Under the double blow, this originally strong girl could no longer bear it, and she squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying. Looking at the sad girl crying on the ground, Lin Qingqing felt a little bit sorry for her. She was not very good at comforting people, so she could only reach out her hand and tentatively pat her on the head. But who would have thought that this extremely comforting action made the girl pause, and then she hugged her calves and cried even louder. Lin Qingqing's hand suddenly froze in midair. Why is it that the more I comfort you, the more I get upset? Chapter 34. Each going their own way. After crying for a while, Lei Min finally calmed down. Looking at the water stains on Lin Qingqing's trouser legs, she rubbed her fingers embarrassedly. Yes, I'm sorry. Lin Qingqing didn't blame her. She reached out to help her up and asked, What are your plans for the future? If she had somewhere to go, Lin Qingqing didn't mind giving her a ride. I have no idea. Lei Min shook her head blankly. Her family lived in another city, and they had lost contact after the doomsday. Apart from her classmates, Her only relative in Rongqing was her cousin. Do you know where the base is? Lin Qingqing thought for a moment, and asked again. I know, but I don't want to go. Lei Min whispered that it was not easy to get around in the base, especially for a single young girl. Why? Lin Qingqing was puzzled. I sprained my ankle. Lei Min thought about it and didn't tell the truth. She hadn't figured out what to do next. Originally, I planned to find my cousin first, and then find a way to return to my hometown with her. But now my cousin is gone, and my former classmates abandoned her, and no one knows where they went. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Qingqing remembered that when they were escaping, the girl was indeed suddenly attacked by vines by a wood-type mutant. It would be fine if she wasn't injured, but now that she sprained her ankle and couldn't move easily, she definitely couldn't just leave a wounded person there. If she encountered zombies again, she might not be able to escape. Alas. Lin Qingqing sighed again, then helped the girl to find her car. The two walked through the woods and came to the place where they had parked before. As expected, Chu Wei's SUV was gone. No one knew how Xiaohu drove away, but fortunately he did not move his car. Lin Qingqing checked the room inside and out and found no signs of tampering. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Qingqing helped the girl into the car and then asked, Do you know if there's a place to stay here? I know. I'll show you the way, the girl said, raising her head and sniffing. There are dormitories here for the park managers to rest. My cousin brought me here before. She was very familiar with this place. The car drove slowly on the deserted road in the park. Following the girl's instructions, Lin Qingqing found a 2-story building hidden in the dense woods. After dealing with a few zombies, Lin Qingqing took the girl upstairs and found 2 relatively clean dormitories, where they planned to rest for a night. She looked at the girl's foot and found that it was just sprained, with no broken bones or muscles. With the recovery speed of a psychic, her injury was nothing serious, and she would probably be healed by tomorrow after spraying some medicine. You rest here tonight. Lin Qingqing gave her some food and water, and prepared to go to the next room. What about you? I'll rest here today too, Lin Qingqing said, and then left without giving her a chance to speak. Why? Looking at the slender figure from behind, the girl suddenly realized that she didn't even know the other person's name. She doesn't want to know me, the girl thought a little frustratedly as she sat back on the bed with food and water. After Lin Qingqing returned to her room, she had already forgotten about the girl next door. After saving her life and bringing her to a safe place, Lin Qingqing felt that she had done everything she could. Besides, the other party was also a superpower. In the Doomsday, having superpowers was equivalent to having the most basic survival ability. She didn't need to worry about the other party's survival. After eating and taking a short rest, Lin Qingqing locked the door and began to meditate. This was her secret and her biggest trump card, so she used every bit of her free time to practice meditation. Today, the girl next door was thrown to the zombies by her companions, and she and Lao Yang were stabbed in the back by Chu Wei. It was also betrayal, but Lao Yang died and the girl was lucky enough to be saved by himself, while Chu Wei was killed by himself the moment he took action. Lin Qingqing knew that in the apocalypse, there were kind-hearted people like Captain Xiao and the girl next door, but they were a minority after all. Most of them were selfish survivors like Chu Wei and the girl's classmate, or some evil people like Zhou Mei. The reason why she was able to survive to the end today and dared to save people was because she relied on her strength, which was stronger than others. Captain Xiao said that someone has already reached the 3rd level. Lin Qingqing didn't know how others did it, but she knew that there would never be a shortage of strong people in this world. Some are smart and talented, some have strong backgrounds and never lack resources, and some are not only capable but also extremely lucky. Although she had a meditation method that could speed up her strength improvement, she still didn't dare to relax, because she knew that compared to those brainless zombies, the real danger in the Doomsday came from the greed and calculations of their own kind. Lin Qingqing has always known that she is not one of the top ones, so only her ever-increasing strength can help her survive the Doomsday. The night was quiet. The next morning, Lin Qingqing knocked on the door of the girl next door. These are for you, take care of yourself. She handed the girl a small packet of food and said goodbye to her formally. Are you leaving? The girl rubbed her eyes and looked at her in surprise. She had dark circles under her eyes, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night. She had thought that this sister would stay with her for a few days, but she didn't expect her to leave without saying goodbye. "Well, take it," Lin Qingqing said, and handed the food in her hand forward. 2 packs of biscuits and a bottle of water were just enough for one day, not much, but the girl just couldn't bring herself to do it. It's not that she is being pretentious, but because she knows that if she just reaches out to take it, it means that she has accepted the other person's farewell, and the two of them may never have any contact again in the future. She doesn't want this, she wants to follow her. "What's wrong?" Seeing the girl lowering her head and not speaking or taking anything, Lin Qingqing frowned. "Can I follow you?" "No!" Lin Qingqing refused without even thinking about it. "You saved me, and I want to repay you for saving my life." "I don't need you to repay me. You led the zombies away, and I saved you in order to lure the zombies back. It was just a convenience." "Are you here specifically to kill the zombies in my hall?" "Well, I got the news that there is a level 2 zombie here, so I came." Lin Qingqing pretended not to hear the word cousin that the girl hadn't finished saying. Zombies were zombies, and she had no interest in knowing their stories before they died. Seeing the girl hesitate to speak, Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and continued. "Although that zombie had a relationship with you before it died, I killed it, so I will not give you the crystal core." I don't mean that." The girl waved her hands in surprise. "Don't get me wrong, I know that's your trophy, and neither you nor I want the crystal core." "Then why are you following me?" Lin Qingqing was a little surprised. Just look at Chu Wei to know how rare it is to get a second-level crystal core with the same attributes, not to mention a rare thunder-type one, and it came from her cousin. She really doesn't want it. Chapter 35 I want to go with you. Hearing her question, the girl hesitated a little, but she knew that this sister was definitely not someone who could be easily fooled, so she made up her mind and directly stated her purpose. "I want to follow you and team up with you." "Why?" Lin Qingqing was a little confused. It was not a reasonable request to directly ask a stranger who she had only met once to form a team. Could it be because she saved her? This girl was too naive. When asked the reason, the girl looked conflicted. This was not actually a decision she made on impulse. She thought about it all night last night. From the moment she was rescued by this sister to her subsequent behavior, it was a decision she made after careful consideration for a long time. She saves people without hesitation and kills betrayers without mercy, not to mention that she is a second-level ice-type mutant. Later, after she discovered the cause of her cousin's death, she gently comforted me, took me to a safe place to stay, and gave me medicine and food. Although he hadn't said a few words to her from beginning to end, his attitude was very cold, and he hadn't even told her her name. This still didn't affect his decision to follow her. This woman is not lacking in abilities, means, character, and brains, and she is also a person with a bottom line in her heart, which is rare. Although she said saving herself was just a matter of convenience, she knew in her heart that it would be more convenient not to save her. With herself as bait, it would be easy for the other party to kill the zombies with their abilities, and there was no need to lure the zombies back. Having been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, she knew how difficult it was to meet such a person. The reason why she was conflicted was that she had originally planned to bring it up after getting to know the other party better, but she never expected that the other party would come to say goodbye to her early the next morning. As a result, she rashly proposed the request to form a team. No wonder others were suspicious, even she herself felt it was a bit presumptuous. Should she just say, "I like you"? No, she couldn't say that. "Sister, you see, I also have the rare attribute of thunder. Although it is only at the first level, I have killed many zombies and will definitely not hold you back." It was somewhat funny to think about it. As a rare user of lightning abilities, she was the object of envy and jealousy wherever she went. This was the first time she had made a request so cautiously. "But I don't plan to form a team." Lin Qingqing thought about it and said seriously. Although this girl has good talent and character, she has long decided to be alone and has never considered forming a team. "Isn't it good to form a team? We can cooperate with each other, take turns driving, take turns keeping watch, and after forming a team, we can also kill some high-level zombies. Sister, will you really not consider it?" She listed the benefits of teaming up one by one, hoping to impress the other party. Lin Qingqing did not deny that the conditions she listed were very attractive, and the girl's own qualities were also very good, but when she thought of the meditation method, she still refused. Sorry, I'm still used to being alone. Seeing that she couldn't convince the other party, the girl became a little anxious. How about we not form a team first, but try to get along with each other for a while? But this is not a question of getting along or not, Lin Qingqing sighed in her heart. I don't think we can get along. Lin Qingqing finally rejected her bluntly, then stuffed the food in her hand to her and turned to go downstairs. Hey! Sister, wait for me! Seeing the other party leave without saying a word, the girl quickly followed him with her bag. Lin Qingqing had just fastened her seat belt when she turned around and saw the girl open the car door and get in. What are you up to? She asked with a frown, her tone clearly beginning to show impatience. I just want to follow you. Go down! I said I don't know how to form a team. Lin Qingqing turned to look at the girl in the passenger seat with a cold expression. Sister, please let me follow you. I will kill the zombies and promise not to be a burden, the girl said confidently with her hand raised and a firm look in her eyes. Lin Qingqing was speechless. She had never seen such a shameless person who saved someone but brought trouble upon himself. If you want to find someone to team up with, then find someone else, don't follow me. There's no one else here, the girl muttered softly. Lin Qingqing looked at her for a long time, and when she saw that the girl still refused to leave, she suddenly felt a little stupid. Why bother talking to this shameless person? Why not just go out and find a place with people and throw her in? After thinking of a way to deal with the burden, Lin Qingqing ignored her and turned the car around to leave the wetland park. She decided that the first thing she would do when she got out was to find a base. It had been so long since the apocalypse, and there must be quite a few bases of all sizes around the city. Moreover, with this girl's abilities, no matter where she went, there would definitely be someone willing to take her in. Seeing that the other party did not ask her to get off the car, the girl thought that the other party agreed to go with her, and she was immediately very excited. Sister, what's your name? She asked the other person's name happily. Lin Qingqing. My name is Lei Min. Hello, Sister Lin. Looking at the other party's outstretched right hand, Lin Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then shook it perfunctorily as a greeting. Lei Min didn't mind. She was in a good mood and chattered about the facilities and scenery in the park. Lin Qingqing didn't mind her noise and listened to her talking to herself while driving. Lei Min didn't care about Lin Qingqing's coldness, and could still talk happily for half a day even if the other party didn't respond. At this moment, the atmosphere in the car was surprisingly harmonious. Sister Lin, do you see those red-roofed houses over there? That's the commercial street of this wetland park. Although it's not big, there are many specialty shops inside. Specialties? Is there anything to eat? Lin Qingqing suddenly asked. There are food and other souvenirs, and in addition to local specialties, there are also several milk tea shops and snack bars. Oh? Then let's go and take a look. Lin Qingqing turned and drove towards the commercial street. She would not give up the food. After circling twice, they finally approached this group of quaint red-roofed cabins. It seems like someone has been here. Through the car window, Lin Qingqing saw from afar that there were several zombie corpses scattered on the road in front of the cabin, and the ground was covered with broken glass. But all the shops are closed, Lei Min said in surprise. It was indeed a little unusual. The window glass was broken, but the door was intact and the surroundings were very quiet. They had been there for a long time, but not even a single movable zombie appeared. Looking at the signs of several snack bars not far away, Lin Qingqing thought about it, and decided to go and take a look. Do you have a weapon? Lei Min shook his head. Then you stay in the car, Lin Qingqing said and got out of the car with her ice skates. Sister Lin, wait for me, I'll find something useful, she said, jumping out of the car. She looked around and finally pulled out a metal pipe from a shabby billboard on the roadside. A petite girl was holding a metal pipe more than 1 meter long in her hand. It looked out of place no matter how she looked at it, but she wanted to come along and Lin Qingqing didn't refuse. Be careful. After giving her instructions, she led the way into the commercial street lined with red-roofed houses. Chapter 36. What is this? The two walked one after the other and came to the door of a small shop selling grilled sausages and drinks. Lin Qingqing waved to Lei Min behind her to come over and see. She saw that the door of the shop was indeed closed intact, but the window glass was broken all over the floor. The door was clearly closed, not locked, so why bother to break the window glass? Besides, even if the glass of such a carved window was broken, no one could get in. It does feel a bit abnormal. Let's go in and take a look. Be careful, Lin Qingqing said and pushed the door open and walked in. Lei Min nodded obediently and followed her. As the door was pushed open, a crisp ding-ling sound suddenly came from above my head. The two were startled at once. When they looked up, they found that there was a bell hanging inside the door of the shop, which was probably to remind the clerk that a customer was coming. Lin Qingqing took the bell and gently placed it on the dining table beside her, then turned around to look at Lei Min. Lei Min immediately understood, and the two of them stood back to back, looking around the room vigilantly. The area of this shop is not very large, and the interior decoration is very girly. The whole shop is divided into two parts by a long bar. In front of the bar are 4 small dining tables for waiting and resting, and each small table has 4 chairs. The chairs were neatly arranged, with no signs of a fight. Behind the bar is a workbench for mixing drinks, with various machines and tools scattered everywhere. There is also a small door inside with a curtain hanging on it, which is probably used as a storage room. There was no discovery for the time being. Lin Qingqing glanced at Lei Min, then jumped lightly and flipped into the bar. There was a zombie lying on its back on the floor inside the bar. It was wearing a sky blue work suit, and its head was tilted to one side. It must be the clerk here. Lin Qingqing took a look and turned away, preparing to step over the zombie's body and go to the storage room inside to take a look. But just as she took one step, she suddenly found something wrong. The zombie's collar was torn into strips, and through the tattered cloth, she could see several wounds on the zombie's gray skin. These wounds were thin and deep, and Lin Qingqing couldn't guess how they were caused. Come and look at this. She pointed out the strange parts of the zombie's body to Lei Min. Lei Min suppressed his nausea and observed it carefully for a while, but could not figure out what caused it. Finally, after Lin Qingqing used the tip of the ice knife to push away the zombie's broken head, she discovered that only half of its neck was left, and the other half looked like it had been torn off by something with great force. Come and see if this looks like it was caused by the teeth of a wild animal? Lin Qingqing pointed at the wound on the zombie's neck and said. That makes sense. If that's the case, then the marks on its shoulders also look like they were caused by the claws of an animal, Lei Min said after taking a serious look. Are there animals in this park? Yes, there are, but they are all birds, swans, ducks, egrets, and so on. But you can see quite a few wild animals, Lei Min added after thinking for a while. Hearing her say this, Lin Qingqing seemed to suddenly think of something, and turned around and shouted to Lei Min. Run, there is danger here! After saying that, he jumped out of the bar and ran outside. Lei Min was startled, and without even asking the reason, he immediately followed Lin Qingqing and ran out. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. As soon as they went out, they found that dozens of cat-like beasts of all sizes had surrounded the small shop they were in on the ground, on the roof, and on the treetops. Sister Lin, is this a cat? Lei Min asked uncertainly. It should be. Lin Qingqing looked at these beasts. They looked like cats, but were bigger and had sharper claws. A light scratch on an ordinary tree trunk would leave several deep scratches, which looked almost exactly the same as the scars on the clerk's body. It seems that the zombie was killed by these mutated stray cats, Lin Qingqing said after looking at the sharp claws. Stray cats? Mutated? Lei Min was surprised, but then she confirmed what Lin Qingqing said. You are right. There are some animals here with familiar colors, the big orange one on the tree and the black and white cow pattern on the roof. I have seen them several times when I came here before. I didn't expect that after the apocalypse, even the animals would mutate. Be careful. These mutant cats can kill zombies. Well, Sister Lin, you should be careful too. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but glance at her. Although Lei Min looked very scared, she didn't lose her composure. Her 2 big eyes were still rolling around. Let's find a way to get back to the car first. Lin Qingqing didn't want to fight with this group of mutated wild cats. They looked much more ferocious than zombies. Moreover, the mutant cats looked at them with unfriendly eyes. They bared their teeth at the 2 of them, with their sharp teeth sticking out of their gums, saliva dripping, and their fur standing up high, as if they would pounce on them at the next moment. They don't want to eat us, do they? Lei Min's voice trembled a little. It is very likely that cats are carnivores to begin with, and will only become more ferocious after the mutation. Lin Qingqing looked at the fangs and saliva with a gloomy expression. It was also the first time she had seen a mutant animal. She winked at Lei Min, and the two of them faced the group of mutant cats and slowly moved towards the car step by step. The first few steps went smoothly, and the mutant cat just watched their movements warily. But when they were about to exit their encirclement, the cats on the opposite side immediately started to get agitated, and a few of them even let out low growls in impatience. Seeing that the cats were about to lose their patience, the two of them suddenly quickened their pace. "Run!" Lin Qingqing yelled, turned around and ran in the direction of the parking lot. Lei Min followed immediately after hearing her words. The moment she shouted, "Run!" almost all the mutant cats pounced towards the two of them at the same time, as fast as lightning. With a swish sound, the clothes on Lei Min's back were hooked by the sharp claws of the mutant cat that was in the front. Feeling a pulling force pulling her backwards, she quickly swung the steel pipe in her hand and swept it behind her without even looking. Crack! The steel pipe carrying electric current hit the hind legs of the mutant cat that flew into the air. The mutant cat fell sideways and twitched on the ground for a long time before it got up again. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. All the mutant cats rushed towards them frantically as if they were injected with chicken blood. Seeing them catching up, the two had no choice but to turn around and fight the mutant cats. They fought and retreated towards the direction of the car. Lin Qingqing waved the ice skates in her hand, and Lei Min held the electric steel pipe. The two of them blocked the mutant cats' attacks again and again. Of course, the mutant cats couldn't let the food slip away. They were afraid of the weapons in the hands of the two men, so they changed their strategy. They no longer rushed in all at once, but spread out and attacked in turns in an organized manner, trying to use a round-robin approach to consume the two men's physical strength. Chapter 37: Mutated Animals. The mutant cat was extremely fast and not keen on fighting, so the two of them were soon put on the defensive. "What a cunning bunch of beasts!" Lin Qingqing snorted coldly, and then 4 ice blades appeared in the air. She stared closely at a mutant tabby cat that was about to pounce on her. The moment it jumped up, 4 ice blades shot towards its abdomen, head and neck from 4 directions, forcing it to temporarily change direction in the air to avoid the damage of the ice blades. This was the moment Lin Qingqing was waiting for. She held the ice knife in both hands and swung it hard in the direction where the mutant tabby cat was dodging, dealing it a fatal blow. A shrill howl was heard, and the mutated tabby cat in midair had no time to dodge. Half of its head and body were cut off. After flying backwards, blood spurted all over the ground. This scene successfully frightened the remaining mutant cats, and Lin Qingqing and Lei Min took the opportunity to run more than 10 meters. Just when the two of them were about to successfully get rid of these mutant cats, a leader cat, that was a size larger than any other mutant cat, appeared in front of them and blocked their way. This is a long-haired cat with patterns. At this moment, the long hair on its neck stands up high, and there is a hint of green light in its glass-colored eyes, making it look particularly creepy. It stared at Lin Qingqing and the other person, moved forward and sniffed the bodies of its companions, then bared its fangs and suddenly let out a shrill scream at the group of cats. After receiving the order from their leader, the mutant cats, which had already been frightened, all pounced on the two again like crazy. "You defend and I'll attack," Lin Qingqing quickly instructed. "Good," Lei Min answered straightforwardly, without any doubt about Lin Qingqing's words. Although her ability was not as lethal to mutant cats as Lin Qingqing's ice knife, the paralysis effect of lightning was surprisingly effective on mutant cats. Any mutant cat hit by the charged metal steel pipe would temporarily lose its ability to move. In this way, the two of them stood back to back and dealt with the mutant cats that were attacking them from all directions. More than a dozen mutant cats pounced on them one after another. After being injured by them and flying away, they would pounce on them again. Until the end, more than 10 mutant cats died and the rest were seriously injured. Only then did the leader cat order them to retreat. Finally getting a chance to catch their breath, Lin Qingqing and Lei Min did not dare to be careless. At this time, most of their superpowers had been consumed and they had many wounds on their bodies, but the mutant cats on the opposite side still had no intention of retreating. At this time, the leader cat paced forward and stopped 5 meters away from them. Then, it slowly lowered its body, raised its fluffy tail, and stared at them with its bloodthirsty eyes. This gaze made the two of them feel their backs tighten at the same time, and they felt their hair stand on end for an instant. Lei Min held the somewhat twisted steel pipe tightly with both hands. Lin Qingqing did not dare to be distracted. She put away the other ice blades and only had one ice knife in her hand. At this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed in their vision. Lin Qingqing's pupils shrank, and she instantly stepped forward to block Lei Min. The next second, a muffled bang sound was heard, followed by a squeaky, scratching sound. It turned out that at the critical moment, Lin Qingqing decisively activated the ice armor attached to her body, but the ice armor only blocked the vital parts, and her arm was scratched by the sharp claws, leaving a deep scar that could be seen to the bone because she did not have time to protect herself. All this happened in a flash. Lei Min only saw a black shadow flash by, and then he was blocked by Lin Qingqing behind him. Sister Lin is injured? Her heart tightened and she quickly dodged from behind Lin Qingqing. At the moment when the leader cat was stunned by the ice armor, the steel pipe in Lei Min's hand hit the leader cat on the head with a strong voltage. This was the effect of Lei Min's increased power. The high temperature brought by the strong current made the entire steel pipe begin to glow red and hot. The leader cat keenly sensed the danger of this attack. It no longer cared about Lin Qingqing. It lightly touched the ice armor with its claws and twisted its body to avoid Lei Min's attack. Although the leader cat reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow, its hair was burned by the lightning power because it brushed against the steel pipe. Not only that, a nail on its right front paw was also broken by Lin Qingqing's ice armor. At this time, the mutated leader cat was sitting on the roof, licking its bleeding claws and looking at them unyieldingly. Lin Qingqing's arm was injured, and blood flowed down the back of her hand onto the ice skates, then condensed into a red ice mark on the blade. "Be careful, this mutant cat has a high IQ," she whispered in a hoarse voice to Lei Min beside her. "How are you?" Lei Min asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Lin Qingqing took the opportunity to condense a thin layer of ice mist on the wound to stop the bleeding. Then, she condensed an ice blade and was ready to attack at any time. The leader cat, on the opposite side, looked at the two humans in front of it as if it was looking at two tough bones to chew. It hesitated for a long time, meowed a few times at the people around it in annoyance, and finally made up its mind to give up the hunt, turned around and left with its unwilling, defeated troops. Watching their figures disappear into the woods, Lin Qingqing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they hurriedly got into the car, closed the doors and windows, and with Lei Min driving, they quickly left the area. Still in the same dormitory where he stayed last night, Lei Min found the bandages from the car, wrapped Lin Qingqing's injured arm in circles, and finally tied a beautiful bow. "Your bandaging technique is very skillful." Lin Qingqing moved her arms and felt that it was just right, either too loose nor too tight. "I have participated in Red Cross rescue training," Lei Min said, pursing her lips. "So that's how it is." Lin Qingqing nodded but didn't ask any more questions. They were just two people who met by chance, so there was no need to know too much about each other. "Let's go, let's get out of here now." Lin Qingqing drove the car with one hand and stopped running around. Instead, she left the wetland park directly from the path she came in from last time. She wasn't sure if the mutant cats would come for revenge, so it was best to leave immediately. Lei Min looked at Lin Qingqing's injured arm and wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. After repeating this several times, even Lin Qingqing could see her dilemma. "What do you want to say?" He had vowed before that he would not be a drag, but Lin Qingqing blocked the mutant cat's attack for him and was still injured. So when she saw the wound on the other person's arm, she couldn't bring herself to form a team. Seeing Lei Min's conflicted look, Lin Qingqing thought about it and understood the awkwardness in his heart. In fact, this girl is quite good. She has good talents and supernatural powers and good combat awareness. She also had a good understanding with him before. However, Lin Qingqing still feels that she does not need teammates. She was used to being alone, and she would still feel uncomfortable if there was always someone like this around her. So after seeing Lei Min's hesitation, she immediately gave up the idea of continuing to ask. Chapter 38. Searching for the base. Lin Qingqing's deliberate avoidance made Lei Min, who was already very conflicted, even more speechless. "Forget it, there is a long time to come, I can bring it up again when I have the chance," Lei Min thought to himself. However, she didn't know that Lin Qingqing had already decided in her heart to quickly find a base to get rid of her, the burden. After the apocalypse, zombies are ferocious and supplies are in short supply. The survivors have begun to choose to stick together for warmth. Only people like Lin Qingqing, who have strong abilities and do not rely on psychic potions, will insist on being free and easy alone. So now, in addition to the largest officially established Rongqing base, there are also many small-scale bases around large and small cities. These bases are usually led by the most powerful one or several teams. Although their sizes vary, the concept that the strong are respected is an unchanging truth no matter where they are. With Lei Min's talents and abilities, she will never be a weakling wherever she goes. Moreover, this girl is smart and agile, and has a sense of justice. Lin Qingqing is not worried that she will not survive. She decided to send Lei Min away first, so after leaving the wetland park, she circled Rongqing looking for traces of the base. They did not take the highway, but took the small roads, trying their best to avoid the densely populated areas. But they were unlucky. They ran for half a day without seeing a single living person. Seeing that Rongqing Airport was just around the corner, Lin Qingqing quickly turned around and changed direction. "Sister Lin, what are you looking for?" Seeing that Lin Qingqing kept changing directions but had no intention of stopping, Lei Min guessed that she must be looking for something. "Find a living person." Lin Qingqing was a little depressed. Yesterday, she met two groups of people led by Chu Wei and Lei Min, which made her think that there were survivors everywhere near Rongqing. Who would have thought that after almost a whole day, I didn't even see a single living person? If I can't find any more, I'll have to give up today. Lei Min thought that she was looking for a living person to find out some information, so he tactfully kept his mouth shut. Lin Qingqing didn't plan to explain. She checked the city map and thought carefully about the places nearby that could be used as a base. Schools, factories, and shopping malls are all very good places to stay, because these places are spacious and surrounded by walls to increase the safety factor, and even the residences and kitchens are ready-made. If someone wants to develop a base, these three places must be the first choice. Even Lin Qingqing originally found a kindergarten as her base. Following this logic, Lin Qingqing searched a few more places, but unfortunately, apart from zombies, she did not see any signs of human gatherings. Is it because this place is too remote? Lin Qingqing was a little uncertain. If they walked in this direction, the first place they would come into contact with would indeed be an old city area of Rongqing. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, the most dangerous area is the densely populated city. Although all the surrounding bases are gradually exploring Rongqing every day, searching for supplies while also hoping to rescue more surviving citizens, the closer to the city center, the more zombies there are and the more dangerous it is. Until now, the search and rescue team is still wandering around the edge of the city. So there are actually many people trapped in the city and their lives are unknown. Although the streets in this old city are densely populated, the buildings are very old. Due to the slow development, many young people have moved away. With a smaller population, there will definitely be fewer zombies. That's why Lin Qingqing dared to approach Rongqing from here. After walking around this area of low 6-story residential buildings for a long time, Lin Qingqing and her friends still did not find any trace of living people, and even the shops on the roadside were deserted. They couldn't help but wonder. Have all the residents in this community turned into zombies? Lin Qingqing thought it was unlikely. She paid special attention to the road sign. This place should have been a family quarters of a state-owned enterprise a long time ago. After the enterprise was dismantled, most young people moved to the city for work convenience. Only the retired old employees and some poor families still lived here. After the outbreak of Doomsday, perhaps most of the elderly people could not escape the disaster, and even if there were some survivors, they probably closed their doors and dared not come out. It looks like there's no hope today. Lin Qingqing parked the car in front of a convenience store, prepared to replenish some supplies, and then find a safe place to rest. Maybe the store was still open when the apocalypse broke out, so there were at least a dozen zombies gathered at the door. When the zombies heard the sound of the car braking, they all gathered here. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min got out of the car. They circled around the car in tacit understanding and cleared out all the zombies like herding ducks. After killing the zombies, the two came into the store together. As expected, the two shop assistants had turned into zombies. One was trapped at the cash register, and the other had half of his body crushed under the collapsed shelf. The store was covered in dust. Although it was not large, the shelves were full. Lin Qingqing quickly dealt with 2 zombies with a knife, and then she and Lei Min began to search for useful supplies. Apart from inedible and spoiled food, they packed up everything that was easy to carry and store. The 2 men went out with their things and were about to load them into the car when 5 trembling men suddenly walked out from the corner of the street. They all looked quite old, with hunched backs, and 2 of them had completely white hair. They were holding brooms and sticks in their hands, and looked at Lin Qingqing and the other 2 with wary eyes. "Put down the food!" the old man who was leading the group shouted at the 2 of them. Lin Qingqing glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, she walked directly to the car and put the things in the trunk. "Did you hear me? Put the things down. These are all ours. Who told you to take them? Put them down now!" The old man who spoke before became anxious when he saw them load all the things into the car. "Yours? You are all the owners of this store? Then why didn't you take it before?" Lei Min asked in surprise. "There were those man-eating monsters before," someone explained quickly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by his companion next to him. "Yo, then you guys want to sit back and rob us after we've cleared out these zombies?" Lei Min snorted coldly. "Bah! What robbery? Everything on this street belongs to us, our neighbors. You 2 shameless thieves are not allowed to take our things." The old man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, speaking as if it was justified. "Hey, how can you talk like that, old man?" Lei Min was dissatisfied and was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Lin Qingqing. "Don't tell them this, it's useless." While sorting the supplies, she said calmly to the group of old men without turning her head. "Let's just take these. There are still a lot inside. The zombies have been killed by us. There is no danger. You can go in and take them yourselves." Since it was a convenience store at the entrance of the community, the daily necessities in it were of course quite complete. Lin Qingqing was alone outside and had no conditions to cook, so she only took some instant foods. The space in the car was limited, so she didn't take any of the rice, flour, grain and oil that needed to be processed. And these happened to be the most suitable supplies for the residents living nearby. She felt that this distribution was just right, as everyone got what they needed. What's more, they helped kill the zombies that they dared not kill. But the old men are not so understanding. "No, all of this must be left to us, you are not allowed to take anything. And you have to move out the rest to us. These foods are the rations for us neighbors. What will we do if you take them away?" The old man who had spoken before stared, with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Lin Qingqing and the other. His tone was quite righteous. Chapter 39. What the hell? That's right, Director Liu is right. Nowadays, young people are becoming more and more selfish. They only care about themselves and have no regard for us elders at all. Yes, the Chinese tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young has been lost by them. Yes, that's right. Seeing someone speaking up, the others quickly followed suit. Facing the 2 young girls, they did not have the fear they had when facing zombies. They could not even see the zombie corpses all over the ground. All they could see were the bags of supplies in the girls' hands. They had been eyeing these supplies for many days, but unfortunately there were zombies gathered at the door. Until today, when they saw 2 young girls passing by kill all the zombies, these people dared to come out. Who can be willing to accept the fact that something you have been eyeing for many days is taken away right under your nose? Lin Qingqing crossed her arms and sneered as she watched the 5 cowardly and greedy old men talking nonsense over there. She couldn't help but wonder how these people survived until now? Didn't they think that she and Lei Min were superpowers? Lei Min didn't think so much. She glanced at Lin Qingqing, who was watching the show with her arms folded, turned around and pulled out a brand new steel pipe from the trunk, waved it in the air casually, and said, "What do you mean? Do you want to steal our supplies?" After saying that, he shook his hand and a series of sparks crackled from the top of the steel pipe. This scene frightened the old men so much that they stepped back repeatedly. One of the tall and thin old men was so scared that his voice broke. "Magic, this girl can also use witchcraft." "Witchcraft? This is a superpower, and you don't know superpowers?" Lei Min was surprised. They didn't know anyone with superpowers, but they had seen someone use superpowers? What was going on? "Don't try to deny it, you are all witches, and these man-eating monsters are all conjured up by you using your witchcraft. The old man who was in the lead, or Director Lu as the others called him, had a ferocious look on his face, and was so excited that he wanted to pounce on them and bite them. What? Which? Are you talking about the two of us? Lei Min pointed at himself with a confused look on his face, then pointed at Lin Qingqing next to him. Sister Lin, it's been so long since the apocalypse, and there are still people who don't know about superpowers? Is there no one among them who has awakened to become a superpower? They also said that we created the zombies. If we had that ability, we could just rule the world. Lei Min rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Lin Qingqing didn't expect to encounter such a situation. She thought these old men just wanted to take advantage. Although it was a bit shameless, it was the end of the world, and she turned a blind eye as everyone wanted to survive. But I didn't expect that someone would point at her nose and call her a witch. It's so stupid that it makes people laugh and cry. Who told you that all superpowered people are witches? Have you ever seen other superpowered people? Lin Qingqing suddenly became curious. Witches are witches, they are not good people. The person who said this was a short old man. Just as he was about to give an example, he was interrupted by a bald old man. That's right. The daughter-in-law of the Lu family has been divorced twice. Now she has resolutely returned to her parents' home with her child. And the niece of the old one family is a blind girl. Not only has she killed her parents, but she also wants to study. What kind of books can a blind person read? Yes, and there is also the widow of the Wang family and the granddaughter of the Zhang family. The short old man was interrupted and secretly glared at the bald old man, then continued speaking without giving in. These ominous people, with their own magic, what else could they be but witches? Said another dark-faced old man in a decisive tone. Yes, it's all their fault. My poor grandson used to ask the blind man from the Wen family for candy, but he turned into a man-eating monster with just a piece of candy. Woo-woo. Finally, the fat old man talked about his grandson and actually started crying, wiping his tears. Looking at the 5 old men accusing the so-called evil women with spit flying, Lin Qingqing and Lei Min looked at each other. That's it. In their view, those were all normal things, but when exaggerated like this, it seemed as if those women really became unforgivable witches, not only bringing bad luck to themselves, but also bringing all kinds of disasters to the world. Lei Min was a straightforward person. Upon hearing this, he immediately became furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are they all women? Where are the men? What are those male superpowers? Are they monsters? Nonsense! That's Erlangshu descending to the earth. He has great power, and is here to slay demons and monsters. Director Lu, the leader, glared at Lei Min fiercely. What the hell? So a strength-type mutant said that several energy-type mutants were witches, and he suddenly turned himself into the reincarnation of Erlangshu? He is also trying to exorcise demons? Can it be any more shameless? Lei Min widened his eyes and looked at the old men in disbelief. I've really broadened my horizons. I have always believed that the awakening of superpowers has a lot to do with personality and emotions. The women they talked about all sound like people with strong personalities and their own ideological pursuits. It is not too surprising that these people can awaken superpowers. However, in the eyes of these mediocre people, these women who they usually look down upon must be outliers if they can awaken their special powers. Since they are outliers, they must be eliminated. Lin Qingqing analyzed calmly. If you can't eat grapes, just say they are sour. Lei Min shrugged. To put it bluntly, these people just had a sour grape mentality, and were unwilling to accept that the people they looked down upon would one day become stronger than themselves. Sister Lin, let's go. Lei Min didn't want to see these old men again. Lin Qingqing was a little hesitant. Looking at the appearance of these old men, she knew that they must have other people with them, and maybe there was a small gathering place for new survivors. She originally wanted to ask some questions. If there really was such a small base here, wouldn't that be a good place for Lei Min to go? She was not afraid that these people were weak. It was okay for them to have weaknesses, so Lei Min would not be bullied. Moreover, she heard from them that there were many female superpowers here, so Lei Min could have a companion if she went there. Doesn't she want to form a team? There are ready-made teammates here, and with Lei Min, a mutant lightning-type mutant, others will surely be happy to team up with her. If female mutants can stick together, they won't be afraid of those who discriminate against them. Maybe this is a good opportunity that will benefit both parties, Lin Qingqing thought silently. Sister Lin? Lei Min got in the car and saw Lin Qingqing still standing outside, and asked in confusion. Wait a minute. Lin Qingqing waved at her, and was about to explain when another group of people appeared at the corner. These people included men and women, young and old. They walked over arm in arm, with a proud look on their faces, as if they were going to fight against class enemies. What's going on? Judging from the situation, the person coming here has bad intentions. Lei Min was afraid that Lin Qingqing would suffer a loss, so he quickly got out of the car and stood beside her with a weapon in hand. Are they these two little witches? Come, tie them up for me. Since they created those man-eating monsters, use them to feed these monsters. The leading lady glanced at the two of them, and without asking a single question, she ordered people to tie them up. Each one is more shameless than the other. Lei Min was so angry that she had been furious for a long time. Seeing two sturdy old men walking towards them with ropes in their hands, she snorted softly, turned on the electrified steel pipe and hit the two men directly. The two old men rolled their eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. Murder! The little witch is killing someone! Unexpectedly, the two little girls actually dared to attack them. Seeing the two men falling to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive, the aunt who was in the lead was so frightened that she started screaming at the top of her lungs. Hey! They were just electrocuted, not dead. Why are you yelling? Lei Min rubbed his ears with a look of disgust. They must be dead. They are not moving. They must have been killed by your sorcery. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the old lady's scream continued and was loud. These two damn little witches killed old Zhang and old Wang. If you don't want to die, do it quickly. A few words aroused the anger of the others. They glared at Lin Qingqing and the other two, and were eager to take them down. Chapter 40. The Witch and the God. Shut up, if you scream again, all the zombies will be attracted here. Lin Qingqing secretly said not good, but it was too late to stop it. The old lady's scream had attracted all the zombies around. With so many people gathered at once, the smell alone was enough to attract the zombies' attention. Plus, this woman was howling without any warning, so even the zombies in the distance would probably notice her. You're talking nonsense! She wanted to refute, but before she could finish her words, she heard rustling sounds coming from all around her. Seeing this, the aunt shrank her neck in fear and said in a low voice, It must be you! It is you who attracted these monsters here, you evil women! Zombies are attracted by smells and sounds. You are the ones who led them here! Lin Qingqing sneered. She had never seen such a stupid person. Nonsense, how could I attract them with just a few words? It must be you used witchcraft. The aunt didn't believe it. I really don't know how these people survived, don't they even know the habits of zombies? Lei Min was surprised. She looked at Lin Qingqing and pointed at these people with some concern and said, Sister Lin, what should we do? What should we do? Lin Qingqing was also thinking in her heart, if they wanted to leave Lei Min here, then they must help these people clean up these zombies. But when she thought about helping these stupid people, she felt really uncomfortable. Looking at Lei Min's watery eyes, Lin Qingqing sighed secretly. Let's take a look first, and if it doesn't work, give them a hand. Oh. Lei Min also saw Lin Qingqing's reluctance. In fact, she felt the same way. Who would be willing to help someone who had just scolded you? However, they are all the same kind after all, and Lei Min cannot bear to watch them die at the hands of zombies. The crowd on the other side. Seeing that the zombies around them were really attracted to them, these people finally panicked. They had seen zombies eat people, and seeing the man-eating monsters approaching, they immediately became a mess. What should we do? This was a shock. It's all Lu Huifen's fault. I was staying at home but she insisted on asking us to come out. This is a complaint. I'm going to die, what should I do? I don't want to die. This is just nonsense. Where's Dazhuang? Where's Chuanzi? Hurry up and kill these monsters. There was one person who was sober enough. After reacting, he immediately pushed the two young men, one tall and one short, to the front of the crowd. It was obvious that these two young men were both people with special abilities. Dazhuang was very strong, while Chuanzi was very fast. One of them was holding an axe, while the other was holding a machete. The two people who were pushed out looked at each other, both with bitter faces. They were indeed superpowers and had killed zombies before. But before, they had killed the zombies one by one in cooperation with two people. They had never faced such a large group alone. Just looking at this group of zombies was enough to make one's legs go weak. But there was nothing they could do. They had boasted before, and now the two of them were really pushed out by everyone as saviors. Having received so many benefits, how could this group of people allow them to back down? In order to avoid being drowned by the spit of the uncles and aunts behind them, Dezhuang and Xuanzi had no choice but to go ahead. Erlangshan is here, evil demons, take your life! With no way out, the tall and strong young man roared, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The short young man behind him spat and followed him, cursing, XXX. So this is the Erlangshan who slays demons and monsters. Lin Qingqing looked at the tall and strong power user and shook her head. In fact, in her opinion, there is no need to fight in the current situation. The best option is for everyone to run together. Level 1 zombies move slowly, so as long as you run away and hide, there will be basically no danger to your life. But this group of people are obviously too dependent on these two young men. They have never killed zombies with their own hands and do not understand the habits of zombies, so now they can only circle in place. In fact, the number of zombies in this wave was not large, and it was just a matter of a few rounds for Lin Qingqing and Lei Min. However, Dezhuang and Xuanzi were not as confident as them. They did not have much combat experience to begin with, and were forced to go into the battle this time, so they were at a disadvantage from the beginning. Seeing that the two young men were becoming more and more exhausted, Lei Min could not help but want to step forward to help. What do you want to do? At this time, Aunt Lu saw Lei Min coming over with a weapon in hand, and immediately rushed forward vigilantly, pulling her clothes to prevent her from passing. Don't you see they are dangerous? Lei Min was very puzzled by Aunt Lu's behavior. Nonsense, that was Erlangshan. You evil woman, you must have had bad intentions in the past. I have bad intentions. Lei Min never expected that his good intention to save someone would be considered as having bad intentions. She was so angry that her kindness was taken for granted, and the two psychics had no intention of asking for help, so she closed her eyes and stopped interfering. Lin Qingqing seemed to have expected this, and there was not much surprise on her face. Seeing Lei Min's aggrieved look, she patted her shoulder comfortingly. According to these people's theoretical logic, even if you helped and saved lives, they would not be grateful to you. I know. Lei Min replied quietly. She knew in her heart that this group of people's rejection of female superpowers had reached the level of demonization. Lin Qingqing had always seen things clearly. She had no intention of redeeming such a group of people with such twisted minds. Her only goal was to send Lei Min safely to their camp, nothing more. As for whether she will choose to leave or save those female superpowers called witches in the future, that is her own business. Lei Min didn't know what Lin Qingqing was thinking. She didn't understand why Sister Lin didn't leave even though she clearly didn't intend to save anyone. The two young men on the other side were obviously feeling overwhelmed at this moment. Not only did they have to deal with the zombies that kept coming, but they also had to endure the occasional complaints and screams from the old men and women behind them. Some people even subconsciously pulled at their clothes out of fear, making them stand in front of themselves, which made the already bad situation even worse. Gradually, Xuanzi, who was low in physical strength, made mistakes first. His arm was scratched by the zombie's claw because he couldn't dodge in time. The fresh smell of blood tempted the zombies and they pounced on him more frantically. When Dezhuang saw his companion was injured, he felt a little scared and began to retreat unconsciously. Until he heard Xuanzi's scream of "Ah!" he could no longer hold on and turned around and ran back. But he had only run 2 steps when the old men and women behind him grabbed his arms and pushed him back in front of the zombies. This behavior was fatal to Dezhuang, who had already lost his fighting spirit. He struggled desperately, but the dozen hands behind him refused to let him go. Just like that, Dezhuang, who was unable to struggle, followed in Xuanzi's footsteps with a scream. Seeing their most trusted Dezhuang and Xuanzi drowned in the zombies, the old men and women were stunned. Chapter 41: The Blind Girl. Isn't Dezhuang Erlangshan who has descended to earth? How come he is injured? Have we been deceived? What should we do now? Lu Huifan, you have the most ideas, so come up with a solution. Not far away, a group of zombies were surrounding the bodies of two young men and eating them, while this group of ignorant indirect murderers were still making a mess on the spot. Lei Min, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "While the zombies are being attracted, why don't you run away? Are you standing here to provide food for the zombies?" The clear voice made the noisy crowd pause, and then someone immediately retorted, "What if they chase us after they finish eating? Can we still take these monsters home?" "That's right, I'm old and have old arms and legs, how can I run faster? Young people can talk while standing without any back pain. If you don't run away, then wait to be eaten. It looks like the zombies will soon finish eating you." Lei Min snorted coldly. She was really about to cry because of this group of people's stupidity. Just when everyone was at a loss, Aunt Lu stood up and spoke, and she still had that iconic loud voice. "Don't panic, these monsters were attracted by these evil women. If you want to eat them, you have to eat them first. If the monsters catch up, you have to catch them and feed them to the monsters," Aunt Lu said confidently. "This is not a good idea. Some people are timid. What are you afraid of? If it weren't for them, where would all these monsters come from?" "Then let's run!" someone shouted impatiently. "Go, go, go, old Huang, don't step on my shoes! The little witch from the Wen family is right here, let's feed her to the monster first." This is the fat old man who cried for his grandson before. He was determined to avenge his eldest grandson and believed that the little witch from the Wen family was the culprit who turned his eldest grandson into a zombie. His proposal was agreed by everyone, including the girl's uncle and aunt. So Lin Qingqing and the others saw a little girl of about 11 or 12 being dragged and thrown to the back of the crowd. Everyone was rushing in the direction they were coming from, pushing and shoving each other so hard that you couldn't tell where their arms and legs were. Only the little girl who was left at the end was stumbling behind the crowd. She didn't cry, nor did she ask for help. She just bit her lip and groped forward stubbornly. "Sister Lin, she seems blind." Lei Min took a look at the little girl's eyes, and when he found out that she was abnormal, he became so angry that his eyes turned red. He cursed, "Son of a bitch!" and ran over, picked up the little girl and carried her back. This time, Lin Qingqing didn't just watch the show. Instead, with a cold face, she followed Lei Min and helped her block the zombies that were chasing them. At this time, someone in the crowd in front turned around and was about to scold after seeing the little girl being rescued, but when he met Lin Qingqing's murderous eyes, he immediately shut his mouth. Dozens of ordinary zombies were not difficult to deal with for a second-level ice-type mutant. Lin Qingqing didn't even use the ice blade, and only relied on an ice knife to block the zombies behind her. "Let's go, let's follow them." Lin Qingqing looked at the crowd fleeing in a panic, then turned to Lei Min and said. Looking at the blind little girl still in her arms, Lei Min nodded and quickly followed. The two men followed the crowd, one in front and one behind, through two winding alleys, and finally got rid of the zombies and arrived at the gate of a housing estate. This is an independent family compound with a 6-story residential building inside. The yard has a complete garden and garage. The overall look is much more upscale than the residential area outside. It should be the residence of the previous unit leader. The most amazing thing is that there is a large iron gate between this courtyard and the courtyard outside. It looks quite solid. No wonder everyone chooses to live here. It is indeed a nice place. Lin Qingqing was the last one to enter the iron gate. Several people rushed up and immediately closed the iron gate, and then bolted it. In the end, everyone returned alive and well, back to the familiar courtyard. The old men and women who were so arrogant just now no longer cared about their image. They leaned against the wall, shaking their legs and gasping for breath. Some of those with poor physical strength even collapsed on the ground, their faces full of fear. At this time, a group of people rushed down from upstairs, led by a sturdy middle-aged woman. As soon as she appeared, she shouted from afar, "Where's Dazhuang? Mom made something delicious for you, your favorite pork rib soup. Mom will nourish you well." As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves, then raised her hand to smooth her hair, smiling. Without even looking at the people lying on the ground, she was focused on looking for her son, her eyes full of pride. But after looking around, she still couldn't find her son. She didn't feel surprised and said to herself, "Did he go to Chuanzi's house again? What a kid! There is nothing edible at Chuanzi's house. What can he eat if he goes there? He just causes trouble for others." The atmosphere was somewhat frozen for a moment, and the person who was wailing and crying just now immediately shut his mouth and tried to minimize his presence. At this moment, even the quick-talking Aunt Lu was a little speechless, and she didn't know how to say this matter. In this weird atmosphere, Lin Qingqing spoke. Are you asking about the young man named Dezhuang? He is dead. He was pushed into the pile of zombies by these people and bitten to death. The same goes for the one named Chuanzi. If you don't believe me, you can ask them how they came back alive. A cold female voice sounded, describing the whereabouts of the two young psychics without any emotion. Shut up and stop talking nonsense! Before Dezhuang's mother could react, Aunt Lu became anxious first. She wanted to interrupt Lin Qingqing and started stuttering in a panic. Shuzhen, don't believe what this little witch said. It's all because of this little witch. Yes, they were the ones who attracted those monsters. Dezhuang and Chuanzi were trying to save us. After a while, Aunt Lu finally regained her senses, and she quickly glanced at Director Lu and the others. She spoke vaguely, but just kept pulling Dezhuang's mother's sleeve and crying, trying to fool the matter. Humph, you are so ashamed to say that. I was planning to rescue them, but you insisted on holding me back. Who killed Dezhuang Chuanzi? Don't you know what's going on? When Lei Min heard that this shameless person was actually throwing dirty water on them, she was immediately furious. Mother Lu paused when she heard this, and looking at the suspicious eyes of the neighbors around her, her throat was dry, and she couldn't say anything to defend herself for a moment. After a long while, Dezhuang's mother finally reacted. What are you talking about? What happened to my son? Then she rushed forward, grabbed Aunt Lu by the collar, and shouted at her. Lu Huifan, please tell me clearly, what happened to my son Dezhuang? Seeing Aunt Lu's trembling lips and not speaking, she turned to look at the others who were bowing their heads in silence, and said in a shrill voice. You, and all of you, explain it to me clearly. My son Dezhuang went out with you guys, how come he is gone? How did you come back after he died? Seeing that the matter could no longer be smoothed over, Director Lu was forced to stand up and said, Shuzhen, listen to our explanation. This was an accident. Accident? Then why didn't you die outside by accident? My son is so capable, how could he die like this? She looked sad and cried desperately. My son, how can I live if you die? Chapter 42 Tit for Tat. Upon hearing this, an old lady in the crowd suddenly fainted. The people around her hurriedly helped to touch her chest and pinch her Rinzhong point. Chuanzi's grandmother, you have to hold on. Someone come and help me. Oh, what a sin! One person fainted, and another cried out of breath. Everyone was in a panic, comforting the left side and then the right side. At this moment, an untimely cold snort sounded. Humph! It turns out that Erlangshan will also die. I thought only the witch will die. Didn't you say he was a god? It turns out that gods can also die. Ha ha ha, it's really hilarious. The person who said this was a woman on the second floor. She leaned her head out of the window and looked at the lively crowd below with sarcasm. Although she was laughing, her eyes were terrifyingly cold. This voice was like a drop of water falling into an oil pan. Dezhuang's mother was immediately irritated by these words. She immediately got up and pounced on the man to fight with him. The people around her tried to persuade her, and the scene became even more chaotic. Hey, sister-in-law Lu, please stop talking, someone advised. Say less? Why? What did you say when my daughter was killed by them? You said she was a witch and she deserved to die. Why should I say anything now that it's their turn to die? When Mrs. Lu said this, it immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. All the families whose daughters were regarded as witches watched the fun with gloating, and the voices of mockery continued to be heard. On the other hand, the diehards, led by Aunt Lu, were determined to pin all the sins on the witch. The two sides were arguing fiercely, while Dezhuang's mother, who was crying sadly, and Chuanzi's grandmother, who had fainted on the ground, were forgotten in the corner and no longer received any care. Lin Qingqing watched coldly, without any sympathy in her heart. Lei Min thought of the little girl he had rescued before, pinched her little hand, and asked softly, Little sister, what's your name and where are your family members? Her voice was gentle, but the little girl didn't say a word even after she asked twice. Is he scared? She subconsciously looked at Lin Qingqing, and Lin Qingqing was also looking at this stubborn little girl curiously. The little girl was only as tall as her chest, and she was thin and weak. She was wearing a loose school uniform. On the left chest of the uniform, you could see the words, Rongqing No. 3 Experimental Middle School. She had a simple ponytail, and her long bangs covered half of her face. Her eyes under the bangs were big and round. One could imagine that if they were a pair of healthy eyes, they would be very beautiful. As if she felt someone was looking at her, the little girl turned her head and looked in the direction of Lin Qingqing, her expression calm and focused. Lin Qingqing's heart moved and she said, Rongqing No. 3 Middle School is the best middle school in Rongqing, and it recruits the best students from all over the country, and the requirements are very high. Only top students can enter. The little girl still didn't say anything. She didn't seem to care about what Lin Qingqing said. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min looked at each other. Neither of them had any experience with children, and for a moment they didn't know what else to say. The little girl was still looking at them, her face revealing a seriousness and stubbornness, as if she was thinking about some important issue. After a moment she said to the two of them solemnly, Sister, can you take me with you? I have the ability to help you. She was obviously a little nervous when she said this. Her fingers of both hands were clenched tightly, but she tried hard to look calm on her face. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min didn't say anything. They could understand the little girl's mood at the moment. Abandoned by her relatives and friends, she would definitely no longer have any expectations of them. Lei Min had just saved her, so it was normal for the little girl to want to leave with them. How can you help us? Lin Qingqing did not refuse immediately. She could see that the little girl had seriously considered what she said. She did not blindly seek asylum, but proposed an exchange condition, which was very smart and bold. Seeing that the other party was interested, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief, and then said seriously, My name is Wenling, I am 13 years old, and I became blind half a year ago. But you don't have to worry, I can take care of myself. I can see that you take good care of yourself. Lin Qingqing nodded. Although the little girl's clothes were old, they were very clean and her hair was neatly combed. Considering the attitude of her relatives and friends towards her before, Lin Qingqing didn't believe that they would take care of the trivialities of Wenling's life. Seeing Lin Qingqing's gentle attitude, Wenling continued, I know that those man-eating monsters are called zombies. I can see them. This ability is only available after the zombies appear. As long as I concentrate, I can see far away. I can help you and do reconnaissance. I won't hold you back. After she finished speaking in one breath, she mustered up the courage to look at Lin Qingqing and the others again. A perceptive mutant. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min were surprised. They didn't expect to meet a rare perceptual psychic here, and a blind girl at that. Do they know what you are capable of? Lei Min asked curiously. Any group with such a perceptive person can avoid many dangers in advance. This is an extremely precious companion. She couldn't understand why they were willing to feed her to the zombies? Was it because of the ridiculous words of the witch? I know, but they think it's useless and don't believe me, Wenling said disappointedly. She also tried to show her value, but others didn't believe her, or even if they did, they didn't take it seriously. Is this what it means to mistake a pearl for a fish eye? What is your perception range? To what extent can you feel? Lin Qingqing took a deep breath and asked. If I try my best, I can feel it throughout the entire family compound. If it's just in one direction, I can go even further, probably to the street corner where we were before. I can feel all the moving things, and I can also tell their size and quantity. Wenling answered carefully. The entire family compound? That's 150 meters in diameter, more than 200 meters in one direction. It's a remarkable ability. There's no limit to the future prospects for growth. Lin Qingqing looked at Lei Min. This team member is good, you should keep him. Lei Min was also very excited. She looked at Lin Qingqing with a gleam in her eyes. Such a great power is exactly what we need, and this little girl is so pitiful, Sister Lin, please accept it. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and no one understood what the other meant. At this time, Wenling was a little anxious. She was afraid of hearing opposition, so she quickly said, I have no family, and my uncle's family doesn't like me. If you don't want me, I have nowhere to go. The little girl sounded very pitiful, and she was right to say so. After all, Lin Qingqing and the others saw with their own eyes that she was abandoned by her family. They were Wenling's saviors, and the little girl's decision to follow them was a desperate gamble. Lin Qingqing knew that if they rejected her, the little girl would definitely be abandoned by these people in the future. She looked at Lei Min's clear eyes and said, "Take her with you first." Chapter 43, Staying to Recover. Seeing Lin Qingqing give in, Lei Min and Wen Ling both laughed. "Then when do we leave?" Lei Min didn't want to see this group of people and wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Wait a minute, since we're here, let's stay here tonight." Of course Lin Qingqing would not leave now. She came here just to find a place for Lei Min to stay. Even if she had to leave, she would leave by herself. Why? Lei Min didn't understand. "It looks quite safe here. We don't need to find a place to spend the night. We can stay here and recuperate before leaving." Lin Qingqing was thinking about how to convince Lei Min to stay. "Oh, if you hadn't said it, I almost forgot that Sister Lin is still injured. It's time to have a good rest." Lei Min patted his forehead embarrassedly, without doubting Lin Qingqing's motives at all. Wen Ling looked at Lin Qingqing suspiciously. She always felt that her sister had something else to say. But then she thought, they are all good people, and even if there is something else, it is probably not something important. Seeing that the commotion over there had almost died down, Lin Qingqing walked straight up to Director Lu, who was leading the group, and looking at his evasive eyes, she said, "I'm covering your retreat, so I guess I've saved your lives." Her words made Director Lu pause. Thinking of the ferocious look of this woman when she killed zombies before, Director Lu couldn't help but shiver. Then he said with a chuckle, "You've worked hard. Look, it's so late today, and there are still so many man-eating monsters gathered at the street corner outside. Why don't you stay here for one night and leave tomorrow?" As he said this, he immediately found two middle-aged women to arrange accommodation for them. Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard him say that. This was exactly what she wanted, so she didn't refuse and agreed to what Director Lu said. Only then did other people in the community notice the two strange girls. From the tone of their voices, it seemed that they were quite capable and had even saved Director Lu and his group. At this time, De Zhuang's mother, who was sitting on the ground crying, also came to her senses. She wiped her tears, stumbled over, grabbed Lin Qingqing's arm and asked her why she didn't save her son. "We were originally planning to save people, but Aunt Lu stopped us from doing so," Lin Qingqing said with a smile on her face. Aunt Lu Huifan was shocked when she heard this, and rushed over. She pulled Da Zhuang's mother and swore and cried, saying that she did not mean it, and it was just an accident. Seeing this, others also responded. "Shuzhen, Da Zhuang's death was really an accident. Don't blame Lu Huifan. We watched the child grow up. How could she harm him?" Yes, who knew we would encounter so many monsters? Shuzhen, you should be more positive. The dead cannot be resurrected." Yes, my condolences. I am sorry for your loss." Everyone saw the strength of Lin Qingqing and the other woman, so they didn't dare to offend them too much. However, Dezhuang and Chuanzi were already dead, leaving only two useless women in the family. Moreover, they have something to hide. The deaths of Dezhuang and Chuanzi are more or less related to them, so naturally everyone has to speak with one voice and shift the blame completely to others. Dezhuang's mother looked at these neighbors who usually only flattered and fawned on her in disbelief. They actually used such a face to evade her here. She was suddenly filled with grief and anger. "You guys. Oh, Shuzhen, don't be too sad. Be careful not to get sick from being angry. We will send you back to have a good rest first." These people didn't even let Dezhuang's mother finish her sentence. They just carried her and Chuanzi's grandmother and sent them back to their homes. The farce ended hastily, and the crowd around dispersed, except for the voice from the second floor that occasionally made a few sharp sarcastic remarks. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Qingqing and Lei Min followed the two middle-aged women to the door of a resident's house. "Two young people used to live here. They bought a house in Rongqing and moved out last year. Although the house has been uninhabited for a long time, the furniture is still there, and they are all in the styles you young people like. It would be nice to tidy it up." One of the middle-aged women opened the door with a key and invited them in while introducing themselves to the other party. "This house faces the sun and has new furniture. Director Lu has been holding on to it and is reluctant to let anyone else live in it," another person said enviously. Lin Qingqing and the other person brought the little girl Wen Ling in, looked around, then nodded and said thank you lightly, and said nothing more. Seeing the two people's cold expressions, the middle-aged woman rubbed her hands awkwardly and said, "My last name is Dai. Everyone calls me Sister Dai, that." Do you have anything else to do?" Lin Qingqing asked in surprise when she saw them still standing there. Glancing at the cold gaze, Sister Dai immediately swallowed back what she was about to say. "Oh, it's okay. You guys take a rest first. I live downstairs. If you need anything, you can come to me. We won't disturb you." After saying that, he put the room key on the cabinet at the door, and then quickly pulled the other woman away. "What are they doing?" Lei Min was a little confused. "They want benefits," Wen Ling, who had not spoken for a long time, said softly. Without anyone around, the little girl was obviously much more relaxed. "Benefits? What have they done to deserve benefits?" Lei Min was a little surprised. Looking at this silly guy, Lin Qingqing was speechless. She turned to Wen Ling and said, "My name is Lin Qingqing, and the sister next to me is Lei Min. Please explain to her." After that, he said to Lei Min, "You also tell Wen Ling about the end of the world. I'm going to rest for a while." After finishing her instructions, Lin Qingqing took her small bag and walked towards the bedroom. She wanted to treat the wound that had broken out a little before. Lei Min nodded in understanding, gave her a reassuring gesture, and pulled Wen Ling to sit on the sofa beside her. "Are you really 13 years old?" Lei Min looked at her thin and small appearance, and suspected that she had lied about her age. "I am really 13 years old, and I am already in the 3rd year of junior high school." 13 years old and in the 3rd grade? Are you a child prodigy? Lei Min didn't believe it. "I skipped a grade twice." Wen Ling raised 2 slender fingers. What she didn't finish was, if she could still see, she would probably be sitting in a high school classroom now. There was no need for the little girl to lie about such things. It turned out that she was really a little genius. Lei Min looked at her in surprise and didn't speak for a long time. "Do you have any other relatives?" Lei Min took a long time to find his voice. "Besides my uncle's family living here, I only have an aunt who lives abroad, and I don't want to go anywhere else, I just want to follow you." Wen Ling thought they were still unwilling to accept her, and became a little anxious. "We won't stay in a safe place forever, and we don't know what dangers we will encounter in the future. It may be better for you to stay in a stable place than to follow us, so that you may still have a chance to study." Lei Min thought about it seriously and felt that the girl was still too young. She had been careless before. Although Wen Ling's ability was indeed powerful, it would definitely be dangerous if she really followed them around. And since this child is so smart, studying might be more suitable for her. "Why don't you think about it again?" Lei Min asked tentatively. Seeing the little girl's lost expression, she added for some unknown reason, "You can continue to follow us until you think it through." "Really? That's great, thank you." Lei Min. Chapter 44, Disagreement. Let's not talk about Lin Qingqing and the others taking a rest here. On the other side, Director Liu and his team were having a meeting, and the topic of discussion was the 2 new girls. "I don't think we can let them go," said the fat old man. How could he let it go after the 2 of them saved the Wen family's daughter? "But can you stop them from leaving?" Some people disagreed. "Even if they want to leave, they have to deal with those monsters outside for us." Some people saw that Lin Qingqing and the other 2 were strong in fighting, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. "You said before that someone was talking about a witch? Would they agree to kill monsters for you?" "I'm right too. You didn't see the way those 2 young girls killed the monster. They looked more like monsters than the monster itself. They also beat old Zhang and old Wang. By the way, where are old Zhang and old Wang? Didn't they say that the girl was not dead? She was just knocked unconscious by them." "Who is this? He is really talking about something irrelevant." Everyone was silent. There was no old Zhang or old Wang here. They were only concerned about escaping at the time and had long forgotten about these 2 old men. They might have already become food for the zombies. Thinking of this, the atmosphere became a little depressing for a moment, and the people present felt embarrassed and scared. At this time, the short old man stood up and laughed dryly, saying, "We are old now. When people get old, their memory is not so good. Hee, don't you think so?" "Oh, yes, me too." "That's right, me too." "You do not say. My memory has been poor for a few years, Everyone expressed their opinions and looked at the short old man who had first proposed the idea with gratitude. They thought he was so nice and that he really spoke for everyone. Old Zhang and old Wang received their lunch boxes silently amidst the voices of blame. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Director Lu knocked on the table and brought the topic back to the topic at the right time. He cleared his cough and said, I also don't agree to let those two leave. Without Dazhuang and Xuanzi, who else can kill those monsters here? They are all old and weak. What will they do when they need to go out to find food in the future? But how do we keep them here? We can't even hold them back with this buckle? Someone asked. How about we talk to them properly? Appeal to their emotions and reason with them. Look, that girl saved the little demon from the Wen family. No, what about the little niece from the Wen family? They must be good children who respect the elderly and love the young. An old man wearing glasses and looking very gentle suggested. Do you think they can be fooled as easily as Dazhuang and Xuanzi? Director Lu disagreed. Then why don't I introduce them to someone? You see, those two girls are both very pretty and not very old. If any one of you has a suitable one, please bring one out and give it a try. These days are so chaotic, and as long as you can win the person over, you don't even have to pay a dowry. Don't miss such a good opportunity. The person who said this was Aunt Lu. Only an aunt in the community like her who has been keen on matchmaking for people for many years could come up with such an idea. When Aunt Lu said this, everyone was interested, but they looked at each other again and again, and no one was willing to step forward and take the initiative. At this time, a slightly plump middle-aged woman snorted disdainfully. Which wild girl from the mountains wants to marry our Shaochen? Our Shaochen is the only son. The fortune teller said that he has to find a young and plump one, and someone born in the year of the horse is best. Those two skinny ones can have children at first glance. The children in our family are still young and not suitable for us. The one in your family is already 30 and still young? What's wrong with 30? You have two at home, why don't you share one? The two in our family are only in high school. They haven't even reached the legal age. Who will issue you a marriage certificate now? Without a license, that's called messing around. For a moment, everyone started arguing again, with many different opinions, but no one stood up to respond to Aunt Lu's proposal. Seeing that everyone was arguing and the arguments were getting more and more outrageous, Director Lu covered his head and said with a headache, Stop arguing. Those two girls may not be willing. What's the point of you arguing about these useless things now? Tisk, why wouldn't they be willing to do this? The slightly plump auntie grumbled unconvinced, but Director Lu glared at her, and she shut up. After discussing for a long time without reaching any conclusion, Director Lu had no choice but to wait until another day to sound out Lin Qingqing and the others before making any plans. Anyway, he had to keep these two people. In this apocalyptic world, two young women were a scarce resource, not to mention that they were people with special abilities who could both give birth to children and fight monsters. In Director Lu's opinion, women are women after all. Without the support of a man behind them, those two people can't accomplish anything no matter how powerful they are. If the negotiations fail, then we'll have to resort to some tricks. This is an emergency. Director Lu made a silent decision in his mind. Director Lu and his colleagues were thinking about how to trick the two girls who came to them, while Lin Qingqing was thinking about how to convince Lei Min to stay. Wen Ling, do you know the other people here? Lin Qingqing planned to first find Wen Ling to inquire about the information of the residents in the community. Wen Ling is young and she doesn't know most of the 40 or 50 households here, but she knows a lot about the active ones. For example, the fat old man who was crying for his grandson. They were originally neighbors living upstairs from Uncle Wen Ling's house. After the doomsday came, the fat old man's eldest grandson turned into a zombie and bit his parents to death. The fat old man was smart and ran out by himself. Until now, his grandson who turned into a zombie is still locked up in his old house. There was also the woman who had been leaning on the second-floor window and mocking everyone. Her surname was Lu, and her daughter was despised by all the neighbors because she returned to her parents' home after a divorce. After the apocalypse, her daughter was the first to awaken the water power, but she was regarded as a witch. A group of people led by Director Lu tied her up and fed her to the zombies outside. After her daughter died, and Lu became a little crazy. She didn't go out all day, and often scolded anyone she caught, or cried in the yard late at night. Director Lu couldn't do anything about her, so he just turned a blind eye and let her do what she wanted. There are several other families like this, and now De Zhuang and Chuanzi have joined. Although Director Liu and others are powerful, there are undercurrents in the community, and more people are dissatisfied with them. There has never been peace in the community anyway. Wen Ling sighed in a condescending manner. It seems that this place is extremely chaotic. Lin Qingqing pondered the information revealed in Wen Ling's words. 2 of the female superpowers who were called witches had been persecuted to death by them. If it weren't for her and Lei Min, little girl Wen Ling would have been the 3rd one. What do you think? Lin Qingqing tentatively asked Lei Min and the others for their opinions. We'll leave once Sister Lin recovers from her injuries. I don't want to stay in this crappy place for even a second, Lei Min said angrily. She felt sick when she thought of the faces of Director Liu and his group. Then do you want to check out those people with special abilities they mentioned? Maybe there are some good ones too. Lin Qingqing tried to divert her attention. After hearing her words, Lei Min was a little surprised. Could it be that Sister Lin wanted to save someone? Okay then. Lei Min thought it was Lin Qingqing's idea, so he nodded and agreed. Chapter 45, A Pot of Millet Porridge. Early the next morning, Director Liu knocked on the door and called Lin Qingqing and the others. What do you have to say? Lin Qingqing leaned against the door frame and squinted her eyes, not intending to let them in. Looking at the large group of people standing at the door, they were the same group from yesterday. All of them were here. They were led by Director Liu and Aunt Lu, and they all stared at her with shining eyes, like hungry wolves staring at meat. Behind her, Lei Min and Wen Ling were also whispering curiously. After a night of communication, they quickly became familiar with each other. Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting her and others in, Aunt Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, and her initial enthusiasm instantly cooled a lot. But she endured all of this and said in a kind voice, "Oh, you are already up. It's very good and diligent of you to get up so early." Aunt Lu was smiling and praised you casually. "You haven't had breakfast yet? My family has made millet porridge, which is best to drink in the morning. Come and have some quickly." Yes, the porridge cooked by your Aunt Lu is the best. You must drink more," Director Liu also added. "Why do we need so many people to invite them for breakfast?" Lin Qingqing smiled playfully. "Thank you all very much, we'll be back after we clean up," she said, turning around and closing the door. Back in the house, Lin Qingqing said to Lei Min and the others, "Aunt Lu is here to have breakfast with us, do you want to go?" "This is the Hongmen banquet." Lei Min curled his lips. "Of course, but I don't know what they are going to do with us," Lin Qingqing said nonchalantly, crossing her arms. "Then it seems we have no choice but to go. By the way, they are still outside, right?" Lei Min turned and asked Wen Ling. "Yes, everyone is here," Wen Ling replied. "Are you afraid that we'll run away?" Lei Min snorted disdainfully. She really hated these people. "No matter what, we can't escape this trip. If we postpone it once, there will always be next time. We have to see what they really want." Lin Qingqing had seen clearly that this was a group of people who would not give up until they achieved their goal, and each of them was selfish and calculating. They had mobilized such a large force today, and they must be trying to plot something against her and Lei Min. "Since we can't hide, let's go together. I want to see what they are planning." Lei Min is not a person who backs down. Wen Ling looked at them worriedly. "What if they don't let us leave?" "Don't worry, there will be a way," Lei Min comforted her. "Then get ready to go, Wen Ling will come with you." Lin Qingqing went back to her room to wash and pack. A few minutes later, the door was reopened and I saw that the people who had been waiting outside were still there, not a single one missing. Faced with the anxious expressions of those people, the 3 of them pretended not to see them, smiled and greeted them, and followed them to Aunt Lu's house. Aunt Lu lives in another unit, which is a large apartment of more than 100 square meters. Everyone is dazzled as soon as they enter the house. Facing you is a hollow screen carved with flowers in full bloom. The house is filled with solid wood furniture, and all the decorations are antique and full of charm. However, the taste of the room did not match Aunt Lu herself. From the discordant red and green sofa cushions on the sofa, it was clear that this house was not her original residence at all. Aunt Lu lived in such a big house not alone, she also had an old partner, a thin and timid old man. Seeing so many people coming in, he did not say hello, but quickly brought a pot of millet porridge and a plate of mixed flour buns, and then put 3 plates of pickled vegetables, and then turned back to hide in the kitchen. Aunt Lou glanced at her husband with disdain, sat down at the main seat, and then greeted everyone in a familiar manner. "Everyone, please don't be polite, just eat something." Before he could finish his words, everyone came forward impatiently and started eating, one bowl after another. Since the end of the world came, they have been eating less and less hot rice porridge. Eating biscuits and instant noodles every day is a torture for these old people. Seeing the porridge in the pot getting less and less until it was almost empty, while her bowl was still empty, Aunt Lou's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of the porridge pot. These old fools thought they were here to help them gain momentum, but they just came here to eat and drink for free. Aunt Lou held her chopsticks angrily, wishing she could smash the bowl in her hand on their heads. At this time, someone saw her motionless and kindly advised her. "Huifan, why don't you eat? The porridge will not taste good if it gets cold." After that, she continued to drink porridge and eat vegetables without raising her head. Seeing this scene, she was so angry that she was about to be full of anger. What the hell was she still eating? But these people were all called by her, not her husband, so she couldn't yell at them or scold them, so she could only stare at them to express her dissatisfaction. But the others were eating happily. If they were a step slower, they would eat one less bite. Who would have time to care about her emotions? Lin Qingqing looked at the group of people eating happily, and raised her hand to scoop a bowl of hot porridge and handed it to Wen Ling. However, she and Lei Min did not move, but just stood aside with their arms folded and watched coldly as the group of people fought among themselves. After a clink of plates and bowls, the food on the table was cleared away. Only then did everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks one after another, rubbing their stomachs with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Qingqing spoke first and asked, "You didn't just call us here to treat us to breakfast, right? Tell me, what else do you want?" Seeing that the bowls in front of Lin Qingqing and the other person were as clean as before, everyone came to their senses and were speechless for a moment when they thought about their previous behavior. Aunt Lou snorted coldly, put the bowl heavily on the table, and then looked at Director Lu without saying a word. For a moment, the atmosphere was strangely awkward. Everyone lowered their heads, except Wen Ling, who was drinking porridge from the bowl without paying attention to anyone else. Seeing that he could no longer pretend, Director Lu had to cough lightly and explain his purpose. Actually, the thing is, I see that it's not easy for you 2 young girls to be out there without a stable place to live, so I discussed it with everyone, and after getting everyone's consent, I decided to let you stay here, so that you can have a home. You can all take care of each other in the future, and we old folks can also help you with logistics, cooking and sewing. Although it's a little difficult now, as long as we all work together, I believe that the days to come will get better and better. Pa 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 pa. After Director Lu finished his speech, some people in the audience subconsciously applauded. The awkward applause broke the quiet atmosphere. Director Lu habitually raised his hand and looked around, then looked at Lin Qingqing and the others with a loving face, as if to say, "It's your turn to express your opinion, comrade." These high-sounding words made Lin Qingqing almost burst out laughing. They really used all kinds of excuses. If she didn't agree, wouldn't she be ungrateful? Looking at this group of people who are almost all over 50 years old, a question suddenly occurred to me. The Dezhuang and Chuanzi who died before were morally kidnapped by you guys. It seems like we are the next Dezhuang and Chuanzi. The 2 people who wanted to be forgotten the most were deliberately mentioned by Lin Qingqing at this moment, which was like a slap in the face of Director Lu and others, and everyone was choked and speechless. This incident is a moral stain on their faces that they can never erase. After discussing it with all of us, we have always believed that it was just an accident. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again, don't worry. Director Lu quickly responded, trying to fool the matter. But Lin Qingqing didn't buy it. I don't believe that. You want us to stay, but what good will that do for us? Chapter 46. Leaving alone? Benefits? What benefits do you want? We took you in out of kindness and gave you a home. Instead of making some contribution to the community, why are you still thinking about asking for benefits? Aunt Lou was unhappy. She had already contributed a pot of millet porridge for this matter today, but she didn't even have a bite of it. Isn't this a benefit? That's right, nowadays these young people are too impetuous. They think about benefits before they even start working. Someone came to his senses and quickly agreed that millet porridge cannot be drunk in vain. Yes, Deswang and Chuanzi are not so pretentious. So they died. Lei Min shrugged. You. The old man who was speaking just now was choked and could only stare blankly in anger. Me? What's wrong with me? We are the witches you call us. Do you dare to eat what we bring? Lei Min retorted. Seeing that she had no reason at all and was left speechless by the other side, and Lu said with a cold face, Why do you have to go against so many of us? You were the first to be unreasonable. Lei Min was not afraid of her. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense and the situation was reaching a point where it was about to explode, Director Lu quickly stepped forward to mediate. Don't get excited. What are you doing? Can you please sit down and discuss it properly? I don't think you want to discuss it properly, Lin Qingqing said in a cold tone. How could that be? This is all a misunderstanding, Director Lu laughed it off. Lu Fugui, which side are you on? Aunt Lu was dissatisfied. Director Lu was about to speak when Lin Qingqing interrupted him. It seems that you haven't come to an agreement yet. I think you should wait until you have come to an agreement before you come to us. After saying that, she stood up and left with Lei Min and Wen Ling, completely ignoring the voices behind her trying to keep them. Since then, Director Lu and others never came to see Lin Qingqing and the others again, as if they had forgotten the existence of these three people. Lin Qingqing also knew that Director Lu and the others would not give up, but she did not care. As usual, she went to Sister Dai every day to ask for supplies for the three of them. Then she took Wen Ling to get her things. In the end, the three of them stayed in the house and recuperated obediently. Although they rarely go out, with Wen Ling around, they can always know what's going on outside. For example, Director Lu organized several meetings. Dezhuan's mother and Chuanzi's grandmother would go to Aunt Lu to make trouble almost every day. At the same time, Director Lu also tried to organize a few young people to go outside and search for some supplies. But unfortunately, every time they encountered the wave of zombies that had gathered before, they could only flee in a panic. Until Lin Qingqing's injuries were almost healed, they still hadn't dealt with the group of zombies outside. Instead, their repeated attempts attracted more zombies. In the past few days, Lei Min came into contact with two surviving female psychics through Wen Ling, but she was not very satisfied with them. She always felt that they were not the same kind of people as her. On the contrary, she was somewhat impressed by the little girl Wen Ling. Seeing that Lei Min was adapting well, Lin Qingqing began to think about leaving. Her car was still parked in front of the convenience store. Although there were many zombies gathered outside, it was not difficult for Lin Qingqing to leave alone. She didn't even alarm anyone in the yard, and she was already sitting in her car before most of the zombies could react. It was just dawn at this time. Lin Qingqing held the steering wheel, looked at the family building hidden in the morning mist not far away, and silently said goodbye. The next moment, a harsh engine sound was heard, and Lin Qingqing turned the car around and left the old city in the direction she came from. The weather was not very good today. It drizzled all morning. Lin Qingqing drove slowly, as if she was taking a walk in the rain. She didn't mind and just drove aimlessly. Until a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner of the street and flashed past her as fast as lightning. Lin Qingqing was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes. The black shadow did not run far away, but jumped onto the wall by the roadside and looked back at her. Mutated animals. Lin Qingqing squinted her eyes and looked at the pair of vertical pupils that were glowing green through the car window. It should be a mutant cat. Lin Qingqing looked at the mutant cat. Its pure black fur and green eyes made it even creepier and weirder than the ones she had seen in the park before. Fortunately, the mutant cat had no intention of attacking. It just looked at her quietly for a while, then jumped off the wall and disappeared. Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and looked in the direction where the mutant cat left for a long time without coming back to her senses. She thought of Lei Min and Wen Ling. She wondered how they were doing now. Would Director Lu make things difficult for them? They must have been very angry when they woke up in the morning and found that I was gone. Lei Min must have guessed that I wanted to leave a long time ago. Lin Qingqing chuckled, not knowing what she was melancholy about. At this time, as she expected, Lei Min and Wen Ling had already noticed that she had left. Sister Lin may be in trouble. Lei Min had a complicated expression. In fact, Lin Qingqing had already made her attitude clear. Although she saved herself, she had no obligation to keep her with her. Lei Min knew very well that Lin Qingqing had really left this time, and she didn't even bother to find a reason or an excuse. What a cool guy! Lei Min felt a little uncomfortable. Is it because of me? Wen Ling pulled the corner of Lei Min's clothes and asked nervously. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel the depressed mood in Lei Min. No, it's because of me. Lei Min touched Wen Ling's soft hair and explained to her how he met Lin Qingqing. She was the one who saved me. Sister Lin is a good person. She also saved me. Wen Ling knew in her heart that although Lei Min was the first one to rush up to save her, they would not have been able to return here safely without Lin Qingqing behind them to help them fight off the zombies. They are all her saviors. Will you leave too? Wen Ling asked softly. Lei Min was stunned, then touched Wen Ling's head and said, Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Yeah, Wen Ling responded softly, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even without Lin Qingqing, life still had to go on as usual. It was okay for her alone, but with Wen Ling added to the mix, Lei Min suddenly felt a lot of pressure. She had never had this feeling when Lin Qingqing was around. No matter what happened, as long as she thought of the calm and cold woman beside her, she would feel extremely at peace. But now it's different. Her stability is gone, and it feels like she's back to the beginning of the end of the world. Lei Min looked at Wen Ling beside him and pursed his lips. Would Sister Lin take care of him in the same way that he was taking care of Wen Ling now? No, that's not right. She is much better than me. Even though I have Wen Ling with me, she didn't show any disgust. It seemed that as long as she wanted, it would not be a problem to bring as many people as she wanted. But the key is that she doesn't want to. Ah. Lei Min lay on his back on the bed, lying in the shape of a character, motionless. After a long while, she sat up, rubbed her face vigorously, and forced herself to cheer up. She was just thinking about discussing with Wen Ling what to do next when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Miss Lin here? Chapter 47 Such a Family Lei Min opened the door and saw Director Lu outside. This time he did not say any high-sounding words, but went straight to the point and asked Lin Qingqing to help them get rid of the wave of zombies blocking the door. Sister Lin is not here. Not here? Where else could she go if she's not here? Director Lu obviously didn't believe it. None of them saw Lin Qingqing leave. This Miss Lei must be fooling people. She went out to do some errands. Lei Min rolled her eyes and said that since Lin Qingqing had left, she and Wen Ling could only stay here temporarily. So she concealed the truth about Lin Qingqing's departure from Director Lu and others, intending to stabilize them first, and then find a chance to take Wen Ling away. Real? Director Lu looked behind Lei Min without hiding anything. Seeing that Wen Ling was the only one in the room, he believed her. Why would I lie to you? Lei Min crossed her arms and let him look at her. Although she felt disgusted, she could do nothing about it. Did Miss Lin say when she would be back? Director Lu continued to ask unwillingly. Only 3 to 5 days. Lei Min saw Director Lu's suspicious look and immediately changed her words. 3 days, at most 3 days. Oh? Then we'll come back in 2 days. Director Lu didn't make things difficult for her anymore, but the suspicion on his face didn't diminish at all. Okay. Lei Min nodded, suppressing his anger and closing the door. She also knew that she was still too young to deal with a shameless old fox like Director Lu. This kind of person is a typical bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. If she knew that Sister Lin would never come back, they would definitely not let her go. She asked for 3 days, and Director Lu did say he would come back in 2 days, which was obviously a test for her. Lei Min leaned against the door, took a deep breath, and decided to find an opportunity to leave within 2 days. Lin Qingqing didn't know the current situation of Lei Min and the others. Perhaps she had underestimated the cunning and shamelessness of Director Lu and others. At this moment, she was staying at the door of a convenient hotel. She originally wanted to find a place to rest, but she didn't expect to meet someone when passing by here. This convenient hotel was built right next to the main road, with a few fast food restaurants and auto repair shops scattered on both sides. From the outside, all of them looked dilapidated and must have been searched. After discovering traces of human activities again, Lin Qingqing stopped unconsciously, and then saw several figures busy moving things into the car. There were 6 people in the group, led by a middle-aged man, and there was also a middle-aged woman, a young man, 2 young girls and a half-grown boy. This combination looks like a big family. At least it can be seen that the middle-aged man and woman are a couple. The young man and the little boy may also be their children. Only the 2 girls cannot be identified for the time being. The first person to see Lin Qingqing was the young man. The black SUV caught his eye as it drove over from a distance. "Oh my God, isn't this the Lightning brand high-end commercial vehicle?" The young man loves cars and obviously knows the value of this car. Who is the guy in the car? Where did he get such a nice car? In the doomsday, driving a luxury car is no longer the exclusive domain of the rich. People like the young man also have the opportunity to get a luxury car that they would never have dared to dream of before. Just as he was daydreaming, the black SUV slowly stopped by the roadside. "Dad! Dad! Look there!" The young man excitedly pulled the middle-aged man's arm. This time he didn't need to say anything, everyone saw it. The middle-aged man was not as excited as his son. He looked at the car on the side of the road warily, and pulled his son and his wife behind him. Seeing that the other party had seen her, Lin Qingqing opened the car window and greeted them. "Hello?" Hiss. I didn't expect that the person driving this low-key luxury car was a young girl, and a beautiful one at that. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the middle-aged man's wife pinched her husband hard behind his back, slapped her son, and looked at Lin Qingqing with a face full of disdain and vigilance. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and glared at his wife, then nodded awkwardly at Lin Qingqing. Compared to his father, the young man was much more direct. With a bright smile on his face, he ignored the middle-aged woman's warning and waved to greet Lin Qingqing. "Hi! Beauty, where are you from? Where are you going?" "Just passing by. What about you guys?" "We are planning to go find my uncle." "Where are you going, beautiful? How about we come together?" "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard?" Before Lin Qingqing could reply, the middle-aged woman grabbed her son's arm and warned him not to talk nonsense. At this time, the 2 young girls also looked over. They stood together, and one of them was holding the half-grown little boy's hand. Judging from the atmosphere, they were obviously not from the same family as the 3 young men. "I plan to find a base. Do you know where there is one?" Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and said. She really wanted to see what the base looked like. Although she planned to be alone, she couldn't completely cut off contact with the outside world. Hearing that she wanted to find a base, the young man became excited again. "We also plan to go to the base after finding my uncle. It seems that everyone has the same destination." "Oh? What a coincidence," Lin Qingqing said with a smile. It was too late for the middle-aged woman to stop him, as her son had already told her the itinerary in detail. Seeing that Lin Qingqing was just a single woman, the middle-aged man did not stop his son's invitation. "Miss, if you want to go to the base, please follow us." "Lao Chin, we already brought 3. The middle-aged woman looked to the other side with dissatisfaction. The 2 girls looked unhappy immediately after hearing her pointed words. At this time, the young man was a little dissatisfied. "Mom! Don't say that. Qingqing is my ex-girlfriend after all." "Shut up! What ex-girlfriend? No matter who she is, she still needs our protection. If anyone needs protection, it's me and my dad who will do it. Don't you have the ability?" the young man muttered. "What did you say?" "Okay, you are all grown up and still quarreling in front of a young girl," the middle-aged man said, and the 2 men shut up tactfully. Lin Qingqing smiled as she watched them finish arguing, then said, "I don't need your protection, just tell me the location of the base." "Ah? How can that be? It's so dangerous for you to be alone. Don't mind what my mother said. She is like that, a sharp tongue but a soft heart," the young man said hurriedly. "That's right, it's so dangerous outside. As a young girl you should just follow us." The middle-aged men were also worried about letting the young girl go on the journey alone, but they didn't think of asking Lin Qingqing about her abilities. Perhaps it was because she looked clean and harmless that people subconsciously regarded this single girl as a weak girl they met on the street before the end of the world. "So, a weak appearance is the most deceptive disguise." Lin Qingqing chuckled and did not refuse their kindness. Chapter 48 Such a Family, Part 2. With the exception of the young man and his son, the rest of the group showed some resistance to Lin Qingqing's joining. She didn't mind. After greeting everyone, she sat in the car and watched them busy. The middle-aged man's surname is Qin, his name is Qinggang, his son is Qingtao, and his wife's surname is Zhang. Among the other three, the girl and the little boy are siblings, both with the surname Yu, and the remaining girl has the surname Zhao. The two girls were classmates of Qingtao. They had been following them since they met them in the wild on Doomsday. Yu Dingding was indeed Qingtao's ex-girlfriend. At this time, three women were carrying supplies from a canteen, while Qinggang and his son were repairing a car nearby. Their car was just an ordinary 7-seater family car, probably their own. Qinggang was changing the tire, and Qingtao was helping, but he was a little absent-minded, and his eyes kept drifting towards Lin Qingqing. "Hey! Why don't you come down to help?" Yu Tingting was very dissatisfied when she saw Lin Qingqing's leisurely appearance. Although she took her brother to live with her ex-boyfriend's family, she had never shirked the work she was supposed to do. "Look at her, why is she still acting like a young lady?" Yu Tingting complained to her classmate Zhao Na in a low voice. "Why do you care about her? If you don't work for a while, you won't have anything to eat." Zhao Na answered in a loud voice, obviously speaking to Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows, ignored them, and turned around to take out a self-heating hot pot. After a while, a hot, spicy smell wafted out. Lin Qingqing ate by herself and watched them work while eating. It was almost noon now, and she had eaten lunch early, which made it clear that she would not eat with them. Her attitude of drawing a line in the sand was obvious. She was not here to seek asylum. "It seems that they are not short of food." Zhao Na poked Yu Tingting awkwardly. But Yu Dingding glared back at Zhao Na unhappily. Of course she knew that the woman had done it on purpose. "Are you jealous? Do you want to eat hot pot too?" No, we are just expressing our feelings. "Aunt Zhang, let me help you cook." Zhao Na hurried forward to help. "Don't be envious. If she has the ability, she can eat hot pot every day." Aunt Zhang looked much happier as she watched Zhao Na busying herself around. In fact, she likes Zhao Na more than Yu Tingting. Although this girl is not good-looking, she has good eyesight and is especially good at taking care of people. She is much better than Yu Tingting, a delicate girl who can't do anything. She glanced at Yu Tingting's flustered appearance and snorted in disdain. "He's already 13 years old, but he's still like in kindergarten, he can't help at all." After listening to Aunt Zhang's complaints, Zhao Na pursed her lips and said nothing, but Yu Dingding, who was following behind her, was unhappy. "Aunt Zhang, Xian is my younger brother. He is still young and can't do the work. You just need to teach him more. Besides, he is a person with superpowers." After saying that, she took a piece of firewood and said sweetly to her brother, Xian, come and help your sister light a fire, just light it once." When the boy named Xian heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his originally confused face. He used his special power to light 3 pieces of firewood in a row and looked at his sister shyly. Yu Dingding touched his head and happily took the firewood back to make a fire and cook. Aunt Zhang snorted disdainfully but didn't say anything else. "Fortunately, my son broke up with her, otherwise these 2 spoiled young masters and young ladies would have been a burden to me." That half-grown boy was actually a fire-type mutant? Lin Qingqing looked at him thoughtfully, but it was indeed too weak. Others didn't see it, but she saw it clearly. The little boy tried to light a piece of firewood as long as his forearm twice. Although he is a psychic, he doesn't look like someone who can kill zombies. Lin Qingqing glanced at the others and estimated the combat effectiveness of these 6 people. It was at most 2.5, no more than 3. At this moment, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but doubt whether it was right or wrong for her to follow them. At this time, a fragrance wafted over. Aunt Zhang made a pot of noodles stewed with mixed vegetables. The dishes were all dried vegetables, dried fungus and the like, and the noodles were dried noodles. The food was simple, but the taste was very good. She turned her head to look at her husband and son who were sweating all over, gritted her teeth and cut another half sausage. The 6 people had large appetites, and they were only 8/10 full after finishing a pot of noodles. Aunt Zhang looked at her son who was still not satisfied, and could not help but glare at Yu Xian. "You don't work, but you eat so much," she complained while washing the pot. Yu Xian held the half bowl of rice saved by his sister and whispered in defense. I eat mine and my sister's. What your sister eats is not mine. Aunt Zhang threw away the spatula and refused to work. Xian, eat quickly. Yu Tingting saw that her brother was aggrieved and quickly comforted him. Sister! Yu Xian glared at her sister with red eyes. Xian is still young. This age is the time when she is growing up. It's normal for her to eat. Don't be angry, Aunt Zhang. I will save my food for my brother, Yu Tingting said humbly, twisting her fingers. You're already 13 years old, still young? I will definitely do more work in the future, Yu Tingting said, almost in tears. Hey Mom, please say less. Tingting, don't cry. Aunt Zhang wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Qingtao. He kept saying nice things, but Qinggang and Zhao now were eating in silence without saying a word. Aunt Zhang is a hot-tempered person, and she just can't stand the brother and sister being so spoiled. Such quarrels happen several times almost every day, and everyone is used to it. Lin Qingqing looked at the little boy with red eyes who was acting like a spoiled child with his sister, 13 years old. That's it. It is said that there is no harm without comparison. Looking at Yu Tingting, who truly loves her brother, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but think of Wen Ling again. They are the same age, but they live two completely different lives. Looking at Yu Tingting and her brother, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but compare them with Lei Min and Wen Ling. They were about the same age as the brother and sister, but they did not show the innocence and pampering that should be possessed by people of this age. Even she admired the tenacity that came from deep within his bones. But this is still a minority after all. Yu Tingting and her brother, and Si Qing before, they should be the ones who behave like normal young girls and boys. Seeing Lin Qingqing in a daze, Qingtao quietly handed her a small piece of chocolate. Ms. Lin, would you like some chocolate? Oh, thank you. Seeing how he was acting furtively, Lin Qingqing guessed that it must have been Aunt Zhang who secretly gave it to her son because she saw that he was not full. A child who is loved by his parents and sister is a happy one. Lin Qingqing pinched the chocolate and looked at Qingtao with a complicated expression. Ms. Lin, where did you get this car? Qingtao touched the car door curiously and said enviously. We found it in the parking lot. There are many on the roadside. You can drive whichever one you want. Lin Qingqing pointed casually. Hey, I've also seen a few nice cars, but unfortunately they all have no keys. Qingtao touched the back of his head. Why not just kill the driver who turned into a zombie? Miss Lin, have you ever killed zombies? Qingtao was very surprised to hear her speak so casually. He looked at her again in disbelief. To be honest, the difference between her and what he had imagined was quite large. You don't believe it? How can I survive alone if I don't kill zombies? But you are a girl, Qingtao muttered in confusion, and you don't look powerful at all, he added in his heart. In his opinion, his mother was already very fierce and powerful, but when she saw zombies, she would still hide behind his father. The two girls, Tingting and Zhao Na, were just as good as a man at work, but they were not too brave to face the zombies. That's because of you. Lin Qingqing sighed silently in her heart. With someone protecting her, who would be willing to face those disgusting things? Just like Aunt Zhang, Yu Tingting, Zhao Na, and even Yu Tingting's younger brother Yu Xian, it has nothing to do with gender or age. If no one protects them from the wind and rain, do you think they would dare to kill zombies? Lin Qingqing shook her head in her heart, and did not say this out loud. Chapter 49 My Dad Said. Seeing Qingtao chatting with Lin Qingqing, Yu Tingting also came over. When she heard that Lin Qingqing actually killed the zombies herself, the expression on her face changed immediately, and there was sympathy and envy in her expression. Lin Qingqing could more or less guess what she was thinking, and in fact, she could understand it. If she had not seen the scene of the woman being killed on the second day of the apocalypse, and had not encountered a pervert like Xiaomeng afterwards, and had not been directly rescued by Captain Xiao, she would probably have the same idea as this girl. Unfortunately, there is no if. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Yu Tingting was called away by her younger brother. Lin Qingqing looked at the girl's lively back and couldn't help asking Qingtao, "Don't you dislike that they can't kill zombies?" "Why do you dislike it?" Qingtao was puzzled. "In the doomsday, survival will become increasingly difficult. It's okay now, but they may become a burden to you in the future. Then my mother can't kill zombies either, can I abandon her too?" Qin Tao was a little angry. Hearing him say this, Lin Qingqing knew that he had misunderstood, but she did not explain. In fact, what she wanted to ask was what if someone among these people betrayed him? When it really comes to a matter of life and death, even blood relatives are likely to betray you. She is like this, as is Lei Min and Wen Ling. Seeing that Lin Qingqing didn't say anything for a long time, Qin Tao felt that maybe his tone just now was too aggressive. He scratched his head embarrassedly, then thought for a while and said, "Help when you are able to. It's a piece of cake. After all, everyone has difficulties. Why not make friends with good people?" Lin Qingqing looked at Qin Tao in surprise. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. Qin Tao felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, and quickly turned his face away and said, "No, don't look at me like that. This is not what I said, this is what my father said. He often nags us about this." "Oh?" Lin Qingqing looked at the sweaty middle-aged man unconsciously. Qin Tao also followed Lin Qingqing's gaze and looked over. At this moment, Aunt Zhang was handing water to her husband. She watched him wipe his sweat and naggled with concern. "Hey, are they on good terms? My dad always says that ability can indeed make people feel safe, but only family can make people feel at ease." Qin Tao felt embarrassed before he could finish his words. He covered his face and muttered, "We are an old couple, and they are showing off their love every day, but I am still single." "Family? What if you don't have any family?" "Ah? Then there are friends, partners, comrades in arms. Anyway, anyone who can trust each other can become family." Qin Tao thought that Lin Qingqing's family were all gone, so he hurried to comfort her. "Really? You think these can become family?" "I think so." Lin Qingqing looked at Qin Tao's confident tone and smiled softly. He really grew up in a honey pot. But speaking of comrades, she thought of Xiao Pengfei again. If it was that team of people, she would be willing to believe what Qin Tao said. By the time Qin Gang had fixed the car, it was already afternoon, and the group decided to stay here tonight. The small restaurant had been emptied by them, and the tables in the hall could be put together to form a large bunk bed. Lin Qingqing had no objection to this. Her car was very comfortable for sleeping, so she decided not to squeeze with them. It rained today, and it got dark early. It was still a little early for bedtime, so Qin Tao and his friends lit a candle and played cards to kill time. Lin Qingqing declined the invitation and returned to the car alone. Just as she was about to sit in meditation, someone knocked on the car window. His voice was very soft, as if he was afraid to disturb her. Lin Qingqing opened the car window and looked at the girl in front of her curiously. "What do you want?" The person who came was Zhao Na. Seeing that Lin Qingqing was not asleep, she pulled the somewhat nervous Yu Tingting out from behind. Yu Tingting glanced at Lin Qingqing, and seeing that Lin Qingqing was also looking at her, she quickly lowered her head. Zhao Na also knew that she couldn't expect her to speak, so she mustered up the courage to speak. "Sorry to bother you, we have something we want to ask you for help with." "What's the matter?" Lin Qingqing was a little curious. These two girls didn't seem to be willing to get close to her during the day, so what could they ask for her help? I heard that you have killed zombies, can you teach us?" "You want to kill zombies, why are you looking for me?" They want to learn how to kill zombies, and Qin Gang and his son are the best teachers. Why don't they go to them, but come to me, a stranger? Lin Qingqing was puzzled. Zhao Na said helplessly. "They said we are girls and don't need to learn." "And you?" "I want to rely on myself. I feel like no one is more reliable than me." She thought differently from Qin Tao's family. Although Chen's father and son were very good to them, Zhao Na still felt uneasy. She always felt that being protected passively like this would not last long. She didn't mean to say that they were bad, but what if? What if she was in a situation where she could only choose to save one between Qin Tao and herself? She only had one life, and she didn't dare to gamble. "Can you please teach me?" Zhao Na begged. "Please teach me too, I want to protect my brother," Yu Tingting also said stutteringly. Although she is not as decisive as Zhao Na, she is still willing to stand up bravely for her brother. Lin Qingqing looked at the determined eyes of the two girls and suddenly remembered what Qin Tao had said before. In fact, it is not impossible. For her, teaching them how to kill zombies will not waste much time, but for Zhao Na and Yu Tingting, it may really give them an extra chance to survive. When others cannot save them, they can still choose to save themselves. Just consider it a good relationship, Lin Qingqing thought. Do you have special powers? No. Well, that doesn't matter, let's go. As she spoke, Lin Qingqing jumped out of the car, then pulled out a weapon from the trunk and handed it to Zhao Na. It was the machete she had made in kindergarten. Zhao Na took the heavy machete and took Yu Dingding with her, followed Lin Qingqing across the road, and came to the convenient hotel opposite. There are many zombies here. Lin Qingqing stood on the side of the road and looked back at Zhao Na and the other person who were trembling. She smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Let's start with the simple ones. There's an easy mode for killing zombies? Yu Tingting was a little surprised. Lin Qingqing didn't say anything. She took the machete from Zhao Na's hand, rushed to the nearest zombie, and chopped off the zombie's limbs with just 3 or 2 strokes. Then she put the machete back into Zhao Na's hand and nodded at her. Come on, kill it! Zhao Na looked at the zombie lying on the ground and opening its mouth, and swallowed nervously. Is this the simple mode? Remember, the zombie's head is the fatal point. You must cut off its neck or smash its head to kill it, Lin Qingqing said, making way for her. In fact, this step is not dangerous at all. She did this just to train their courage. There are countless ways to kill zombies once you have done it. Most people who have never killed zombies are just stuck at the first hurdle. Zhao Na obviously understood the purpose of Lin Qingqing's doing this, and she was very grateful that Lin Qingqing did not ask her to fight the zombies right away. She did not disappoint. After 2 attempts, she stabbed the zombie's head with the knife. Very good, why don't you try it now? Lin Qingqing looked at Yu Tingting's pale face and asked. Although Yu Tingting's mental quality was not as good as Zhao Na's, she still firmly took the machete in the end. Seeing that she insisted, Lin Qingqing brought another zombie with broken hands and feet. Yu Tingting's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes and chopped at the zombie's head. With a clang sound, the machete hit the floor tiles. How can I hit you if you don't open your eyes? Lin Qingqing's cold voice made Yu Tingting shrink her neck. After a while, she finally chopped it with the second knife. This time, she still didn't hit the vital part, but she didn't wait for Lin Qingqing to speak. Instead, she swung the third and fourth knives in succession. Okay, you have killed it! Seeing that something was wrong with her, Lin Qingqing quickly spoke out to stop her. Yu Tingting stopped her hand belatedly, looking at the zombie's head which had become a blur. She quickly dropped her machete and rushed to a nearby tree, vomiting with a wow. Seeing this, Zhao Na hurried forward to comfort her. Lin Qingqing stood silently by the side, with no intention of urging them at all. No matter what happened in the past, Yu Dingding's courage to take this step was worthy of encouragement. Lin Qingqing is willing to show greater tolerance and patience to such girls. I'm sorry. After a while, the two stood in front of her again. Now that you've rested, let's continue. Lin Qingqing got another zombie. This time she kept its hands, but still chopped off its movable legs. The zombie was still crawling on the ground, but there were 2 more hands to interfere. Don't let it catch you, you can go around behind it, Lin Qingqing reminded. This time, it was Zhao Na who took action first. Perhaps because she had passed the first level, she did not hesitate at all this time. With a puff, she knocked the zombie's head off cleanly and neatly. Yu Tingting the same. Great, the only one below can run. After saying that, Lin Qingqing chopped off the 5th zombie's hands. This time it was a moving target, and both of them put in a little more effort, and finally chopped the zombie into pieces. The next ones are normal zombies, right? Can I take a break for a while? Zhao Na said, panting. Upon hearing this, Yu Tingting quickly nodded. In fact, they were not tired, they were just too nervous. After all, even if the survivors of the apocalypse did not have special powers, their physical fitness was much stronger than before. Zhao Na and Yu Tingting's current strength is no different from that of an ordinary man before the end of the world. Okay, you guys take a break first. Lin Qingqing asked the two to sit aside and rest, while she took a machete to clean up the zombies that came when she heard the noise. The 2 girls stared blankly at Lin Qingqing, who killed each one with her sword cleanly and neatly, and could not help but mutter to themselves. Miss Lin looks even more powerful than Uncle Qinggang. She is so handsome. I suddenly feel like I'm okay again. I think I'm okay. The machete was handed to Zhao Na again, and this time she was facing a complete zombie. Lin Qingqing was afraid that she might get into an accident, so she secretly held an ice blade in her hand, ready to rescue her at any time. I don't know if it was influenced by Lin Qingqing's behavior just now, but Zhao Na's movements this time were much more agile. She imitated Lin Qingqing and dodged the zombie's attack, and finally went around behind it and chopped at its head. The first knife did not hit the vital parts, so Zhao Na kept her composure and continued to circle around the zombies. One knife, and then another knife, until the fourth knife, the zombie was killed. Not bad, better than last time, Lin Qingqing praised. Zhao Na was also very happy. She wiped the sweat from her face and smiled at Lin Qingqing. This time it was Yu Tingting's turn. She was even more nervous than the previous times. Her hair was almost pulled while fighting with the zombie. In the end, she had to rely on Lin Qingqing's help to completely kill the normal zombie. Your hair is a bit of a nuisance. Lin Qingqing frowned as she looked at Yu Tingting's well-maintained, black, thick, waist-length curly hair. Upon hearing this, Yu Tingting touched her hair reluctantly. This was the hair she had taken great pains to maintain, and it was once the thing she was most proud of. She couldn't bear to cut it off even on the last day of her life. Her hair was originally tied up, but it became scattered as she ran. Thinking back to when she was almost dragged down by a zombie by her hair, Yu Tingting couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seeing her thoughtful look, Lin Qingqing said nothing more. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. She cleaned out the crystal core and handed it to the two girls. No, I can't have it. Zhao Na refused without even thinking about it. You killed this one, so of course it belongs to you. Crystal cores are hard currency in the base, so keep them. Thank you, Miss Lin. Zhao Na couldn't refuse, so she took the crystal core and thanked Lin Qingqing sincerely. Ms. Lin, thank you for teaching me too. Yu Tingting also came back to her senses and thanked him. No need to thank me, this is the result of your hard work. Lin Qingqing waved her hand. The three of them returned to their destination, and several of them looked at the machete in Zhao Na's hand in surprise, as if they understood something. Qing Tao and his son had complicated expressions, but Aunt Chang looked at Yu Tingting several more times. Perhaps she didn't expect that she would dare to kill zombies, so she even greeted her for the first time. After Lin Qingqing sent the two of them off, she said hello and prepared to go back. Ms. Lin, your knife! Zhao Na shouted from behind. I give it to you! Lin Qingqing didn't look back. It was late now, and she didn't meditate any more after getting in the car, but fell asleep directly. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Qingqing was warmly invited by Aunt Shang to have breakfast. This time she did not refuse, but brought her own food and sat with them. Ms. Lin, I heard from Nana that you were the one who taught them how to kill zombies last night. You are so awesome! Aunt Zhang sat down next to Lin Qingqing and said happily. She herself doesn't dare to kill zombies, but that doesn't stop her from liking girls who can kill zombies. Seeing Aunt Zhang complimenting Lin Qingqing, Yu Xianxian felt something was wrong and looked at his sister in surprise. He went to bed early last night, and only now realized that his sister had gone to kill zombies yesterday. As the male host, Qinggang didn't care about all this. He followed Aunt Chang's wishes, praised the two of them a few words, and then discussed the future itinerary with Lin Qingqing. In his eyes, Lin Qingqing had become a partner who could cooperate, and no longer a young girl who needed protection. Let's just follow the route planned by Uncle Chen. They were already familiar with the route, and Lin Qingqing thought there was no problem. The 6 people got into the car one after another, and Lin Qing drove slowly behind them. Chen Tao's uncle's house is not far from here. They contacted each other when the doomsday just started and confirmed that the other party was still alive. Then they agreed on a meeting place. If Aunt Chang hadn't been sick at the beginning and delayed the time, the two families would have been reunited long ago. The journey was relatively smooth until 2 hours later, when they met survivors again. The other side consisted of 4 men and 1 woman, who were trapped on the second floor of a roadside bar, with 20 or 30 zombies gathered below. Seeing the sound of a car in the distance, the 5 people shouted desperately. Help! We are still alive! Brother, please save us! Qinggang saw the group of zombies gathered together from afar. He originally wanted to reverse the car and bypass this section of the road, but when he heard someone shouting, help, he hesitated again. He slowly parked the car by the roadside and looked at the zombies scratching the door frantically in front of the bar, feeling a little conflicted. Aunt John was initially against rescuing people from a group of zombies. She definitely meant for them to stay out of other people's business. However, Qingqing and his son couldn't bear to see the 5 people trapped and dying here. Listening to Aunt Zhang's loud voice from afar, Lin Qingqing didn't say anything. She wanted to see what choice they would make. Even if Zhao Na and Yu Tingting were added to Qingqing's team, they could only barely be counted as 3 combat forces. The bar was open all night, and Lin Qingqing was almost certain that there were more than the 20 or 30 zombies outside in the bar. Otherwise, how could the 4 adult men be trapped on the 2nd floor and unable to move with their fighting power? Chapter 51 Rescue. If Qingqing and his son were smart and rational enough, they would not choose to save people, but seeing that the family car in front of them was still parked for such a long time, she guessed their decision. Sighing, Lin Qingqing finally decided to help them. After all, she taught the 2 girls how to kill zombies last night. What she didn't know was that the reason Qingqing made such a decision was that the 2 girls learned how to kill zombies. He regarded them as 2 fighting forces. It was not difficult to deal with more than 20 zombies with the strength of 4 fighting forces, and the other side also had 4 people. Seeing Qingqing and his companions coming over, the 4 men upstairs all cheered excitedly, and took the initiative to inform them that there were still many zombies in the bar. Hearing this, Qingqing's face turned grim. Fortunately, a big man named Lao Jiao on the opposite side came up with a feasible idea. That is, as long as Qingqing and his companions cleared out the 28 zombies outside before the zombies inside broke through the door, they could climb down from the 2nd floor using the ropes that had been prepared long ago. After hearing this, Qingqing felt better, but now he had no help from the other side, so he could only ask Lin Qingqing for help. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qingqing nodded and agreed. I can help, but are you really sure you can rescue them? No problem, 5 people just need to kill 20 or so zombies. Qingqing felt that as long as Lin Qingqing was willing to take action, the matter would be settled. 5 people? Lin Qingqing looked at the 2 girls holding the knives with trembling hands, and was about to remind him if he had made a mistake. But Qingqing had already left with Qintao and the other 2 after he finished speaking, leaving only Aunt Zhang and Yu Xianxian to look after the car and supplies. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing could only hurry to catch up. When she locked the car door and followed them, she found that the 4 of them had already been fighting with the zombies. It has to be said that the strength of Qingqing and Qintao, father and son, is really good. Not only do they have rich experience, but they also have a tacit understanding of cooperation. The 2 girls, Zhao Na and Yu Dingding, can also cooperate with each other to kill a zombie together. The 5 people standing on the 2nd floor were surprised to see that there were 3 women and 2 men killing the zombies downstairs. The 2 young girls working together to kill zombies was surprising enough, but even more surprising was the tall woman fighting alone. No one knew what her long sword was made of, but it was not only sharp but also beautiful, and it flashed brightly in the sunlight. The 4 of them stared at the 3 young girls without blinking, especially Lao Jiao and a man with a scar on his face, their eyes flickering and their faces full of amazement. On Qingqing's side, the 28 zombies gathered together added a lot of danger and difficulty to their rescue operation. The father and son stood at the front, one on the left and one on the right, and resisted nearly 80% of the pressure for the 3 people. The 2 girls, Zhao Na and Yu Dingding, stood in the middle and behind them, dealing with the zombies that were deliberately missed in front. After Lin Qingqing arrived, she stood on the right side of the 4 people, blocking the sides for the 2 girls, making it a lot easier for Qintao, who was in the front right. When Lin Qingqing showed the ice skates, everyone's eyes lit up, and Qintao was no exception. He and his father Qingqing made their own weapons, which were similar to the machete that Lin Qingqing gave to Zhao Na, with the sharp blade fixed on a long handle. Qingqing used a long-handled axe and Qintao used a long-handled machete. Both weapons are very practical, but they seem much cruder than Lin Qingqing's ice knife. Qintao glanced at the crystal-clear Tang's sword with his peripheral vision, and his eyes suddenly widened. What kind of weapon is that? I have never heard of anyone inventing this kind of material. None of them thought of it as a supernatural power. They all thought that Lin Qingqing's ice knife was a rare treasure. Faced with such a rare weapon, some were envious, while others looked greedy. Pay attention! Qingqing reminded his son while blocking the dangerous claws of the zombies for him. Qintao was so frightened by his father's yelling that he broke out in a cold sweat. After escaping from danger, he quickly concentrated his attention and dared not look around anymore. Lin Qingqing took the opportunity to glance at Zhao Na and Yu Tingting behind her. After killing 3 zombies, the 2 girls gradually cooperated more and more tacitly. Yu Tingting held a long wooden stick to block the zombies' claws from a distance, while Zhao Na waved a machete and took the opportunity to get close to the zombies and chop off their heads as quickly as possible. Although their movements were still a little clumsy, they had improved a lot compared to last night. In time, they would definitely be no worse than Qingtao. The 28 zombies were cleaned up by 5 people in less than 20 minutes. Seeing this, the 4 men upstairs hurriedly threw a rope made of curtains and tablecloths out of the window. The 5 people slid down one by one holding the rope. The first to come down was Lao Jiao, followed by the man with the scar, followed by 2 young men, and finally a seductive woman with heavy makeup. After successfully reaching the ground, the 4 men led by Lao Jiao warmly shook the hands of Qinggang and his son and thanked them repeatedly. After they praised Qingtao and Lin Qingqing, even Bao Na and Yu Tingting were praised as women are as good as men. The enthusiasm of Lao Jiao and his companions instantly brought the 2 sides closer together. On the contrary, the heavily made-up woman stood silently by with a calm face, as if she didn't care much about being rescued. Just as Lao Jiao patted Qinggang on the shoulder and called him brother repeatedly, the glass door on the first floor of the bar made a clang sound, and in an instant, spider-web-like cracks covered the entire glass door. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but the heavily made-up woman was the first to react. She immediately put away her nonchalant expression, lifted her skirt, and ran out. The moment the zombies rushed out, everyone started running. Lao Jiao and his companions ran the fastest, followed by Qinggang and his son. The remaining Zhao Na and Yu Tingting were naturally left behind. Lin Qingqing was running behind the heavily made-up woman. When she ran across a street corner and arrived in front of the car, she realized that only Lao Jiao and his 5 men were following her. Qinggang, his son and the 2 girls were nowhere to be seen. Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Qingqing turned around immediately. When she returned to the bar, she saw Qinggang and his son helping Zhao Na and Yu Tingting fight off the zombies. The 2 girls had expended a lot of energy killing zombies, and Yu Tingting had accidentally sprained her ankle while escaping in a hurry, which caused the 2 to fall behind. Behind them, there were zombies rushing out of the bar. It was a huge crowd, roughly estimated that there were hundreds of them. I was afraid that except for the 5 people on the second floor, everyone in the bar had turned into zombies. Qinggang and his son retreated while resisting, but the 2 girls were still walking too slowly. After Lin Qingqing arrived, she replaced Qingtao's original position, allowing him to carry Yu Tingting and evacuate quickly. "Ms. Lin, you go first!" Watching his son leave, Qinggang said without hesitation. Lin Qingqing was about to speak when Zhao Na came back. "Why did you come back?" Lin Qingqing's tone became stern. "Tingting has gone back. I will come back to help you. You just killed a few zombies, and you dare to stay behind to cover the rear?" Lin Qingqing said in an unhappy voice. "I can't just sit there and watch you get into danger," Zhao Na said stubbornly. Lin Qingqing was about to speak when she turned around and saw Qingtao coming back. She was a little speechless, but surprisingly, Qinggang didn't say anything from beginning to end, as if it was normal for Lin Qingqing to come back to help, and it was even more natural for Zhao Na and Qingtao to come back. Lin Qingqing only then realized that this middle-aged man had been leading the team in his own way. In his opinion, it is understandable that weak women and children should be protected, and if someone in the team becomes capable, he will treat you as a companion and be willing to support you and advance and retreat together. Under Qinggang's leadership, everyone worked together, and he did not even despise Yu Xianxian, who only knew how to light a fire and cook. No wonder these 6 people looked so much like a family at first glance. Lin Qingqing finally understood that the implicit tacit understanding between them is actually the most precious trust. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Woman. Fortunately, these are all level 1 zombies, and their speed is much slower than normal humans. They don't have to take care of Yu Tingting, who sprained her ankle. They just need to break away from the zombies' entanglement and run quickly to get rid of them. After some entanglement, the 4 people finally returned to the parking place safely. At this time, Lao Jiao and his 5 companions were still staying where they were. And Zhang, Yu Xianxian and Yu Tingting were also staying quietly in the car without moving. Everything was as she saw when she came back before, but Lin Qingqing always felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. But before she could think more, Lao Jiao and others came to ask about her well-being enthusiastically. However, this time Qingqing did not greet them, but hurriedly got into the car and said goodbye to them. Brother, let's not waste any more time. You brothers are safe now. You should leave here quickly. The group of zombies will catch up to you soon. As he said this, he drove away. At this time, Lao Jiao grabbed his steering wheel and earnestly asked Qingqing to take him and his friends away. Brother, please give us a ride. You don't have a car? Qingqing asked curiously. The zombies are about to catch up with us. We don't have time to find a car. Lao Jiao's face was full of anxiety, but he refused to relax his hands at all. Several other people also made requests. No, our car is full. And Zhang refused, not wanting a stranger to get on board. You can still see 2 people here, and the others can take the car behind. Lao Jiao answered quickly, as if he was waiting for Aunt Zhang to say this. That's Miss Lin's car, we can't make the decision. Aunt Zhang waved her hands quickly. I'm a single woman, it's inconvenient for you to ride in my car. At most I can give that lady a ride. Lin Qingqing is no fool, she showed her attitude before Lao Jiao and his men tried to harass her. The heavily made-up woman called Big Sister got into Lin Qingqing's car without saying a word, and the other 4 people looked at each other in surprise. Seeing that the zombies were about to come, Lao Jiao gritted his teeth and said to Qingqing, Then please give our brother a ride. He has difficulty walking, so we brothers can just follow behind him. As he said this, he pushed Scarface to the front. Lin Qingqing had long noticed that the scarred man walked with a limp and thought he was injured, but it turned out to be an old illness. This time, Qingqing did not refuse. He let Scarface get in the car, and the group quickly left the area. Lin Qingqing followed behind as usual, and she didn't know what Scarface had said to Qingqing. This time he didn't follow his route, but came to a gas station. She stopped the car and turned around to look at the woman next to her who was wearing heavy makeup and a skirt with some curiosity. Who is this woman? She looks like she has nothing to do with Lao Jiao and the others. And why is she dressed like this in the apocalypse? Are you friends with those people? Lin Qingqing asked tentatively. We met at the bar, so we can't be considered friends, the woman said in a hoarse voice, with a casual attitude. Lin Qingqing was about to ask again when Qintao came over. He knocked on the window and told Lin Qingqing that they planned to rest here today. It's exactly noon now, let's help Uncle Jiao and his friends find a car. Oh, no wonder we have to come to the gas station. It is convenient to find a car here, and you can also get fuel. Lin Qingqing nodded and got out of the car with the heavily made-up woman. After a while, when they had cleared all the zombies in the gas station, Lao Jiao and the other 2 who were following behind also arrived. They were all running out of breath, and as soon as they arrived, they ran straight to the convenience store at the gas station, found some water, and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did they recover. Along the way, Qingqing and his son had become quite familiar with them. Even the usually picky Aunt Zhang and the introverted Yu Xianxian were infected by their enthusiasm and started calling them brother and Uncle Nine all the time. On the contrary, Lin Qingqing and the heavily made-up woman sat quietly aside, looking as if they were away from home. Zhao Na and Yu Dingding helped Aunt Zhang cook on the roadside, while Qingqing and his son were dragged by Lao Jiao and others to the gas station to find a usable car. Seeing everyone so lively and harmonious, Lin Qingqing not surprisingly thought of Lei Min and Wen Ling, who were left behind in the staff quarters by her. She didn't feel it before, but now when she saw Qingqing and his group, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. There are few good people among Director Lu's group. We should have been more cautious at the beginning and selected a good team for them. For example, Qingqing and his son would be very good. I don't know how they are doing now. Director Lu is so cunning and rogue. Can Lei Min handle it with his impulsive temper? The more Lin Qingqing thought about it, the more she regretted it. She felt that she had made this decision too hastily. If she had discussed it with them carefully, there might have been a better choice. Once such a thought arises, it is like taking root in my heart, and cannot be shaken off no matter how hard I try. Are you not in the same group with them? At this time, the heavily made-up woman next to him suddenly asked. Yeah, we met on the way and walked together for a while. Lin Qingqing was a little surprised why this woman suddenly came to talk to her. How are you doing alone in this apocalypse? Are you feeling comfortable? What? Lin Qingqing looked at her strangely. This heavily made-up woman was watching Aunt Shan and the other two cooking. Her thick false eyelashes half covered her eyes, and her eyes were a little blurry, as if the words just now were not a question to her, but a soliloquy. This woman is very mysterious. Although her original appearance cannot be seen clearly, she exudes a decadent elegance from head to toe. She does not look like an ordinary drunk woman in the market at all. The gorgeous long dress and thick makeup she wore were like a mask and shackles that wrapped her up layer by layer. It was not until she spoke that the mask seemed to crack open, revealing a little bit of the true color inside. It's really comfortable. Lin Qingqing came back to her senses and answered the question she had asked earlier. Yeah, I think so too. The heavily made-up woman turned around and looked at Lin Qingqing carefully from head to toe for a long time before continuing. My name is Yuman, and others call me Sister Man. My name is Lin Qingqing. The other party took the initiative to introduce herself, and Lin Qingqing followed suit and exchanged names with her. I like you very much, but unfortunately, a beautiful and innocent girl like you is not suitable for me. Lin Qingqing. She admitted that she was beautiful, but it was a bit too much to say that she was innocent. Who dared to run around alone in the doomsday was innocent? This word was more suitable for Zhao Na and Yu Tingting. Seeing her disapproving expression, Yu Man smiled and didn't continue the topic, but turned to talk about something else. If you want to find a partner in the future, it's best to find someone who is smart and simple, like that boy, she said, pointing at Chintao. Why? Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows, a little confused. This is my sister's experience. What about the others? Lin Qingqing felt that this sister man was very different from what she appeared to be. Those two girls are simple but not smart. That boy's father is neither simple nor smart, and it's better not to mention the other two. Yu Man commented on Qinggang's team in just a few words. Although they had only met once, Lin Qingqing had to admit that the other party had a sharp vision. Simple? Smart? If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Then why did Sister Man ask me if I was comfortable alone, but at the same time persuade me to form a team? Yu Man glanced at her and did not answer her question. Instead, she pointed at Lao Jiao and the others and said, Did you see those four? I don't get along with them, but if it weren't for them, no matter how smart I was, I wouldn't be alive today. Hearing her say this, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but think of the hundreds of zombies in the bar. She didn't know how they survived under the siege of so many zombies. She asked what was on her mind. Looking at her puzzled eyes, Yu Man smiled and said, You don't want to know. After saying that, she stood up and waved to Lin Qingqing. I'm leaving. Thank you for saving me. See you later. Lin Qingqing looked up suddenly, and only when she saw the graceful figure disappearing around the corner did she realize that Yu Man was saying goodbye to her. Chapter 53. Looking back. It seemed as if she said those words deliberately to me. Recalling the previous conversation between the two, Lin Qingqing discovered that those seemingly rambling words were the messages that Yu Man wanted to convey to her before she left. She wanted to tell me that Lao Jiao and his four companions were not simple people, and that Qinggang's team was unreliable. She also advised me to form a team and reminded me of the criteria for selecting team members. For some reason, after listening to her words, Lin Qingqing did not reject the idea of teaming up with others for the first time, and even seriously considered the possibility of forming a team. Maybe I was a little too self-righteous before. She met so many people after the apocalypse, and it seemed like everyone except her had a team. Then she tried to put herself in Yu Man's shoes and found that even if she was a second-level ice-type mutant, she could not guarantee that she could escape unscathed from that bar. As for the smart and simple team members that Yu Man mentioned, aren't Lei Min and Wen Ling ready-made candidates? Really, what was I struggling with in the first place? Lin Qingqing sneered. Perhaps it was the phone call with her father that made her subconsciously defensive and repulsive towards her own kind. Or perhaps it was the second-level supernatural power that gave her so much confidence that she felt that being a Lone Ranger was the best choice. But is it really okay to be alone? At this moment, she couldn't help but think of what Lei Min said at the beginning. We can take turns keeping watch, taking turns driving, and challenge higher-level zombies together. We can cook and eat hot pot together, and go to the base together to take on missions. And we can help you when you need us, and support you when you are in danger. Even if you are going to die one day, there will be someone to give you the final blow, collect your body, and avenge you. Finally, she added silently in her heart. I never thought that there are so many benefits to forming a team. Lin Qingqing chuckled. It was not until this moment that she finally made up her mind to go back and look for Lei Min and the others. After eating something quickly, she found Qingqing and explained her purpose. Qingqing was a little surprised to learn that she was going to pick up 2 friends, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. As a young person, it is normal to have 3 or 5 good friends. Does Miss Lin's friend live far away? Does she need our help? No, there's no danger there. I can go by myself. Lin Qingqing decisively refused. If you want to leave, don't worry about me. Just leave me the meeting address. That's fine, we'll wait for you here today. If you're not back tomorrow morning, I'll leave my address at the gas station. Qingqing did not force it. After the previous battle, he had also witnessed Lin Qingqing's strength. You should be careful of that group of people. Before leaving, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but propose to Qingqing. Although she couldn't say what was wrong, she always felt that the group's behavior was strange. Coupled with what Yu Man had said before, Lin Qingqing decided to remind Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Qingqing readily agreed and said that he would help them get the car and then they would go their separate ways. Lin Qingqing nodded and left with peace of mind. At this moment, her mind was full of concerns about Lei Min and Wen Ling. She had seen how difficult Director Lu's group was, and she didn't know if he would make things difficult for them again. The family compound in the old city. Didn't we agree to wait for Sister Lin to come back? Why are you here again? Lei Min looked at Director Lu and others at the door, his anxiety and impatience written all over his face. They just came here yesterday morning, and it's only been over a day. Could they have discovered something? Lei Min's heart skipped a beat. She had already prepared to take Wen Ling away tonight, but she was still a step too late. In fact, Director Lu couldn't be sure whether Lin Qingqing would come back or not. Yesterday he just had some doubts. However, this did not affect his original intention. The most important thing was that these young people in the community were really useless. Seeing that more and more zombies were gathering at the door, Director Lu prepared to push Lei Min out in advance. Lin Qingqing's sudden disappearance yesterday reminded him that since the first one could sneak away without being discovered, the second one might be able to do it as well. If they really let everyone run away, wouldn't it be a waste of their efforts? They also provided free food and drink for a few days, so how could Director Lu do a business that would lose money? So as soon as he returned yesterday, he had people keep an eye on Lei Min and the other 2, but Lei Min herself didn't know that they had already been unable to escape. Director Lu and his men didn't care about Lei Min's expression. Their original plan was to coax Lin Qingqing and Lei Min to help clean up the zombies. When the zombies were almost cleaned up, they would find a way to lure another batch over. And so on, using the rotation method to force them to keep fighting until all the zombies in the area are cleared out, so that their resources of food and drink supplied for so many days will not be wasted. And if the 2 of them resist, they will simply close the door and lock them outside, leaving them unable to move forward or backward. In any case, they will be sure to eliminate the zombies. It's a pity that Lin Qingqing is no longer with us. Facing Lei Min alone, Director Lu is no longer as cautious as before. Ms. Lei, you have been living here for so many days, it's time to help the neighbors. That's right, he eats and drinks for free for so many days and does nothing. Feeding a dog and expecting it to guard the house. You take advantage and then run away. What a shameless little girl. Seeing that what people said was getting more and more unpleasant, and even brought up Lin Qingqing, Lei Min was furious. Sister Lin helped you fend off so many zombies before, and she was just here for 2 days to recuperate from her injuries. Now that she's gone, you start to slander her. Do you have any shame? You've let the favor of saving my life go to waste? Hey, how can you talk like that, little girl? Aunt Lu was unhappy when she heard this. She put her hands on her waist and was about to teach Lei Min a lesson, but was pushed back by Director Lu beside her. Miss Lin is really gone. After saying this, he was already 50% sure. I told you long ago that Sister Lin just went out to do some business. Lei Min, of course, did not admit it. You go out to do things without even saying hello? Aunt Lu didn't believe it either. Why should I say hello to you? If you knew, you would be able to help me? Lei Min was worried, but he didn't say anything cowardly. How do you know we can help? She's going to kill level 2 zombies, what can you do there? Become fodder? Lei Min said without thinking. Level 2? That monster has levels? When everyone heard this, they immediately started talking. Seeing that the topic was changed so easily, Director Lu glared at Aunt Lu, who interrupted. Don't listen to my threats. To tell you the truth, there is not much food left in the yard. If you don't kill those monsters at the door today, we will all starve to death here. At this moment, Director Lu had a ferocious expression, and his triangular eyes were flashing with a murderous look. I can't kill so many zombies by myself. If you want me to help you kill the zombies, you have to follow me. Lei Min knew that he couldn't hide this time, but this group of people shouldn't even think about pushing him out alone. Her attitude was firm, and Director Lu and others tried to persuade Lei Min to compromise after a long time. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, when Director Lu saw Wen Ling behind Lei Min, he suddenly had an idea. Since this is Miss Lei's request, then we have no choice but to comply. Director Lu reluctantly agreed to Lei Min's request. At this time, he had already thought of how to make Lei Min work for him endlessly, just like how he controlled the Zhuang Chuanzi and other young people. He first found their weaknesses, then used coercion and inducement. He must hold them tightly in his hands. Chapter 54 Coercion. After pretending to call a dozen or so trusted men, Director Lu led them to the gate along with Lei Min. Lei Min walked at the front of the team, Wen Ling followed closely behind her, and the rest, including Director Lu, were lagging behind with sticks and shovels in their hands. Be careful, and if things don't work, find a place to hide, Lei Min told Wen Ling. In fact, it was very risky to bring Wen Ling out, but Lei Min felt that this might be a good opportunity to leave. Director Lu's gang were cowardly when facing zombies. As long as she could kill their way out, she could take the opportunity to escape with Wen Ling. Sister, you have to be careful too. The zombies have discovered us. In addition to the 5 in front, there are 8 more behind them starting to come this way. Wen Ling used her special powers to investigate the situation of the zombies for Lei Min. These zombies were not gathered in one group, but were loosely distributed throughout the street. This situation is favorable to Lei Min. As long as she is careful and kills the zombies in batches, there won't be much danger. Okay, I understand, Lei Min said and took out her weapons, a thin Western kitchen knife and a metal steel pipe. The kitchen knife was not very long, so she could only move forward and fight the zombies in close combat. Fortunately, she had the help of her lightning power, and the zombies had basically no ability to resist due to the paralysis of the electric current. In order to kill the zombies as quickly as possible, Lei Min used a steel pipe to release his supernatural powers, and after the zombie was briefly paralyzed, he pierced its head with the kitchen knife. In this way, the first wave of 5 zombies quickly died under her knife. Before the next wave of zombies arrived, Lei Min took the opportunity to pry open the zombie's head and dug out 2 crystal cores. Her behavior stunned the people behind her. What is she doing? Is she going to whip the corpse after killing the monster? Why don't they know there is such a procedure? Director Lu and his companions were far away and couldn't see clearly. Although they were curious, no one dared to go over and ask at this time. They could only guess the reason in private. What is she doing? Do those monsters have treasures in their brains? Director Lu, do you know? Why don't you go and ask him later? How would I know? Who would open the monster's head for no reason? Director Lu was also puzzled. You think they are not really witches? In fact, they dig out the brains of monsters to eat them. Stop talking, it's so creepy. Then what do you think they are doing? They are not venting, are they? Is she a murderer? What a murderer! Since she is a witch, she must have dug out the monster's brain to make an elixir. Eating the elixir will increase her skills. Everyone's speculations became more and more outrageous. They hid aside like a group of supervisors, just watching Lei Min, a young girl, killing zombies in front of them, with no intention of going up to help. The second wave of 8 zombies were much harder to kill than the first wave. Lei Min led them in circles, killing them while thinking about how to take Wen Ling away. At this moment, Wen Ling's scream suddenly came from not far behind. Ah! Let me go! Woo-woo! Lei Min looked back and was immediately furious. What are you going to do? It's too dangerous ahead. We will help you look after Wen's niece so that Miss Lei can focus on killing those monsters. Director Liu had Wenling under his control without knowing when. He covered Wenling's mouth with one hand and twisted Wenling's arm with the other, speaking as if it was a matter of course. Wenling wanted to break free from the restraints. While struggling desperately, she bit Director Liu hard and said, "Sister Lei, please leave quickly and don't worry about me." "Shut up." Director Liu shuddered in pain, then raised his hand and slapped Wenling in the face. The corner of Wenling's mouth bled, and then he was controlled by other people. "You dare to hit her? Believe it or not, I will release the zombies to bite you to death." When Lei Min saw Wenling being beaten, he became furious. "No! As long as Miss Lei concentrates on killing monsters, we will certainly not beat her again." When Director Liu heard that Lei Min was going to release the zombies, he was shocked. He promised not to attack Wenling again, but he still held her tightly. Lei Min had no choice but to temporarily give up his plan to leave and continue killing zombies. "These people are so shameless, they have no humanity at all, they are even worse than animals." Lei Min felt very regretful. She shouldn't have negotiated any conditions with these people in the first place. Wouldn't it be fine if she just used her supernatural powers to knock them down? "Damn it, I'll make you soft-hearted." Lei Min cursed himself in his heart while killing the zombies with all his might. Before all 8 zombies were killed, 3 more waves came from the front. As these 3 waves moved, the zombies behind also followed. Afterwards, the zombies seemed to have no end, and there were more and more of them. Lei Min's killing speed could not match the speed at which they gathered. Gradually, she began to be semi-surrounded. Seeing that the situation was not good, Director Liu and others immediately turned around and wanted to run away, but Wenling grabbed them and refused to let them go. "You are not allowed to leave. Sister Lei is still killing zombies. You are not allowed to leave. Get out of here." Director Liu had a ferocious look on his face. He pulled off her hands, pushed her to the ground, and ran back in panic without even looking at her. At this time, the entire zombie group was attracted, and they all rushed over one after another like migrating wild beasts. The 10-meter wide street was filled with zombies. At a glance, there were at least 100 zombies. Seeing that a zombie tide was about to form, Lei Min decisively gave up and continued to kill. When she turned around, she was shocked to find that Director Liu and others had run far away, while Wenling was lying on the ground, her life or death unknown. "Wenling!" Lei Min shouted, but the little girl didn't respond at all. I don't know if she was injured or. Seeing that Wenling had not moved, Lei Min became extremely anxious. She wanted to go and see how Wenling was doing, but there were too many zombies surrounding her, making it difficult for her to move. Seeing that she was about to be completely surrounded, Lei Min gritted her teeth, threw away the kitchen knife, and held the metal steel pipe with both hands. The electric sparks on the top flashed continuously. There was no time to kill the zombies, so she could only try to use her supernatural power to limit their movement speed and then get out of the encirclement as soon as possible. As a first-level lightning-type user, Lei Min almost used up all his abilities to escape from the zombies' encirclement. If Wenling was left alone, she would definitely be able to return to the family compound safely, but Lei Min never thought of giving up on her. Just as she was about to carry the little girl on her back, the zombie that was originally frozen in place moved again. Looking at the wave of zombies that was approaching like a tide, Lei Min's heart sank completely. Can't escape. As soon as this thought came up, she immediately suppressed it the next moment. No, I must not give up. Lei Min held the steel pipe with one hand and lifted Wenling's body with the other hand, holding her tightly in front of him. She held Wenling and moved backwards step by step, with only one thought in her mind: she must bring Wenling back. Then she would throw Director Liu into the pile of zombies, so that he could also experience this kind of despair. Lei Min's special power was almost exhausted, and there was no more electric sparks flashing on the top of the metal steel pipe. She decisively threw the steel pipe away, then dodged around while holding Wenling. The 2 men rolled and crawled and finally hid behind a billboard. Just as they took a breath, the billboard was overturned by the zombies that were chasing them. In desperation, Lei Min pushed Wenling under a nearby car, and she rolled in herself. But in less than a moment, the zombies surrounded the car. Lei Min protected Wenling under him, and the 2 of them huddled together in the innermost part under the car. This is their last hiding place. Unless Lei Min can immediately recover all his abilities and knock down the zombies around him, they will have no choice but to wait for death here. Get out! Get out of here! While protecting Wenling, Lei Min kept kicking the sharp claws that reached under the car. She bit her lips tightly, and boundless fear and despair surged in her heart. Those are a bunch of inhuman bastards. If I can survive, I will definitely kill them all. How could I be so stupid to believe them? Will I become like my cousin in the future? Thinking of this, Lei Min became even more frightened. She looked very similar to her cousin. Thinking of the ugly and terrifying appearance of the thunder zombie before, Lei Min could no longer hold back her tears. She now deeply regretted that she had given Director Liu and others a chance, and thought that she had the ability to take Wenling away. Looking at Wenling's red and swollen cheeks, Lei Min felt her heart was twisted into a ball. The zombies continued to attack the car, and the whole car began to shake. If one side of the car had not been against the wall, it would have been overturned by the zombies. Get out, all of you! Lei Min shook her legs hard and finally kicked off the claw that was holding her foot. When she raised her eyes, she suddenly found a rotten head above her head. Ah! Ah! Lei Min couldn't help screaming. Seeing that the big, smelly mouth was about to bite her, she reached out and pressed on the zombie's forehead in desperation. The zombie was very strong, and Lei Min had to use all his strength to control the zombie's head just 3 inches away from him. This zombie only had half an arm, and it was squeezing forward by arching its body. The zombies behind it were blocked and couldn't get in, so they could only roar and push each other. Lei Min was completely desperate. As her strength was gradually exhausted, she knew it was only a matter of time before she was bitten by a zombie. Sister Lin, she murmured to herself. It would be nice if Sister Lin was still here. In a trance, the sound of a car engine came from a distance. The sound was mixed with the roars of the zombies, gradually becoming louder and louder, and finally becoming clearer and clearer. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion. This was the scene Lin Qingqing saw when she arrived. Director Liu and others fled far away, while Lei Min and Wenling, whose life or death was unknown, fled with great difficulty, and were finally trapped under a car by a group of zombies. What a familiar scene. Seeing Lei Min and Wenling in the group of zombies, she felt as if she saw De Zhuang and Chuanzi back then. Lin Qingqing felt that she had never been so angry. With a loud bang, Lin Qingqing stepped on the accelerator and drove past the car where Lei Min was at a very fast speed, knocking over a dozen zombies away along the way. Even the zombie that was in a stalemate with Lei Min had its lower half of its body crushed, and suddenly lost the strength to move forward. Then, along with the sound of rapid brakes, a familiar voice came. Lei Min! Wenling! She knocked a bloody path through a group of nearly 100 zombies from the rear, leaving broken limbs all over the ground. Lin Qingqing jumped out of the car, condensed 12 ice cones around her body, and shot them at the head of the zombie closest to her who was about to get up from the ground. With a series of popping sounds of ice spikes piercing flesh, a group of zombies fell down one after another, with the car as the center. The sudden change in front of her rekindled Lei Min's hope of survival. She changed from pushing to tearing, and grabbed the hair of the zombie that almost bit her, and pressed it hard to the ground. The zombie without hands and with his lower body missing had no chance to resist, and his head kept pounding the ground like a garlic pounder. I told you to bite me! I told you to bite me! Lei Min screamed in tears. The already decayed zombie's head couldn't withstand such a violent impact, and the skull finally caved in, and there was no movement. How are you? Are you hurt? The ugly zombie in front of her was pulled out by a great force, and bright light shone in again. Lei Min, who was crawling under the car, seemed to see the door of life in the darkness, and the figure who greeted her at the door was surrounded by golden light, like a holy angel. She felt dazed as if she had just crawled out of hell. What are you standing there for? Come out now! This familiar voice is Sister Lin. Lei Min hurriedly stuck her head out from under the car, and when she saw that it was indeed Lin Qingqing standing in front of them, she was immediately overjoyed. Come out quickly! Take Wenling away quickly! It was not until she met Lei Min that the stone that had been hanging in Lin Qingqing's heart finally fell to the ground. Upon hearing this, Lei Min hurriedly climbed out from under the car and then carried Wenling out. How is she? Seeing Wenling unconscious, Lin Qingqing's heart was lifted again. She's fine, she just fainted. That's fine. Take her over the fence first. Lin Qingqing glanced at the direction she had come from before and gestured to Lei Min. Good Sister Lin, be careful. Hearing Lin Qingqing's words, Lei Min carried Wen Ling on his back without hesitation and trotted a few steps to climb up the railing beside the road. The other side of the fence was the neighboring residential area. Lei Min carried Wen Ling on his back and climbed to the top with great difficulty. There were 2 live high-voltage wires lying across the fence. Lei Min pulled them apart with his bare hands, then carried Wen Ling over the railing and rolled directly into the bushes. Fortunately, she is a lightning-type mutant, and the electric current cannot cause any harm to her. Seeing that the 2 had safely reached the next door, Lin Qingqing once again used 4 ice blades to shoot and kill the zombie closest to her, then quickly stepped back a few steps. After escaping from the battle with the last ice blade, Lin Qingqing rushed towards the fence at an extremely fast speed and entered the inside of the fence through the gap that Lei Min had just opened. Seeing Lin Qingqing kill so many zombies by herself, Lei Min deeply realized how powerful she was. This power was not only reflected in her high level of supernatural power, but also in her super-rich combat experience. Lei Min didn't know how many zombies Lin Qingqing had killed, but the fact that she could fight her way in and out of a group of hundreds of zombies with just an ice knife showed how terrifying Lin Qingqing's strength was. Go! Get out of here first! After helping Lei Min pick up Wen Ling, Lin Qingqing rushed into a residential building. He took the 2 of them to a random room, broke the door lock, and hid inside. Are you hurt? Lin Qingqing asked nervously, placing Wen Ling gently on the sofa. No, you came when the zombies just surrounded us. Lei Min shook his head and stared at Lin Qingqing without blinking, with thousands of words emerging in his heart. She had a lot of questions to ask her. She wanted to ask why she left in the first place. Why did she come back now? What about Wen Ling? What's going on? Lin Qingqing pointed at the little girl's swollen face and asked again. She was beaten by Director Liu, Lei Min said in a low voice. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of her. I was thinking of taking her away with me, but I didn't expect Director Liu and his people to be so mean. I'm sorry. Lei Min felt more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and in the end even his voice choked with sobs. I'm not blaming you, I'm sorry, I underestimated the shamelessness of those people. Lin Qingqing sighed and felt lucky. Fortunately, I came back in time, otherwise these 2 people might have been gone. Will Sister Lin leave again after coming back this time? Lei Min thought about it and asked the question that concerned him the most. I will take you with me. Real? Yeah, really. That's great. The 2 of them tacitly did not mention their previous separation, as if Lin Qingqing had really just gone out to take care of a private matter. Chapter 56. No one can be spared by heaven. On the way back, she thought about it for a long time. In fact, there was nothing wrong with forming a team. Lei Min and Wen Ling both had powerful abilities and strengths, and they had good personalities. They were already rare good teammates. Lei Min was very happy, and she pulled Lin Qingqing to talk a lot. Lin Qingqing just listened quietly, occasionally responding to her. After a while, Wen Ling finally woke up. She looked at Lin Qingqing in surprise. Sister Lin, why are you here? Am I dreaming? No, I came back to find you. Lin Qingqing touched Wen Ling's hair and asked. How do you feel now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? I'm fine. Wen Ling shook her head and subconsciously activated her special abilities to check her surroundings. Where is this? The unfamiliar environment made her a little confused. What's wrong with me? Where are the zombies? You fainted before, and the zombies are outside. We are staying in the next community for the time being, Lin Qingqing said softly. It was Sister Lin who saved us. I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Qingqing smiled at her, then said to Lei Min. Since Wen Ling has woken up, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. There are a lot of zombies here, so it's not a place to stay for long. Then she turned to Wen Ling. Can you help us check the situation outside now? Sure. Wen Ling nodded and quickly sat up. After a while. Zombies are all chasing Director Liu and his team. Director Liu has already run to the gate of the community. They are knocking on the door, but no one opens it for him. Hearing Wen Ling say this, Lin Qingqing suddenly felt that the development of things was a little strange. Director Liu was not such a careless person. He would not make such a fatal mistake, and Aunt Lu and others were still in the community. How could this happen? Lei Min was also surprised. Wait a minute, let me take a look. When Ling continued to use her special powers to explore the inside of the door. Oh my God! She screamed in a low voice and then said, It was Aunt Lu. She and De Zhuang's mother tied up Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu's mouth was stuffed with a rag. Grandma Chuanzi also blocked the door with a kitchen knife. There were many people in the yard. I don't know what they were arguing about, but everyone seemed very excited. When Ling's expression was somewhat incoherent. She was unable to understand what was going on for a while, and just described everything she saw. However, from her words, they roughly guessed the cause and effect of the matter. This should be because Aunt Lu and her group took advantage of the opportunity to control Aunt Lu and her group who were left behind when Director Lu and his group of cronies were away, and then locked Director Lu and his group out of the door. Lin Qingqing said after thinking for a while. Aunt Lu, De Zhuang's mother, Chuanzi's grandmother? What do they want to do? Is it for revenge? In a flash, Lei Min instantly figured out the key. Although we don't know when Aunt Lu joined forces with others, but look at the people who were with her. In addition to De Zhuang's mother and Chuanzi's grandmother, there are said to be 2 other families who lost their children. But just from the identities of these people, it can be seen that their purpose should be revenge, to seek revenge on Director Lu and his gang. Maybe Director Lu didn't expect that one day he would be picked up by the neighbors he had bullied before, and these were useless women who were powerless in their eyes. Lin Qingqing snorted coldly. She was not surprised by such a result. So never underestimate a mother's determination to avenge her son's murder. When Ling also said in a deep voice. Hey! It's really karma. Director Lu and the others deserve to die in the mouths of zombies. Although I can't take revenge personally, the result is the same. Lei Min showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. At this time, when Ling discovered a new situation. They have been caught up by zombies, and the zombies are eating people. I dare not watch it. Maybe the scene was too bloody. When Ling was a little scared, but Lin Qingqing didn't force her. She raised her hand and touched the little girl's head and comforted her softly. It's okay, you don't have to look at it. You are already very strong, and your superpowers are very powerful. After receiving the compliment, when Ling felt a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, you have to get used to it. I'll take a look later. This little girl was so pitiful that Lei Min couldn't help but reach out and hug Wen Ling. No one expected that Director Lu's retribution would come so quickly. I wonder if he remembered before he died that he was once one of those people in the sect, and that the people in the sect are now doing exactly what he had done. This dramatic turn of events made Lei Min, who had just nearly died in the zombie pile, feel very happy. She hugged Wen Ling and laughed, and the fear in her heart was swept away. As time went by, the noise from the community gradually decreased, and in the end, only the zombies kept banging on the iron gate, making a bang-bang sound. After a long while, when Ling finally plucked up her courage and used her special powers to look in the direction of the incident again. However, the next second, she suddenly hugged Lei Min's arm with a look of shock, and after a long time she used a dry voice to describe the scene she saw this time. It turned out that after the zombies killed Director Lu and his group, they were still attracted to the living people inside the door and refused to leave. The people inside the door were scolding Aunt Lu and others in horror, while hurriedly looking for a place to hide. Later, someone tried to snatch the kitchen knife from Grandma Chuanzi in fear, and in the scuffle, he slashed her. The man took the kitchen knife and ran away, but the poor old lady fell unconscious in a pool of blood. This scene happened to stimulate De Zhuang's mother, who was blocking the door on the other side. In anger, she turned around and opened the big iron door behind her. As soon as the door opened, the zombies swarmed in like a tide, and the massacre began again. And this courtyard that protected everyone for so many days in the doomsday has since been submerged in a tide of zombies. Listening to Wen Ling's retelling, Lin Qingqing and Lei Min were silent for a while. Although they had long anticipated that this group full of oppression and lies would not survive long at the end of the world, they did not expect that destruction would come so quickly, and so easily. This is the end of the world, Lin Qingqing said softly. No one spoke for a while. Although there were few good people in this group, such an ending still made the only 3 remaining people feel a chill in their hearts. The end of the world came too suddenly, and while it brought disaster, it also infinitely magnified the evil thoughts in people's hearts. In this lawless era, if these evil thoughts are not restrained by the bottom line of morality, then this evil beast will continue to harm people, and in the end it will also harm itself. It's getting late, let's leave as soon as possible. Director Liu no longer needed them to take revenge, and this was not a place to stay for long. Lin Qingqing cheered up, and while most of the zombies were gathered together, she took Lei Min and Wen Ling to bypass the group of zombies, climbed over the wall from the other end of the community, and returned to where they had first arrived. Her car was still parked there. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and cleaned up a few lone zombies. After making sure that there was no problem, she asked everyone to get in the car. Let's go, we're leaving now. Sister Lin, where are we going? It was getting late, and Lei Min couldn't help asking. I met a good group of people before, now we are going to find them and follow them to the base. Lin Qingqing briefly told the two about the people and things she had encountered in the past 2 days. Qinggang and his son are nice people, and the 2 girls are very brave. They also learned how to kill zombies from me. They are all ordinary people. There is a little boy who has fire ability, and he is the same age as Wen Ling. Ah? He also kills zombies? Is he good? Wen Ling was very curious when she heard that there was someone of the same age. He can't kill zombies, and he's not as good as you. Real? Really? Seeing Wen Ling's uncontrollable joy, Lin Qingqing felt that bringing them back was the best decision she had ever made. Chapter 57, A Group of Scumbags. The dim sunset light in the sky made the shadows of nearby buildings thin and long. Gusts of breeze swept across the ground, rolling up scattered papers and garbage and blowing them into the air, forming one small tornado after another. There was no other sound around except the sound of the wind. Only from analyzing the shadows on the ground could one occasionally see the swaying figures of zombies. Because they had wasted a lot of time rescuing people, it was almost evening when they got back to the gas station. At this moment, a faint light was coming from the convenience store inside the gas station, making the shadow cast on the window look particularly tall. It seems that they haven't left yet. Are they waiting for me? Looking at the warm light, Lin Qingqing is looking forward to it. Sister Lin, something seems to be wrong in there. Seeing Lin Qingqing walking straight in, Wen Ling hurriedly grabbed her clothes. What's going on? Seeing Wen Ling's nervous expression, Lin Qingqing stopped. There are zombies inside, and people are killing people, Wen Ling said with horror. Just as he finished speaking, a scream was suddenly heard in the gas station. Oh no, this is Zhao Na's voice, they are in danger. Without bothering to ask about the situation, Lin Qingqing immediately rushed over with her ice skates in hand. The screams came from the innermost convenience store. At this moment, the door of the convenience store was propped up by tables and chairs from the inside. A young man was standing at the door. He was one of the 4 men led by Lao Jiu. The man was surprised when he saw Lin Qingqing, then seemed to think of something, took out a dagger and rushed towards her without saying a word. Ha! There's something wrong with these people. They locked the door, and there was someone watching at the door, so there must be something bad going on inside. Thinking of Zhao Na's scream before, Lin Qingqing's heart tightened and a bad thought arose in her mind. Since it was certain that the perpetrators were Lao Jiu's gang, Lin Qingqing no longer hesitated. She flipped the ice knife on her wrist, and a cold light flashed. The dagger that the young man opposite had stabbed at her was cut off along with his fingers. After ordering Lei Min, who was following behind him, to tie the man up, Lin Qingqing turned around and kicked the door. The glass door of the convenience store shattered, and the loud noise immediately alarmed the people inside. Who's outside? Heisey? Lao Jiu's voice was filled with suspicion and anger at being interrupted. It seemed that all these people were here. Lin Qingqing kicked open the table blocking the door and rushed directly to the innermost part. The convenience store was dimly lit, with only 2 candles placed on a slightly higher shelf. The bloodstains on the ground made her heart skip a beat, and even the veins on her hand holding the ice knife couldn't help but bulge. Looking around, Aunt Jean was slumped in the corner, holding someone in her arms. At this moment, the person's body was shaking violently, as if enduring great pain. A tall man stood in front of her, holding a thin boy in his hands. His bloody hands were pinching the boy's neck and lifting him into the air. The boy's face had turned blue and purple from being pinched by him, but he still did not forget to wave his flaming fingers at his face. Under her feet, Zhao Na was being pulled by her hair and pressed to the ground, screaming non-stop. Let him go, he's just a child, you beasts. Ms. Lin? Run! What are you doing back here? These people are devils. Before she could finish her words, her cheek was pinched. The one holding Zhao Na down was another young man. Lin Qingqing didn't bother to look at her current situation and directly slashed at the arm that Lao Jiao was holding Yu Xianxian with. Unexpectedly, this woman came up and wanted to chop off his hand without saying a word. Lao Jiao could only let go of Yu Xianxian and move aside. Ms. Lin, you're finally here. If you didn't come back, we would be worried about where to find you. Lao Jiao had a greedy look on his face, his eyes scanning back and forth between the body of the woman in front of him and the ice knife in her hand. It seems that you like my knife very much? Lin Qingqing glanced at him contemptuously. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice knife was suddenly raised upwards, and the sharp blade, carrying a chilling cold air, went straight to Lao Jiao's face. Although this person has never revealed his special abilities, Lin Qingqing did not dare to take it lightly. As a woman, it's not good for you to always be wielding swords and guns. How about letting your brother teach you how to be a real woman today? Pooh! Lin Qingqing snorted disdainfully and dodged to the side, avoiding Lao Jiao's hand that was trying to grab her wrist. It is obvious that Lao Jiao is a person who is particularly good at fighting and has rich experience. But when facing the attack of the ice knife, he just dodged and never took the initiative to fight back. Lin Qingqing could see that the other party was hesitant, and it seemed that they wanted to capture her alive. Be good, put down your weapon and give me the knife. I will definitely take good care of you, Lao Jiao teased while dodging. Ignoring the inappropriate words in his speech, Lin Qingqing looked strange. You want my knife? Of course. Brother, I love collecting all kinds of cold weapons. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful knife. I don't know what material it is made of. Lao Jiao licked his lips and said, How about a knife in exchange for your life? Since you like it so much, how about exchanging your life for mine? Bitch, if you don't accept my toast, then let's see who's harder, your mouth or my fist. Seeing that Lin Qingqing didn't appreciate it, Lao Jiao's face darkened. He changed his dodging posture and stepped forward. With the sound of the floor tiles breaking, his strong fist came towards Lin Qingqing's face with the sound of breaking through the air. The punch was too fast and Lin Qingqing couldn't dodge it in time, so she could only block it with her sword. With a crisp, crack sound, Lao Jiao's fist hit the ice knife, and a thin crack immediately appeared on the blade. So fragile? Lao Jiao frowned. Sure enough, he is a power-type mutant, Lin Qingqing snorted coldly. After learning that the other party was a power-type mutant, Lin Qingqing would certainly not confront Lao Jiao head-on. Taking advantage of the recoil force just now, he took 2 steps back. 2 ice blades quickly appeared in front of him. Then, to Lao Jiao's shock, the ice blades, with 2 arcs of light, instantly slashed across his neck. Who are you? Lao Jiao covered his bleeding neck with his hands, his tone horrified. If it weren't for his strong intuition and super physical reaction ability, he would have been beheaded by now. Someone like you! Lin Qingqing waved her hand, and 2 more ice blades appeared. No, that's impossible. How can you and I be the same? Haven't you heard that people with special abilities are divided into different types? Yu Xianxian is an energy-type special ability user. Him too. Yeah, she's a fire type, and I'm an ice type. Then if I eat it, I will get angry after eating it. When Lao Jiao heard this, a crazy light flashed in his eyes. But the next second, the 2 rays of light were shattered by 2 cold ice blades. Eat? You also eat people? Lin Qingqing felt a sudden chill in her body. She stared at Lao Jiao's body, then cut off his head with a knife. Ah! As the blood spurted out, Zhao Na screamed in fear again. The other young man who was holding her down was also stunned by this scene. He unconsciously loosened his hands, then held his head and crawled on the ground. No, don't kill me! I didn't do anything, it's all their fault. Let me ask you, do you survive by eating people? No. I didn't, only Lao Jiao and Brother Long ate it, Heisey and I didn't eat a single bite. You're talking nonsense. How did you survive until now without eating? Really not. There were a lot of snacks in the bar. We didn't need to eat human flesh. Lao Jiao and Brother Long wanted to obtain other people's abilities. They thought that if they ate capable people, they would get other people's abilities, so they ate. The others really didn't eat a single bite. Seeing the bloody ice knife getting closer and closer to him, the young man burst into tears in pain and immediately confessed everything he knew. What about human? Man, sister man? She. Explain. The ice knife pierced through the young man's arm. He screamed and opened his mouth tremblingly. I don't know, I haven't seen her eat people, but she also has the ability. Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Although she didn't know why these people thought that eating people would give them supernatural powers, she didn't want to hear about you man eating people. Chapter 58. Don't let anyone go. She looked at the young man's body shaking like a sieve and was about to speak when someone else rushed into the convenience store. Sister Lin, the man has been tied up. This was Lei Min's voice. She had already walked in while speaking. Seeing the blood all over the floor, she quickly pushed Wen Ling behind her. Almost at the same time, another figure appeared in the convenience store. It was you who killed Lao Jiao. The person who came was Scarface. He came out from the storage room in the corner of the convenience store. Because he was in a hurry, his shirt was open and he didn't even pull up his pants. At this time, the door of the utility room was wide open. A person was lying on his back on the ground, his body in a strange posture. His originally fair skin was covered with bruises, and even his long seaweed-like hair was torn into pieces. Her eyes were looking towards the door, her face was full of tears of fear, but her body was motionless, and she looked as if she was determined to die with her eyes open. Elder sister. After catching her breath, Yu Xianxian struggled to get up, and when she saw her sister, she rushed into the utility room. Lei Min, stop him! As Lin Qingqing spoke, she raised the ice knife and slashed at the scarred man. Scarface, also known as Brother Long, quickly rolled on the ground and avoided the attack of the ice knife. At this moment, Yu Xianxian was pressed to the ground by Lei Min, who rushed up from behind. Let me go! Let me go! I want to save my sister! Yu Xianxian struggled desperately. Don't be impulsive, your sister is dead! Lei Min held him down tightly, not giving him a chance to rush in. When people die, they turn into zombies. Do you want to die? You're talking nonsense, my sister is not dead. Seeing Yu Xuanxuan's eyes were red, Lei Min didn't bother with him and just held him down. On the other side, Lin Qingqing's knife kept slashing at Brother Long's body, but this man with a lame leg was more agile than Lao Jiao and was able to avoid the vital points every time. Ms. Lin, please talk nicely. Lao Jiao is a man with an arrogant temper. But since he has offended Miss Lin, he deserves to die at her hands. He really deserves to die. Ms. Lin, you see, we have nothing to do with each other, so why should we fight? How about we each take a step back? Even scumbags love to dream. Lin Qingqing tried several times but failed to find out what special abilities he had, so she waved her hand and an ice blade flew out. But the next second, the lame man who was dodging in a panic suddenly disappeared right under her nose. Speed-type mutant. This Brother Long is indeed more cunning than Lao Jiao. None of you can escape today. Looking at Brother Long hiding behind the shelf, Lin Qingqing quickly rushed to the exit, blocking Wen Ling and the door behind her. Seeing her reaction so quickly, Brother Long looked unhappy. There is no dispute between us, why do you have to be so ruthless? Who said there are no conflicts? The conflicts between us are huge. Those two girls are my apprentices. Besides, do I need a reason to kill scum like you? Of course Lin Qingqing wouldn't let him go, and as she spoke she summoned 8 more ice blades. Since you are a speed-type mutant, let's see whether your legs are faster or my ice blade is faster. Brother Long has a lame leg, so he doesn't dare to compete in speed with the flying ice blades in the air. At the moment when the 8 missiles attacked at the same time, he quickly flashed behind the young man on the other side, lifted him up and blocked him in front of himself. Poochie poochie. 7 out of the 8 ice blades were blocked by the young man's body, and only 1 penetrated the young man's armpit and nailed into Brother Long's thigh. The young man who was pierced by the ice blade died on the spot, and Brother Long behind him broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Ms. Lin, I can give you whatever you want. I have all the jewelry and weapons. Please let me go. When he was young, Brother Long was also a figure. He was ruthless and had connections with both the black and white worlds. The original bar was one of his businesses. All the money he had accumulated over the years was exchanged for weapons and jewelry and hidden in a secret warehouse. Originally, he was thinking of making a comeback after the apocalypse with these things, but who would have thought that he and his subordinates would be trapped in a bar first, and then after escaping with great difficulty, he would encounter such a female evil spirit. This time he knew he couldn't escape, so he was willing to give up everything in exchange for his life. You actually still have these things, tell me. Where are they? Lin Qingqing's eyes blade paused. It's in the Fairy Mountain next to Kong County. The coordinates are XXXX. In addition to this one, I also have a warehouse. If Miss Lin is willing to let me go, I will tell you that as well. Brother Long gave an address without hesitation, and it didn't look like he had made it up on the spur of the moment. Miss Lin, you can't let him go. Seeing that Lin Qingqing was a little moved, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but shouted loudly. They were the ones who killed Lao Qin, ruined Tingding and Zhao Na, and even made my son Qintao look like this. They are a group of devils, you can't let them go. Aunt Zhang cried and loosened her arms. Only then did Lin Qingqing see clearly that the person she was holding was Qintao. The young man who was originally full of vigor and vitality was now lying in Aunt Zhang's arms with a dejected look on his face. His limbs were twisted and even his fingers were hanging limply on the side. It was obvious that he had been tortured extremely cruelly. Seeing that Lin Qingqing looked unhappy, Brother Long quickly begged for mercy. Miss Lin, those were all done by Lao Jiao. I just played with a girl. Just playing with a girl, that's all. Lin Qingqing's voice sounded frozen. Seeing her murderous eyes, Brother Long immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Miss Lin, I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me, I will give you everything I have. When saying this, Brother Long was half kneeling on the ground, looking like he was crying bitterly, but the next second, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Yu Xianxian at an extremely fast speed. He knew that Lin Qingqing would definitely not let him go, so he planned to kidnap Yu Xianxian, who was closest to him, and negotiate with her. However, he did not expect that there was a layman beside Yu Xianxian at this moment. Lin Qingqing just watched him coldly as he rushed over with a smug look on his face, and then, in a flash of lightning, he was instantly knocked to the ground. Lei Min was very measured in his attack. Although Brother Long felt numb all over, he was still conscious. I want to kill him, let me go, I want to kill him to avenge my sister. When Yu Xianxian saw Brother Long fall down, he pounced on him fiercely. Lei Min had to use a lot of strength to hold him down again. Why are you holding me back? I want to avenge my sister. Yu Xuanxuan's face was full of tears, she cried and struggled. I think your sister wants revenge more than you do. Lin Qingqing put away her ice skates and walked over, looking down at him. But my sister has already. It doesn't matter. This is the end of the world. Who says you can't take revenge after you die? As she spoke, she bent down and picked up Brother Long from the ground, dragging him up like a dead dog. No, you can't. As if he realized what Lin Qingqing was going to do, Brother Long was terrified, but unfortunately his tongue was numb, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Of course I can! Lin Qingqing sneered, then grabbed Brother Long by the collar and threw him next to Yu Tingting. If you want to beg for mercy, leave it to Yu Tingting. After saying that, she locked the door of the storage room and reinforced it with a chain lock from the outside. No one spoke, they all looked towards the storage room involuntarily. Sure enough, within a moment, the roars of zombies and Brother Long's screams were heard from inside. My sister, she... Yu Xianxian collapsed in Lei Min's arms, looking at the door in disbelief. She has avenged herself. Lin Qingqing continued his words. Sister. Yu Xianxian burst into tears when she heard this. Chapter 59, Moving Forward at Dawn. Lin Qingqing let him vent, then turned and came to Aunt Zhang. At this moment Qintao was already in tears. Thank you, Miss Lin. With trembling lips, he thanked Lin Qingqing, then closed his eyes and died without a trace. Son? What's wrong with you? Wake up. Open your eyes, you can't just die like this. Aunt Zhang shook Qintao's body and cried so hard that her voice changed. Ms. Lin, please save him. Aunt Zhang, Qintao is dead, please hand him over to me first. No, he can still be saved, he is not dead yet. Please accept my condolences. No. Aunt Zhang refused to cooperate, and no matter how Lin Qingqing tried to persuade her, it was useless. She could only raise her hand and knock her out. Only then did she deal with Qintao's body before it turned into a corpse. After dealing with Aunt Zhang, Lin Qingqing finally came to Zhao Na. She hadn't noticed her before, but now she took a closer look and found that Zhao Na's appearance was not much better than Yu Tingting. She was in tattered clothes, covered in bruises, and her face was covered in blood. I don't know if it was because of the shock, but Zhao Na was in a daze. The lively girl in the past became a soulless puppet. Lin Qingqing called her a few times, but seeing that she didn't respond, she had no choice but to wipe the blood off her face and settle her next to Aunt Zhang. Seeing this, Lei Min sent the calm-down Yu Xianxian over, and asked Wen Ling to keep a good eye on them, and then he and Lin Qingqing cleaned up the bodies on the ground. Let's just stay here tonight. We will take Aunt Zhang and the others to the base tomorrow morning. Lin Qingqing rubbed her brows. She had been fighting all day today, and even though she had good physical fitness, she was still very tired. Lei Min also noticed Lin Qingqing's condition, so she took the initiative to ask to keep watch so that Lin Qingqing could have a good rest. Are you alone? Lin Qingqing was a little worried. It doesn't matter if you don't sleep for one night. You can make up for it during the day tomorrow. Now there is no one else who can keep watch except the two of us. Lei Min insisted on guarding it himself. Lin Qingqing thought about it and did not refuse. Wake me up immediately if there is any abnormal situation. Sister Lin, go and have a rest. It's okay. I'll call you if anything happens, Lei Min promised. Lin Qingqing didn't insist any longer. After settling the other 4 people down, she found a corner near the door and fell asleep. She slept very uneasily. Her dream was full of scenes from her previous interactions with Chen Gang and his team. They were rescuing people, driving, killing zombies and cooking as usual, but the strange thing was that she could not hear any sound throughout the whole process, as if it was a silent movie being played backwards. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't break free. At this moment, someone suddenly shook her body and said something anxiously in her ear. There was no sound at first, but later the sound in her ears became louder and clearer, and finally Lin Qingqing woke up suddenly. Sister Lin, wake up quickly, something happened. Lei Min? Lin Qingqing finally saw the person in front of her clearly. What's going on? Are there zombies coming? No, it was the girl named Zhao Na who committed suicide. When did it happen? Lin Qingqing was stunned. I just discovered it just now. I'm sorry, Sister Lin, I didn't keep an eye on her. Lei Min felt upset. Tell me, what is going on? Having just woken up from an unpleasant dream, Lin Qingqing was already in a bad mood, and when she heard the bad news, her face became even uglier. However, she had excellent emotional management skills and quickly calmed down, asking about the situation calmly. At first I was still keeping an eye on them, but later I saw they were sleeping soundly, so I went out to patrol around the gas station. But when I came back, I found that the girl named Zhao Na was missing. I was shocked and started looking for her everywhere. Finally, I found her next to the bodies of Chen Gang and his son. She was already dead at that time. Lei Min said this, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Qingqing with some trepidation. How did she die? Have you dealt with her body? Lin Qingqing asked with a frown. I used a dagger. I didn't deal with the body. I just found a rope to tie her up. Oh, by the way, Lei Min remembered something else. The man you asked me to tie up before, I threw him outside, but he is missing now too. Don't worry about that man. He has a broken arm and it's unclear whether he can survive in the future. Lin Qingqing rubbed his forehead. Let's deal with Zhao Na first. As she said that, she stood up and followed Lei Min to the place where Zhao Na committed suicide. There was an empty concrete platform on the side of the convenience store, where they temporarily placed the bodies of Chen Gang and Chen Tao. They originally planned to wait until Aunt Zhang woke up early the next morning. But now, next to Chen Tao's body lying outside, there was a thin figure lying. The 2 bodies were snuggling closely together, and in the faint moonlight, Lin Qingqing recognized at a glance that this was Zhao Na. She hadn't turned into a zombie yet, but her hands and feet had been tied up by Lei Min. Looking at Zhao Na like this, Lin Qingqing felt mixed emotions. There was no need to guess why Zhao Na committed suicide. The fact that she was able to endure for so long and quietly avoid Lei Min showed that she was clear-headed at the time and knew what she was doing. Closing her eyes, Lin Qingqing stepped forward to deal with Zhao Na's body, and then removed the ropes on her hands and feet. Looking at that peaceful and calm face, scenes kept flashing through Lin Qingqing's mind. When she first met them, Zhao Na and Yu Tingting were still two shy and innocent girls, trying hard to adapt to life in the end of the world, and the nervousness and longing when they knocked on her car window at night. She still remembers what they said. "I have to rely on myself. I want to protect my brother." Two such good girls. Lin Qingqing clenched her fists. It was only a day later, and she had only been fighting with one person, so how could they die? When she thought of this, an unknown anger surged in her heart. Lei Min had been following Lin Qingqing in silence. Seeing her walking faster and faster with her head down, he immediately sensed something was wrong. "Sister Lin, where are you going?" Lei Min asked hurriedly. Lin Qingqing did not answer her. At this moment, a flame of anger was rising in her heart. This fire had been brewing for a long time, and Zhao Na's death finally made it erupt completely. She ignored Lei Min's shouts behind her, waved her hand to condense ice blades, and rushed out of the gas station. Lei Min followed closely behind for a few steps, but when he thought of Wenling and the others who were still sleeping, he stopped again. Thinking of Lin Qingqing's skills, she finally returned to the gas station. "Sister Lin is so strong, she will be fine." Lei Min sat at the door of the convenience store with his knees hugged, looking worriedly in the direction where Lin Qingqing left. Under the dim starlight, Lin Qingqing ran wildly with her ice skates in hand. The rage in her heart was rising to the top of her head. She had to do something immediately to relieve the anger in her heart. The thump 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 sound of footsteps instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. They poured out from all corners of the street, roaring and attacking Lin Wanwan. Arrived just in time. Lin Qingqing stopped and waved the ice knife in her hand. Facing these targets who came to vent her anger, she had a fierce look on her face, and she moved vigorously and killed without any scruples. "These damn zombies, this fucking doomsday." Lin Qingqing kept swinging her knife, chopping down each zombie as it came, chopping down a pair as it came. The zombies in front of her fell down one after another, until later they could no longer keep up with her chopping speed. After she had cleaned up all the zombies that were attracted to her, the depression in her heart was almost gone. A raging fire ignited in the middle of the road. Lin Qingqing stood in the distance, and watched quietly until all the zombies were burned out. Only then did the anger in her heart die down. Chapter 60, Forming a Team. At dawn, Lin Qingqing's figure appeared in the morning mist. Seeing this, Lei Min immediately rushed forward and said, "Sister Lin, are you okay?" "Fine." Seeing Lei Min's worried look, Lin Qingqing smiled at her soothingly. "What's going on with that fire?" Lei Min thought of the fire in the distance last night. The place where it appeared was exactly the direction where Lin Qingqing left, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. "I lit it. Don't worry, the fire is out," Lin Qingqing explained to her. Seeing that she was fine, Lei Min thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Qingqing's condition yesterday was really scary. Even she was frightened by the murderous aura. "It's better to go out and vent, otherwise I will get sick if I hold it in." Lei Min patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing her mumbling, Lin Qingqing beside her suddenly stopped. "Lei Min, you said before that you wanted to form a team together, right?" "Yes." Sister Lin agreed. Hearing this, Lei Min was shocked. "Well, I figured it out. Forming a team is indeed a good choice." "So, what you mean is—" Lei Min widened his eyes and subconsciously held his breath. "Lei Min, are you willing to team up with me? We'll take turns driving and keeping watch, kill zombies together, go to the base to take on missions together, and survive together in this doomsday." "Of course I would. I'm very happy to team up with Sister Lin." When Lei Min heard Lin Qingqing's invitation to form a team, he smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. Seeing that she agreed, Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let's get to know each other again." Lin Qingqing raised her right hand. "I am Lin Qingqing, 28 years old, a second-level ice-type mutant. My name is Lei Min, I'm 22 years old, and I'm a first-level thunder-type mutant." Lei Min held Lin Qingqing's hand and shook it vigorously. Then she called out softly, "Captain?" Hearing Lin Qingqing's agreement, Lei Min happily circled around her. Captain? Captain Lin! What is the name of our team? Name? Lin Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Do we need to give a name to the team? Of course, a team must have a code name, otherwise how can we introduce ourselves when others ask? Lei Min put one hand on his waist and imitated the two people greeting each other. Hello? I'm so-and-so from the awesome team. Who are you? Lei Min said in a rough voice. Then she changed back to her own voice. I'm Lei Min from the no-name squad, with a frustrated look on her face. Lin Qingqing was amused by her exaggerated expression. How about leaving the naming matter to you, Deputy Captain Lei? I can do this. Lei Min agreed immediately. Then she started counting on her fingers one by one. How about Qingxia? A hero who fights for justice in the doomsday? No, this name sounds like a celebrity. How about Qingxue? Captain, you are an ice type, but it sounds a bit too weak. Qingxuang? Qingyun? Qingfeng? Qing? Wait. Lin Qingqing interrupted her and asked in confusion. Why do you have to add my name? Because you are the captain, you represent the whole team. If you don't want the word Qing, then you can use the word Bing, Lei Min said, then lowered his head and counted with his fingers. Seeing that a string of ice, words with a strong Mary Sue flavor were about to come out of her mouth, Lin Qingqing quickly stopped her. Can't you change to a more ordinary one? She didn't quite understand what these young people were thinking, and why they were so determined to add those two words related to themselves into the team name. Lei Min turned these two words over and over again into dozens of combinations, and by the end she felt like she didn't recognize her own name anymore. No, that's how everyone names their children, Lei Min firmly disagreed. It is said that there is a gap between 2 generations every 3 years. I am afraid there are 2 abysses between us, Lin Qingqing sighed. Then let's call it Qingmang, she said after thinking for a while. I hope our team can be as bright and sharp as the light that penetrates the fog. Qingmang team, hey! This is a good name, he is indeed the captain. Lei Min repeated it twice and immediately clapped his hands in praise. From now on I will be Lei Min of the Qingmang team. No, you are Lei Min, the deputy captain of the Qingmang team, Lin Qingqing corrected with a smile. I am really the vice captain. Of course, could what the captain said be false? Ha. Thank you, captain. I'll be welcome then. In the distance, the sun had broken through the clouds from the east, casting its light on the earth. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min returned to the convenience store together in the morning light. The dead are gone, and the survivors must move on. Now only Aunt Zhang and Yu Xian are left. The 2 of them, one big and one small, have no ability to survive on their own, so Lin Qingqing decides to send them to the nearest base first. Lei Min, I remember you said you knew the location of the base. Yeah, I've heard that before. How big is it? Is it a regular base? Lin Qingqing asked. She didn't want to be tricked again. Well, it's a very large base, and it is said that there are tens of thousands of people. Lei Min roughly guessed Lin Qingqing's plan after hearing what she said. Is it far from here? It's not far away, just over there in the newly built high-tech zone of Rongqing. Lin Qingqing roughly recalled the map and had a plan in mind, but she still had to discuss this matter with Aunt Zhang. She remembered that Aunt Zhang originally wanted to go look for her brother. What's wrong with you? Lin Qingqing took 2 steps and found that Lei Min didn't follow. Captain, you can call me Min Min. That's what my family calls me. Lei Min looked at her seriously and said. Good Min Min. Hey! I want to tell Wen Ling this good news. The 2 walked in while talking. In the convenience store, Aunt Zhang and Wen Ling had already woken up, only Yu Xian was still sleeping. Lin Qingqing told her about Zhao Na's suicide last night. Aunt Zhang looked dazed and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Then she covered her face and started crying. It's all old Shen's fault. I advised him not to save people, but he insisted. He is like a group of wolves. Through Aunt Zhang's intermittent crying, Lin Qingqing and the others finally understood the reason for the incident. Ms. Lin, after you left yesterday, they started to make trouble. First they asked where the woman we rescued had gone. I said I didn't know, and then they said you abducted her. Sister Man? She left on her own as soon as she arrived at the gas station, and she was not with them. Lin Qingqing told Aunt Zhang about you man. Huh, I told you, it doesn't look like it, but the guy with the scar on his face insisted that the woman was his wife and asked Old Chin to give an explanation. What explanation could Old Chin give? Aunt John wiped her tears and continued. Old Chin said he didn't know either. Those people said that Old Chin hid his wife and insisted that he give him another wife as compensation. Then they set their eyes on Qingqing. When talking about Qingqing, Aunt John couldn't help but burst into tears again. If Old Chin doesn't agree, they will. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Aunt John trembled all over and every word she spoke was intermittent. They killed Lao Chin in front of everyone, and Taozi, who wanted to avenge his father, was also killed by the man named Lao Jiao. That man is a devil. They used Qingqing's brother to pressure Qingqing, and used Taozi to pressure Zhaona. Results. What a bunch of beasts! Lei Min couldn't help but gnashing his teeth after hearing this. What a scene between Mr. Donghua and the wolf! Even though she was mentally prepared, Lin Qingqing still felt a chill in her heart after hearing what happened. Chapter 61, On the Road Again. At this time, Yu Xianxian also woke up. He curled up in the corner alone, calling, "Sister," over and over again. After Lin Qingqing found out, she brought him over and placed him next to Aunt Xiang. Then she took a deep breath and told them her future plans. Min and I plan to send you to the base. If you have any other ideas, you can tell us. Aunt Xiang looked at her in surprise. You. Don't worry, Min and I are both people with special abilities, and we will definitely get you to the base safely. This time Aunt Xiang didn't say anything. She looked at Yu Xianxian beside her. The boy was hugging his knees, tears still hanging on his pale face, looking as if he didn't care about the outside world. Seeing Yu Xianxian like this, Aunt Xiang finally gave up the idea of looking for her brother. She had a bad relationship with her brother's family, and it was because Qin Gang insisted that the family should help each other that they went to look for someone. Now in Aunt Zhang's heart, no one can be trusted. She only trusts their savior. Okay, then thank you, Miss Lin. Xianxian and I will always remember your kindness. Aunt Zhang, your words are too polite. Seeing Aunt Zhang was about to kneel down and kowtow, Lin Qingqing hurriedly stopped her. I'm not going to the base. At this time, Yu Xianxian suddenly spoke. I'm not going to the base. I want to kill zombies. I want to become stronger. Xianxian, what are you talking about? Aunt Xiang exclaimed. It's so dangerous outside. How old are you? Lin Qingqing looked at him. The boy's eyes were red and he looked stubborn. His expression was very similar to Yu Qingqing's when she told her the night before that she would protect her brother. Where are you going if you don't go to the base? Lin Qingqing did not answer him but asked back. Can you drive? Can you search for supplies? Can you protect yourself? The boy was completely stumped by a series of questions. I can teach you how to kill zombies, but you first need a place to live. Yu Xianxian didn't say anything for a long time after hearing this. After a while, he seemed to have figured something out and said to Lin Qingqing solemnly, You can arrange it however you want, I have no objection, but please teach me how to kill zombies. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you in the future. Looking at the boy who seemed to have grown up overnight, Lin Qingqing was not surprised to see the shadow of Wenling in him. Children who have lost the protection of their loved ones grow up so quickly. Although the result is gratifying, the process is also extremely sad. Okay. Lin Qingqing agreed to his request without hesitation, and then packed up with Aunt Zhang and Lei Min. Before leaving, Aunt Zhang cremated the bodies of Qin Gang and his son and Zhao Na and took away a handful of ashes. Yu Qingqing, who had turned into a zombie, stayed in the gas station at the insistence of Yu Xianxian. That's not your sister anymore. I know we can make the door lock stronger and prevent it from getting out. Seeing his pleading face, Lin Qingqing finally agreed to his request and kept Yu Qingqing here. 5 people could just fit into one car, and except for the seats, the rest of the space was filled with supplies. While sorting things, Lin Qingqing found Wenling. Min and I have formed a team. Wenling, would you like to join us? If you join a team, does that mean we will never be apart? It can be said that we will take you with us wherever we go in the future, said Lin Qingqing. Yes, of course. I can be your investigator and help you investigate the situation. Wenling was very happy that the 2 sisters were finally willing to accept her. After joining the team, you will be our all-in-one investigator, Lin Qingqing said, touching her hair. Then the Qingmong team officially welcomes you to join. I am the Captain Lin Qingqing, a second-level ice-type mutant. My name is Wen Ling, and I'm a first-level psychic with the perception ability. Thank you for taking me in. I will work hard in the future. Lin Qingqing shook hands with her as formally as Lei Min did. As the team leader, she did not treat Wen Ling as a child, but invited her to join the team as a member. Wen Ling was very happy. She really wanted her special abilities to be valued. Lin Qingqing treated her as an independent team member, which was better than she had imagined. Minmin's team, the captain also invited me to join the team. Wen Ling excitedly told Lei Min the good news. Welcome to join us, I am Deputy Captain Lei Min. I am Investigator Wen Ling. The two of them introduced themselves seriously, and then couldn't help laughing. At this moment, the Qingmong team officially welcomed its third member, Captain Lin Qingqing, a second-level ice-type psychic, Deputy Captain Lei Min, a first-level thunder-type psychic, and Investigator Wen Ling, a first-level perception-type psychic. At this time, they themselves did not even realize how powerful the combination of two mutants and a special power user would be in the end times. These three abilities would become the focus of competition among various forces wherever they went. But I guess they wouldn't care even if they knew. The relationship between people depends on fate. The three of them have similar destinies and a lifelong friendship, so it is inevitable that they can form a team. The black SUV set off again. According to the address given by Lei Min, under normal circumstances, they could reach the base within a day. However, the road conditions on the Doomsday were unpredictable, and no one knew whether the original route would be accessible. To be on the safe side, Lin Qingqing drew up 3 routes, marked as A, B, and C. If one route was unavailable, she would immediately switch to another one. Why don't we take the shortest route first? Lei Min said, pointing to the shortest route C. Okay, if it doesn't work, we can change the route from here or here. Lin Qingqing circled 2 connected intersections between roads B and C. After everything was ready, Lin Qingqing drove off. Without a navigation system, Lei Min sat in the passenger seat and gave her directions. This is the 71st day of the apocalypse. The dew on the grass leaves has not yet dissipated in the early morning, and the sun is shining on the earth as usual. The once bustling city has lost the presence of humans, and no longer has the hustle and bustle of the past. There was silence all around. Only zombies were still wandering around openly, while those survivors who had managed to survive were like rats that were afraid of the light, living cautiously in every corner of the city. At this time, a black SUV rushed out of the morning mist in the distance, driving on the street towards the rising sun. The zombies attracted by the sound of the car were either left behind or directly knocked away, and they were so arrogant that they seemed to not take these zombies seriously at all. If there were any survivors who saw this, they would definitely be curious and wonder who was sitting in the car and how could he be so bold. Captain, change lanes quickly, there are so many zombies ahead, we can't get through at all. Wen Ling was driving her special ability the whole time, and she immediately warned them when she spotted the zombies in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing turned the car around without saying a word and took another route from the intersection they had previously decided on. Lin Qingqing and her friends did not have a smooth journey along the way. Line C and Line B were both blocked halfway through, so they had no choice but to switch to the final Line A. Line A is farther than the other two and has deviated far from Rongqing. Apart from the airport and the railway, only sparse houses and farmlands can be seen along the way. It seems that we will not be able to reach the base before dark today, Lei Min said, looking at the setting sun in the sky. It's not safe to travel at night. Let's find a place to rest first. This road shouldn't have the same problems as before, said Lin Qingqing. No one had any objection to this, and finally, under Wen Ling's guidance, they chose a small farmyard to settle down. Chapter 62, Little Bell. Captain, there is no one here. There are only 3 zombies inside. Let's spend the night here. What do you think? Wen Ling rubbed her forehead. She felt a little dizzy due to using her supernatural powers for a long time. It's nice here, don't use your powers, just rest in the car first, we'll go down and take a look. Lin Qingqing parked the car at the door, asked Aunt Shang and Wen Ling to stay in the car, and then took Lei Min and Yu Xian in to clean up the zombies. There is a 2-story building in this farmyard. The yard is well built with a grape trellis inside. There is a cowshed and a van at the door. Here, use this first. The machete originally given to Zhao Na was a bit too heavy for Yu Xianxian, so Lin Qingqing found him a fire axe at the gas station. Yu Xianxian took the axe and pursed his lips nervously. Don't be afraid, your sister went through the same thing. Thinking of her sister, Yu Xuanxuan's eyes became much more resolute. Well, if my sister can do it, I can definitely do it too. Wow, this kid seems very confident. Lei Min yawned and followed behind him. She wanted to see how he was going to kill the zombies. After prying open the door, Lin Qingqing took him into the house. There were 2 bedrooms on both sides of the first floor, and all 3 zombies were inside. It was the same teaching method as Yu Tingting and the others. Considering Yu Xuanxuan's height, Lin Qingqing first chopped the tall male zombie to the ground. The zombie's weakness is Yu Xianxian. Before he could finish his instructions, the boy rushed forward with an axe in hand and started hacking at the zombies. I'm going to kill you! Yu Xianxian yelled, using all his strength in every axe blow. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min did not stop him. They just watched him until the zombie was chopped into pieces before they spoke up to stop him. Okay, you've killed it! Seeing the zombie in this state, Lei Min pinched his nose and said with some disgust. After venting his emotions, Yu Xianxian slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath. His mind kept replaying what happened to his sister. He mistook this zombie for Brother Long, and only stopped when he could no longer see its shape. What should we do now? Lei Min pointed at the pile of minced meat and felt a little embarrassed. They still had to stay overnight. Forget it, if it doesn't work out, just live upstairs. Lin Qingqing shook her head. Seeing that Yu Xianxian had almost rested, she lured another one to him. This time it was a shorter female hostess with a cut-off arm, who was sent to him. Lin Qingqing didn't have much patience for a boy who was also a superpower, so she just gave him one that could move. Yu Xianxian did not disappoint. He dodged a few times and hacked the zombie to death. This time he did not vent his emotions on the zombie, but continued to look at Lin Qingqing without saying a word. Lin Qingqing found his serious little expression very funny, so she pointed at the last zombie and said, "Just kill that one." Knowing that this was a training opportunity for Yu Xianxian, Lei Min had used his supernatural powers to freeze the zombie in place. By the time he had killed the other 2, this one was able to move. After killing 2 zombies, Yu Xianxian already had some experience, but when he saw that the last zombie was just a little girl the same age as himself, he was stunned. Why don't you take action? If a zombie changes its appearance, does that mean it is no longer a zombie? Lin Qingqing's cold voice immediately made Yu Xianxian shudder. He gritted his teeth, raised the axe and rushed forward, chopping the zombie in the face with the axe. Compared to Zhao Na and Yu Tingting, the 13-year-old Yu Xianxian is more flexible. As a supernatural being, his strength is no less than the 2 girls. The little zombie, who was only half a person's height, was hit in the vitals by his second axe. He gave it another final blow, and the little zombie was completely motionless. After killing the zombies, he wiped the stains off his face with his sleeve and just stood there motionless. Lin Qingqing looked at the boy in front of her. She could no longer see the innocence and pampering he had in the past. Now Yu Xianxian was like a dagger that had just been unsheathed, gleaming with a cold and menacing light. Okay, now you have learned how to kill zombies, so take a rest early today, Lin Qingqing said as she took out the crystal cores of 3 zombies in front of him and handed them to him. I will work hard to live in the future. Thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future, Yu Xianxian emphasized again. Okay, I remember it. Lin Qingqing smiled helplessly. The first floor was made into a mess by Yu Xianxian, and they didn't intend to clean it up. They just closed the door and went to the second floor. The stairs to the second floor are outside the house, and there are exactly 3 rooms on it, 2 bedrooms and a storage room. Judging from the decoration of the bedroom, there should be more than 1 child in this family, but they were not at home when the doomsday broke out. Let Anchang cook in the kitchen in the yard, while Lin Qingqing and Lei Min took Wenling to patrol the surroundings. Wenling, your special ability is really useful. I can know the situation inside without taking the risk of going in. It's like a little bell that can sound the alarm. I might as well call you Little Bell from now on, haha. Lei Min clapped his hands and gave Wenling a nickname. My Ling is the Ling of Linglong, not the Ling of Bell, Wenling retorted. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. I think the Little Bell suits you very well. Lei Min said with a smile. Captain, does Minmin really like to give people nicknames? Wen Ling ignored her and turned to Lin Qingqing to complain. You should call me sister, don't be disrespectful. Minmin can only be called Captain. Lei Min was not to be outdone. No, if you call me Little Belle, I'll call you Minmin, or how about Deputy Captain Lei? Wen Ling objected. Lei Min. She was speechless. Wasn't it just a nickname? Why did she use such an awkward name as Deputy Captain Lei? Why were kids nowadays so difficult to deal with? You don't like people calling you that? No, it's just that calling Little Belle feels like teasing a child. Aren't you a child? If I called you Lingling, wouldn't it feel like calling a dog, haha? You. Then why don't you give the captain a nickname? She doesn't dare. Lin Qingqing chuckled. Lei Min did not refute this, but nodded calmly. So you think I'm easy to bully? Wen Ling was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Okay, Xiao Lingdang, don't be angry. Minmin is just joking with you. After seeing enough of the fun, Lin Qingqing quickly stepped out to smooth things over and confirmed the name, Xiao Lingdang. Girls in their teens are lively and active. Although she has experienced many setbacks, she hopes to see Wen Ling full of energy and vitality more often in the future. Wen Ling was not really angry. She liked these two sisters very much, and she also liked this team. After Lin Qingqing officially accepted her, she felt the long-lost relaxation, and unconsciously showed a little bit of the coquettishness of a little girl. This feeling did not seem like anger, but more like acting coquettishly. Humph. Then I will call you Minmin from now on, and I won't accept any objection. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Lei Min rolled his eyes helplessly at Lin Qingqing's teasing expression. When the three of them returned to the courtyard, Aunt Zhang had already prepared a pot of fragrant rice. The rice was found in the kitchen of the courtyard. A sausage was steamed with the rice, and a large plate of stewed dried vegetables was added. The 5 people had a really comfortable hot meal. After finishing the meal and clearing away the dishes, everyone drew water from the well in the corner to wash their hands and faces before going upstairs to prepare for bed. I'll keep watch today. Before Lin Qingqing could speak, Yu Xian took the initiative to say. No need, you and Wen Ling should go to bed. The child is still growing, why stay up late? Lin Qingqing directly rejected his request. I've grown up, Yu Xian said stubbornly. Looking at the little boy's strong and straight back, Lin Qingqing thought that in the future it would be just him and Aunt Zhang, and it would be necessary to keep watch, so she finally agreed to him. Then I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you come for the second half. Good. Chapter 63 Meditation Technique. Both bedrooms can be accommodated. One is just right for Lin Qingqing, Lei Min and Wen Ling, and the other is left for Aunt Zhang and Yu Xian. After entering the room, Lin Qingqing closed the door and called Lei Min and Wen Ling over. I have a meditation technique to teach you, Lin Qingqing said straight to the point. From the moment she decided to form a team, she had never thought of hiding this technique. Meditation? What is it for? Is it yoga? Lei Min was a little surprised and didn't understand why the captain was teaching them to meditate so seriously. Lin Qingqing did not answer her, but asked another question. Do you still remember about the improvement of superpowers? I remember, it's the supernatural potion. Lei Min nodded, wondering why she asked that. Was she going to buy herself some potions after going to the base? Hey! That's not right, Captain. We haven't even been to the base yet. How did you get promoted to level 2? Lei Min suddenly realized it. Of course I have other ways. Looking at the two people's instantly excited expressions, Lin Qingqing continued. This is exactly the meditation method I was about to talk about. This method was taught to me by a Taoist priest a few years ago. After the end of the world, I found that I could improve my mental strength by practicing meditation. Mental power? This was the first time Lei Min and Wen Ling heard this word. Yes, improving mental strength can improve supernatural powers. What? Real? Is this kind of thing called Kung Fu really useful? Isn't that something that old men and old ladies practice? In Lei Min's opinion, Kung Fu is actually no different from Tai Chi and Yoga. They are all used to strengthen the body. I have always thought so before, but it is true. After practicing it, I do feel that my mental strength has increased. Otherwise, how could I reach the second level? I think this technique is not simple. said Lin Qingqing. Is this the legendary golden finger? Captain, are you really going to teach us? Lei Min's eyes lit up, and she almost jumped up in excitement. The supernatural potion was so rare, and she was just worrying about how to upgrade. Of course, we are already teammates, Lin Qingqing said with a smile. Afterwards, Lin Qingqing told them all her understanding and conjectures about superpowers, including the genetic chain that appeared in her mind. Lei Min and Wen Ling's eyes almost fell to the ground after hearing this. After living for so many years, this is the first time someone has told me about the world in such a mysterious way, Lei Min murmured to herself. After hearing Lin Qingqing's words, she suddenly felt as if her faith had collapsed. It feels like this world is no longer the scientific world we are familiar with, Wen Ling sighed. Seeing that the two were badly hit, Lin Qingqing comforted them with a smile. It is said that there is a saying that the end of science is theology. Maybe what we are facing now is the end of the scientific world. Yes, there are so many phenomena in this world that cannot be explained by science. Perhaps it is because human knowledge is too shallow, and we cannot touch the truth of those things, so theology comes into being. After being surprised, Lei Min completely let it go. What Lin Qingqing said seemed absurd, but only such absurd remarks could explain the world today, not to mention that she herself was the most powerful proof. As for whether it is true or not, since zombies and superpowers have appeared, what is impossible? This exercise was short, with only a dozen sentences in total. Lin Qingqing first memorized the entire formula, and then explained it word by word. Lei Min and Wen Ling had good memories, and they had memorized it after it was finished. After adjusting their state of mind, Lei Min and Wen Ling followed Lin Qingqing's instructions, sitting cross-legged on the bed, crossing their hands in front of their bodies, closing their eyes and relaxing, silently reciting the mantra in their hearts. Half an hour passed like this, and Lei Min suddenly collapsed on the bed in frustration. Then he said to Lin Qingqing in an extremely resentful tone, "What should I do? I can't calm down at all. I feel like there are countless little people jumping around in my mind." Lin Qingqing was speechless. "You are too excited. Meditation requires calmness and a naturally relaxed state." "Okay, I'll try again. You don't have to worry about me. I don't believe I can't do it." Then he got up and continued to practice meditation. Wen Ling is still young. Although she is smart, her ability to understand obscure ancient texts is limited. However, she is better than Lei Min in terms of concentration. After Lin Qing explained it to her twice, Wen Ling began to try to meditate. Perhaps because her supernatural power was of a special type, or simply because she couldn't see, Wen Ling succeeded in entering a state of meditation on her first try. Lin Qingqing sat opposite her and observed their conditions carefully. They looked calm and there seemed to be no problems. I don't know how much help meditation can provide to them. The chain experience bar in Lin Qingqing's mind rose a little bit, and it was almost at the middle stage of the second stage. After this series of battles, Wen Ling could not see that Lei Min was almost at the peak of the first stage. Maybe after we get to the base, we can take on more missions to hunt down second-level zombies, Lin Qingqing thought to herself. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Qingqing was awakened by Lei Min's scream. "Oh my god, I feel like my mental strength seems to have increased a little bit, Captain, that technique seems to be really useful." She slowly entered a state of ecstasy until the second half of the night last night, and did not wake up until the sun rose in the morning. She was really shocked by the change in her mental strength. "Shh! Keep your voice down, little Belle is still sleeping." Lin Qingqing indicated that Wen Ling was still sleeping soundly. Oh. Then let's talk outside." "Well, it's getting late, let's go out and pack our things first." As soon as I went out, a fragrant smell wafted over. Aunt Zhang was already preparing breakfast in the yard. She cooked a pot of rice porridge with mixed grains, added some dried meat, poured a little sesame oil found in the kitchen of the courtyard, and paired it with some pickles. The smell was very fragrant just by smelling it. "Miss Lin is up? I was just about to ask Xian to call you." "Good morning, Sister Lin." Yu Xian was helping to serve the rice. He had been on duty until the second half of the night, and now he looked quite energetic. "Aunt Zhang, your cooking skills are really amazing." Lei Min took the bowl and drank a mouthful of porridge, and immediately praised it. "Hey, it's nothing, it's just home-cooked food. It's amazing to be able to make the most ordinary food so delicious." Lei Min and Lin Qingqing had been eating fast food all the way, and they hadn't eaten such homely food for a long time. Captain? Wen Ling also got up at this time, and she looked much better than before. Come here, little girl, the porridge is ready for you. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Wen Ling slowly picked up the bowl and sipped the porridge in small sips. It turns out that this child is really blind. What a pity! Seeing the well-behaved girl, Aunt Zhang wanted to let her be a companion to Yu Xianxian. However, it was a pity that the blind girl could not do anything and would be a burden to bring along. Lei Min picked up some food and put it in Wen Ling's bowl. Seeing Aunt Zhang and Yu Xuanxuan's sympathetic and somewhat disgusted expressions, he frowned immediately. Xiao Lingling is my team member and our little sister. Aunt Zhang doesn't have to worry about her. Lin Qingqing put down the bowl and specially introduced Wen Ling. Ah, such a young child. Aunt Zhang understood what Lin Qingqing meant and felt a little embarrassed. Can she kill zombies? Yu Xianxian suddenly spoke up, looking at Wen Ling back and forth, his tone a little stiff. His previous sympathy for her gradually turned into scrutiny under Lin Qingqing's protection. Xianxian. Aunt Zhang quickly pulled him over and said with a smile, Children are ignorant, please don't mind it, Miss Lin. It's okay, let's pack up and get going after we finish eating. Lin Qingqing certainly wouldn't care about a child's little thoughts of comparing with each other. Yu Xianxian stood behind Aunt Zhang, looking at Wen Ling with some dissatisfaction. He didn't understand why such a weak and useless little girl deserved such love from Sister Lin. Everyone was busy packing up and no one explained the reason to him. Instead, Wen Ling whispered to him when she passed by him. Although I can't kill zombies, I am irreplaceable in the eyes of the captain and Minmin. Humph, what's so great about that? They just sympathize with you. Yu Xianxian clenched his fists with a look of dissatisfaction. Whatever you say, I won't bother with you. When Ling turned her head, she was also very angry. Although she was not happy to be questioned, the captain said yesterday that although their superpowers were very powerful, their strength was not strong enough, so they must be low-key in front of outsiders, especially the attributes of their superpowers, which must be kept secret if possible. She and Lei Min both agreed with this. Chapter 64, Space Shock. After going through so much, they are no longer ignorant and naive. Hiding themselves in a low-key manner is the most effective protective color for surviving the doomsday. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing touched Wen Ling's hair approvingly. Don't worry, Captain. I understand what you said. Wen Ling looked up and smiled at her. That girl is lucky to be valued by Miss Lin. Don't compare yourself with her, Aunt Zhang said with a sigh, hugging Yu Xuanxuan's shoulders. Is it just luck? Looking at the tacit interaction between the two, Yu Xianxian suddenly thought of her sister Yu Qingqing. You said the same thing when my sister was here, saying that I was a blessed person. He stood there in a daze until Aunt Zhang finished cleaning up and pulled him back to the car. The black SUV set off again. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely reach the base in the afternoon. Today is March 12, 2020, the 72nd day since the doomsday, and the sky is cloudless. At exactly 12 noon, a meteor with a long tail streaked across the sky. Captain, there's a meteor! Lei Min said excitedly, pointing at the tail of light in the air. It's daytime, how can there be such an obvious meteor? Lin Qingqing retorted subconsciously. If that's not a meteor, what is it? It could also be a missile. Lin Qingqing was not sure what it was. There was only one such star in the sky. She saw that the semi-arc-shaped light image appeared out of thin air and disappeared on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Is it really not a shooting star? I just wanted to make a wish, Lei Min said regretfully. What wish did you make? Wen Ling asked curiously. The world was at peace then, and the end of the world came sooner. Lei Min just started to speak. Suddenly, the air around was stirred. Buzz buzz. I can't hear what you say. What's going on? In an instant, everyone seemed to be suddenly frozen in place. Lin Qingqing's pupils shrank. She didn't care about anything else and just stepped on the brakes frantically based on instinct. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, everyone's figures became blurred, and the sound could not be heard. This feeling of lag was like the intermittent signal during a video call. The strange situation lasted for more than 10 minutes before everyone felt that they had returned to reality. What's going on? What happened just now? Lei Min's eyes widened, his face full of horror. The car had already stopped on the road. Lin Qingqing looked back at everyone and found that except for Aunt Zhang, who had fainted, everyone else was still in the car. "I don't know, I feel like there's something between me and you," she said calmly, but she always felt that this matter was very unusual. "I couldn't feel you just now, as if we were not in the same world," Wen Ling felt the most deeply. "Yes, that's the feeling. We are not in the same world anymore," Lei Min said, recalling the feeling just now. "But we are still here," said Wen Ling, who could now feel everyone again. "So we were separated by something like an energy field just now," Lei Min guessed. "I think what Min Min said makes sense. We may have just been separated into different spaces by an unknown energy. To be able to do this, it seems that this energy must be extraordinary," Lin Qingqing concluded. "Is it still possible?" Wen Ling understood. "Anything is possible," Lin Qingqing said. "Yes, this is the end of the world." Lei Min felt that if this world was related to the end of the world, everything could be explained. Listening to the three people discussing what had just happened, Yu Xianxian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally fell silent powerlessly. Before the fear and terror in his heart had dissipated, the three of them had already come to a conclusion. At this moment Yu Xianxian felt that the gap in his heart was deeper than ever before. He and they seemed to be from different worlds. Regardless of how this phenomenon is caused, the important thing is, what kind of consequences will it have after it happens? Lin Qingqing is most worried about this. "I don't feel anything. My body and abilities are normal," Lei Min said after checking his whole body. "I don't have any reaction either." Lin Qingqing frowned. "No, we haven't changed much, but the ones who have changed are probably the zombies," Wen Ling suddenly exclaimed. Just now, she used her supernatural powers to investigate the surrounding situation and found that since the previous incident, the zombies around her had become particularly restless, especially the zombies wandering not far away. They could actually sense their presence from such a distance, and their movements were much more flexible than before. This distance. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min frowned at the same time after hearing the news. "Usually only level 2 zombies have such a sensing range," Lin Qingqing said to Wen Ling. "Xiao Lingling, observe carefully to see if there are any other changes in these zombies. Are there any level 2 zombies appearing?" "Level 2 zombies? What kind of energy field can allow zombies to evolve to level 2 in such a short time?" Lei Min's eyes widened again. Lin Qingqing did not answer Lei Min's question. She was not very sure. Wen Ling observed them carefully for a long time this time before shaking her head and saying, "I don't think they have reached the level of level 2 zombies, but they are definitely much stronger than the previous level 1 zombies, in all aspects. If you have to describe them, you can imagine them as the 2.0 evolved version of zombies." "That's not too bad." Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. "If all the zombies really upgrade at the same time, it will definitely be a major disaster." At this moment, like Lin Qingqing and the others, people all over the world encountered this space shock at the same time. It is still lucky for those who are in the daytime or in a safe base, but it is much more terrifying for those who are in the dark or fighting zombies. For a time, tragic events occurred frequently in every corner of the world, and the lives of the survivors disappeared from this world in large numbers like fireworks in the sky. Everyone was making all kinds of inferences and suspicions about this sudden and unexpected incident. Although the truth of the matter could not be guessed for the time being, it was certain that this incident could be considered a disaster that was enough to break the current situation, and the situation of mankind would become even more worrying from now on. After the accident, a figure wearing a dark green Taoist robe appeared on a tree-lined path winding among the green peaks of Qingfeng Mountain, thousands of miles away. The man had a Taoist bun on his head and a gray goatee. He had a lean and tall figure, and judging from his clothes, he was obviously a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest carried a bamboo basket on his back and a whisk in his hand, looking like an immortal. He walked down the mountain in a hurry, as if he was in a hurry. After walking for a long time, the old Taoist priest finally stopped beside a mountain stream. He first looked up at the sky, then lifted up his Taoist robe and sat on a big rock. The clear spring in the mountain stream flows, hitting the rocks below and forming a small puddle. After the puddle is filled with water, it slowly overflows and flows down the mountain along a lower ditch. At this time, a pair of skinny hands gently scooped up a pool of spring water, took a look first, then washed their fingers with the water in their hands. The water droplets splashed in all directions as the hands swung. Alas, I'm old now, and I can't taste this spring water easily. As he said this, he reached for the bamboo basket behind him and took out a transparent thermos cup, which was filled with chrysanthemums and wolfberries. Slurp, the old Taoist priest took a sip of hot tea. Hot tea is still more comfortable. People should drink more hot water when they are old. After saying that, he took another sip. After drinking tea, the hands reached into the backpack again and felt around. This time, he pulled out a bag of food. He untied the paper rope and peeled off the oil paper layer by layer, revealing 5 butter cakes. He picked them up in the kitchen before leaving. The cakes were crispy and delicious, and he could finish one in 2 bites. I don't know when I can eat this snack again after I leave. One less snack is enough. I was born at the wrong time. Who told me that I have old people and young children to take care of? I thought I could get away with it, but what was supposed to come still came. Alas, it is a disaster sent by heaven. I don't know how many living beings in this world can survive it. Misfortune is the foundation of good fortune. Good fortune is the root of misfortune. I will do my best, old Taoist. He finished talking to himself, stood up, brushed off the snack crumbs on his robe, put on the bamboo basket, and picked up the whisk and continued walking down the mountain. Chapter 65, Shuangqiao Bei Sai. If Lin Qingqing were here, she would definitely recognize that this old Taoist priest was the old charlatan she mentioned, and the one who taught her the meditation technique. No one knew why the old Taoist priest wanted to go down the mountain at this time, where he was going after going down the mountain, and what kind of blessing or disaster he was talking about. In the doomsday, a new order has been established and everyone is busy trying to survive. Lin Qingqing was also considering the next course of action due to this sudden situation. Why don't we try those mutated zombies first to see what changes they have made? Lei Min suggested. Will it be dangerous? Wen Ling was a little worried. She always felt that those zombies were difficult to deal with. After they finished speaking, they both turned their heads to Lin Qingqing. I agree with Min Min's suggestion. We should find out the situation as soon as possible so that we can have a better idea of the situation. After saying that, Lin Qingqing asked Wen Ling and Yu Xianxian to stay in the car to take care of Aunt Zhang, while she and Lei Min went to investigate the zombies. The result of the test was exactly what Wen Ling expected. They found that the zombies had more than doubled their defensive power and flexibility compared to before. Although they were still not as good as the level 2 zombies, they still spent nearly half their strength. Such consumption is still acceptable for powerful and tacit psychics like them, but for most other people, the future will become more difficult, especially ordinary people without superpowers. Level 1 zombies are okay, they don't pose a threat to us. Lei Min shook his arms, feeling that he could still accept it. I wonder how strong the second level zombies are after they evolve? They definitely won't be as easy to kill as before. Lin Qingqing put away the ice knife and got back into the car. Sister Lin, have the zombies really become more powerful? Yu Xianxian couldn't help asking. That's true. Lin Qingqing told him truthfully. If you want to kill zombies in the future, it's best to cooperate with other people. You are a superpower, and it might be easier if you use your superpowers. Yu Xianxian looked down at his hands. Using superpowers to fight? He had never thought about it before. If he learned to use superpowers, would he be as powerful as Sister Lin? It took more than 6 hours for Lin Qingqing and the others to finally see the base. The journey was not smooth, but there were no more dangerous situations. Is this the Shuangqiao base you mentioned? Lin Qingqing raised her eyes and looked at the gate of the base in the distance. Yes, it's here. This base is much smaller than the largest Rongqing base, and it is said to be established by a non-governmental organization. It is considered a private territory. Lei Min looked at the word Shuangqiao on the gate and nodded. Private territory? Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Yes, I also heard it from another team. It is said that the basic regulations and facilities of the Shuangqiao base were built with reference to the Rongqing base, and communications have been established between them and the Rongqing base, so the two bases can be said to be in a relationship of mutual watchfulness. Lei Min added. As long as it's a formal base, it's fine. Lin Qingqing doesn't want to encounter a situation like Director Liu again. When they drove to the gate of the base, they found a long line in front of them. These were all people who wanted to enter the base to seek refuge. Some of them drove, while others simply walked, carrying large and small bags and looking dusty. It seems that the situation after the evolution of zombies is more serious than we imagined. Lin Qingqing frowned. Yes, it is difficult for ordinary people to kill evolved zombies alone without forming a team. Although the base is not free and the cost is high, it is safe. When the zombie's sensing range becomes larger, you probably won't be able to find a place to sleep peacefully outside at night. Lei Min sighed. We waited in line for a very long time, and there were still quite a few people in front of us until the evening. The line moved at a snail's pace, so slow that it was outrageous. As the sky gradually darkened, the people around began to get restless. When some people saw that there were only a few women in the black SUV, they couldn't help but have some bad thoughts. Look, they have a lot of stuff in the car. Really? There are so many supplies. How come they are dressed so cleanly? There are only a few women, you go, mother of the child. Miss, we haven't had enough to eat for several days. You have so much food, can you give us some? A woman dressed like a beggar leaned on Lin Qingqing's window and begged. While she spoke, her eyes kept glancing into the car. We don't have any extra supplies. Lin Qingqing shook her head. How can there be nothing? Your car is full of food. Why can't you share some with us per people? The woman shouted. After she said that, everyone around looked over, especially those who were empty-handed and hungry. They stared at the black SUV like hungry wolves. Seeing this, the beggar woman shouted with a gloating look on her face. There are so many food and water on this bus, everyone hurry up and grab them. Instigated by her, those extremely hungry people rushed up without caring when they heard that there was food. Others who wanted to take advantage of the situation also took the opportunity to come over when they saw the chaotic scene. Seeing so many people surrounding her, Aunt Zhang was so scared that she quickly hugged Yu Xian tightly. Wen Ling sat there with a calm expression, while Lei Min was still dozing off. She had a pair of sunglasses on her face, and her head was nodding. Lin Qingqing snorted coldly without saying anything. Instead, she picked up the metal pipe that Lei Min had placed beside her and hit the back of the hand that had reached into her car with a snap. With a scream, 3 fingers of that hand collapsed limply. Then all the hands that reached into her car window had their bones broken. Now, all those who wanted to take advantage of others were scared and retreated back. This is too cruel and violent. Yeah, it's just a little food. Is it necessary to break someone's arm? The girl is young, but she is very cruel and ruthless. No one dared to step forward and could only take advantage of her with words unwillingly. Lin Qingqing glanced at him coldly, and the person who had just spoken immediately shrank into a quail. Although they used thundering means to intimidate a group of ordinary minions, this seemingly weak, vulnerable group was still regarded as prey by some people. Wow! I haven't seen such a pretty girl in a long time. Where did this beauty come from? A young man with a shaggy haircut whistled at Lin Qingqing in a frivolous manner. Coming from the east. A cold voice sounded, and Lin Qingqing looked at him with a smile. There was actually someone who was not afraid of death. He had originally just been teasing her casually, but he didn't expect that when the other party answered his question seriously, the young man with the yin-yang hair immediately became sarcastic. Oh, you actually replied, did you see that, did you see that? He showed off proudly to his companions. Before Lin Qingqing could say anything, another group of people also set their sights on them. This car is great. A sturdy man with big tattoos on his arms came over, looked at the black SUV, and rubbed his chin with satisfaction. Chapter 66, Shuangqiao Base, Part 2. After a while. Why haven't you come down yet? Didn't the people inside hear it? Our boss Hong has taken a fancy to this car. Seeing that Lin Qingqing and the others didn't understand what he meant, the tattooed strong man suddenly raised his voice. This man looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. The people who were originally watching curiously couldn't help but take several steps back when they saw the fierce look on the tattooed man's face. Even the yin-yang-headed man who had just spoken to Lin Qingqing was no exception. Is this someone trying to steal the car? Lei Min was dozing off in the passenger seat, but after the tattooed man yelled at him, he couldn't fall asleep anymore. She yawned impatiently, took off her sunglasses and looked him up and down. TSK! What a fancy thing! Her voice was not loud and the tattooed man did not hear it clearly, but when he noticed the outstanding looks of the two, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Get out of the car! And both of you follow me!" Wow, they didn't even let go of the car or the person? This world is really interesting. Some people really take the style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the extreme. "Get out! Don't make me say it a second time!" Lin Qingqing's cold voice came, and as soon as the words fell, a cold light flashed, and then the big man with tattoos covered half of his face and screamed. Only then did everyone notice a bloody ear lying on the ground. Knowing that this was a warning to him, the tattooed man trembled in his heart. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly picked up the ear on the ground and stumbled into the crowd. The pool of blood on the ground is still there, a clear reminder to those who intend to take advantage of this car. If you want to take advantage of it, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time. The conflict ended just like that, and no one came to attack them anymore. Everyone wanted to get into the base now, and it would not benefit anyone if the situation became too ugly. As the line grew longer and longer, various small disturbances began to occur frequently, and the base had to take new measures. Creaky, as the gate of the base opened, a black SUV drove out. On each side of the vehicle stood a muscular bodyguard, holding guns in their hands, and their cold eyes kept scanning the crowd around them. The SUV drove all the way to the center of the crowd. At this time, one of the bodyguards standing in the car picked up the megaphone and shouted to the crowd. "Since there are too many people, we are now divided into two teams. The team with people with special abilities will register on the left, and ordinary people will line up on the right. Anyone who cuts in line or causes trouble will not be allowed to enter the base. I say it again, the team with special abilities will register on the left, and ordinary people will line up on the right. Anyone who cuts in line or causes trouble will not be allowed to enter the base." As soon as this new rule came out, it immediately caused whispers among people around. "It seems that people with special powers are given preferential treatment. I just don't know how many ordinary people a person with special powers can lead. You definitely can't bring 8 or 10 of them. What's so great about people with superpowers? Can they kill as many zombies as I do? Keep your voice down. A psychic can't kill zombies, but it's easy to kill you. That's right, stop yelling, or you'll get everyone into trouble." Why? Just because he's a person with special powers. Do you think this is still the civilized and fair society of the past? How about we find a person with special abilities to lead us, and first at worst we can just give him some benefits. I worked so hard to get those, why should I give them to others? I won't give them to others. Hey, you stubborn ass! We won't take you even if you give us supplies, rubbish! At this time, a superpower passed by and mocked. Say it again if you have the guts, you think woo? The young man who was speaking was blocked by his companions in time. I'm sorry. Snort. The psychic who passed by ignored him, snorted contemptuously, and walked away. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min looked at each other in the car. It seemed that the base had opened a VIP channel specifically for people with special abilities. Finally, I don't have to waste time here. It's getting dark, said Lei Min, and he couldn't help yawning. Since the new regulations were introduced, many cars have appeared sporadically in the long queue, and one black Lightning SUV was particularly conspicuous. Now everyone around understood that there was someone with special abilities in the car. No wonder these women and children dared to form a team and go on the road on their own. When the car arrived, Lin Qingqing and the others could see clearly that there were not many people with special abilities queuing up here. There were only 17 or 18 teams before them, and there were only 20 or 30 teams coming later. It was nothing compared to the endless line of ordinary people on the right. As there were fewer people, the team in front moved quickly, and only half an hour had passed when it was Lin Qingqing and the other two's turn. There was a long table at the entrance of the dark gate, and behind it sat 2 receptionists who were specifically responsible for leveling psychics. One man and one woman, both of them looked good and spoke in a friendly manner. Hello, I am Su Shan, the registrar who is responsible for receiving all the superpowers. May I ask who is the person in charge? Seeing that most of the people on the bus were women, the female registrar took the initiative to come forward and ask. It's me, Lin Qingqing replied. Hello, what is your name? Are you registering as a team, or as an individual with your family? My surname is Lin. Is there any difference between a squad and a family member? Okay, Miss Lin, it's like this. If you enter the base as a team, you don't need to hand in supplies this time. You just need to register the team name with the Psychic Guild. However, when you return to the base during non-mission periods, you will need to hand in supplies again, and you will also be responsible for your accommodation. If you register as a family member, you will need to hand in supplies every time you come back, and you will still be responsible for your accommodation. The female registrar, Su Shan, smiled sweetly and answered in great detail. Oh, by the way, all the surrendered materials can be replaced by crystal cores, she added. How many ordinary people can a superpower bring in? Lin Qingqing asked again. A level 1 psychic can lead 3 people, and a level 2 psychic can lead 10 people. Su Shan was still very patient. Then the 3 of us will register as a team, and another person with special abilities and a family member will register separately. Lin Qingqing was referring to Yu Xianxian. Once they arrived at the base, their escort mission was completed. As for the future, it would depend on Yu Xianxian herself. Fortunately, he is also a psychic. Given the importance the base places on psychics, he and Aunt Zhang will not have a hard time in the future. Yu Xianxian also knew that they would officially go their separate ways from the moment they entered the base. He and Aunt Zhang got out of the car, took the supplies Lin Qingqing had distributed to them, and thanked her solemnly. Come on, it's up to you from now on. The zombies outside are not easy to kill now. You can consider joining a team. Thank you, Sister Lin, I understand. Take care, Sister Lin. After that, he took Aunt Zhang to another registrar. My name is Yu Xianxian, a first-level fire-type mutant, and the other one is my aunt. Her surname is Zhang. Her name is... Seeing him introduce himself in an orderly manner, Lin Qingqing smiled with satisfaction. Please report the name of your team and the number of its members, as well as the names and ability attribute levels of the psychics. The female registrar had already prepared paper and pen. The team is named Qingmong, and there are 3 of us now. I am the captain, Lin Qingqing, a second-level ice-type mutant, Lin Qingqing said lightly. Chapter 67, Settling in Shuangjiao. Ice system, second level? Su Shan took a breath of cold air when she heard it. Not only her, but even the other psychics who were queuing up behind her couldn't help but stick their heads out to take a peek, and the male registrar next to her who had just helped Yu Xianxian complete his information was startled and stood up immediately. He took the registration form from Su Shan and looked at it carefully before asking, Are you Lin Qingqing? How come I haven't heard of you? A second-level psychic with an ice element, you shouldn't be so unknown. Yeah, is there any problem? Lin Qingqing thought the man had a strange expression. Was she wanted? There's no problem, there's no problem. It's just that second-level psychics are so rare, and they're mutated ice-type ones, so I asked one more question out of my ignorance. Please forgive me. Seeing that Lin Qingqing had misunderstood, the young man immediately nodded to apologize. I've been in the wild for a long time, it's normal that you don't know. Hurry up and register. Lin Qingqing didn't bother to say anything more. Okay, please wait a moment, he said, and then he took the registration form himself to help Lin Qingqing and the other 2 make a record. As he wrote, he said, According to regulations, people entering the base must be checked for injuries. Please cooperate with me later. Yeah, Lin Qingqing responded. She had known this for a long time. Seeing that the other party was so easy to talk to, the male receptionist hurriedly thanked him and used all kinds of nice words to praise Lin Qingqing as if they were free. After he finished praising and completed the formalities, he put the filled-in form aside, then casually took out a copper ball from a small box, and with his hands together, it became a walnut-sized metal disc. He then used a special metal pen to engrave the word Shuangjiao on the front and a smaller, Qingmong, plus an even smaller, level 2, on the back. Lin Qingqing guessed that this should be the team level. The metal discs were freshly made. I didn't realize that this male receptionist was actually a first-level gold attribute mutant. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed by Lin Qingqing's gaze, the male receptionist explained in a low voice. You can call me Xiao Yao. I used to be a salesperson, and I'm not good at fighting. This is the only skill I have. I'm sorry to embarrass you. That's great. This is a good way to use my strengths, Lin Qingqing said. Thank you for the compliment, this is yours, take care, welcome next time. I almost blurted it out, what a damn professional habit. Lin Qingqing waved her hand nonchalantly, then got in the car and drove in through the small door next to it with her team members. The full-body examination at Xuanqiao Base is not very strict, and as long as there are no obvious wounds, you will be allowed to pass. After all the procedures were completed, a young girl came and took them to their accommodation and resting place. Lin Qingqing knew that the superpower teams were divided into levels, but she didn't expect that the accommodation here was also divided into levels. Because they were a level 2 team, their accommodation was much quieter and more spacious than other level 1 teams. Look, this is where the second level superpower team is stationed. Here and the row on the right are all empty. You can choose anyone you like, said the young girl who brought them here, pointing to a small row of townhouses in front. Oh? You can choose anything here? Is there anything special about it? Lin Qingqing said as she reached out and took out 2 crystal cores and handed them to the young girl. When the girl saw the crystal core, her eyes suddenly lit up. She carefully put it away and began to introduce the situation. She told everything she knew and could say, including that there were 16 second-level teams stationed here, who the 5 strongest teams were, where they lived, what special abilities the captains had, and so on. When he was happy, he even gossiped about the base leaders and several team leaders. Finally, from the young girl's mouth, Lin Qingqing and the others not only got a rough idea of the strength of the psychics in the Xuanqiao base, but also knew who the most promising and popular young talents in the base were. Lin Qingqing smiled playfully, not expecting that such a young girl in charge of reception knew so many things. Oh, you see, I'm busy talking, and I haven't completed the formalities for you yet. The young girl spoke in a lively tone, and she had already treated Lin Qingqing and the other 2 as sisters in the gossip circle. It doesn't matter, we have already chosen it, Lin Qingqing said, pointing to a small villa on the right. This room is good. Although it's a little small, Captain Lin, there aren't many of you, and there's no one next door to the left, so it's very quiet. The girl quickly found the key that corresponded to the door, handed it to Lin Qingqing and said, The rent is 30 crystal cores a month, and the minimum rent is half a month at a time. Lin Qingqing readily handed her 15 first-level crystal cores. She parked the car in the garage only after watching the girl walk away. She took out some supplies and then entered the villa with Lei Min and Wen Ling. The decoration of this villa is not complicated, and the overall style is full of pastoral atmosphere. The outer walls are covered with climbing plants, and various flowers and plants are planted everywhere. There is a small fish pond and a swing in the courtyard. There is also a pergola on the half side against the wall, and under the pergola are tables and chairs for drinking tea. You can imagine how comfortable it is to sit here and drink tea and chat with friends in the summer. Unfortunately, after the end of the world, no one came to take care of it. The flowers in the garden and the small fish pond all dried up, and there was a feeling of depression and desolation everywhere. Lin Qingqing and the others didn't care about these things. They quickly checked the 3 floors inside and out, and then sat in the living room to prepare for dinner with peace of mind. This space looks quite large. I wonder if it can accommodate so many people outside. Lei Min opened a box of self-heating rice. Not everything that can fit in can be put in. Lin Qingqing handed her a sausage. Why? Are you afraid they will cause trouble? Wen Ling fumbled to open a bottle of water. There is this reason, but the base will not completely ignore these people. After all, there are quite a lot of them, and when added together they amount to a considerable force. Lin Qingqing thought of the people still waiting outside the base. Because of the sudden increase in the zombie strength, I'm afraid that more and more people will come to the base in the next few days. Actually, I'm more curious about the strength of other teams in the base. Look at the names they gave themselves, like lion, tiger, dragon, leopard, etc. They sound mighty and majestic. While waiting for the meal, Lei Min ate another bag of spicy chicken feet. And there are so many people in their team, each team has at least 7 or 8 members, Wen Ling said after taking a sip of water. There are only 3 people in their team, which does seem a bit small, but small numbers do not mean weak strength. As the captain, Lin Qingqing does not intend to recruit more team members casually. In her opinion, Qingmong should be a powerful elite team. The team members must not only be strong, but also have similar character, personality, and temper to everyone else. Everyone has been working hard recently, and Ninmin didn't get enough rest. Have a good sleep tonight. We can discuss anything tomorrow, said Lin Qingqing as she casually condensed a piece of ice and threw it into the water glass. By the way, Minmin, can you make the ice water into hot water? It should be enough for us to wash. Captain, are you treating me like a water boiler? Think of a solution. Don't you want to take a hot bath? Lin Qingqing drank the water slowly. Minmin, I think you can do it. When Ling heard the words, hot bath, she immediately raised her hands in approval. Little Belle, do you think I'm not tired enough from killing zombies? Lei Min said. According to the principle of the water heater, heating the water in the entire bathtub requires her to use her supernatural powers to maintain the metal conductor in a relatively constant temperature range, which is a very laborious task for her now. However, when he thought about taking a shower, Lei Min became a little excited. Maybe I could really give it a try. Looking at Lei Min's changing expression, Lin Qingqing suddenly felt that the thunder system was indeed omnipotent. If Min's ability could really be used as electricity, then could it be used to charge mobile phones in the future? Or they could just find an electric car, and Min would be the eternal battery, so they would not be afraid of going any far in the future, and it would be energy-saving and environmentally friendly. It seems that I have to urge Min to practice her ability control in the future. Lin Qingqing secretly ticked this idea. Chapter 68, The Invisible Boss. With the carrot of taking a bath hanging in the balance, Lei Min suddenly became full of energy. After dinner, she went back to her room to experiment with great interest. At the same time, the information of the 3 members of the Qingmong team also appeared in the hands of the big guys in Shuangqiao Base, including the 5 second-level teams. In the central area of Shuangqiao Base, there is an independent 10-story office building. Everyone knows that this is where the base's cadres and leaders work and hold meetings. At this moment, it was already dark, and only a window on the top floor was emitting a soft light. This is a meeting room. It is not large but very spacious. In the room of more than 30 square meters, there is nothing else except the conference table in the middle and a row of neatly arranged chairs. On that large table, there was a thick document, and on the first line of the first page were written the 4 big words, Qingmong Team. What follows is a detailed introduction to the characters. There are 3 of them in total, the first of which is Lin Qingqing. This is a file about the newly registered psychics, and the content is far more detailed than what they reported when they entered the base. It not only includes the team members' photos, names, approximate ages, special abilities and personal characteristics, but even the models of their cars and the approximate situation of the supplies they carry are clearly visible. Knock, 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 knock. A finger with wide joints tapped on the words, Qingmong Team, on the document one after another. Lin Qingqing, Ice-type mutant, level 2. The owner of the finger seemed to be thinking about something and didn't speak for a long time. At this time, a young man's voice sounded next to him. Dad, do you remember this Lin Qingqing? No, a deep voice said. Then where did she come from? She doesn't look like one of those people, the young man asked puzzledly. Well, it shouldn't be, otherwise she wouldn't choose 2 ordinary people as teammates, and one of them is blind, the deep voice said with a firm tone. Is this really her first time entering the base? Otherwise, why haven't we heard about it? Or is it possible that she has just been promoted? Given the relationship between their Shuangqiao base and Rongqing base, it is impossible for them to know nothing about such a second-level mutant ice-type ability user. Do you think it's easy to advance to the next level with ice abilities? The deep voice contained a hint of contempt. It's not easy unless she gets lucky. For example, she happens to get a second-level ice crystal core, the young man said affirmatively. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Not everyone is as lucky as you, Wenbao. After saying this, he slowly leaned back on the leather chair and slowly closed his eyes. How about I try to get in touch with them first? The young man asked tentatively. After a long while, just when the young man thought his father had fallen asleep, he heard a low voice admonishing. We don't know yet what their purpose is. Don't show up. Observe first. Don't rush to alert the enemy. Let Lao Yang arrange a mission to test their strength first. Yes, father, the young man replied. Go ahead. The deep voice waved his hand, and when the young man saw that he had no other instructions, he quietly left. At almost the same time, the lights were bright at the other end of the villa area where the second-level team was located. Several teams gathered together, and needless to say, the subject of discussion was still Lin Qingqing and the others. Dragon Squad Station. Captain, I heard that a woman came to the base. Is she really a second-level Ice-type mutant? Ice-type, have you ever seen it? Where can I find that rare thing? Who cares what level she is? I just want to know if she is pretty or not. I also want to know, do you think the Ice-type is the legendary Ice Beauty? The kind with icy skin and jade-like bones? Wow, such icy skin! If you're curious, why don't you try touching it? Maybe one breath from it will freeze you into an ice lump. Bah, you are such a boaster. Is that person you are talking about a woman or a goblin? Haha, who cares what it is? I can't touch it. But Captain, you can give it a try and touch it for us to see if it's really as smooth as ice and jade. TSK. You are just a big wimp, haha. That's right, hee hee. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more obscene, the Captain, as everyone was talking about, spoke slowly. It's okay for you to say this in front of me, but don't say it in front of a second-level psychic. As he spoke, he picked up the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, the younger brother next to him immediately came over with a lighter. Seeing that no one took it seriously, the Captain took a puff of his cigarette and continued. How many times have I told you, be careful when you're in the doomsday, especially when facing a strong person, no matter if it's a man or a woman. In this world, women are sometimes more dangerous than men. She dares to walk alone with two burdens. Lin Qingqing is not a good person. How does the Captain compare to her? Someone asked boldly. It's hard to say. You'll know only after the fight. After hearing what the Captain said, the team members looked at each other in bewilderment. Their Captain's strength was obvious to all. He was definitely a top figure in the base. Even he couldn't say for sure. Could a mutant Ice-type superpower be so strong? Even the Captain who could kill a second-level zombie alone was afraid of her? Everyone had this question in their mind at the same time. Unlike Captain Feilong's caution, the Red Tiger team was much more confident. I heard that a second-level Ice-type mutant came to the base today. She's a woman. Have you seen her? No, I just wanted to see it too. Isn't there a level 2 Ice-type mutant at Rongqing base, named he something? I heard he's quite powerful. I wonder how he compares to this woman? He Wenbao? That little weakling with skinny arms and legs? How great is he? Compared to our Captain, he's just trash. That's right, our Captain is the strongest fire element, and he is good at countering ice and water elements. Of course. Last week, the level 2 water-type mutant next door was called Water Snake. What? The person you are talking about is the Captain of the Sea Dragon team. His name is Su Haijiao. Oh yes, it's him. He was beaten so badly by our Captain last time. His eyebrows were even burned off. Ha! TSK, that was a grown man, and this time it's a delicate little girl. How can the Captain be so harsh? What if he accidentally knocks off a hair of her, and she cries and asks our Captain to take responsibility? Ha ha ha, what else can we do? Just take it, Captain. The Captain just took it. That makes sense. Just think of it as having an extra wife, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Looking at the teasing and compliments from the team members below, the bald Captain did not stop them. Instead, he looked as if he was sitting on a mountain and was proud of it. The other teams also had the same two attitudes. Although they paid attention to the arrival of the Qingmeng team, they did not care too much. After all, for these superpower teams who were on the edge of a knife every day, strength was what they valued most. There are only 3 people in the Qingmeng team, all of them women, and one of them is a blind girl. No matter how powerful Lin Qingqing is, she cannot pose any threat to them. Lin Qingqing, who was always cautious, concealed the special abilities of Lei Min and Wen Ling when she first entered the base, and focused everyone's attention on herself. No one could guess their true strength. With a preconceived impression, the Qingmeng team quietly became the invisible boss. Chapter 69, Thunder Water Heater. The next morning, Lei Min appeared in the living room with dark circles under his eyes. Min, what did you do last night? Why do you look like this? Ah woo! Lei Min yawned loudly and scratched his hair. Didn't you say you would use supernatural hot water last night? Ah woo! You didn't do this all night, did you? Lin Qingqing said with amusement. Did you succeed? Wen Ling asked curiously. It was a success, but the quantity was a bit small. How many? Is it enough for us to take a shower? Just 2 basins. Lei Min shrugged. With my current strength, I can only heat up 2 basins of water for washing face at one time, no more. She experimented all night last night, and this was the best result. There are only 2 basins of little bells. You and Min can use them in the future. I think cold water is okay. Okay then, I don't know when I can take a shower with hot water, alas. Wen Ling sighed. Hey! Don't you two have any sympathy for me? Can we still be friends happily? Lei Min couldn't help but complain as she watched the big and small arrange her future. This is great, what a great opportunity to train your superpowers, Lin Qingqing said with a smile. Now is a good opportunity to exercise more, maybe you can have electric cars in the future. Captain, how did you know that this could help me develop my superpowers? Lei Min was puzzled. She was just about to say that after a night of hard work, she did feel that her superpowers had improved a little bit. Because I've tried it too. Lin Qingqing told them about the attempts she made when she had just awakened her superpowers. I found that meditating after consuming the superpowers can speed up the recovery of mental strength, and the more the superpowers are used, the faster they will grow. We can't go out and fight nonstop every day, so if we want to grow quickly, we have to find other ways to exercise our abilities. Now that things have come to this, Lin Qingqing simply told everyone all her insights into superpowers. Moreover, the strength of superpowers is not only reflected in the level but also in the control over the superpowers. The more sophisticated the control, the more handy the superpowers can be used, and it can also save the superpowers. For example, Min uses lightning superpowers to heat water, which is a good opportunity to exercise control. That's the same principle as energy-saving appliances? You can understand it that way. After listening to Lin Qingqing's words, Lei Min and Wen Ling seemed to be thinking about something. It was indeed impossible for them to go out and kill zombies every day. If there were no battles, they couldn't just leave their superpowers unused. Thinking of Lin Qingqing's level of superpowers, and that she was actually thinking about superpowers all the time, Lei Min and Wen Ling were even more impressed by their captain. Then I'll go and boil some water. Lei Min wiped his face and prepared to go to the bathroom. Wait, let's go out for a while today. Lin Qingqing stopped her. We were busy on the road before, and after coming to the base, I found that no one had extra clothes to change. Let's go out and find some clothes and equipment while the weather is good today. The sudden proposal made the 2 girls very happy. Captain, are we going shopping today? Wen Ling's voice was full of surprise. Okay, I want to wear a famous brand today. Lei Min was also very excited. Then the captain and Min must help me choose something nice, Wen Ling said with a smile. Sure enough, when it comes to shopping, no girls of any age can resist this temptation. I clearly said that I was going to look for equipment, so how did it get understood as shopping? Lin Qingqing found it a little funny, but seeing how happy the 2 were, she seemed to be infected by the joyful mood, and she actually began to look forward to the various costumes. The black SUV drove out of the base. Because they wanted to go shopping, they drove to the commercial street closest to the base. For the base, food, energy and equipment are the most scarce resources. In comparison, clothing and daily necessities are the least valued supplies. Because the doomsday broke out at night, most of the shops here were closed, especially the women's and children's clothing stores. No one came here at all. There was no danger nearby, and even the number of zombies was pitifully small. We chose a block full of brand-name stores. As soon as we stopped the car, Lei Min couldn't wait to jump out and said, "What are you waiting for, sisters? Let's go!" She cheered and took the lead to rush to the largest and most luxurious window on the roadside. There was a flash of electricity, and a puff of green smoke suddenly came out of the electronic door lock on the door. Seeing how familiar she was with the place, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. There was no one in the entire store. The entire room was filled with exquisite clothes, shoes, and bags, which were dazzling at first glance. The 3 of them walked around the place as if they had the whole place to themselves, trying on clothes of various styles. At that moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten the outside world, just like 3 sisters who went shopping together on the weekend, enjoying the rare relaxation and pleasure. Lei Min was holding a beautiful dress and turned around in front of the mirror, with a look of surprise on her face. "Captain, doesn't it look good? This is a custom-made one, and ordinary people can't buy it at all." It looks nice, but are you sure you want to wear this floor-length dress to kill zombies? Lei Min. I'll give it a try. Lei Min's good mood suddenly dropped by half when he thought about not having the chance to wear so many beautiful clothes and jewelry. Seeing her reluctant look, Lin Qingqing shook her head, turned around and picked up a dark blue windbreaker. Who doesn't like beautiful clothes? But this is the end of the world. Finally, Lei Min couldn't help but try on the skirt with sparkling diamonds. The silver dress fits Lei Min very well, and it makes her figure look curvy. The hollow design on the back makes her look mysterious and sexy. Lin Qingqing didn't stop her, but chose a pair of high heels for her to match the skirt. Team leader? Try it, I'll take a picture of you, she said as she helped Lei Min tie up her long hair and add some jewelry. Click! Time freezes. In the photo, a beautiful girl is standing in the middle of the decadent Doomsday Street. She has her hair tied up high and has bright red lips. The sunlight shines on her silver skirt, reflecting a sparkling light. The swaying figures of zombies at the distant street corner, the broken glass and broken billboards on the street could not block the girl's happy smile. Captain, you take really beautiful photos. Lei Min looked at himself on the phone with a look of amazement on his face. I'll keep it for you as a souvenir. Lin Qingqing handed her the phone. Since we are going to take pictures, why don't we each take one? Lei Min suddenly said. Finally, at Lei Min's strong suggestion, each of the three people took a photo. The background is still the same empty street. Lin Qingqing is wearing a slim navy blue trench coat, a ginger wool sweater, trousers of the same style as the trench coat, and black leather boots. The simple dress made Lin Qingqing look tall and slender. Her shoulder-length hair and cool features made Lei Min, who was taking pictures with his mobile phone, feel overwhelmed. Captain, you are so handsome. I look at you all day long and other men don't seem attractive to me. Wiping the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth, Lei Min wanted to hug the phone and kiss it. Compared to the two of them, Wen Ling was a little too gorgeous. They chose a complete set of velvet princess dresses for her, which were decorated with lace and bows, as well as matching leather shoes and a fur jacket. Finally, Lin Qingqing gave her an elegant and simple hairstyle, and matched it with a bow hair accessory, making her a real little princess. On the street at the end of the world stood a little princess in a beautiful dress, holding a teddy bear and smiling innocently. The little Belle in the photo really looks like an elf that has fallen into the earth. Little Belle, why don't you just wear it like this from now on? Qingqing and Lei Min looked at her with shining eyes. Chapter 70. I envy you. Perhaps it was because the two people in the front could not dress as they pleased, so Wen Ling, who was in the rear, became their target. In fact, Wen Ling's family was well off before. Her father was a businessman and her mother was an artist. She lived in an atmosphere full of warmth and love since she was a child and lived a life like a princess. She would also wear this beautiful and formal outfit during festivals and events. The upbringing and pride that have been engraved in the girl's bones since childhood were fully displayed because of this dress. Looking at the pretty girl in front of them, Lin Qingqing and the other girl nodded with satisfaction and decided to find more pretty clothes for her to wear in the future. After taking the photos, everyone started to go shopping. Lei Min couldn't help but look at the beautiful clothes. Even Wen Ling couldn't put down the pretty hairpins and teddy bear dolls. Compared to these two people, Lin Qingqing seemed to be the most serious in choosing her equipment. A practical and dirt-resistant windbreaker, a warm cashmere jacket, wear-resistant jeans, leather boots, a comfortable sports suit, and enough underwear to change into. In addition, there are sturdy and large-capacity backpacks, hats to block the sun and rain, and gloves. Even though these things are all printed with luxury logos, to them at this moment they are no different from ordinary daily necessities. This is the first time I've seen people shopping in a luxury store like this. Seeing Lin Qingqing carelessly throwing aside the exquisite handbags in the display cabinet, and only looking for a backpack that was large and sturdy, Lei Min couldn't help smacking his lips. There are a lot of jewelry in the jewelry shop next door. You can take any you like. Forget it, that thing is heavy and can't be eaten, it's not as valuable as the crystal core. Lei Min pouted. It seems like you're very open-minded. Have you packed up yet? Lin Qingqing smiled as she looked depressed. Okay, they're all here. Lei Min pointed to two large suitcases that were the same as Lin Qingqing's. The contents inside were similar to hers, all of which were the most practical and durable clothes. What is this? Lin Qingqing pointed to the bulging bag on her back. That's the skirt. Min, you still have that skirt? Are you planning to wear it as pajamas? Lin Qingqing glanced at the clothes in Lei Min's bag and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a sentiment. It's something I've always dreamed of buying. It's a rare opportunity to fulfill my dream, so I'll be happy even if it's just to satisfy my eyes. Lei Min doesn't care. Yeah, as long as you are happy. Lin Qingqing didn't intend to argue with her. Of course. I've never had such a great time shopping in my life, and I don't even have to worry about my credit card, Lei Min said, hugging her favorite clothes and feeling so happy that she wanted to roll around in the car. After visiting 7 or 8 shops, the 3 of them were all refreshed. Although everyone had their own favorite style, this was the end of the world after all, so except for Lei Min's true love, they all ended up buying simple, convenient, and durable styles. Lin Qingqing wore her photo shoot outfit directly, and Lei Min was similar to her, but she was smaller and not as tall as Lin Qingqing, so she chose a handsome short leather jacket, short boots and long pants, and a pair of sunglasses that she got from the model, looking very fashionable. As for her dream of being a lady, let's hide it along with that beautiful long skirt. The 3 of them were dragging boxes and bags back, and on the way they encountered a dozen zombies who were looking for them following the scent. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min dropped their things and rushed forward without saying a word, while Wen Ling helped to watch things behind them. Although she couldn't see, she could use her supernatural powers to clearly sense every move of the 2 men in battle, every release of their supernatural powers, and the situation of the zombies on the opposite side falling one after another. Seeing the 2 fighting again, Wen Ling sighed in her heart at the powerful superpowers of these 2 people and was extremely envious. She also wanted to have the ability to fight, so that she could protect herself and face danger head-on instead of having to hide everywhere. This contrast made Wen Ling very disappointed. She has been a top student since she was young and has a strong personality. She strives to do her best in both study and sports. She has always been the legendary child of other people's families and always a role model for her peers. Until the end of the world came, this advantage disappeared, and she could only hide in the back and play the supporting role that needed protection. Wen Ling felt that even when she accidentally lost her sight before the end of the world, she had never felt as helpless as she did now. This is an era where victory is achieved through force, but her special abilities and eyes are completely unable to allow her to stand in the front again. Instead, they restrict her movements, and she can only rely on her teammates for protection. This passive state makes it difficult for her to adapt. Wen Ling suddenly felt uncomfortable and confused. She didn't know what to do in the future. Little bell, little bell. Wen Ling finally came out of her trance when she heard someone calling her. Are you guys done fighting? Noticing that Wen Ling looked a little unusual, Lin Qingqing and Lei Min looked at each other. Let's go back first. She signaled to Lei Min that now was not the time to talk. The 3 of them took their things and went to find a car. Their car was parked in front of the first store, which was only about 100 meters away. Lin Qingqing opened the car door and checked it. After making sure there was no problem, she started to move things into the car. Lei Min was still thinking about Wen Ling's strange behavior just now. The little girl looked very lonely and he didn't know what was wrong. At this moment, a dry claw suddenly stretched out from under an abandoned car nearby and grabbed Wen Ling, who was closest to it. Little Belle, be careful! Although Lei Min discovered the situation immediately, it was too late for her to rush over and save Wen Ling. At this critical moment, she quickly swung the steel pipe in her hand, and an unstable electric light flashed instantly, accompanied by a crackling sound. The next moment, a black smoke mixed with a strong smell of burning rose at Wen Ling's feet. Wen Ling was so frightened by this sudden change that she fell to the ground. She asked in panic, "What happened just now?" Lin Qingqing was also startled. She quickly jumped out of the car and came over to check the situation. What happened? Are there zombie attacks? Are you okay? She looked at the 2 carefully, and was relieved to find that they were just frightened and not injured. Glancing down at the zombie at her feet, Lin Qingqing discovered that this zombie had no legs, with only half of its body sticking out from under the car. One half was still normal, while the other half was burnt into charcoal. Lei Min stood there in a daze for a long time before slowly finding his voice. I did this? What did I just do? Lin Qingqing squinted her eyes and watched for a long time. Judging from Lei Min's position, she was 2 meters away from the zombie. With her ability, she could not reach the zombie at all, but she could actually kill it from a distance. As expected, she should have used a long-range skill. It seems that Minmin's superpowers have been upgraded. It's nothing, this is a good thing. Get in the car and leave here first. I will explain it to you slowly on the way. After Lin Qingqing finished speaking, she turned around and got into the car, started the engine, and after the other 2 got in, she immediately turned the car around and drove towards the base in the direction they came from. Chapter 71, Second Level Thunder System. On the way back to the city, Lin Qingqing sorted out her thoughts and said, "The difference between a level 2 psychic and a level 1 psychic lies in whether one can let the psychic power leave the body and attack the target remotely, and that's what you just did. In other words, your psychic power level has been improved. Congratulations, Minmin, on becoming a second-level lightning-type mutant." Lin Qingqing congratulated with a smile. "Ah? I upgraded? So easy? Why didn't I feel anything?" Lei Min finally reacted. She frantically touched her body, feeling a little overwhelmed in excitement. Seeing her like this, Lin Qingqing twitched her lips. "Do you think it's easy? If other psychics heard this, wouldn't they be jealous to death?" However, Lei Min's upgrade is not surprising. In addition to her good talent, she is also hardworking, smart, and able to draw inferences from one example. Moreover, he has killed so many zombies in recent battles, and with the help of meditation, even if there had not been today's accident, he would have naturally upgraded in the near future. "Sister Minmin, congratulations! And thank you for saving me again just now," Wen Ling said sincerely. She was also very happy that Lei Min was promoted. "You don't have to thank me. It's all my fault. I was too careless before and didn't notice that there was a zombie hiding under the car. If your superpowers hadn't been upgraded, you would have been in trouble." Thinking of how Wen Ling was almost caught by zombies, Lei Min felt a little ashamed, and she didn't seem so happy at the moment. "Minmin is right, we were all careless." Lin Qingqing nodded and said in a deep voice, "This is the end of the world, danger is everywhere, accidents can happen anytime and anywhere. This is a lesson, we all need to review it, we may not be so lucky next time." "Okay. I understand, Captain. I will be more vigilant in the future." Lei Min nodded. "I remember that too. I was not in good condition just now. If I had used my supernatural powers to check in advance, I would have definitely discovered the zombies," Wen Ling said with a depressed look. She was the team scout, and it was her job to check the surrounding situation as soon as possible. But this time she was so focused on her own thoughts that she didn't even activate her special abilities. The responsibility for this incident lies with her, and she would not blame Lei Min if she had not been able to save her in time. "Every experience is a lesson for you. Just remember it, little Belle, and don't feel guilty." Lin Qingqing pulled out a hand and turned back to touch her hair. Then she brought the topic back to Lei Min and explained in detail the second-level supernatural power. "Now let's talk about Minmin's ability. The lightning ability can be said to be the most lethal of all energy abilities. After entering the second level and being able to release energy, this advantage will become more and more obvious. You have now reached the conditions for releasing energy. Next, you will need to create or comprehend new skills based on the characteristics of lightning attributes." Seeing that Lei Min was listening attentively, Lin Qingqing continued, "Each superpower is different, and superpower users do not have fixed skills to learn. Currently, they are constantly exploring and practicing based on their own understanding and perception of superpowers, and finally find the use of superpowers that best suits them." After introducing the methods of exploring superpowers, Lin Qingqing told them in detail about her own process and experience in developing superpowers, which amazed Lei Min and Wen Ling. Next, Lei Min also shared his thoughts and feelings when using his superpowers, especially the ability he used to save Wen Ling before. She recalled the whole process. "At that time, in a desperate situation, I instantly used a large amount of lightning power. The electric current did not dissipate after passing through the steel pipe quickly, but gathered into an energy ball at the other end of the steel pipe. Then I launched the energy ball out with my mind, hit the zombie and then exploded. It feels like a ball of lightning was launched." Wen Ling couldn't help but interject. "I also think it can be understood this way. Minmin, you can think about it carefully in this direction." Lin Qingqing also agreed with Wen Ling's statement. Lei Min did not respond. She was already lost in thought alone. Seeing Wen Ling, looking at Lei Min with envy, Lin Qingqing remembered that she felt something was wrong when she saw her in that state before. Lin Qingqing had no experience in counseling adolescent girls with psychological problems, but as the team leader, she certainly couldn't just sit there and watch her teammate have psychological problems, especially since she was still a minor. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Qingqing finally decided to ask her directly. Xiao Lingling, I see that you are a little unhappy. Have you encountered any difficulties? Or is there some problem that you can't figure out? Nothing. Wen Ling didn't expect Lin Qingqing to notice that she was worried, and she subconsciously wanted to refute. Oh? Really? You see, we can now be considered friends for life and death. Min and I not only treat you as a teammate, but also as a sister. Seeing that Wen Ling was a little nervous, she said, Don't be nervous. I think you can trust us a little more. Although we are not too old, we have much more experience. If you have any difficulties or concerns, you can tell me and Min. We are willing to help you. Lin Qingqing spoke sincerely, and Wen Ling could hear it. She was moved, and after hesitating for a long time, she decided to tell her about her confusion and loss. Wen Ling spoke slowly, paying careful attention to Lin Qingqing's movements as she spoke. At the end she felt a little embarrassed, wondering if she was being too pretentious. Lin Qingqing didn't mean to disdain her at all. She listened very carefully, and could feel Wen Ling's inner struggle and unwillingness. After the little girl finished speaking, Lin Qingqing was silent for a long time before she opened her mouth and said, Actually, after I discovered that I have superpowers, I have been thinking about two questions. One is why do I have superpowers, and the other is why my superpowers are ice-related and not other types. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Wen Ling became even more confused after hearing her say that. I once told you that when the superpower reaches level 2, a chain will appear in the mind of the superpower user. It is divided into 9 sections, extending from low to high all the way to the sky. And that chain looks very much like DNA, so I will temporarily call it the superpower gene chain. After hearing what she said, Wen Ling nodded subconsciously. My superpower gene chain is made up of ice crystals. I don't know what Minmin's superpower gene chain is like, but it is definitely different from mine. It is very likely made up of lightning. So I have a bold guess that our superpowers are probably our innate abilities, not given by external factors. It was the first time that Wen Ling heard someone analyze the origin of superpowers so deeply, and she was a little dumbfounded. If my guess is correct, the reason why the psychics awaken their superpowers is probably because the coming of the doomsday, which opens the code in our genes, and the upgrading and improvement of superpowers is also a process of our continuous self-development and awakening. Then she said specifically to Wen Ling, Don't be discouraged, Xiao Lingling. You should know that superpowers are our talents. They are definitely the abilities we are best at and the most suitable for us. Study them well and bring them to the fullest. There may be many surprises and unexpected results. We are a team now. Only by leveraging our respective strengths and cooperating with each other can we survive better in the doomsday, don't you think? Okay. I understand. Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Sister Minmin, Wen Ling said with a sense of relief, and she felt a lot more relaxed. I'm so lucky to meet two big sisters like this after the apocalypse, and I'm so lucky to join the Qingwang team, she said silently in her heart. After comforting Wen Ling, Lin Qingqing drove the car, but she kept thinking about what she had said before. The little girl was right. Although she was only a perceptual psychic and blind, even she could not guarantee that Wen Ling would not get hurt in the future. Just like this time, if Lei Min's ability had not been upgraded at the critical moment, then only death would have been waiting for her. This won't work. If Wen Ling doesn't have the ability to protect herself, even if she has detected zombies or enemies, she won't have any room to resist. What should she do in that situation? What kind of weapons are suitable for a psychic like Wen Ling? Chapter 72 I'm Not a Pet. On the other side, Lei Min had been thinking about what Lin Qingqing had said before. Just when her thoughts had completely calmed down, her consciousness also came to that white space. When Lei Min saw the huge chain that Lin Qingqing mentioned, his face was filled with astonishment. It turns out that such a thing really exists in the world? She couldn't wait to walk around the chain, and then like Lin Qingqing, She raised her hand and touched the first section of the chain that was emitting purple electric light. It's amazing! It feels like I'm touching myself. I heard you can still move, let me see. She patted the chain. Move! The captain's chains can move, so there is no reason why you can't move? Don't I understand what people say? Clatter, the chain suddenly swung wildly, and in an instant electric sparks flew everywhere. Lei Min was startled. Hey! You have quite a temper! It's really fun, can you move again? Power chain. You must be a fool. You are a fool! Lei Min's eyes widened, and when she reacted, she suddenly realized that she could actually feel the meaning of the chain. The captain did not lie to me. Hey! Are you really in my body? The chain swung lazily twice. Then where are you? Shake once in the body, shake twice in the mind, and shake 3 times in the heart. The chain shook reluctantly twice. Then can I find you if I dig my head open? I can shake it once, but not twice. The chain swung twice more, but it was already becoming impatient. Do you have a name? How about I give you one? Your last name should be the same as mine. Don't worry, I will give you a cool and awesome name. Goodbye, I'm afraid of the name you gave me. The chain shook violently. Lei Min played with the special chain with great pleasure until the car drove back to the base, and then he came to his senses. After waking up, she immediately told the other 2 about her discovery. Really, that chain is very interesting. In the end, I pissed it off. Haha, but I don't know if I can feed it. After hearing this, Lin Qingqing looked at her as if she were a fool and said, To put it bluntly, the supernatural chain is a part of ourselves. If you tease it, aren't you just teasing yourself? Lei Min. Oh fuck, I didn't think of that at all. Lei Min was confused. She thought she had found a pet, but she didn't expect that the pet was actually herself. Ha ha ha, Min, you are so funny, how can someone amuse himself? Wen Ling laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Lin Qingqing shook her head after she finished speaking, not wanting to pay attention to this idiot. Tomorrow we will go around the base and get some intelligence from all sides to see what the current situation is, she said and went upstairs. On the second day, the 3 of them went out early in the morning. They first went to the superpower guild that Su Shan mentioned. This was the most conspicuous place from the perspective of the entire base, a 4-story square building with a bright orange exterior. Looking at the logo on the wall, it can be known that this building should have been the business hall of an insurance company before Doomsday. Lin Qingqing observed for a while. There were security guards at the door and many people coming in and out. It was said that this was not only the office of the Superpower Guild, but also the place where various superpower teams received and dispatched tasks. Lei Min was also observing the situation from the side, and while observing, he whispered to Wen Ling beside him. When they came out, Lin Qingqing had told her to try not to use her perception ability in the base, especially in crowded places, because no one knew whether there would be other big guys around who liked to keep a low profile and hide themselves like them. Moreover, exposing one's strength is small, and it would be troublesome if one were targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Wen Ling was very obedient, and she understood what Lin Qingqing meant, so she only occasionally used her special powers to help her with her daily activities in her own territory. When she went out, she relied entirely on Lei Min to lead the way, and behaved exactly like an ordinary blind girl. The 3 of them were observing others, and others were also observing them. Looking at the 3 people's extraordinary temperament, the people around them were guessing where they came from. Hey Lao Bai, do you see those 3 girls over there? They are all wearing branded clothes. Wow, look at their figures, with their slim waists and long legs. The least valuable things in the last days are brand names. No one wants them even if you sell them by the pound. But as long as you dare to go to Rongqing, you can find them anywhere. Hey, am I talking about a famous brand? I'm talking about her figure and temperament. Women like this are a rare resource nowadays, and you can't even see them if you want to. Tisk, do you think I don't know? Women like this all have backers, do you dare to mess with them? How do you know if you don't try? I heard that a lot of people came here in the past 2 days. Maybe there are some hidden gems here. Come on, what about your lost pearls? They are all in the shed outside the door. It is said that those who put them in are all people with supernatural powers or people brought by supernatural powers. Really? Then it seems like he has been taken. What a pity! What a pity! On the other side. Do you see the target? This is a rare fat sheep. Xiaoxi will be watching you soon. Perform well. Okay, got it. I'm going now, and you guys must follow me, said the little boy named Xiaoxi. Then he wiped the mud on the ground and rushed out like a gust of wind. His target was the girl who was dressed the most beautifully. The girl looked very fragile, and her whole body exuded the temperament of a lady from a noble family. He rehearsed it in his mind first, doing this and that, then that and that, and then as soon as the little girls started crying, he would cheat them out of all their money, and finally leave a commemorative stamp on her pretty skirt. Xiaoxi looked down at his own pitch-black claws and smiled maliciously. The wish was beautiful, but reality always slapped him in the face. The moment he entered the 2-meter range of the target, his collar was lifted up by a seemingly weak hand and his feet left the ground. Xiaoxi was a little confused for a moment. He looked around and then at the little girl in front of him. After he came to his senses, he struggled violently. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. You adults only know how to bully children. You rushed over here by yourself, and you still ask us what we want to do. Lei Min grabbed Xiaoxi's collar and threatened him with a ferocious look on his face. Bullying you? You don't want to take such a wide road, but you insist on bumping into us. What do you want to do? Are you here to assassinate us? You are talking nonsense. How could I be an assassin? I'm not, let me go, he said while kicking and hitting the other person. Even if you are not an assassin, you definitely have bad intentions. Tell me. Who sent you? If you don't tell me, I will kill you, Lei Min said and put a sharp knife against his fragile neck. Xiaoxi was frightened and stood there stiffly, looking at a loss as to what to do. It's over, I miscalculated, this is a tough guy. At this time, the older kids on the corner of the street were also dumbfounded when they saw this situation. Let's run! What about Xiaoxi? The boy in the lead was biting his fingers, trying to think of a solution. Don't panic, let me think about it. Seeing that the boy was almost scared, Lei Min was about to change her tone and educate him again. At this time, a security guard at the entrance of the guild walked towards them. In fact, most people in the base know these children. There are many children who have lost their parents in the doomsday. The base can only distribute some relief food on time to ensure that they do not starve to death. As for disciplining these naughty children, the base does not have that much spare energy for the time being. So the people who make a living in the base generally turn a blind eye to them. These kids are quite sensible. They usually tease cats and dogs, but they never dare to provoke those powerful guys. Chapter 73, Supernatural Potion. Seeing that Lei Min was serious, the security guard came over to smooth things over, but before he could say anything, he was stunned by the metal round plate in Lin Qingqing's hand. Everyone in the base recognizes this round sign. It is the logo of the Shuangqiao base's superpower team. The most important thing is the word 2 on it, which also means that the person holding this sign is most likely a second-level superpower. After taking a look at Lin Qingqing, the security guard's lips felt slightly dry. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly took the little boy's collar from Lei Min and held it in his hand, and asked carefully, I'm sorry, I'm causing you trouble. Look, this. Lin Qingqing looked at the security guard and the little boy's stiff faces. We just picked it up, just throw it back to where you came from. Lin Qingqing's tone was cold, but the security guard was relieved after hearing it. He understood that the captain was not going to make a fuss about it, and then said with a smile on his face, I understand, I'll throw it back right away, please wait a moment. And then he picked up the little boy and left. The naughty kid who was showing his teeth and claws just now became as obedient as a kitten in his hands, with his head hanging down, red eyes, and 2 snot marks on his face. He looked very pitiful. You little bastards are so bold. You don't even see who the other party is. You dare to provoke a second-level mutant? After hearing his words, the naughty kids became silent. The security guard pointed at the naughty kids and gave them a lesson one by one. After returning, he said hello to his companions and prepared to personally lead Lin Qingqing and the other 2 in to handle the formalities. Perhaps because of the small round badge of the second-level team, the security brother was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to introduce the entire psychic guild to them. For example, how to choose tasks, where to report, where to trade for the best deal, etc., it can be said that he knows everything. With his guidance, Lin Qingqing completed the formalities quickly. She was not in a hurry to accept the task. She planned to go to the trading office to take a look and see the legendary supernatural potion. Following the guidance of the security guard, Lin Qingqing and the other two came to another office building. This building looks much more low-key than the Psychic Guild. However, although the appearance is inconspicuous, there are many more people than the Psychic Guild. From a distance, everyone coming in and out is in a hurry. Even the security guard at the door has been upgraded from an ordinary person to a psychic. In addition to the security guards, there are 2 patrol teams not far away. They move back and forth around the entire exchange to ensure the safety of the area around the exchange. After Lin Qingqing and the other 2 entered the exchange, they quickly looked around. The first floor was a bright hall, and opposite the door was a large bar. Behind the bar stood 2 slim and beautiful girls, wearing the same uniform that they had found from somewhere. One of them has a pointed chin, the other has pouty lips, and both are wearing delicate makeup. They should be the receptionists responsible for answering various questions from traders. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Qingqing and the other 2 walked over. At this moment, the 2 girls were talking in low voices and did not notice anyone coming. Lin Qingqing stood next to them and heard them gossiping, and the content was quite interesting. "Hey, have you heard? Our Xiao Qiao is back." "Of course I know. My brother told me the news specifically." "Oh, your brother really dotes on you and tells you everything. I wish I had such a good brother. Do you still need to envy me? Can my brother be as good as your godfather?" "That's right, my godfather is very good to me. He is willing to buy me whatever I want. Moreover, my godfather told me all the news about Mr. Xiao Qiao. He said he is very optimistic about us. Then your godfather really can't bear to part with you. Unlike me, my brother can't bear to part with me. He will be angry if I look at other men for even a second." "Then it seems you have no chance. Xiao Qiao is not the jealous person. Do you think you have a chance? Humph, you may not know yet, but I heard that a female ice-type mutant has come to our base. It is said that Xiao Qiao is interested in her, and has been paying attention to her recently." "What did you say? Another female superpower? Why do all the female superpowers gather in our base these days? Aren't there any men in other places? It's really interesting. I didn't expect to hear myself when I was eavesdropping on some gossip." Lin Qingqing touched her chin. She had only been in the base for 2 days. How could she become famous so quickly? Also, she only knew that the person in charge of the base was surnamed Qiao, and was known as Mr. Qiao, but who was this Mr. Qiao? Lei Min was also quite excited at first, but she became unhappy when she heard about the ice-type mutant. She put on a stern face and deliberately coughed twice at the 2 gossiping girls. "Huh! When did these 3 people come?" Pointy Chin looked at them in surprise, but before he could finish his words, he was elbowed by the pouty-lipped girl next to him. "Ah, hello? Is there anything you need?" Pouted reacted and immediately put on a professional smile on his face. The pointed chin on one side curled its lips secretly, and stood aside gracefully. Although the other party were all women, their eyes looked quite pure and innocent. They didn't look like vixens. They should be members of a special power team. In the past, people would stay away from women with pointed chins and pouty lips, and would avoid provoking them if possible. Because this type of women, relying on their own abilities, look down upon women like them who rely on men to survive. Moreover, they are often more capable than ordinary men, but their personalities are more difficult to deal with than ordinary women. "We would like to know which floor the official medicine shop is on?" Lei Min asked casually. Sure enough, he is a superpower. Pointy chin and pouty lips looked at each other in tacit understanding, and then the former said in an extremely professional tone, "The pharmacy is on the 4th floor. The floors above the 4th floor are all official bases. Generally, no returns or exchanges are allowed, and no bargaining is allowed. If you want to buy other items, the 2nd to 3rd floors are all stores of major merchants. You may be able to find what you need there." Hearing these professional and serious words, Lin Qingqing smiled and did not embarrass them. She just nodded and thanked them, then left with Lei Min and Wen Ling. It is really a pleasant thing to meet such a talkative female customer. Watching the 3 people gradually walking away, he pouted his lips, looked at their backs, pushed his pointed chin and said, "Who do you think these 3 people are?" We don't seem to have seen them before. If he can ask about supernatural potions, he must be a supernatural being. There's nothing to be surprised about. Maybe he just arrived recently. He looks okay, but his skin is a little rough, Pointy Chin said disapprovingly. Do you think they are the new ice-type mutants? Doodle Lips suddenly thought of something. How is this possible? How can they be second-level psychics? That woman Sang-Chi is only first level, and you see how arrogant she is. They definitely can't be second level, Pointy Chin said with certainty. That's right. Powdered also felt that what she said made sense. Lin Qingqing, who didn't know she was being gossiped about again, was standing in the lobby on the 4th floor. There were separate areas with different functions, and each area was divided into separate small compartments. The confidentiality and privacy are very good. When a transaction is needed, just go into the small cubicle, and no one knows what each person has traded. It's quite surprising that the base is arranged this way. It's completely different from the gossip-filled atmosphere outside, Lin Qingqing joked and walked towards the medicine trading office. Maybe it was designed according to the Rongqing base. Lei Min shrugged and followed. Walking to a cubicle with the words, "No one," on it, Lin Qingqing raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. After waiting for a response of, "Come in," from inside, she opened the door and walked in. After the door was closed, the words, "No one," on the door disappeared. The compartment was not large, divided into two parts, front and back, separated by a fence in the middle, which felt a bit like an ancient pawnshop. Sitting in the fence was a staff member, wearing glasses and looking very gentle. Chapter 74. I have money but can't spend it. Excuse me, do you have any potion that can produce mutation abilities? Lin Qingqing sat on the only chair in the outer room, while Lei Min pulled Wen Ling and stood behind her consciously. Generally, mutation potions need to be ordered in advance. You need to pay a deposit first, and you can pick it up in about 5 days. Which mutation potion do you need? The workers here have long been accustomed to such questions. Since mutants with special powers are too rare, such questions are usually asked out of curiosity, and they are not surprised by them. Ice series, how much is the deposit? You really want it? Oh no, you are an ice-type mutant? When did an ice-type mutant come to the base? How come he didn't know? What? It can't be decided if it's not ice-type? Of course not, it's just that although ice potions are rare, they are only useful for ice-type psychics, and the price is several times that of ordinary psychic potions. It turns out that he is still curious, and was excited for nothing. I'm just curious about the price. Will anyone buy it when it's so expensive? Of course someone bought it. If they need it, they have to buy it no matter how expensive it is. Otherwise, how can they upgrade? For the psychic potion, 10 crystal cores with the same properties are exchanged for 1, and the mutant potion is no exception. However, mutant crystal cores are rare, so it is usually 10 to 1, and even then it depends on luck. What if I exchange it with a secondary crystal core? Level 2? You must be rich. Who would exchange a level 2 crystal core for a level 1 potion? The exchange rate between level 2 crystal core and level 1 crystal core is 1 to 100 inch. I mean, how do I exchange the level 2 crystal core for level 2 potion? Are you going to upgrade? Well, I just happened to get a second level crystal core, said Lin Qingqing. Then congratulations. You can exchange the second level crystal core for a second level potion, 1 for each. What type do you want? How many times more energy does a second level potion contain than a first level one? How would I know? I'm not a psychic. And this thing depends on the person. You know that some people can advance to the next level after eating dozens of them, but some people can eat 3 digits and still be a little short of the mark. Is this true? I thought everyone was the same. How can it be the same? Everyone's absorption conditions are different. This is not a game prop, so how can it add experience points in a fixed way? It was the first time that Lin Qingqing heard that the effects of supernatural potions could vary so much, and she was secretly surprised. I was wrong. Thank you very much. Let's go exchange some crystal cores first, he said and got up and left. Huh? This guy asked so many questions but he didn't even exchange 1 potion? Isn't this just a way to amuse me? He looks good, but I didn't expect him to be poor. The receptionist snorted disdainfully. After Lin Qingqing left on the pretext of something, the three of them came to a deserted corner. The abilities of the three of us are more special than each other. I'm afraid the potion that Xiao Lingling used is even rarer. She didn't ask about the special type just now. It is said that this type of psychic must take a potion of pure spiritual power without attributes. They have seen ice and lightning crystal cores, but they have killed so many zombies, but they have never seen a single attributeless crystal core. It doesn't matter. We are just curious anyway. If I really need to take hundreds of potions to upgrade, then I can forget about it in my life. Lei Min shrugged and said nonchalantly. That's right, we have a secret weapon, and they don't seem to know it. Thinking of the meditation technique, Wen Ling was a little excited. Indeed, this can save a lot of crystal cores. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but smile. Others used their crystal cores to exchange for potions and upgrades, but they had no such need at all. So do you have anything else you want to buy? It seems not. Probably not. Well, I feel like I have money but can't spend it. How about we go to the shop downstairs? We don't need potions, but we can replace weapons and equipment, Lei Min suggested. She has always wanted to find some materials with good conductive properties to make weapons. Okay, let's go. You can buy whatever you want today. Lin Qingqing, who didn't even need weapons, suddenly felt rich. When we went down the stairs to the third floor, the atmosphere inside suddenly changed dramatically. There are no partitions on this floor, only rows of shops against the wall. There is a constant stream of people coming to trade on Taobao, and the noise of bargaining can be heard everywhere. Lin Qingqing and the other two were not at all conspicuous in the crowd, and with fewer people staring at them, they immediately felt much more relaxed. They were not in a hurry and went from room to room, buying things they liked when they saw something interesting. As for the task of bargaining, it was completely left to Lei Min. It seemed that she quite enjoyed the process and was completely enjoying it. When he had walked 1/3 of the way, Lei Min already had an exquisite copper cane and a high-voltage cable containing superconducting material in his hand. I bought the cane in a boutique. It is said to be an antique from Europe. It is 1 meter long and inlaid with many gems. Lei Min was not interested in gemstones. The only thing she liked was the copper material and the retractable design. In the end, only 3 crystal cores were spent on this cane, and the boss was secretly happy that he got a bargain. The high-voltage wires were bought from a large grocery store, where materials are sold by weight. After all, it is the end of the world, and except for a few places, most areas have been cut off from electricity supply. Lei Min easily found what she wanted, and she was very satisfied. After coming out of the store, she was about to show off to the other 2 people, but she found that Lin Qingqing and Wen Ling were already waiting for her at the door. The 2 of them were holding a lot of things in their hands. Lei Min ran over to help them and asked, "Why did you buy so many things? What are they?" "Electric stove, electric water heater, storage battery, handheld light? An electric hot pot? All these things together don't have many crystal cores, right? Captain, why did you buy all these? Where else can we get electricity in the apocalypse except for a few places? You guys were not cheated," Lei Min wondered. Their captain was not such a person. But neither of the 2 people in front of her spoke. Lin Qingqing looked at her gently with a bright smile on her face. "I'll go," Lei Min finally realized. "What do you mean? It's not what I imagined, right?" Seeing that she understood, Lin Qingqing and Wen Ling both nodded. "You are too cruel. Am I just a battery in your eyes?" Lei Min cried. "And I didn't get any compensation for my work. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. From now on, the crystal cores and the team will be in your hands." Lin Qingqing patted her shoulder quickly, as if she was afraid that she would regret it. "You're just handing over the financial power to me now. Captain, aren't you being too casual?" Lei Min was puzzled, and always felt that something was wrong. But before she could think about it, Lin Qingqing had already taken the electric hot pot from Lei Min's arms, and handed her the bag of crystal cores. "Leave it to you, Deputy Captain Lei and Chief Financial Officer. Let's go check out some other places now." He then pointed to a weapons store across the street for Lei Min to see. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the 2 young ladies are going out shopping with their housekeeper. "That's not right. Why do I feel like I've taken on a new job? Damn treasurer, the captain is too cunning. You just threw the crystal core to me because you were too lazy to count." "Oh, you actually guessed it," Lin Qingqing pretended to be surprised. Lei Min. Captain, tell me, where did you learn this thick skin? When Ling held Lin Qingqing's hand all the way and watched Lei Min's frustrated look with gloating, she couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the old ones are still the wisest. Don't mess with the captain anymore. The three of them were laughing and joking while strolling around the market. In the eyes of others, they looked simple and innocent. Lin Qingqing secretly glanced at a few sneaky figures who had been following them since they left the house in the morning. She could guess where they came from, but she didn't know if the people and things she had met before were deliberately probing. Lei Min and Wen Ling were not aware of this, and Lin Qingqing did not tell them for the time being. She wanted to see what these people's purpose was. The tracking methods of the people at Shuangqiao Base are not very sophisticated. Lin Qingqing lowered her eyes and pretended to be unaware of all this. Chapter 75, Here Comes This. After they had finished shopping, the three of them avoided the crowd and came to a store with the words, Weapons Store, signed on it. The store doesn't have a big frontage, but once you push the door open you'll discover there's something else going on inside. Compared with the narrow and inconspicuous store entrance, the interior of the store is very spacious. The walls are covered with all kinds of cold weapons, including all the common styles, and a small number of them are handmade. Although these handcrafted weapons look simple and rustic, the sharp cold light reflected from the blades shows that these weapons are definitely not ordinary stuff. Apart from the various weapons, there was only one young clerk in the entire store, who was bargaining with another group of customers. Seeing Lin Qingqing and others come in, he nodded to them hurriedly and asked them to take a look first, then turned back to greet the guests. The three of them didn't care and looked around curiously. Lei Min and Wen Ling just looked at them with curiosity, while Lin Qingqing carefully observed each weapon. She didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with so many cold weapons before, but now is a good chance for her to feel the characteristics and feel of each weapon, so that she will have more references when copying them in the future. This is the advantage of the ice element. As long as she has superpowers, she will have no shortage of weapons. After a long while, the transaction on the other side was finally completed. The young clerk wiped his sweat, drank a sip of water, and quickly turned around to greet Lin Qingqing and the other two. Hello, what do you want to see? He greeted them warmly, without any discrimination based on their gender. It was the end of the world, and who would dare to walk around outside without some ability? Is there a short knife or something suitable for girls? It should be lighter, Lin Qingqing asked. She and Lei Min both have long-range attack capabilities, but they lack a weapon that can be used for close-range attacks. Yes. We have several weapons designed specifically for women. They are lightweight and durable, and the styles are also very good. You can choose whatever you want. I guarantee you will be satisfied, said the young clerk confidently. Oh? What are they? Take them out and show them to us. Please wait a moment, said the clerk as he handily selected out a dozen weapons and placed them one by one on the counter. His movements were very skillful. At a glance, there was everything available, and the scene was quite spectacular. Seeing the surprised looks of Lin Qingqing and the other two, the young clerk was very proud and said with a smile, What do you think of these? Are you satisfied with any of them? Lin Qingqing looked carefully at them one by one. From left to right, there were several different styles of daggers, short knives, short swords, even military bayonets, riot stick knives, and three-pointed daggers. There were even several banned weapons that she had only seen in magazine pictures, although most of them were imitations. Oh, it's quite complete, Lin Qingqing said meaningfully as she glanced at the young clerk. Hey, look at what you said. It's the end of the world, right? We have to keep up with the times, right? These are the most practical models, what do you think? The young clerk said with a smile. That's true, Lin Qingqing responded, and she and Lei Min chose weapons that were suitable for them. They tried the weapons one by one, and the young clerk didn't rush them. They had to choose the weapons themselves to find the ones that suited their hearts. It was obvious that these two people had rich practical experience, so there was no need for them to say much. While Lin Qingqing was selecting weapons, she chatted with the young clerk. The two talked about everything from the apocalypse to zombies, to their own stories, and even about hobbies and the weather. There were so many topics that Lei Min and Wen Ling once suspected that their captain had been replaced by someone or had accidentally taken the wrong medicine. When did our captain become so talkative? Lei Min asked Wen Ling in a puzzled voice. I don't know either, but I feel like the captain did it on purpose, Wen Ling replied in a low voice. Intentional? Lei Min rolled his eyes and looked at the clerk curiously. Small nose and small eyes, no special features at all. What does the captain want to do? The atmosphere in the store was harmonious. Just as the two were about to become close friends, Lin Qingqing suddenly asked, Little brother, do you have this? As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and made the shape of an 8. Seeing this gesture, the young clerk understood it instantly, and said casually, Of course you. Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Sister, this is not very kind of you, said the young clerk with a wry smile. He didn't expect that he had been cheating customers for years, but today he was cheated by the customer. Why? You have to distinguish between people when selling goods here? Lin Qingqing asked knowingly. Look at what you said, how can this be possible? The young clerk denied it verbally, but he had already figured it out in his mind. The words had already been spoken, and he certainly couldn't take them back. If he wasn't careful, he might not only fail to make the deal but also leak commercial secrets. Since this is the case, I might as well kill a little more to make up for my losses. Thinking of this, the young clerk quickly adjusted his strategy. He first cried and complained half-truthfully, but unfortunately Lin Qingqing did not accept it. Then he stuck his head out to look outside the store. Seeing that there were no other customers coming in for the time being, he waved to Lin Qingqing and asked her to come closer. Sister, although it is the end of the world now, these hot weapons are not easy to get. You also know that China has strict management, and these things are almost never seen among the people. Now, as long as we find a warehouse somewhere, the forces above will immediately rush over to buy it up. We have to rely on luck to get them. The young clerk spoke in an expert tone, and his point was, the product is available, but it is extremely rare, so the price must be high. Seeing that he was pretending, Lin Qingqing sneered and imitated the young clerk to look around first. Then she whispered to him, Don't try to fool me with this. We are experts and we don't talk nonsense. Let me see the goods first. I don't want the long one. Give me 2 short ones and 200 rounds of bullets. How about that? Hearing this, the young clerk was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was a fake expert. Sister, are you kidding me just now? Can you use the short one? He was right. Pistols were indeed more difficult to use than rifles, and their power was not as great as rifles. Their lethality against zombies was very limited, so people who knew the business generally preferred rifles. Why should I spend so much time talking to you? Isn't it your responsibility as a seller to provide tutorials? You're here to buy a gun when you've never used one, and you still want us to teach you? The young clerk had a look of disgust on his face. Teaching shooting is different from selling weapons. Besides, I don't know how to use it. If I knew how to use a gun, why would I do this? You all have guns to sell, but there are still people who can use them? Lin Qingqing didn't believe it. Would the person who could open a shop to sell weapons in the base be a simple character? Without a strong background and strength, who would dare to touch this piece of fat meat, not to mention the source of hot weapons? Sister, please don't make it difficult for me. In today's world, everyone knows how powerful that thing is. Even the short one is not cheap, not to mention that you want to. After saying that, he looked at Lin Qingqing helplessly at first, and then made an expected turn. However, since I let it slip first, I will sell it to you privately. It's just at the price. You also know that I don't have the right to change the price of this kind of weapon privately, and please don't mention the matter of teaching marksmanship again. There is really no other way. Oh, I knew this kid was cunning, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. After being beaten and shattered by him, not only did he take all the benefits, but in the end, it was she who was ignorant. Lin Qingqing sneered in her heart. No one knows who is above him, and he doesn't even know a good excuse to fool people. The number of hot weapons that flowed out of the police station at Doomsday alone is not a small number. Moreover, with such a large area, how can they have an armed base without a certain number of hot weapons? Judging from the way this guy spoke and acted, he must be very familiar with this business. He was just being perfunctory with them, and in the end he was just bullying a stranger. Chapter 76 Transaction. Lin Qingqing knew what was going on, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at the young clerk with a smile, then casually took out a round card and turned it around between her fingers carelessly. Originally, we were just curious and wanted to try the feel of the real thing, but you are right, the short one is really useless and is not as useful as our own supernatural powers. As she spoke, she waved her hand and a dagger exactly like the weapon on the counter appeared in her hand. The two daggers are exactly the same in terms of size, details, and sharpness. The only difference is that the one in Lin Qingqing's hand is made entirely of ice-attributed power. What's even more incredible is that it is currently suspended in midair. The young teller had been stunned the moment Lin Qingqing took out the metal round plate to play with it. Now, when he saw the dagger suspended in the air, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. He knew exactly who the woman in front of him was. Lin Qingqing, the captain of the Qingmeng team, is a second-level ice-type mutant. He entered the Shuangqiao base yesterday afternoon. He is the person that General Manager De Qiao and General Manager Xiao Qiao personally instructed to pay special attention to. I didn't expect to run into them this early in the morning. What a weird thing. Shouldn't they be trying to find a way to visit the bosses at the base? They actually came out shopping this early in the morning. What's going on? The young clerk's mind is full of question marks at the moment. As an ordinary person, he cannot understand the world of the big boss. Seeing the young clerk stunned, Lin Qingqing was also a little confused for a moment. There is no doubt that this clerk must know her, but why is he so stunned? Is it because she tried too hard to show off for the first time? But since the base pays so much attention to her, she should have this weight, right? After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, the young clerk finally came to his senses. He looked at the woman opposite him and saw that she had a cold expression all the time and was not angry at his previous loss of composure. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Do you need anything else besides 2 pistols? Are 200 rounds of bullets enough? How about I recommend something else? After the young clerk finished speaking, he looked up and saw Lin Qingqing raising her eyebrows, and quickly added, "Oh, by the way, seeing my memory, when is it convenient for you so that I can arrange a gun test for you? Don't worry, we have professionals here and we guarantee that you will get started quickly." Hiss. Lei Min, who was standing by, saw with his own eyes that the young clerk's attitude suddenly made a 180-degree turn, and he didn't feel awkward at all. He couldn't help but gasp. This psychological quality is absolutely professional. Then she turned her head to look at her captain, and saw that Lin Qingqing was still as calm as ever. Her hands and her heart had already clapped loudly, thinking, "My captain is so awesome!" Seeing that pretending to be cool worked, Lin Qingqing didn't bother to be polite with him. She suggested that they go to test the gun in the afternoon, and asked him to make the arrangements. Then she said casually, "Forget about anything else, it's just for fun. But I'll give you 200 more rounds of bullets." Everyone knows that in the early days of the apocalypse, bullets are often harder to come by than guns themselves. The young clerk felt a little bitter. 2 pistols with 400 rounds of bullets. His boss didn't dare to sell it that way. "Sister, do you think 400 rounds are a bit too much? Even if you keep firing, it will take you several hours, right? Then how much at most can you give?" 220 rounds at most. 308. "Sister, please forgive me. How can you bargain like this? 300 rounds is the minimum. Sister, you are really my dear sister. 300 rounds is 300 rounds. With a painful look on her face, she took out a box from the bottom of the counter, opened it, took out 2 guns and 6 boxes of bullets, and pushed them to Lin Qingqing. The 64 pistol is 80% new, compact and lightweight, easy to hide and carry, and comes with matching 7.62 bullets. Sister, I am not fooling you this time, am I? You really are more knowledgeable than the experts. 300 rounds of bullets are really my limit," said the young clerk with a frown. "If the boss knows, he will deduct half of my salary this month." "Don't worry, your boss won't blame you." Lin Qingqing picked up the gun and checked it carefully. Although she didn't know how to use a gun, she had learned about the characteristics and disassembly methods of guns, and the video was still on her mobile phone. "No problem. In addition to these, there are also these 2 daggers, this dagger and that short knife. How many are there in total? Tell me the number. Then I'll give you another 5% discount. How about 98 first-level crystal cores?" the young clerk said with a smile. Although the price is not inflated, it is definitely not cheap. However, The most important thing for them is to have a professional who can teach them how to use firearms. If teaching is included, the price is acceptable. Deal! Lin Qingqing nodded. After collecting their things, the three of them were enthusiastically escorted to the door by the young clerk. Although they didn't know why the base paid so much attention to them, it didn't stop Lin Qingqing from taking the opportunity to seek some benefits for herself. After the young clerk sent Lin Qingqing away, he closed the shop door, ran all the way, and immediately reported what happened in the morning to his boss. Look at Captain Lin's request. She didn't ask for anything else besides this? She didn't negotiate the price with you either? Asked a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a strange look. Yes, boss, said the young clerk. Interesting, the middle-aged man said after casually flicking the ash off his cigarette. Tell Xiaolu to teach Captain Lin and the others how to shoot. Xiaolu knows how to do it. Okay, boss. I'll go talk to Mr. Lu about this right now. The young clerk understood and walked out when he saw the boss waving at him. This woman really has some abilities. No wonder Mr. Chiao pays attention to her. The middle-aged man looked at the scenery outside the window, but he was thinking about the three people from the Qingmeng team in his heart. I wonder what abilities the other two girls have. He is President Chiao's right-hand man, and the entire base was built with his help. People who have reached his level will not blindly judge a person's value based solely on what they see from the outside. It's okay if it's about the blind little girl, but he doesn't believe the other one who is an ordinary person with no skills at all. Shuangqiao Base is located in the southeast of Rongqing. It was originally the newest high-tech city built in Rongqing. It and Rongqing are crossed by the Qinglu River. There are 2 bridges on the river, which is right between the high-tech city and Rongqing. The name of Shuangqiao Base comes from this. It just so happened that the leaders of the base were a father and son, both with the surname Qiao, so some people jokingly called the Shuangqiao Base the Shuangqiao Base. Mr. Qiao was originally a successful real estate developer. After the doomsday came, he rose rapidly with his bodyguards and 2 right-hand men who had followed him all the way. He occupied land to build a city, recruited soldiers, and reached an agreement with Rongqing Base to watch over each other early on, which led to the Shuangqiao Base today. Although Shuangqiao Base is far smaller than Rongqing Base in terms of population and space, they have everything that Rongqing Base has. Moreover, compared to the strict management system of Rongqing Base, Shuangqiao Base has more freedom and casualness. It was still the same conference room on the top floor of the center last night. Xiao Yuanda's secretary was making a report. He closed his eyes slightly, and his son Xiao Yubin stood behind him obediently. After the secretary finished his daily report and left, Xiao Yuanda waved to his son behind him and asked him to sit down. Xiao Yubin sat next to his father and began to report his work to him, including Lin Qingqing's latest developments. After listening to Lin Qingqing's story, Xiao Yuanda also praised her lightly. There are not many people who can get praise from President Qiao. Xiao Yubin quickly took a look at Lin Qingqing's personal profile while reading the information. The result of their assessment of the other person's appearance, behavior, and other aspects. Such a big age gap made Xiao Yubin a little nervous for a moment, as he is only 28 years old this year. It has to be said that he was overthinking it. His father, Xiao Yuanda, only has him as his son now, and he will not easily put him on the bargaining chip table. Chapter 77 Target Practice. Shuangqiao Base Shooting Range. Stand firmly with your legs apart, equal to the width of your shoulders. Raise your arms and stretch them forward, keeping your arms parallel to your shoulders. Face forward and look at the crosshairs and target. A steady and slightly hoarse voice sounded in my ears. The man named Lu Feng was the coach sent by the owner of the weapons shop to teach them shooting. Lu Feng does not seem as aggressive as his name suggests. Instead, he is gentle and polite, and speaks in a humorous way, often making laymen giggle. Even Lin Qingqing would smile and chat with him from time to time. Only when Ling stood quietly by the side, silent. At this moment, her mind was still echoing over and over again what Lin Qingqing said to her after she returned home in the morning. She was still shocked until now. Xiao Lingling, you will go with us to learn target shooting in the afternoon. Remember to listen carefully and use your superpowers when necessary. This opportunity is specially created for you. Superpowers combined with firearms will be your strongest means of attack. It turns out that the captain has always taken my words to heart. Only then did Wen Ling realize that Lin Qingqing had already made plans for her. I must seize this opportunity. Wen Ling pinched her fingers and stood silently in the corner with a blank look in her eyes. People who didn't know her would have thought she was hiding away and feeling sad. Lin Qingqing glanced at her out of the corner of her eye and smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Lingdang is indeed a smart girl. She was looking forward to seeing the birth of a sharpshooter one day. The process of learning target shooting was very enjoyable, because both of them were second-level psychics, and target shooting with a gun was much easier for them than for others. After getting used to the feel and recoil of the guns, their accuracy increased dramatically, which made Lu Feng amazed. When she hit the 6th or 7th ring, Lin Qingqing stopped and said, "Let's take a break." She glanced at Lei Min, and Lei Min immediately understood. Shooting is indeed fun, but my arms are too sore. As she said this, she frowned and rubbed her arms. Then can I give it a try? At this time, Wen Ling came over and said softly that she also wanted to try it. Lu Feng didn't know how to teach a blind child to shoot, but when he saw her eager expression, he couldn't say anything against it. Forget it, since Captain Lin didn't object, I might as well just fire a few shots for the fun of it, Lu Feng thought. But he didn't give a perfunctory answer, and still taught her the gun-holding posture and the essentials of shooting seriously. No matter what, since this little girl was Captain Lin's person, he couldn't treat her casually. Wen Ling listened very carefully and her movements were very standard. After becoming familiar with the essentials, she faced the target and slowly raised her hands. Her slender arms formed a sharp contrast with the dark gun barrel. Her hands were steady and her expression was relaxed, and at that moment, the gun seemed to come alive in her hands. Bang! With a gunshot, Wen Ling pulled the trigger. The recoil of the gun made her dodge back uncomfortably. Then there were 3 more shots in a row. This time she did not dodge. 7 rings. Although all 3 shots except the first one missed the target, getting 7 rings on the first try still shocked everyone. Lu Feng thought that she was just lucky with this shot, but Lin Qingqing and Lei Min didn't think so. They knew Wen Ling best and knew that the first shot was probably her true strength, and the next 3 shots were just fired casually to cover up her tracks. Captain, Xiao Lingdang is really a genius! Lei Min excitedly whispered to Lin Qingqing. Well, it seems that guns are really suitable for her. Lin Qingqing was very pleased. When she was in the weapon store today, she had been thinking about what kind of weapon Wen Ling could use. After thinking about it, only guns were the most suitable. Asking the store clerk to buy a gun was just an idea she came up with on the spur of the moment, but she didn't expect the result to be so smooth. Now, Xiao Lingling has the ability to protect herself. With the help of her perception ability, I'm afraid few people can escape from her gun. So will we have long-range fire support in the future? Lei Min's eyes lit up. That depends on how much Xiao Lingling's abilities can evolve in the future. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min were discussing quietly on the side, but Lu Feng felt a sense of regret in his heart. He could tell from the feeling of Wen Ling holding the gun and the momentum when she fired the gun that this kid was a natural gunman. It's such a pity. If she hadn't been blind, this little girl might have become an excellent shooter in the future. Wen Ling didn't think too much about it. Her only feeling was, it felt great, she liked it. After firing 4 shots, Wen Ling's arms were already a little numb. She did not force it. She put down the gun with a satisfied look on her face and ran to show off to Lin Qingqing. Lu Feng looked at her with sympathy from behind. In the following time, Lu Feng taught Lin Qingqing and the other 2 how to assemble, disassemble and maintain firearms. The most important thing about a firearm is maintenance. If it is not properly maintained, it is very likely to jam or even explode when in use. So if you want your firearm to be easy to use and have a long life, you must maintain it correctly. After saying that, he taught the steps and essentials of assembly and disassembly several times. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min learned very quickly. Wen Ling was also fiddling with the parts. Seeing her high spirits, no one reminded her whether she was right or wrong. As long as she was having fun, it was fine. The afternoon passed quickly. Lin Qingqing said goodbye to Lu Feng with a smile and gave him a 5-star rating, praising him for his dedication and responsibility. Lu Feng was also satisfied with the easygoing nature of Lin Qingqing and the others. This afternoon, he got a lot of information intentionally or unintentionally. The host and the guests were all happy and went home without saying anything. When they returned to the villa, Qingqing put 2 guns in front of Wenling at the same time. Seeing this, Wenling asked in surprise and apprehension. Captain, don't you guys want it? I bought it for you. It's all yours. Lin Qingqing and Lei Min said in unison. Haha, I'm still interested in my superpowers. Guns are dispensable to me. Lei Min shrugged. For a lightning-type superpower like her, a pistol is neither convenient to use nor powerful enough. Min is right. Guns are more suitable for you. For us, it is enough to know how to use them. Superpowers are the most important means, said Lin Qingqing. Xiao Lingling, the gun can have unexpected effects in your hands. In the future, Min and I will pay more attention to the information of materials in this regard. You don't have to worry. Lin Qingqing hopes that every team member can have enough self-protection ability, and she pays special attention to this aspect. Yes, Little Bell, you are a genius. Didn't you see Lu Feng's regretful expression? He wanted to snatch you back, haha. At this point, Lei Min looked even more excited than Wenling. Yes. I will work hard. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Min. You are so nice. Wenling was really touched to have such a sister and partner, and was even more grateful to team leader Lin Qingqing. She announced, from now on, the captain will be the person she admires the most. Chapter 78 The First Mission. After a day's rest, Lin Qingqing led the 2 to the Superpower Guild again. Last time they registered the team information, and this time they came to check out the mission. It has been more than 2 months since the end of the world, and the most common tasks in each base are searching for supplies and exploring areas. As for other special tasks, such as rescue and mutual delivery, they are generally carried out by professional military teams or high-level psychic teams. Due to the shortage of supplies, except for maintaining the security of the base, the troops from various places were all disbanded on the spot and temporarily formed into exploration teams to gradually explore and investigate the surroundings of the base. Xiao Pengfei and the others whom Lin Qingqing had met before belonged to this category. Their tasks were assigned by their superiors, and they would switch shifts and rest with the permanent teams in the base every once in a while. Compared with military teams, civilian special ability teams are much freer. Everyone can choose to perform tasks alone or seek cooperation with other teams. The rewards for missions are roughly divided into 2 categories. One category is officially issued by the base. The rewards for this type of mission are usually various welfare policies of the base, such as free residence for a period of time. Of course, there are also missions issued by private groups or individuals, and these tasks are usually settled directly in crystal cores. Lin Qingqing and the other 2 stood under the notice board where the tasks were posted, carefully looking at the information on it. There are quite a lot of tasks above, which have been classified in detail by the staff. The left half belongs to the official task section, most of which are to go to a certain place to find supplies or explore the situation. The right half is the private section, and the types of tasks are also varied. There are team recruitment, seeking cooperation, and even marriage announcements, which made the 3 people amazed. The most touching and most common ones are the missing persons notices, looking for family members, friends, and lovers. Those with photos have photos on them, while those without photos are filled with the characteristics of the person being sought. Each missing person notice carries the hope of those who are still alive, waiting for that person to appear here. Maybe one day they will find that lucky person, or maybe there will always be a disappointing answer. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing turned around and asked the 2 of them, "Do you want to find someone?" The 2 were silent for a long time. Finally, Lei Min said, "All my relatives are in the north, and my cousin is the only acquaintance here. There's no need to look for her. My parents are both gone, and I only have an aunt who lives abroad. There's no need to look for her." Wenling also shook her head. "Who are your parents?" "Half a year before the apocalypse, it was summer vacation and my family went out for a trip. There was a fire in the BB where we stayed. My parents were both dead, and I became blind at that time," Wenling said in a low voice. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know." Lei Min didn't expect this to be the reason and apologized quickly. "It doesn't matter, it's all over," Wenling said with a smile. "Everything will be fine in the future. As long as we are in the Qingming team, we are all a family." Lin Qingqing's gentle voice sounded. "Yes, the captain is right." Lei Min quickly changed the subject. "This is our first time taking a mission, let's see which mission is easiest to do. When it's my first time accepting a mission, I think I should accept the official one first," Lin Qingqing said after roughly browsing the mission list. There are so many official tasks, and each task requires different numbers of people and abilities. Lei Min was dazzled. This one. Lin Qingqing pointed at one of them and said, "This is a mission to search for supplies. The official announcement was just made not long ago. The location is a small cold storage 50 kilometers away from the base. The frozen meat products that entered the high-tech city before the end of the world are generally temporarily stored in small cold storages. There are several such small cold storages, some for storing beef and mutton, some for storing chickens, ducks and geese, and some specifically for storing seafood. This time the target happens to be a cold storage that stores fresh pork. The mission requires 10 to 15 people, and it is recommended that at least 3 level 2 psychics lead the team." Lei Min read the mission instructions on the notice to Wenling. "That means we need 3 level 2 ability teams to go together?" Wenling said. "Yes, and now a team has signed up, they have 5 people," said Lin Qingqing. "This task is perfect for them in terms of both personnel ratio and task type. Because for such tasks, the official will usually send out its own team to take the lead, and the official people will definitely account for the majority. This will create considerable competition for the remaining 2 teams. Whoever applies first will have the opportunity to occupy more places. Now there is a 5-person team, and the official must occupy at least 6 or 7 of the remaining 10 places, and the rest will be just enough for their 3-person team. This task has been pending for 2 days, and it was released on the 2nd day after they arrived at the base. What a coincidence! Are there other 3-member second-level teams in the base besides them? Lin Qingqing would never believe that this was not intentional. This mission is tailor-made for us. Captain, do you think there is a trick here? Lei Min said mysteriously. She also found something wrong. You've watched too many TV dramas, right? Who can force us to choose this task? Lin Qingqing said with a smile. That's right, but it's too much of a coincidence. I always feel like something is wrong. Lei Min frowned. She still felt a little weird. Rather than a conspiracy, I would rather believe it is a temptation or a test, Lin Qingqing said meaningfully. This is the first time they come here. They don't know anyone and haven't offended anyone. Why would the base want to harm them right from the start? Test? What test? Tests on the road of life. Captain, can you please stop talking in such a literary way? I'm a science student, and I don't understand, Lei Min said speechlessly. Then are we going or not? Let's go. This is a great opportunity. Let's go and see and identify some psychics. After Lin Qingqing wrote down the mission number, she went to find someone to sign up. Lei Min and Wenling stood there looking at each other, both confused for a moment. The registration process went smoothly. The lady in charge of reception was also very enthusiastic. After registering their team's information, she handed her a mission contract form, which stated the specific time, location, and possible dangers of the mission. As for the reward, they can live in the base for free for 10 days, and all resources obtained during the mission except the mission objectives will belong to each team. Overall, the treatment was pretty good. After reading it, Lin Qingqing signed the team's name and her own name, then handed in one of the copies in exchange for a task card. This mission card allows them to waive the entrance fee when returning to the base. The departure time is the day after tomorrow. We will drive there by ourselves and it will probably take at least a whole day. If you need anything else to prepare, we can go to the exchange tomorrow, said Lin Qingqing after introducing the mission details to the 2 team members. Then let's go to the exchange again tomorrow and try to be more fully prepared, Lei Min said. Well, I also need a backpack or a gun holster or something, otherwise I can't carry the gun and bullets, Wenling also suggested. Okay, let's go again tomorrow. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. Chapter 79, 3 Captain's Eye. Father, who do you think is suitable to be sent for this mission? Let Xingzhou go. Their team has rested and is ready for the mission. Also, go and explain to him the key points and precautions of this mission and find out more about Lin Qingqing. I understand, Father. I'll go out and find Brother Xingzhou now. Squeak bang. The door of the room opened and closed. Xiao Yunbin turned around and raised his head just in time to see a young man appear at the other end of the corridor. The man was tall, well-proportioned, with a crew cut. In this early spring weather, he was only wearing a flight jacket, which was open, revealing the dark sports vest and strong chest muscles underneath. His eyes were light brown in the sunlight, and his gaze was very indifferent. At a glance, it seemed as if nothing in the world could enter those eyes. "Brother Xingzhou!" After Qiao Yunbin saw who was coming, he called him enthusiastically. "I was just about to look for you. Why did you think of coming here today? Isn't it time for the team to rest? Captain Yang asked me to come and see President Qiao to see what arrangements he has." When he saw Qiao Yunbin, the distant expression on the young man's face immediately disappeared. He greeted him with a smile, and when he opened his mouth he revealed a row of bright white teeth. "That's perfect. Father has just assigned you a mission. I came to tell you that this mission is a little special. You need to pay special attention to one person." Then he hugged the young man and left together. The night before the mission, Lei Min tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. This was not the first time they went out to kill zombies, but it was the first time they worked with others. "Captain, what do you think of the other superpowers? Tomorrow we will meet 2 other level 2 superpowers. Who do you think will win if I fight with them?" Lei Min was excited. "You like fighting so much, why don't you ever look for the captain?" Wen Ling was not asleep at this moment. "I just can't do it when facing the captain, right?" "Real?" "Of course it's true. Isn't it because you can't beat the captain? Go to bed quickly. We are going to carry out a mission tomorrow, not to go on a blind date." "Min, why are you so excited?" Lin Qingqing's ruthless voice suddenly sounded. "Oh." Lei Min quickly lay down and made a face at Wen Ling before going to sleep. The next morning, Lin Qingqing got up and opened the curtains. It was already light, but because it was a rainy day, it still looked gray outside. Looking at the drizzle outside the window, Lei Min curled her lips in disgust. She was a native northerner, and what she disliked most was the drizzle in the south. Although it was drizzling, it did not delay their trip. The 3 of them put on a waterproof jacket over their usual clothes, and added 3 baseball caps of the same style. They really looked like 3 sisters. Lin Qingqing drove to the meeting point on time, and when she arrived, the other 2 teams were already waiting. Seeing that everyone was present, the 3 captains got off the car together and walked to the middle. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Xingzhou. I'm a level 2 Earth-type mutant, and I'm the person in charge of this mission." Jiang Xingzhou's voice was deep and pleasant, but after he finished his opening remarks with the simplest 2 sentences, he shut up and said no more. Not to mention introducing the mission, he didn't even mention the team members. Lin Qingqing only realized with a glance that his team, including him, had exactly 7 people. "Hello, Captain Jiang. It's been a long time since we last met. I heard that you went on a high-level mission before. I didn't expect that you would lead the team this time. Haha, with you, this small mission will definitely be a success." The person who spoke was another captain. Lin Qingqing looked up at him. He was tall and thin with fair skin. His long bangs were all combed back at the back of his head. No one knew where he got the hair oil from, but his hair was shiny and bright. Seeing that Jiang Xingzhou didn't respond, the smile on his face became a little stiff. He glanced at Lin Qingqing and then said slowly, "My name is Su Haijiao. I'm the captain of the Sea Dragon team and a 2nd-level water-based mutant." "Sea Pepper?" The other party's Mandarin has a local accent. Lin Qingqing thought it was some kind of seasoning. "It's not Haijiao, it's Haijiao. The team's name is Jiao, which means dragon, and my name is Jiao, which means proud, you bastard." Captain Su seemed to be furious and spoke fluently in the dialect. Pfft. Lin Qingqing was so surprised by the sudden contrast that she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She endured it again and again, and quickly introduced herself. "I am Lin Qingqing, the captain of the Qingmong team, a 2nd-level ice-type mutant. Please take care of me." "Lin Qingqing? Ice-type? It's her." Su Haijiao rolled his eyes, looked at Lin Qingqing and then at Jiang Xingzhou. Jiang Xingzhou nodded at them indifferently, without any surprise on his face. Su Haijiao understood what was going on when he saw this, and immediately put away his contempt. His teammates were all in the car. When he saw a young woman getting off the car just now, he didn't think much about it. He thought it was a canary raised by some big boss who came out to take on the mission. After all, it was Captain Jiang who led the team this time. But I didn't expect it to be Lin Qingqing. How come he was in the same team with her? And Captain Jiang obviously knew her. Su Haijiao thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out what was going on. He nodded at Lin Qingqing, then said to Jiang Xingzhou, Captain Jiang, are the rules still the same as before? After getting a positive answer, he turned around and went back to his team. Who cares? They're just 3 women. Rules? Lin Qingqing raised her eyebrows and said, Team Qingmong is new here, what are the rules? Captain Jiang, please explain them again. It's nothing. The rule is that you have to listen to me from now on. After saying that, he went back without even giving her a glance. Lin Qingqing smiled and said nothing, but she was complaining madly in her heart. The people the base sent to test her are really low standard. One is overtly flirtatious and the other is reticent. What's up with this combination of two Zhui Bing? Are they asking them to do infrastructure construction? The vehicles started moving, and in the front was Jiang Xingzhou's team of 7 people. They were driving 2 vehicles, one was their own Iveco, and the other was a van from the base. Su Haijiao and his group followed closely behind in a modified pickup truck, while Lin Qingqing's black SUV followed slowly at the end. In the car, Lin Qingqing told Lei Min and Wen Ling what she had just said as a joke, and they both laughed so hard that they fell down. Especially Lei Min, whose hearty laughter, which was unique to northerners, spread particularly far in the drizzle. In the pickup truck in front, Su Haijiao had a gloomy face. From time to time, laughter could be heard from behind. Although he didn't know what they were laughing at, he always felt that it must have something to do with him. In the passenger seat of the Iveco, Jiang Xingzhou's lips were pursed into a straight line. Behind him, a team member was relaying the conversation between Lin Qingqing and the other 2 word for word, even the tone of voice was learned exactly. It seems that Lin Qingqing is not as cunning as she appears to be, or maybe she is just pretending? Jiang Xingzhou thought thoughtfully. Chapter 83 Captains, Part 2. Mr. Qiao asked him to pay attention to this person. He didn't know what his ability was, but he was very mysterious. With the ability of the base, it was impossible to find out the other party's past at all. It felt like he appeared out of thin air. Several major bases don't have any information about her, so how did Lin Qingqing reach the 2nd level? Jiang Xingzhou's mind was full of thoughts, but his face still had that cold look on it that said, I don't care about anyone. On Lin Qingqing's side, Lei Min finally stopped laughing and couldn't help but said, Captain, what do you think of the strength of those 2? I don't know, I've never had it. Then let's find an opportunity to try it? No, it's too much trouble. What? We came to the base to see and identify the mutants. What a great opportunity. Just because you have experience doesn't mean you have to take action. Can't you just watch carefully? Oh, then I'll just watch? Lei Min winked at Lin Qingqing. You are responsible for protecting the little belle, don't worry about anything else. Lin Qingqing also winked at her. Lei Min made an okay gesture to her to show that he understood. Just yesterday, the 3 of them conducted a careful analysis of this mission, and finally agreed that since it was a test, there would definitely be people with various perception types of abilities. No matter which type they were, they would pretend not to know, say what they should say, and keep silent about what they shouldn't say. I won't move unless the enemy does. Lin Qingqing also wants to know why the base is paying so much attention to her. The car moved forward all the way. Jiang Xingzhou had the complete route in his hand, which was probably the information handed over by the previous exploration team. When some teams are out doing missions or collecting supplies, if they encounter a warehouse with large quantities of supplies like this, they can choose to report it to the base. After the base takes back these supplies, it will also give a good reward. As a result, some reconnaissance teams like this one, which were specifically responsible for exploring the map, gradually emerged among the people. Just like scouts, they were able to hide, run fast, and see far. When they encounter zombies, they don't kill them, but try to use various methods to avoid or shake off the zombies' attacks. Every profession has its own specialties, and even the major bases generally intend to train some such professional talents. The reconnaissance team that delivered the clues was very powerful. They didn't encounter any major trouble along the way. Except for a few wandering zombies, the entire road was very smooth. Even if they encountered some minor troubles occasionally, they were easily resolved by Jiang Xingzhou and his team. They were skilled and efficient, and it was obvious that they were a very experienced team. Especially Jiang Xingzhou himself, he did not get off the car from beginning to end, and he used the skill of Earth Thorn, in various ways. In addition to being able to kill zombies, it can also build roads and bridges, which really open the eyes of others. This person is very skilled in using his supernatural powers. I didn't expect that there is such a talent in Shuangjiao base. Lin Qingqing was also greatly inspired. A common feature of the ice and earth systems is that they can build various shapes. Since the earth system can do it, the ice system should also be no problem. Ice spikes, ice walls, ice bridges, maybe even ice houses can be built, just like the ones the Eskimos live in. I can give it a try if I have a chance. Lin Qingqing looked ahead with great interest. Soon they arrived at their destination, and 4 cars stopped in front of the door one after another. The 2 shaky iron gates in front had been dismantled and placed aside by 2 power-type psychics. This cold storage was built in an open area with few houses around it. Only after the big iron gate was removed could everyone see the scene inside clearly. The front half of the entire yard is a wide parking lot, with more than a dozen cold chain vehicles and ordinary trucks parked in a crisscross pattern. There are 2 buildings in the back half of the yard. The largest one, which looks like a factory, is the cold storage. Next to it is a 2-story building, which should be the management and control center for handling daily affairs. When Ling was sitting in the back row, without Lin Qingqing's instructions, she carefully released her special abilities to explore the environment inside. Because they were still at the door, when Ling's ability range could not completely cover the entire yard. So she could only use one-way ability to explore, one direction at a time. In fact, there is usually no one in the cold storage. The place with the most people should be the control center, Lin Qingqing said softly. Hearing her reminder, when Ling understood and skipped the cold storage directly, putting the supernatural power into the parking lot and control center first. Captain, we didn't hear any special noises in the cold storage, but there were quite a few zombies upstairs in the control center, about 20 to 30 in total, including 2 level 2 zombies. As for the parking lot, there are about 15 or so, which are relatively scattered. The number of level 2 zombies is unclear for the time being. This is the hearing perception ability person in Jiang Xingzhou's team reporting the investigation results to Jiang Xingzhou. At the same time, when Ling quietly wrote down her findings on Lin Qingqing's palm. There are 15 zombies in the parking lot, in addition to 1 level 2 zombie. There are a total of 24 zombies in the control center, 8 on the first floor and 16 on the second floor, including 2 level 2 zombies, both on the second floor. After a pause, and waiting for Lin Qingqing to answer that she understood, she continued to write. The level 2 zombie in the parking lot is most likely a speed type. The 2 level 2 zombies upstairs both look very strong, and the one in the parking lot is very likely to have discovered us. Captain, be careful. Feeling Wen Ling's nervousness, Lin Qingqing squeezed her fingers tightly to comfort her and show that she understood. After reviewing the information she had just received, Lin Qingqing turned around and made a few gestures to Lei Min. Lei Min's pupils shrank slightly, he swallowed, and nodded slightly. They hadn't expected that 3 level 2 zombies, which usually seemed like rare bosses, would suddenly appear. It seemed that the consequences of the space shock 2 days ago were far more than what they had seen at the beginning. Jiang Xingzhou on the other side was also frowning. He also did not expect that there would be more than 1 level 2 zombie appearing at the same time. Is there something here that can cause zombies to mutate? Jiang Xingzhou was thinking about this mission. He could kill a level 2 zombie by himself. He didn't know how strong Lin Qingqing was, but he knew a little about Su Haijiao's abilities. Compared with other superpowers, the advantage of water-based superpowers mainly lies in assistance and control, and its lethality is indeed much weaker. If Lin Qingqing's attack power is not weak, the 3 of them should have no problem dealing with those level 2 zombies together. As for the level 1 zombies, leave it to the other team members. Jiang Xingzhou got out of the car and waved to Lin Qingqing and Su Haijiao respectively. The 2 understood and then asked the team members to get out of the car and gather to listen to Jiang Xingzhou's instructions. After seeing that all the people had gathered, Jiang Xingzhou briefly told everyone the information he had obtained before. Hearing these numbers, Su Haijiao and his group took a deep breath, while Lin Qingqing looked at Lei Min and nodded in understanding.